Hey everyone, my name's Reese, and I'm going to show you how to create your very own website just like Netflix. Now, the website we build in this course will have all the features you'd expect to see, such as video controls, preview videos. I'll show you how to add entities such as TV shows and movies. I'll show you how to display them like this. You'll also be able to click on them, see previews for those entities, as well as all the seasons and episodes within that season, and there's also indications as to whether this user's seen them or not. When they click on a video, they'll get this video player which will allow them to actually watch the TV show or movie. And we've also implemented some basic controls. There'll also be up next controls for the user to restart the video or go to the next one. It's also worth noting that if a user starts watching a TV show or movie and moves away, next time they come back to it, it will start playing where they left off. So we keep track of the video progress as well. We also have features such as searching for entities, so users can search in here and they'll get a list of all the entities which match their search. So you can search for something, whatever you want, and you get all your search results. So you can click on it and be taken to that entity. We'll also have some basic account information they can update, such as changing their name, their email address, passwords, and also we have PayPal integration. So we allow users to actually purchase subscriptions to our site and pay monthly for our site in order to actually access these features. So that's a real quick overview of the kind of things we'll be doing in this course. I hope you're excited about it. I'm excited to teach you, so let's get going. Hey everyone and welcome to the course. I hope you're excited to get started with this because we're going to build something really cool and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. So let's get started. We'll start by installing a local server. Now, a local server is just something we use to allow us to test our site locally, that is without having to actually pay for hosting and put it on a live server. So the local server we'll use in this course is called Xampp, but you're free to use any local server you want. Maybe there's another one you want to use, maybe you have a preference, but Xampp is a great one. I use it all the time, so we're going to start with this. If you go to Google and type in Xampp, you will hit this page here. Click on the top link from apachefriends.org, and then you can click on this download button at the top here, and you'll see a page like this, which has all the different operating system versions. So obviously I'm on a Mac, so I can't show you how to do it on a Windows machine or Linux machine, but these two, it's really straightforward. You just download it, run the installer, and then use the Xampp application. So if you're on a Windows machine, for example, you click download here, and then once it's downloaded, you run the installer and click OK on all the prompts, and then when you run Xampp, you should get something which looks like this. This is kind of what it's going to look like on your Windows machine. So from there, what you'll do is just click on two things. You'll find Apache and then click on this start button right here, and that will start Apache. That is the local server service. And then you'll also do the same for this MySQL one, which is our database system. So you click start on that. So just to reiterate, you click start on this and then start on that as well, and that's it. If you click on this Explorer part right here, it will open your File Explorer and you'll see Xampp in there, and that's where you're also going to save all your website files throughout the course. And just to explain, if you're on a Windows machine, you may run into something like this, depending on your system settings. I've had students in previous courses run into this. If you do, it's just telling you have a user account control on your machine, and you can pretty much ignore this. All you need to know is that you shouldn't install Xampp in program files x86, okay? So if you see this, don't worry about it, just don't install Xampp in program files x86. Install it anywhere else. I recommend in this case you just install Xampp to the C drive instead. That's it. Everything else will work exactly the same. So if you're on a Linux machine, it's pretty much identical. You just download the installer, run it, and then start Apache and MySQL. That's it. And finally, the Mac version, which I can show you because I'm on a Mac. Just click on this button here and you'll download it. Once you've downloaded it, you'll get this installer. So just go ahead and run that. And then you'll get something like this. And then all you need to do is just run this. This is the installer. So I'll double click on that and it will ask me to enter my password for my computer. And then that will start the installer. So I'll just give that a second to appear. And I'll just click next through all of these things. You can keep those checked, and then click next again, and just click next. And then it opened up this page for me to look at, but it doesn't matter about that. You can just close that down. And then you can click next and begin the installation. Now, I've already installed it, so I'm not going to do it again. So once you've installed that, go to your applications folder and just find Xampp and double click on that. Or you can just search for it and you should see a screen like this. Now we're going to do the same thing as the Windows users did. in the sense that we're going to start Apache and MySQL, but we have to do it slightly differently. We're going to click start on here and give that a second. This light here will turn green. So that turned green. I fast forwarded it though. It took probably about 40 seconds, so it's not quick. So just bear with it and wait for it to turn green. And then once that's green, all you're going to do is go to the services part right here. Click on MySQL, click start there. Do the same thing for Apache. So click on Apache and click start. Now both of those should turn green. So again, just give that a second. It's still yellow at the moment. And it's turned green as well. And you're nearly there. Just go to network as well. Click on this one and just click enable. And then go to the next tab along. And then just click mount like this. So what we're doing here is we're mounting this Xampp application to our file system so that we can save files there. So to test that worked, what I can do is go to my browser and go to localhost and just make sure you see this screen or some screen like this. Now, you may need to go to localhost with the port number instead. So instead of localhost, you may need to type in :8080 like this, which will take you to this page as well. So you'll notice that in here, if I go to the network tab, we've got 8080 there, and that's the port number that localhost is running over. So if localhost on its own didn't work for you, just go to there and type in localhost :8080 like that. And that means that any time in the course we use localhost in the URL, you will need to use localhost 8080. For the rest of the course, I'm going to use localhost on its own because that works for me. But if that's not working for you, just replace localhost in the URL with localhost 8080 for the rest of the course, okay? So in the rest of the course, we might have localhost /index.php, for example, okay? And then just real quick, if you want to actually get to your files in Xampp, on a Mac, what we're going to do is just go to here on the volumes tab and click on this explore button, and it opens up the Xampp location for us. So this is where we're going to save our website files to, okay? Any questions at all? Just let me know. Hey everyone, how's it going? So just real quick before we move on to actually creating our site, what I want to do is just tell you that we need a text editor. Now you can use any text editor to write your code that you want. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for this in this course, but you can use anything you want. Maybe you want to use Sublime Text. If you want to also use Visual Studio Code, you can just type in Visual Studio Code into Google, and you'll get this top link. And just click download right there. The download process is pretty straightforward no matter what operating system you're on. So just go ahead and install Visual Studio Code, and then yeah, we can use that. But like I said, if you want to use something other than Visual Studio Code, you're more than welcome to. It really doesn't matter as long as we can write code in it. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we're all set up with our text editor and our local server, what we're going to do is make a start now. So we're going to go to our text editor of choice. For me, it was Visual Studio Code, but again, I said to you that you can download any text editor you want, Sublime Text or whatever. So whatever you've chosen, open that up now. So I've got a blank text editor here, okay? And I've also went ahead and opened up my htdocs folder. Now, this is inside Xampp, and as I said before, htdocs is where we're going to store our website. So go to the htdocs folder. If you're on a Mac, it's in Applications, Xampp Files, and the htdocs folder. If you're on a Windows machine, there should be a button to go to this folder from the Xampp application itself. So go ahead and go to your htdocs folder, and what we're going to do is create a new folder in here. Like I said, this folder contains all the sites, so we're going to create a new one for our new site. So I'm going to call this ReeseFlix. That's going to be the name of my site, okay? Very original, I know. So I've created this ReeseFlix folder, okay? And what I'm going to do is go into that, okay? So any files on our website are going to go inside this folder right here. So what I'll do is open this folder in my text editor. So I'm going to my text editor, I'll go File, and then Open. And I'm going to go to my htdocs folder. I have a shortcut for it right here, but just get to it any way you can. And then go to my new folder. So I'm going to click on that one time and then just click Open on it. I'm not going to double click and go into it. I'm just going to click on it and then click Open. Okay, and what this has done, it's opened up that folder, and any of the files that are inside there will show up in the side here. Of course, we don't have any files, so nothing is showing. All right, so what I'll do is create a file now. So I'll go to File again and click New File, and then I'm going to save that straight away. I'm going to save it in my ReeseFlix folder, and I'll save it as index.php. Index.php, PHP, like that. Press enter, give that a save, and you'll see that it's appeared in this folder right here, and you can also see that we have it in the side right here. Okay, I'm closing this one down, this open editors, we don't care about that one, but you can see all the files in this site will appear here. Okay, So what I'll do to test this out, I'll just write something hello, all right, give that a save, and we'll go to this now and just make sure we can see that. So go to your web browser, okay, and then to get to that, all you have to do is go to localhost and then slash the name of your folder or your site. So remember, we created that folder, and what I called mine ReeseFlix. I don't know what you guys might have called yours, but if I type in ReeseFlix like that, you'll see this file. So the reason we didn't have to specify index.php is because when you don't specify a file name at the end of a URL, it will go to the index file. That might be index.php, but it might be index.html if you're using HTML instead. Now, in case you didn't know, if you save a file with .php, it's exactly the same as if you saved it as .html. It just means that you can use PHP code. So a file called index.php can use PHP and do everything that an index.html file can do, but the index.html file can't use PHP. So .php and .html files are exactly the same, but the .php file can run PHP code. All right. So, like I said, if we don't specify a file name at the end of the URL like this, it will just go to the index page. It's exactly the same as if I was to then say index.php like that. Press enter. It's the same thing. Great. So I see my site. Now, if you can't see that, you might need to specify the port number. So depending on what port you're on, you might need to go to :8080 or something like that, whatever your port might be. So if localhost on its own doesn't work for you, all right, try it with the :8080 afterwards, and you'll just run it like that, all right? So mine isn't set up to run like that, so mine gives me an error when I do that. I just need localhost on its own, but you may need to specify a port number as well. Anyway, there's our site. We have it set up. Now let's get started. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is make a start on the login and register pages, which will allow the user to create and log into their account. Now, the reason we're going to start with that, rather than the actual Netflix related content, is because we need usernames as we move through this course. For example, when watching a video, we want to store that user's progress, so how far they've gotten through the video, so that when they leave the video and come back to it, they can carry on watching where they left off. Now, in order to do that, we need to have a username to actually associate that progress with. So we need to have the login and register functionality working. So that's why we're going to do it first. I didn't really want to start with this because a lot of people didn't come here to learn about how to make this sort of thing, a login and register form. They want to learn about Netflix related stuff. So what we're going to do is, if you don't want to learn this, maybe you've taken my other courses, and we do a lot of similar things in the other courses, and maybe you've done a login and register form a bunch of times now. You can skip to the last video in this lecture, download the zip file from there, and then take the code and copy and paste that code into your site right here. We will, though, create a username table in our database in this video. So even if you've taken my other courses, watch this and see how I create the user table. But after this video, you can copy and paste the code from the end of this section, okay, and start from there. So if you didn't want to do login and register form, skip ahead, take the code, and go from there. If you do, great. It's a good thing to learn, especially if you've never done it before, but it will be pretty much identical to my YouTube login and register form. It's quite a simple form. It has some simple validation. You can sign in or you can create an account. The reason I'm not going to go and do some crazy login form is because that's not the focus of this course. So it's just a simple one. It allows you to create a user and allows you to sign in. So let's get started in making this. So like I said, I'll start with the users table in the database so that anyone else can skip ahead after this and download the code. So let's do that. We're going to go to our database now, and we haven't created one. So we're going to go to localhost/php myadmin. Now, for those who don't know, this is where our database is going to lie. PHP myadmin is where all your databases will be. Okay, so it's going to look something like this, and it's worth noting that you don't need to worry about pretty much any of these things. The only things you need to care about are the names down the side, which will be your databases, and pretty much it. For the most part, you can ignore these. You very rarely have to touch them if you're doing just the basics. But anyway, let's go ahead and create our database. So click on this new button right here, and then give it a name. I'm going to call mine ReeseFlix, like that. Feel free to call it whatever you like. So that's it. I have a database now. What we'll do, though, is create our first table, which I said is going to be users. So users, like that. it's going to have 8 columns, so I'm going to go ahead and change that to 8. If you need to add more later, it really doesn't matter, so you don't have to get that number right to start with, but I know that we need 8, at least off the top of my head I think we need 8, watch me be wrong now. Anyway, so what we need to do now though is name our columns. So we're going to have an ID column, that's going to be the first column in our table. It's going to be of type int, so leave that as is, and just scroll along to this AI checkbox right here, which stands for auto increment, and check that. And you're going to get a pop-up like this. It's just letting you know that it's going to make it the primary key of the table, which means it's going to be unique, the unique column of this table. Don't worry about that. Just go ahead and click go. So just to summarize, I've called the column ID, and then I've also checked the AI checkbox, and then this part was filled in for me, this primary index right there. Okay, great. The next column is going to be the first name column. Oh, first name, like that. You can name this however you want, but I recommend keeping the same names as me, the same spelling, same uppercase and lowercase characters, because then if you need to download my code from the zip files attached to the lectures for some reason, the code will just work out of the box. If you start naming this differently, then my code won't work if you need to download it, okay? So I'm going to call this last name. Oh, I forgot to say that this type is not going to be int, it's going to be varchar instead. So just make that varchar 25. So how many characters you're going to allow them to have. So let's just make it 25. And the same for this one, varchar 25. Now varchar just means it's going to take characters like letters and things like that. So just string letters, all right? So we're going to make a username column. And it's going to be of type varchar. And let's just make this 50 characters. It doesn't matter too much. Next one's going to be the email column. I'm going to make this varchar, and I don't know, let's just make that 100 or something. And then we're going to also make a password. Now the size of this column is going to depend on the type of hashing you use. So what I'm going to do, just to play it safe, is to make it varchar type 255 like that. And then just 2 more columns. This one's going to be sign up date. So we're going to keep hold of the date that they signed up on, and this is going to be of type date time. So scroll down, not date, we want date time, which is a little bit further down right here. Okay, so date time. And what we're also going to do is change this to default. So go to the default column right there, and then check current timestamp. This means that if you don't specify a value when inserting a row into this table, this will just take the current timestamp. So it'll automatically take whatever the time is at that point. And the very last column is just going to be is subscribed, like that. And this is just going to be yes or no based on whether they are signed up, a paying user of our site, because we only want people that are subscribed to use our site. And this doesn't matter too much, but you can make this tiny int. It's either going to contain a 1 or a 0 for true or false. So if you use tiny int, it'll just let you store 1 character, so it doesn't matter. What I'll also do though is just put a default value on this. So I'll just say as defined, and just set this to 0, meaning they are not signed up, okay? So if we don't specify value, it'll just say they're not signed up, all right? And that is it. Go down to the bottom, click save right here, and you should see that it's created these columns for you. So now we have our users table, and it has these columns in. Obviously no data in this table yet, but we'll get to that in the future. So that's the users table done. Now, like I said, if you don't want to do this login and register process, you can skip ahead to the end of this section and download the code from the very last lecture, and then just go from there. But if you do want to learn this, and I recommend you do if you haven't done it before, let's get to it and start writing some code. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now is make a start on our register page. Like I said, it will look something like this. So go back to our text editor, and then let's create a new file, because this is the index page. We don't need this now, we're going to come back to it. So what I'll do is just close this down. We don't need that just now, and I'll create a new file. Give that a save. I'm going to save it in the same place as the index page, alright, so in our Reesflix folder, or whatever you called it, and I'll just say register.php like that. Give that a save, okay, and I'll also just write something sandwiches, like that, give that a save, and then let's go and make sure we can see that. So I'll just type in register.php like that. There we go, I can see sandwiches. If you don't see that, maybe you see some error message, it means that you've spelt this wrong. So just check the spelling and the uppercase and lowercase characters, it has to match, all right? So great, this is our register page. It looks pretty good, right? So what we'll do is actually get rid of this sandwiches part, and we'll write some actual HTML now. So I'm going to write HTML, and if you are in Visual Studio Code, you can press tab after you've wrote HTML, and it will finish that tag off for you, all right? So there's our HTML tag, we need that, and then we'll also do a head tag inside there as well. So head like that. And then underneath that, I'm going to do a body tag as well. Now, body is where the actual contents of our website is going to go, for those of you who don't know. Now, the last thing we need to do is specify the doc type. So just above the HTML tag, I'm going to say angle bracket like that, exclamation point, and then doc type in all caps. And then I'm going to say HTML in lowercase like that, lower caps, you know what I meant. So we've got a doc type, HTML, and what this does, it just tells the web browser what version of the HTML language you're using. Okay, we're going to use the most recent version of HTML, so we just need to write doc type HTML. Make sure you add this, okay? So there you go, there's our HTML structure of our site. I will put something in there. I won't write sandwiches, I'm going to write hot dogs like that, so we can see some different text now. Okay, there we go, great. And then inside the head block, okay, inside there, I'm going to add a title like that. So press add title, press tab, and it'll fill that in for you. And I'm going to write the title. This will appear in the tab of your browser. So I'm going to say, welcome to Reese Flicks, like that. Give that save, refresh the page, and you'll see in the tab right there the text I just wrote. All right, we're doing well. We've got hot dogs on the page and we've got some text in the tab. Let's keep moving forward. Let's what we're going to do now, let's get our style page set up so that we can add some style. You see how this background isn't totally white? We've colored this ourselves. So we're going to do the same thing. So let's create a new file and give this a save. And I'm not going to save this one there in the same place as our index and register files. What I'm going to do is create a new folder in there. So I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this assets like that. Give that a save. And in there, we're going to create another new folder. So inside that assets folder, I'm creating a new folder, and this will be called style, like that. And then we're going to save that in there and just save it as style.css. It's where our CSS code is going to go. Okay. So to be clear, I've saved it in the assets folder, style, and then style.css. I've put it in there. All right. So because we're using the .css file extension, it means it's a CSS file, and CSS, for those who don't know, is just our code which is going to style the web pages for us. Alright, so we've added our CSS file, and what we need to do now is link to it. So I'm just going to go to my register page, okay, underneath title, I'm going to say link, do a link tag like that, and then say rel equals style sheet. Now, rel means relationship, and it specifies the relationship between this file and the file you're adding. Now, don't worry about that. Just know that you have to add this for style files, okay? We'll also say the type of the file is going to be text/CSS. Honestly, I don't know why we had that. It's just something you have to do with CSS files. It's just what you do, so don't worry about that too much. And then the very last thing is just the link to the file you want to add, which in our case is going to be href, like that. So the href, which is the reference, and it's just going to be assets/style/style.css. Let me just make this a little bit wider like that so you can try and get more code on the screen. I'll also adjust the size of this too. Yeah, this is the path to the style sheet we just created. Remember, we saved it in the assets folder, style, then style.css, okay? And then just close that off like that, okay? So I've closed off my link tag, give that a save, and to know if that works, we need to actually add some style to this. So I'll just say star, which means all, and then say color is red, like that. This is saying to everything on the page, the color is going to be red. So if I refresh the page now, you should see hot dogs has turned red. If you haven't seen the changes take effect, okay, right click and click on inspect. All right, and then click on the console tab, which you'll see right here. Yours might be down the bottom actually like this, okay? In that case, just click on the console tab right here, and you probably see an error. If you see an error about the file not found, it means that your path to that file is wrong. So this part right here, it needs to be fixed. Maybe you spelt something wrong, okay? Or maybe you saved the file in the wrong place, all right? If you have any problems at all, just let me know. But anyway, that's our register page. We've made a start. We've added our HTML structure, and then we've also added some basic style. But we'll be changing this real soon. Don't worry about that. Hey everyone, how's it going? What we're going to do now is actually move on and add some content to our register page now. At the moment, we just have this red hot dogs text, which we did to test that our CSS file was working. So what we're going to do now is actually add some real content to that. So go back to our style sheet and just quickly delete this code. That was just to test it out. We don't need that anymore. So I'm going to save it without any code in there.
So you got an empty file now, and then go back to register.php and get rid of this word hot dogs. As nice as it is, we don't want that. And inside the body tag, we're going to add a div, okay, like that. And let's give this a class now. So class, and classes are just ways that you can identify elements when you want to add style to them or execute JavaScript, for example. So we're going to give this the class of sign in container, like that. All right. And then inside there, we're going to add one more div like this. And this will have the class of column now. So class equals column. Okay, give that a save. And then we'll go and add a little bit of style to this. So if I refresh the page, you obviously won't see anything because we've added two empty divs on there. But what we'll do is go back to our style sheet. Just before we do that, let's copy this sign-in container name because I don't want to type it out again. So I'm copying that name. I'll go back to my style sheet now. And I'm going to say dot and then paste that name there. So this is style that will be applied to any element with the class of sign-in container. That's what the dot means in CSS. It means class, okay? So what we'll do is give this the gray background that you see right here, okay? So we can do that by saying background color like this, and then just say pound sign or hashtag for most of you, and then say EFEFEE. Now I didn't just make that up off the top of my head. I have that written down in front of me as the color that I use for that gray background. Okay, great, we had a background color. Now we need to say height is going to be 100 VH, which means 100% of the view height, which basically just translates to make this cover the whole height of the screen that they're seeing, okay? Underneath that, we're going to say display flex. Now this means we're going to use flexible display, which will allow us to position things inside of this element in certain ways, which you'll see very shortly. But as far as you're concerned at the moment, it just means it's going to take up all of the width it has available on the page, okay? So this is the same as saying width 100% in this current scenario, okay? You'll see that in just a second, though. In fact, you can see that right now. If I refresh the page, you should see something, I believe. So I'm going to refresh that. And you see this grey background right now. Ignore the white border around there. We can fix that. In fact, we can fix it right now if you like. So we'll go back to here. And then right at the top, I'm going to add this style. I'm just going to say HTML, comma, body like this, and this means this is going to apply this style to the HTML element and the body element, you know, this one right here that you see, and then this one as well. I'm just going to get rid of that default margin and padding. So firstly we'll just say height is going to be 100%, and then we're going to say padding is going to be 0, and then finally margin is also going to be 0, like that. Okay, give that a save, refresh the page now, and you should see the space gone away. We've got rid of that margin. I'm not going to explain what all these elements of style mean because this is not an intro to HTML course, so I have to assume that you understand the basics. But if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll be happy to explain this to you, okay? But in the interest of people that already know this or watching the course, I don't want to explain every single beginner concept. Okay, great. Now we're going to style the column element right here. So underneath that, I'll say dot column, all right, and add some style in there. And we'll say background color is going to be pound sign FFF, which is white. We'll then say min height is going to be 300 pixels. I'll explain this in just a second, but with a minimum height of 300 pixels, a maximum height of 100%. And then finally width, width is going to be 450 px, like that. Give that a save, refresh the page now, and you should see something on the page. Yeah, you see this white block, okay? So this is taking up the whole height now, we don't want that. So what I'm going to do is add two elements to the sign-in container style, but I'm not going to do it from our text editor right here. I'm going to do it in the browser so that I can see my changes as I type. So if I right click on the page and then click inspect right here, you see I can go to my sign-in container element right here. So I've clicked on that, and what I'm going to do is say align items center, okay, and then finally justify content also center, like that. And this is basically just align this element vertically and horizontally in the center. So I mentioned before that we're using display flex, and Flexbox has a tendency to use all of the available height and width it has available to it, which is good and bad, but basically we've just told this to, instead of spreading out, use the current dimensions that we specified, and also center yourself horizontally and vertically. Okay, so just a couple more bits of style to the column element now. So I've gone to this column element, and we're going to add a box shadow to this. So we'll say box shadow, okay, and we're going to say RGBA, so RGBA, which is a way of specifying colors, and we're going to say 0, 0, 0, and this is basically specifying the red, green, and blue values of a color, because all colors are made up of red, green, and blue, and then put a comma and then do 0.1. Now, RGBA is red, green, blue, and then alpha, and the alpha just is how transparent you want the color. So we're saying use 0, 0, 0 for red, green, and blue, which is basically saying the color's black, and then we're going to say use 0.1 transparency, so make it very slightly visible. Okay, this is the shadow, we don't want it too much. And then outside the parentheses right there, do a space and put 0, and then a space, and then put 1px, and then finally a space, which we're going to say is 2px, okay? And you can see an ever so slight shadow around that now. It's quite subtle, but it looks quite good. So these extra colors that we just specified are the horizontal offset, the vertical offset, and the blur. So basically, how far across it is vertically, how far across it is horizontally, and then finally the blur, so how how blurry the shadow is. If I click on that and take this number up, you'll see that it's very subtle, but it's blurring ever so slightly. If I bring it down, it's less blur. You'll see. So yeah, that's box shadow. And then that is it for now. But just before we finish, we need to copy our style that we've added, okay? Because if I refresh this page, the style will go away. So we're going to do that by going to this style page right here and click on that link, and it will show me my style sheet. Okay, I'm going to copy all the style on that, so copy everything. Alright, now go back to your style sheet and just replace the whole thing with what you've just copied, okay? Save that, and then refresh the page, and you should still see your style applied, okay? If you refresh the page, it shouldn't go away. You should still see everything you just did. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we added some basic style to our page, so we have this white block in the middle, which is where we're going to add our actual form itself. Okay, so what we'll do now is take a slight break from CSS and let's actually add these text input, these what are they called? These text input fields. That's the word I was looking for. Add these fields to our form. I think it's nice to get a slight break from CSS. So in the register page, we're going to add our actual form itself. So inside the column element, okay, we're going to add a form tag and then close it off like this. I don't know why it's just moved that across to the left, but anyway, I'm going to move that over by pressing tab. Okay, so now it's in line. And then this is our form, and I'm also going to say method equals post. Now this means it's going to submit the form data using the post method, but more on that when we actually go to handle the input, the submission of the form, sorry. So I won't explain that too much right now, but moving on, let's add the actual fields. So we're going to say input, so this is an input tag, alright. And I'm going to say type equals text, like this, which means it's going to be a text input. Now if I refresh the page, you should see an empty text box that I can type into. Doesn't look great, but that's okay. Now let's add a placeholder to this. Let's say placeholder equals equals first name. Now if I refresh this page now, you'll see a placeholder there called first name, and when I start typing, it disappears. So that just tells the user what needs to be in this text box, okay? And the last thing we'll do is just add a name to this, and we'll say name equals first name, like this. Ooh, make sure you spell it right. First name with no space between them. And name is just how we're going to reference this field when we handle the data submission. But don't worry about that just now. Like I said, we'll do more on that when we actually write the code to handle the submission of the form. But anyway, what I'm going to do is copy and paste that to the line below, like that, and I'm going to add this, change this from first name to last name, and also change the placeholder to last name, like that. Okay, I'm going to paste it again below, like that, and this one's going to be username, okay, and I'm going to change this placeholder to username also. Now if I refresh the page, you should see 3 of those on the page, first name, last name, and username text boxes. Great. I'm going to copy and paste that again to the line below, but I'm going to change this one from type text to type email, like that. The name is going to be email as well, and then the placeholder is going to be email. Alright, copy and paste that to the line below, and this is going to be email 2 right there. This type stays as email, don't change that to email 2, okay? Name has to be email 2, and then placeholder is going to be confirm email, like that, because this is the text box where they're going to enter their email again, and we're going to make sure that it matches, okay? Now copy and paste that again to the line below, and this one's going to be type password, and then the name is going to be password like that, and then the placeholder is just going to be password as well. Then copy and paste this one more time below. I know this is getting boring now, the copying and pasting, but just the last one, bear with me. This will be password 2, and then finally the placeholder will be confirm password, like that. Alright, if I refresh that page now, you should see a bunch of text boxes on there, and we need the button as well. I did forget to add that, so I know I said that's the last copy and paste, but this is the last copy and paste. Alright, so copy and paste one of those to the line below, and the type is going to be submit, and then the name is going to be submit password like that, and then we're not going to have a placeholder because buttons don't have placeholders. They have values instead, so value equals submit. I'm going to do it in all caps, but you can see how that's going to look. Feel free to change that to whatever you want though. So there we go, we have a form. You can enter your data and click submit, and it will submit it. Although we're not handling the submission, it's still submitting it. And you'll notice that we have type email on these email address ones. That's because if I try and submit the form without specifying an email address, it's going to say please include an @ in the email address, because it knows that email addresses need an @ in there. So in order for me to submit this form, I'd need to add an @ and do something like that. Okay. So same with password. If I start typing in there, you won't see them because we said type equals password on that right there. Okay. So one more thing we'll do, we want to make it so they can't submit this form unless they fill in all the boxes. And that's real easy. We just add a required at the end. Oh, required. Man, I can't spell today. Required like that. So I've added it just to the first name for now, but that's just because I want to show you. If I refresh the page, you're seeing this pop up because when you refresh a page with a form on it, if the form's just been submitted, it will attempt to resubmit the form with the same data. For now, don't worry about that. You can click cancel or continue, or you can just refresh the page manually by clicking on the URL bar right here and then clicking enter to refresh it. It doesn't matter too much, but anyway, if I don't enter anything in the first name box and try and submit the form like this, you're going to get this pop-up saying please fill in this field, because we've said that first name is a required field, so we need to have data in there in order for the form to submit. Okay, so we want to do that with the others as well. So paste that required onto the other tags like that. Okay, and all the inputs except from the button, because a button can't have any input. Now if I refresh the page, you'll see if I try and submit it, we get this one. Okay, great, I'll add some data there. If I submit it again, this one now needs something. So it's going to do it for all of them. Okay, they all need something. So that's it. We've created a very basic form right now, and we haven't handled the input yet. So we'll do that next. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we created this empty form right here. We haven't styled it yet, and we haven't handled the input. So just before we get back to styling the form and making it look like this, we're going to actually just write a little bit of PHP code just so I can show you how you handle data submissions. So go back to your register.php page, and then inside the at the top right there, we're going to create a PHP block like this. You close a PHP block using the question mark and the angle bracket like that. And anytime you see this, it means that inside there you can write PHP code. Okay, so inside PHP block is where all your PHP code's going to go. So we're just going to say if parentheses and then is set like this. I'll explain this in just a second. Then we're going to say $_ post in all capitals, square bracket, double quotes. Again, bear with me, I'll explain this. And then just say submit button like this. Okay, and then put curly brackets on the end of that too. So what have we just done? So we're saying that if something is set, then we're going to do some code in here. Now, what we're checking is this $_ post, which is basically how you check all the post data that was submitted. Remember, our form has method equals post. That's because it's going to submit the data using the post method. All right. So anything we submit in this form, so any input we type out in here, will be inside this post array. All right. Don't worry about that too much. You'll explain. Don't worry about that too much. You'll see how that works in one of the coming videos where we actually do stuff with this. But basically, we want to check that the submit button is in there, because if the submit button is in there, it means the form was submitted. Now, the submit button we're calling it that because down at the bottom by our submit button, we've gave it the name of submit button, or we should have. I notice it says submit password. So let me just fix that. It should say submit button like that. But basically, this submit button needs to match what we check in here. So make sure this string right here matches exactly with what you have in here. Same with the uppercase and lowercase letters too. Okay, otherwise it won't work. So inside the if statement, we're just going to say echo form was submitted like that. Okay, give that a save, refresh the page. Oh, I'm going to refresh it this way. I'm going to enter some text in these because remember we can't submit the form without entering stuff in there. Okay, so this needs to be an email, remember, and same for that one. And then password doesn't matter, and then password again. If I press submit now, you'll see form was submitted. It echoed that because it found it. And if I refresh the page without submitting the form, well, actually, I'm going to refresh the page using the Command R or refresh button like this, and show you that this, if I press continue, it's going to submit the form with the exact same data. You see, we still see the form submitted. So when you see this, it means it's going to resubmit the form with exactly the same input as it just had. Okay, but if I refresh the page like this using the enter button on my URL bar, you'll see it goes away. Okay, because no form data has been submitted. So yeah, when we haven't submitted the form, we don't get anything. When we did submit the form, we got this if statement was hit. So that's how we're going to know when we've submitted something to this form. Okay. So we'll come back to this and we'll actually do stuff with this. We'll take the values from the text box, so you know the text that they entered, and do stuff with those. But for now, I just wanted to give you a little preview of how we're going to handle the data submission. Yeah, we'll go back to the styling in the next video, make it look a bit nicer, and then we'll come back and actually handle the submission of this form. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have this form on the page, we're going to actually write some CSS code now to make it look nicer because it doesn't look great at the moment. So go back to our style sheet like this, and inside there we're going to write some an empty style block. So we'll say column and then form like this. So I've said dot column, which means the element with the class column, and then I've said just form on its own. So we're targeting the form tag that's inside of the column element. Okay, and in fact I'm going to show you this in the browser so that you can see it as I type. So basically we've added an empty style block now, and that means that when I go back to here, refresh the page, and if I right click on the page and click inspect, you'll be able to see that now. So if I click on the form element itself, you'll see our empty block right here. If you don't see it, give the cache a refresh, so clear the browser cache and you should see it. But anyway, inside there I'm going to type my code now. So I'm just going to say display flex, okay, and you see he's pushed them all the way along there, which isn't great, I know, but underneath that we're then going to say flex direction is going to be column like that. Okay, so look what that's done. Display flex, like I said, tells it to use up all the available space it has, but then by saying flex direction column, it means it's going to use up all the available space it has but downwards like this, and stack them on top of each other, okay, in one column sort of thing. So now the elements inside there are taking up all the width they have available to them, so that's great. And then let's write some more code now. So instead of going back to here and adding an empty block again, what I'm going to do is click on the style button right there, style.css file, and I can actually add my style from here. So right there, I'm going to scroll down and add it. If you didn't know how to get to it from there, you could just go to the sources tab and then open this file by, for me it's Command P like that, and then type in style.css and I can get to my style sheet that way. But anyway, what I'm going to do is say column and then form, and then I'm just going to say input like that, and then angle brackets type equals text like this. I'm going to copy that line, okay, put a comma and paste it below, okay, and then do it one more time, so comma, paste it below, and I'm going to change one of these to email and then one of these to password. So we need to target these differently, so one at a time, rather than targeting all the inputs, because remember the submit button is also an input. There's many different types of input in HTML, so we want to say the text input, the email input, and the password input is going to have the following style. We want them all to look the same, so all these password, email, and text type inputs should look the same. So what we're going to do is say font size is going to be 14 pixels. You can see it's made the text there a bit bigger. We're then going to say margin is going to be 10 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 0 on the left and right. So what I've done is I've said 10px space 0, and that means it's going to say 10 pixels on the top and bottom, 0 on left and right. So you can see there's nothing on the sides there, but on the top and bottom there is this gap now. I'll then say border is going to be none. So it's got rid of the none like that. It's got rid of that border that was around the text box before. And then finally, we're going to add a border on the bottom though. So border bottom is going to be 1px solid, so 1 pixel wide border, a solid line, and then also we're going to say DE, 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 like that, which is a greyish kind of colour, okay? So you can see we've got a line on the bottom of those inputs now. So again, this is what we're trying to recreate right here, okay? Great, so that's our text box is styled. Now the last input to style is this submit button. So we're going to go underneath, and I'm going to say column like that, and then form, and then input, square brackets, and then type equals submit, because it's submit type input. And then we're going to make the button blue like this, okay? So background color is going to be, and I've got the color we're using here, so £, and then 4285F4. So that's the color combination that we're going to use. Feel free to replace this with any color you want, but that's just the color I'm using. And then underneath that, I'm going to say color, which is the text color, is going to be white. So $FFF like that, and you can see that's gone white now. The height of the button, height is going to be 36 pixels like that, and then the width is going to be 88 pixels. I've got these values written down. These are just values I've played around with and I like them, so you can change these if you want to. There's a slight border on there right now. It's very faint, but you might still be able to see it. So we're going to say border is going to be none like that, so no border. But we are going to say a border radius, which basically just means it's going to round the corners. I'm going to say 3px. So you can see it's rounded the corners ever so slightly now. We'll then say font weight is going to be 500. So you can see it's made the font a bit thicker. That's what font weight is, it's how thick it is. We're then going to say margin dash top like that. Margin top is going to be 10 pixels, so a bit of a space on the top. And then finally, margin bottom is going to be 20 pixels. You could have done this in one margin call, I know, but this is fine. 10 pixels on top, 20 pixels on the bottom, just to create some space right there. And that is it for the inputs. We've styled it exactly like that. It doesn't look the same at the moment, but bear with me. But I have realized I've forgotten to actually give this a font size. So let's say underneath that, font size is going to be 16 pixels like that. Okay, so make it a bit bigger. So take all that, so I'm pressing Control A, or Command A I should say, I'm copying all of the code, okay, so I copied that, go back to my style sheet and replace everything like that, okay. Give the page a refresh and you should still see your style, okay, which I do. Alright, so that's it, we've made a good start on our input form styling, so let's continue that in the next video. Hey guys, how's it going? So last time we styled these input fields right here and this button. What we're going to do now though is continue styling this to make it look a bit more like this. So the very first thing we'll do is add some padding here, because at the moment the inputs go right up to the edge of the this column here and it doesn't look very good. So we're going to add some spacing there, and it's real simple. That's just one CSS line. So I'm going to do it in the browser so you can see it. So I've right clicked, I've clicked inspect just to open this developer tools, and then what I'm going to do is go in and find the column element, this one right here, so column, and I'm just going to add one piece of style to this. It's just going to be some padding, and we're going to add 20px for 20 pixels on the top and bottom, and on the left and right we're going to add 35 pixels like that. Alright, so 20px, 35px, and you can see that's added some space around there. Great. So we're going to take that line, we're going to copy it and move it back to our code. So I mean, you could just write that out manually, it's just one line, but yeah, just take that, move it back to your CSS file, so in the column style right there, paste it below, give it a save, and let's just refresh the page, double check we still see it. I'm not still seeing it, and I can see it's not in my style sheet, so obviously I need to clear the browser cache, and it's there we go. Okay, so moving on to the next thing, let's make a start on this top part right here, this header section, if you want to call it that. So we need an element here for the title almost, and some little like subtitle underneath. So go back to our register.php page and let's add that now. And something I should have mentioned before, if I'm speaking too fast for you or too slow, you can adjust the speed of this video playback to suit your needs. So if you want me to slow it down a little bit, just slow the video down. Alternately, if you want me to speed up, or maybe I'm going too slow for you, just speed up the video. I know a lot of people message me and tell me I'm speaking too fast, and I also get a lot of people messaging me telling me I'm speaking too slow. So it's very difficult to meet everyone's needs. So I try and speak at a neutral pace and allow you guys to change the speed yourselves. But anyway, so we're going to add a header section here. So in this column div, just before the form, we're going to go and add another div, and this is going to have the class header like that. And then inside there, we're going to add our title, and this is going to be an H3, so a header level 3. And let's just say sign up like that. Maybe you want to uppercase that U. I guess that might be the best thing to do. But anyway, so there's our title, and we're going to do a subtitle underneath. I'm going to do this in a span, but you could do this in a header element as well if you wanted to, maybe an H4 or something. But I'm just going to do a span because it's not really a subtitle, I guess. But anyway, I'm going to say continue to Reese Flicks like that, and then close my span off as well. So give that a save, and when we refresh the page, we should see some unstyled text now. We do. It doesn't look great, I know, but we'll get to that. So there we go. We have our title and subtitle almost, and it doesn't look quite like that yet, but there isn't too much to add, thankfully. So I'm going to right click on this part and click inspect. I'm going to do it in the browser just so you can see it again. We're going to style this header section first, okay? So this header part, we're just going to give it some padding on the top and bottom. So to do that, we just have to say padding 20 px and then 0 like that. We don't want any padding on left and right. That's taken care of already by this padding. So we just want padding on the top and bottom. And if you hover over the element, you can see what padding's been applied, that green space, okay? So I'm going to copy that padding style, go back to my CSS file, and let's add that. So right to the bottom, I'm going to say dot column, and then dot header. That's the class of the element we are targeting, and just paste that in there, and then refresh the page, and you should see still see your style. Great. All right, let's click on the H3 element now. Let's style that. So I'm going to say font size is going to be 24 px. Obviously, you can change any of this as you want, but these are just the values I'm going to use. And then font weight is going to be 400 like that. Line height, so the actual height of each line in this text element, although we only have the one line, I'm just going to say line height is going to be 32 pixels like that. We want to get rid of this margin as well that's on there. See the default orange space, because header elements have margins by default. We can get rid of that, so it's real easy. We just say margin 0. Okay, we're going to handle the spacing ourselves, so we're just going to say padding top. So padding dash top is going to be 16 pixels, px like that. So you can see we've added some space on the top there, and this is going to be the space you see before the image right there. So we don't have an image logo yet, but that's going to be the space that's going to be between there. So that's why we're adding some padding on top, and we don't want any padding on the bottom because we want this text here to stay fairly close to it. And then the very last thing is just say color is going to be black, which is 000. Okay. Obviously, the text was already black, so we didn't really need to add that, but it's good to explicitly specify our color in case you add something later on which changes the text. Maybe you add some Bootstrap library or something like that, and it might override some, and it might set some colors, but if you specify the color manually, it wouldn't override that. So anyway, I'm going to copy all that new CSS file CSS text we added. I can't even speak probably. I'm going to copy the CSS text we added. I'm going to go back to style.css right here, and let's add that style. So I'm going to say dot column, and then you can just say h3 like that, and paste that in there, and give that a save. If you wanted to, you could specify header as well, just go into a bit more detail like that, but it doesn't really matter because I don't think we have any more column elements anywhere else in the course. But anyway, we should still see it if I click on this, and we do. Yeah, great. So the very last thing we need to do, well, two things we need to do, one of which is to change the font style because this is not a nice font, and the second is to just add one piece of style to this bottom part here, and this is the span, okay, and all we're going to do is change the font size. So font size is just going to be 14 pixels. Okay, so it's a bit smaller. But anyway, I'm gonna copy that. I'll go back to here and do something very similar to what we did above, but I'm just going to say column and then span like that. In fact, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to say I will specify header, because if we didn't specify header there, this would apply to any spans in the column, and because column is this whole white element here, there could be anything, maybe these things down here. We could add spans later on, so I will specify some extra detail there. So I will add dot header. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Dot header like that. So column, header, span, okay, like that, and give that a save. Refresh the page, and that, oh, that's the wrong page. Refresh the page. I think it looks pretty good. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We still have the style applied. So let's fix that font style, shall we? So when specifying a font style, you just need to set the font family, and since we're not using custom fonts, well, in this course anyway, we can just take one of the built-in font families or the font styles. Rather than typing it all out, I'll give you a little spoiler. It's what I usually just go to Google and literally just Google font family like that, and you'll see usually this top one from W3 Schools. I'll just copy one of these that I like. So I'll take this, okay, rather than typing all this out. I can never remember the names of all these fonts. You notice how like this one's uppercase, whereas this one's lowercase letters. I don't know if they're case sensitive. I don't know if that matters, but usually I just copy this every time. So I wouldn't worry about remembering that. Anyway, I'll scroll to the top of my CSS. Usually, because this is going to apply to the whole site, I usually put the style that applies to everything near the top. But anyway, I'm going to say star, so that means all, so everything on the page, and just paste that in there. And let's refresh the page and see if it looks any better. And it does. And one thing I'm also going to do though is change the default font color for our whole site. I notice how this is completely black. Well, I want to set this to a very slightly lighter version of the black. So go back to here, and in the all part again, we're going to say color, and then we're going to do £, then 333. So it's like a grey, but it's like a dark grey, so it's only ever so slightly different than black. If you look very carefully, you notice how it went a little bit lighter, and I like this. And if you look at many popular sites like Facebook and Google and YouTube, they don't actually use the black font color, like a true black color. They use this slightly lighter than black color. So that's what we're going to do as well. But anyway, I think that's a good place to leave this video. I think I've went on too long already. So we have some space around there now, and we added this header section as well. So next thing is probably to add the image and also this little link at the bottom, and then we can start handling the input as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. So this is what our register page looks like at the moment. It's coming along quite nicely, I'd say, in terms of style. There's a few things left to do though for the style, and one of which is to add the site logo image, which you can see I've done right here. If you don't want to add an image, you can skip this part, or if you already have one, you can use that. But if you want to create an image just like this one, you can just go to a new tab and Google create Netflix logo, like that, I think it is. And then if you go down, there's one link called fontmeme.com, I think it is, fontmeme. Let's see. Yeah, click fontmeme, that's what the name is. Fontmeme.com/Netflix-font. You can type that out manually if you can't find it on Google for some reason. And scroll right down to about here, and you can enter some text in it. Oh, it's already got my text from last time I was here. So you can type in some text. So if you want to type in the name of your site, so for your logo, so chicken nuggets, like that, and then press generate. Leave these things as it is, and it'll create some logo for you like that, which is pretty cool. And then what you can do, you can either right click and save the image directly if you want to save it to your file system, or if you click embed right here, you can actually use the link instead and just put that link into an image tag. So either save and download it, or just use this link, and which means it will be saved to this website, and then every time you load the page, it will go and get the image from here. So if you want to save it, you're going to right click, click save image as, and it will give you somewhere to save it. Once you save it to your machine, we're going to move that into our site's file structure. So if I go back to here, open up my site folder in the htdocs part, like that. So we have this assets folder that we created last time, which has our style in. We're going to create a new folder inside the assets folder called images. Like I said, if you're using the URL and you're not downloading the image, you don't have to do this part. But Anyway, what I'm going to do, I have it saved to my desktop, not the chicken nuggets one, the Reese Flicks one, and we're just going to drag that into the images part right there. That's okay, that's just my iCloud. So anyway, I've just put logo.png, I've called it, call it whatever you want, into the assets images folder. So now then, and what we want to do is actually add that image to our page. So in register.php, underneath this span here, I'm going to say img and then src, which is the source of the image file. So that's going to be assets slash images slash the name of it, which is logo.png, like that, and then close that image tag off. And if we refresh the page now, keep in mind it's not styled, so it's not going to look great at the moment. It might be huge. Yep, we have our image though. And actually, I just remembered that shouldn't be there. That should be above all that stuff. I don't really know what I was thinking. So take that and move it above to here, like that. All right, so above the H3 element, refresh the page, and it's there now. So what I was saying before is if you use this link instead, you can take that and you literally just have to put it inside the source, like that. No, like that. Okay, you wouldn't even have to save it and do the whole assets images file thing. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see chicken nuggets. But yeah, I don't want that logo. As nice as the name chicken nuggets is for a video streaming website, I'm gonna leave it as my Reeseflix one, and I've saved it to my images folder. It's entirely up to you. So we're gonna add this. We're gonna add a title to this image equals. I'm just gonna say logo like that, and I'll show you what that does in just a second. Then we're also going to add an alt because that's always good too. We're going to say site logo like that. And the reason we add those, title is when you hover over it, you get this, let me see, yeah, that little pop-up right there with the name inside. Okay, that's good. It adds some context to people. And then the alt is if this ever can't load. So if I just show you, if I just change the name, don't copy this out, just watch me do it. If I change the name to something that doesn't exist, you'll see we have this little broken image link, but then we've also got some text next to it, so the user knows what was there or what is supposed to be there. Okay, so instead of just seeing an empty image, they see the text we added for the alt text, so they gives them a bit of context and they know what should have been there. Doesn't matter too much, obviously, because usually this should always work, but that's just a good habit to get into. But anyway, there's our image. So let's just add a little bit of style to this, and by a little bit I mean one thing. So all we're going to do is add a width of 100 px. That's it. Makes it real small like that. So depending on the size of your image, you might want to play around with this and change the width or whatever as you see fit. Now when you specify the width only and don't specify a height, it will resize the width to be this much, and it will resize the height automatically to keep it in the same aspect ratio that it was. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, I'm going to copy that style width 100%. I'm going to go back to my style sheet, and I'm going to scroll down to the bottom, and I'm just going to add that style. So column, and then header, and then img like that. So the image inside the header element, inside the column element. Give that a save, and we should see that still. And we don't, so I'm going to refresh the, I'm going to clear the cache, and we see my changes now. Great. So, like I said, you may already have your logo, so you may want to use that instead, or you may not want to use logo at all, but hopefully that will help those of you who do want to use a logo and maybe want to use one, even for the time being, that looks just like this. Hey everyone, how's it going? So, we're nearly done with the styling of our page right now. There's only one more element to add, and that is the link right here, which takes the user to a login page or back to the register page if they want. So, what we're going to do is go back to our register.php file, and underneath this closing form tag right at the bottom, so right down there, underneath the closing form tag, let's add an anchor tag. So this is a link element, a hyperlink. I'm going to say href, and this is going to be the place where the link is going to take the user. So we just want to go to login.php. Of course, we don't have this file yet, but we'll create that in time. And we're also going to give it a class of sign in message like that. Okay. Close that off, and the text of the link is going to be already have an account ? Oh, let's maybe spell account correctly. And then already have an account, sign in here like that, and close off the anchor tag. Don't forget to add that closing anchor tag. So if we refresh the page now, you should see your little link there. So let's add some style to that, just to make it look a little bit nicer. And there's only 2 things to add. Don't worry about this white space right here. We're going to fix that very shortly. So the only things we're going to add are font size is going to be 14 pixels, and then font weight is going to be 400, like that. So we're just specifying a font weight for it, but so a thickness of the font. But anyway, I'm going to copy those 2. Go back to our style sheet, scroll right to the bottom, and let's just say, oh, not in there, underneath that, let's say sign in message. We can just access that one directly and then paste that in there. Okay, so just paste those 2 in there, and let's refresh our page and make sure we still see that style, and we do. If you want to get rid of the underline, then you can just say text decoration none, like that. Give that a save, and that will get rid of the underline from here. So you've got no underlines. It's entirely up to you though whether you want that or not. But anyway, that's styled. So yeah, so for those of you that want to get rid of this white space right here, I'm about to make all your dreams come true. We can do that with just one piece of style. So we're going to go to the column style in our style.css file and add the style right there. We're just going to add box sizing is going to be border box. So what this does is it means the width of the item and the height is going to be calculated while taking into account the padding. So here we've told this element to take 450 pixels width, for example, but we've also specified some padding, so it will give it 450 pixels width, but it also add on 35 pixels either side for the padding, so it becomes more than that. Whereas now with this we've said the width needs to be 450 pixels, so it will make the width that, but it will take into account this when calculating it to be that, so it won't be any more than 450 pixels. So give that a save, and let's take a look what we see. So I'm going to refresh the page, and it looks good so far. I'm going to resize this window, and so I can scroll down to there still. So maybe I need to refresh the cache, clear the cache actually. Let me try that. So I've cleared the cache. Did I do that? Yeah, cleared the cache, and we still see it. So what I'm going to do is move that box size in border box into scroll up and add it underneath here for all. We always wanted to do that, thinking about it. So we're going to leave that there in the all style. Refresh that, and actually I've realized what we didn't do. We didn't add an overflow here. Well, I say we, I mean me, not you guys. You guys should have told me. No, we didn't add an overflow to this element. So what we need to do is go to our column element right here and say overflow -y, which is a vertical overflow, and say auto, like that, which will mean scroll if you need to. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see it looks pretty good. I can't scroll this page down, but I can scroll this element here. But if the page is big enough to display it, there's no scroll bar there. So auto just means if you need it, give yourself a scroll bar. So yeah, that's fixed that. So do still keep this box size in border box. That's still something we should have done. And I think we did need to do that as well as the overflow. So both of those 2 things would have fixed what we were just seeing. So yeah, keep that there. But also we added this overflow Y auto so that it will scroll vertically if it needs to. Okay, and that is it, I think. Let me just compare it with this one. So there's a little bit of space underneath on there. If you want to do that, you can do that by adding some margin top to the form. So I can show you right now. Just go to the form and type in padding top is 24 pixels. I think I used that on the other one. So give that a save and refresh that, and you should see some space there. So but yeah, feel free to leave that part out if you don't want it. And yeah, that looks pretty good, I'd say. Hey everyone, how's it going? What we're going to do now is copy and paste all the code from this register.php page into the login.php page. So the login page is going to be very, very similar. If I click to here, you'll see it's pretty much the same thing, just less input fields. So we're going to copy everything from here. So I'm copying all the code from register.php. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to save this as login.php. So in the root of my folder, so login.php, like that. give it a save. I've pasted it all in there, give it a save. And what we're going to do as well though is change some things. So one of them is the sign up header. We're going to change this to sign in, like that. And then what else are we going to do? We don't need the first name or last name input, so get rid of both of those. We just want to keep the username one and the password one, so get rid of the 2 email ones, and then get rid of the confirm password one, and then keep the submit button as well. All right. The thing that, and then the link at the bottom, which takes them to the login or register page, we can change that. So on the login page, we don't want to go to login.php. We want to go to register.php. Okay, and then it's to keep the class the same, and then this isn't going to be this text. It's going to be get rid of all that. So we're going to say need an account ? And then sign up here. Okay. I think that's it for now. Yeah, that's it for now. Let's go back to here, refresh the page, and let's click on go back to our one, and click on the link here. It should take us to the login page, and you can see there we go. And I'll click it again and make sure we go back to the register page, which we do. Great. I think that's all we need to change. If I've missed anything, we'll just change those as we go, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Hey everyone, welcome back. So that's it. We're done with the styling now, aside from some little pieces of style that we'll do in the upcoming videos, but they're just like one-liners, so it's nothing to worry about. Yeah, now it's time to get onto the good stuff. So you did great getting through that. Give yourselves a pat on the back, and it's finally time to write some PHP code. So let's go back to our text editor, and in fact, let me just explain what we're going to be doing first before we just start writing some code. So what we're going to do is actually handle this input. You know, the user's trying to register here. When they type in their details and click submit, we need to take those details and insert them into our database, because remember, we created this users table before, but obviously there's nothing in there at the moment. So what we're going to do is handle the input from the user, take their data, check it's okay, and then insert it into the database if it is. All right, so let's do that. So you remember I briefly explained to you that this part here will handle a form submission. So if they submit that form, the code in here will execute, and in our case it will just echo this, but we don't want that anymore, so get rid of that. Instead, what we want to do is take the details they've entered from each of the text boxes and do something with them. So what exactly do we want to do? Well, there are a couple of things. Firstly, we want to make sure there's no HTML tags in them. So we don't want to let the user sign up with a name that looks like this, for example, like something like that, because that's an HTML tag and it can cause some rendering issues down the line. So we want to make sure there's no HTML tags or anything like that, nothing that shouldn't be there. And also we want to do things like I'd change the first letter of their name to uppercase. So if I type this is my name, we want to take that and then convert the first letter to uppercase like that. So just some little things like that before we then process that data. So let's start with that. It's actually real simple, but what I'll do is just show you how to get data from the text field. So let's create a variable called first name. That's what the $ does in PHP, for those who don't know. If maybe this is your first time working with PHP, the $ in PHP is how you create a variable or an object. All right, so in this case I'm creating a first name variable, and I'm going to say it's equal to $_post, like this, square brackets, and inside there we're going to put the name of the input field we want. And because it's the first name, we're going to take this one here, so name equals first name. So copy that part, go up to here, paste it in there, and that should be it. So in fact, I'll just show you what will happen when I echo this out. You don't have to copy this out or anything, you can just watch me do this because it's pretty self-explanatory. But if I type in Reese, Jenny, some username, doesn't matter, some email, has to contain an at, and again, just to show you what will happen if I output this, if I submit the form, I should say, it will output Reese, because that's what I entered into their text box. Great, so I'll get rid of that, we don't need that echo. Nope, just the echo part, we don't want to get rid of that. So that's great, we've taken that, but like I said, we want to do something to this first. So we want to make sure that the first character is uppercase, get rid of the HTML tags, like I just explained. So what we'll do is we will write a function underneath, and we're going to move this function into a class in an upcoming video, so don't worry about that. It won't stay here. I just want to show you the function here, and then we'll take this and put it into its own class in just a little bit. But bear with me for just a second. We're going to create a function. It's going to be called sanitize form string like this, and this is what we're doing at the moment. We're sanitizing the input. Okay, so this function is going to take it one parameter, and it's just going to be input text like that. That's the parameter, and all we're going to do is say input text equals, and we're going to strip underscore tags. This is a built-in PHP function which will remove HTML tags from any string. So input text. So now it's taken the input text, it's removed the tags, and it's assigned it back to this variable. Underneath that, we're also going to remove any spaces from the input text, because if they sign up with their first name like this, and maybe they accidentally had a space underneath, underneath afterwards, you know what I mean, and then maybe they do one before or something like that, or maybe they do more than one, maybe they do like that. We want to get rid of those, so it would just be the text left over. Okay, so we're going to remove all the spaces from their name, equals str underscore replace like this, put a space in there, and then I'll do a comma. I'll explain this in just a second. Let me just finish typing it out first. So what we're doing is we're saying str replace, string replace, is a built-in PHP function which will replace a string or any occurrences of a string with another string. So it's going to look inside of this string we have here, which in my case was just the text Reese, and it's going to look for this first one, and it's going to replace it with whatever we put in here. Okay, so in this case we're just putting an empty string, so saying replace any spaces with an empty string. Now some of you are probably thinking, why do we want to remove spaces from someone's name? Some people have certain names that have spaces in them. So if you don't want to do this, it's completely up to you. If you don't want to do this, but instead you only want to remove spaces from before or after, you can use the trim function instead. So instead of that, you would use you do the same thing. Let me just copy. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to copy it out, but you would do this instead. Oh, in fact, I'm getting rid of that. I'm going to start typing this line over. You would say trim like this, and inside there we're going to put our thing like that, our input text, and what this will do is it remove any spaces from before or after the string, but it will keep all the spaces from inside the string. So it's completely up to you what you want to do, whether you want to just remove the all the spaces or remove just the ones from before or after. Entirely up to you. So I'll leave that for you to decide. And then the very last thing we said we were going to do is to uppercase the first letter of the name. So if they type in this is their name, we want to take that and uppercase the first letter. So there is a function in PHP called UC_first, which will uppercase the first character. But before we do that, we want to make sure all the other characters are lowercase. So a real simple way we're going to do it is just to lowercase everything in the string. So str to lower is another built-in PHP function which converts a string to all lowercase, and then pass in the string you want to do that to, which in our case is just input text. And then finally uppercase the first character, which is simply UC_first, that function I just mentioned, which uppercases the first character. So the reason we're lowercasing it all first is because what if they enter a name like this in all caps or something like that? To uppercase the first character, we first need to lowercase everything, and ultimately what if they do a name like this, lowercase first character, and then everything else uppercase. If we didn't, I can't even spell my own name here. If we, oh my goodness, if we didn't lowercase everything first, it would just uppercase the first character and it would become this. So we lowercase everything first and then uppercase the first character. Again, some names have uppercase letters inside of them, so I'll leave this up to you whether you want to do this or not. Maybe you're from a country where many names have uppercase letters inside of them, but I'm going to leave it where I uppercase the first letter of their string. But like I said, you can leave this out completely and just leave it to the user to uppercase their own letters, okay? Entirely up to you. And the very last thing is just return this input text. That's it now. So return input text. So what have we just done? We've created a function which is going to sanitize the input and then give it back to them in its new sanitized form. So all we need to do is call that function and pass in this value right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste this name here. I'm going to put brackets there or parentheses and leave that in there. So we're passing this into the function, and then first name is going to contain the sanitized version of the string. And what I'll also do actually is echo that for you, just so you can see. You don't have to do this part if you don't want to, or you can just to check it worked. But I'll go back to here. Now, because I just submitted the form, if I press refresh, it's going to allow me to resubmit it with the same values, so I won't have to enter that again, okay? So you can see now it's uppercase the first character. I can test it out. I'll even do it with something else. In fact, I'll do a lowercase, I'll do an uppercase there, and uppercase, a lowercase, and I'll do another one like that. And you should see it still come out looking like this in just a second. So I've got to fill all this in. Oh man, I'm getting tired of this now. There we go. Oh, I think I need to put that on there. And I'll put a password in. Okay, and you can see I just submitted the form and it looks exactly the same, but it has done it just as we expected. So yeah, that's a real short introduction to how we're going to sanitize form strings. That's the longest one because we were uppercasing the first character, and I also explained all these different variations to you. But the others, we're going to breeze through them. I think we'll be able to get through all the other fields in the next video alone. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we sanitized this first name input because like I said before, we have to sanitize it before we're going to process it and make sure it's okay for entering into the database. So we wrote a function last time called sanitize form string, and I mentioned briefly before we're going to move this into a separate class. So we're going to do that in this video, and then we can reuse this for every single one of the inputs, the last name, username, email, for example. So let's create a new file, and we're going to create a new class now, and we're going to do that in a different folder. We're going to create a new folder inside this inside the root of our site called includes. Okay, and inside the includes folder, we're going to create another folder, classes. So includes classes, and this is where we're going to save it, inside the classes folder, and the name's going to be form sanitizer.php. Now for those of you who don't know, the convention is to give classes an uppercase name in the first as an uppercase letter, sorry, as the first letter in the name. So notice how I'm calling this form sanitizer, yet the other files so far I've had lowercase letters for the first letter. So for a class, use an uppercase character as the first letter. Okay, it won't affect the whether it works or not. It doesn't affect the behavior of it, but it's just the convention. So there we go. I've created a class. I've opened a PHP block so that we can use some PHP in here. I'm going to say class and then form sanitizer, like that. It's also a convention to use the same class name as the file it's called to, so it just makes things easier. So form sanitizer. Okay. Some of you might not have used classes before, so if this starts to get a bit complicated for you, just let me know. I can't explain every part of object-oriented programming because many people who watch these videos have already seen it, and they would just get very put off by the slow pace. So I'll try and go at like a medium pace, and if you need more information, just send me a message, and I'll be happy to walk you through it if you need some more help. Okay? So underneath there, inside that block, I should say, we're going to create a public static function, and in fact this is where we're going to copy and paste the other one. So just write public static function, go back to register.php and take this part right here, this whole function. Okay, I've grabbed it all, I've gone back to here, I'm going to paste it there, and I realized I've got two function names now, so get rid of one of them. So public static function, and this is the exact same thing as we just wrote. So why is it static? Well, static functions just mean you don't need to create an instance of the class in order to call it. So that means we can use this function without having to create an instance of the class, like this, for example. Form sanitizer, fs equals new form sanitizer. We don't have to do that first and then say fs, and then the name of the function, which was sanitizer. We don't have to do this. That right here is creating an instance of the class. So because it's a static function, we don't need to create an instance, and we can just call it directly. Okay. So you often make a static class if the function, or the class instance I should say, doesn't need to refer to itself like an instance. Maybe if you have variable names up here like a name or something like that, then you would need to use non-static functions for that. Okay, but because we don't need anything else in this class, we can just make this a static function. So if that didn't make much sense to you, don't worry about it too much. You really don't need to worry about that. But like I said, let me know if I can explain that to you any further. Okay, so as of now, the way we have it, this is not going to work anymore. If I refresh the page, you're going to see an error because it doesn't know anything about this function anymore. So what we need to do is access form sanitizer and then call the function. So it's real simple, don't worry. Go back to the register.php page. I've copied that class name. and just say form sanitizer : : so there's two of them, and then the form name. So we're saying access the form sanitizer class and call the static function sanitize form string. Sorry, I'm having trouble speaking today. So yeah, that's what the double colon means. It represents a static function or property, okay? So this still won't work. If I refresh it again, it's still not going to work. And you're thinking, why does that not work? Well, that's because we haven't actually added a reference to this class, so it doesn't know where to look for this function, okay? So again, a real simple thing to fix. So at the top of this page, we can just add a reference to this class. So we can just say require underscore once, like that, and then inside there, put the link to the file you want to include. And ours is in the includes / classes, and the file is form sanitizer.php. This is the link to the file we just made. Remember, we saved it. Oh, that's a spelling mistake. Remember, we saved it in the includes. Let me spell that right. Includes folder, and then inside the classes folder, and the file was called form sanitizer.php. So let's give that a save now and refresh the page, and we should see that it's fine. There's no errors on the page, and yeah, we're all good. We can start using that now. So that's great. We're calling that. Now the next thing to do is just to write the other form sanitizing functions, because we want to sanitize certain things differently depending on what type of input they are. But don't worry, this is the longest one. We're basically going to copy and paste this, change the name, and delete some of these lines. So it's going to be really, really quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. So last time we created this sanitize form string function, which is going to be sanitizing the first name and the last name strings. But I did mention that we're also going to do a separate sanitation function for the username, the email fields, and also the password fields, because we're going to be doing slightly different things for them. But it's very, very similar. In fact, I mentioned that you can just copy and paste this, and we'll just be changing some lines. So let's do that. Copy this function we wrote last time, and underneath that, I'm going to paste that below. And then I'm going to change the name from sanitize form string to sanitize form username, like that. Okay, and this is real simple. We're going to delete everything except from the top two lines, because we don't want to let them have spaces in their username, and also we always want to strip the tags out. And that's it. That's done. So we're going to copy that again, paste it below. This one's going to be sanitize form. Let's just do the password, okay, and just replace this line, the one that replaces any spaces from their password, and then we don't really want to change anything on their password, because you know, they can't see it as they're typing. If we change stuff without them knowing, they won't be able to log in. We still want to strip the tags out, because this is for security reasons, whereas taking spaces out isn't really so much for security, so that's okay. And then the very last thing to do is the email one, and in fact it's going to be identical to this username function, so copy that one again and paste that below, and then just change this to sanitize form email. So you're probably wondering why we aren't just reusing the same functions for these, and the reason we are doing this with, like, you know, two identical functions pretty much is because we may want to add different sanitation methods as we go later on. So maybe you want to add and do different sanitation for passwords or emails or something like that. So by separating them into their own functions, you can then come back and add to these later without affecting the rest of them. If you wanted to rework this and use the same function, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm just going to separate them into 4 functions so that we can, you know, you're in a position to add to it later if you want to, okay? So that's why we're kind of reusing code here, which is, you know, you shouldn't really do that, I guess, very often. But yeah, this is just in case you want to add stuff to it going forward. So the very last thing we're going to do is to copy this line in the register.php page, and we're just going to put all the values into variables. So we'll have last name in here, last name, and this is going to be calling the form string function, so we can keep that as it is and just change this to last name. Remember, this needs to match the name exactly, so whatever your name is here, it needs to match that. So we're in a username now, so it has to match this one. So let's copy and paste that to the line below. Now we have a separate function for the username, so let's do that, okay, and change this to username. So I've changed sanitize form username, I've changed username there, and then I'm finally going to change the variable name to username. All right, I'm going to paste that below, and this is going to be email, okay, and we have a separate function for the emails, and then do that again for email 2, because we have a confirm email one, and the name is just email 2, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, email 2, like that. All right, and then finally we just want the password fields, and then we are done. So this will be password. We have sanitized form password as the function name, and then the name of the field was just password, like that. And then of course we're going to copy and paste that below one more time for the password 2 field. So password 2, keep that as it is there, the function name, and then the name is password 2, I'm pretty sure, and yes, it is. Okay, so that's it. We have our variable names now. What you might want to do is just echo these out to make sure they contain the correct values. What am I doing? First name, like that, and then maybe you want to do the same for last name, for example, and then go ahead and submit the form. Add data to all these fields. Press submit, and you should see your values echoed here. Just to make sure that these do contain the right ones, you're not seeing any errors. Okay. It's worth noting that if you don't put a new line after on all these like this, if you are echoing them out, this is then if you don't do this after each one, then they'll all appear on the same line. So you'll get like your name, and then you'll get your last name, and you'll get your username all in one line. But if you want them to be on separate lines, just for your benefit, just add a dot and then a BR, which is a line break, and this will mean it'll put them onto separate lines. When it echoes them, it'll be like this, and then the next line will be like this, so that's just for you to check. I'm not going to do that on camera because it takes a little bit of time. It's not really something you need me to see, but if you want to, go ahead and echo these values out to make sure they contain what you expect them to contain. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do next is work on actually validating the data that the user's entered here. So to do that, we're going to create a new class which will handle the validation for us, but this class is also going to handle the inserting the data into the database, and then also when we log in, it's going to handle the checking of the user's data to make sure their login credentials are correct. So obviously this class is going to be talking to the database, so we need a way of actually communicating. Now, it's really easy to do with PHP, to communicate with our database, but we haven't actually done that yet, so let's go ahead and do that before we create this class of ours. So go back to your text editor and close down this form sanitizer file if you still have it open. We'll come back to that later on, but we won't actually need to change anything in that class anymore, but we will be reusing the code, but more of that in the future. So what we're going to do is create a new file, and then let's save this in includes, like this, includes, and just save it in there. We're not going to go into the classes folder or anything like that, just save it in the includes folder, and let's call this config.php. This is where our connection string that allows us to talk to the database is going to go, and we're going to reuse this class quite a bit in this course, but you'll see obviously as we move through the course. So if you've taken my other courses, this file is going to be pretty much identical to what you've seen in those other courses, because connecting to a database is pretty straightforward. There isn't a whole lot really you need to be changing, but the very first thing we're going to do is turn on output buffering. So we're going to say ob_start like this, and what this does is turn on output buffering. And you can leave a comment there if you want to, just so you remember. Turns on output buffering. You don't have to do that. But basically what this does is it waits until all of the PHP is executed before outputting it to the page. So for those of you who don't know, PHP is a server-side language, and it executes before the page is even loaded. So before any of this content you're seeing right here is on the page, the PHP will all execute, okay? So before any HTML or JavaScript has been evaluated, all the PHP will run. But if you're outputting things throughout your code, throughout your PHP script, you might run into problems where you output something before it should have been output. But so what this does, it just says, wait until all of the PHP code has been executed before outputting that. So yeah, just don't worry about that too much. You really don't need to know anything about that. Just put it there. In my experience, this has saved me quite a few headaches going forward, particularly when you come to host your website online. Not so much when you're working locally like we are right now, but just put it there, and then you can kind of forget it's there. But anyway, next thing we're going to do is say session_start. Now this starts what we called sessions. If you couldn't tell from the name, session start. This starts the session, and that just means that we are able to use sessions in our code. Now sessions are just ways of saving variables and values even after the page has been closed, or in some cases after the browser's been closed. But by default, a session will last until the browser's closed, usually. But that can be changed. But anyway, all you need to know about sessions is that we're using them to tell if the user's logged in or not. If the session has been set, it means the user's logged in. If there's no session set, then the user has not logged in. More on that very soon when we come to actually log the user in. But anyway, just put that there. And then the next thing we're going to do is set the default time zone. So we're going to say date underscore default underscore time zone and then set like that. So date default time zone set with the underscores in between each word. And what we're going to do now is just set the time zone. So I'm in London, so I'm going to say Europe like this and then slash London like that. Alright, so Europe, London, so I'm just setting my time zone to Europe, London. If you want to know what about other time zones, you can just Google PHP time zone set like that, and then click on the first link you see, and you can see where is it, somewhere down here. I'm going to see list of supported time zones, this link right here, and it will tell you all the time zones you can see here. So if you're in Europe, you can click on that, for example, and you can see which one applies to you. So I took this one, and you can add your time zone there. So that's completely up to you. That'll just help us when we come to insert dates and times into the database, if we even do that at any point. Okay, the very last thing to do is actually connect to the database, but I'm going to do that in the next video. I know I said I'd do it in this video, but I'm going to do it in the next one just to kind of break this video up a bit, just so that you guys can ask me any questions you want about this. Like I said, for the most part, you can forget that this is there, forget that that's there, and even forget about this. These are just things we should put there, but if you don't fully understand how they work, don't worry about it. It's not going to impact your ability to understand the rest of the course, okay? But like I said, any questions at all, just let me know. In the next video, we're writing the code which will allow us to connect to the database. Hey everyone, how's it going? So in this video, we're actually going to write the code which allows us to connect to the database. I thought we'd do it in the last video, but then this went on a bit long. Yeah, in this video, let's do that. So in our config.php file that we created last time, underneath this time zone set code, we're going to write that code, and we're going to do it inside of a try catch. So I'll explain this in just a second, but write try, and then your curly brackets, and underneath that, we're going to say catch, like this. And this is the only try catch we'll use in this course, so if you don't know what they are, don't worry about it too much. I'll explain it in just a second though. We're going to say PDO exception like this, and then $E. So what have we just done? Well, we have added a try catch, and what we're going to do is try to connect to the database. So the code to connect to the database is going to go inside here, and then if any of that fails, it's going to hit this catch block here. So a try catch works in a way that it will try to execute some code, but if any of that code fails, it will jump to the catch block, and you can handle any error output, because you know that if you get inside this block here, it didn't work. In our case, we know that the connection to the database failed, okay? Oh, and this part right here, which I can see that I've spelt wrong, so I know most of you would have spotted that as I was typing it, but make sure you spell this right, PDO exception. So this part right here just means it's listening for a variable of type PDO exception, and it will be called E. So if you want to do something with that variable, you do so using the variable E, and it will contain all of your error details, you know, the error message and stuff like that. But we'll get to that in just a second. But inside the try block, what we're going to do is say con, which will be a connection variable, which we're going to use all over the course. A lot of people call this con like this. I think that's another convention, but I call it con like that. So I'll be using that throughout my course. You can change the name of that if you want to, but just know that if you change the name, when you download any code from the resources, you're going to have to fix errors because it will be using my naming convention here, this con, whereas you might have called it that, okay? So call it whatever you want, but if you want to make it easy for yourself, just call it con like this. Entirely up to you though. But anyway, we're going to say con equals new PDO like that. And inside there, we're going to add our connection string. So PDO stands for PHP Data Object, and this is just a way that we can connect to databases, okay? So what we're doing right now is creating a new connection to the database. That's what this does when you create an object, a PDO object like this. But in here is going to be our connection string. So what we're going to do is connect to a MySQL database. So MySQL and then colon DB name, which of course means database name, equals, and then this needs to be whatever name you've called your database. So I've called it ReeseFlix like that. So I'm going to say DB name equals ReeseFlix. Make sure you spell this right and make sure you use the correct uppercase and lowercase letters. So after that, what we're going to do is add a semicolon like that. And then we're going to say host equals localhost, okay? and then that's it for the connection string. What we need to do after that is just add a username and password. So we're going to say root as the username. This is default, and then by default there's no password on our databases, so leave it blank. Make sure you add an empty string. So we're saying connect to the Reeseflix database on localhost using the username, root, and the password of empty, no password, because these two, this is the username and password created by default when we create a database, okay? If you don't specify a username and password, it just uses this, okay? In most cases, that is. Some of you, depending on your settings of your machine and your server, when you create a database, it may create a password for you. Maybe it's password, maybe it's something else. So you may have to go and check your database to see what your password is if it doesn't work. So try it with this first. If there's some errors, you'll see, and then you can go and check the password at that point, okay? But anyway, the very last thing to do is just to say con arrow and then set attribute. Okay, so what we're going to do here is just set the error reporting. So PDO : ATTR underscore ERR mode. So what does that mean? Well, so what we're doing is accessing a static property on the PDO object called attribute error mode, and we're going to set it some value. That sounded way more complicated than it actually is, so don't worry about that. All you need to know is that we are setting the error reporting of this database for us, okay? Don't worry about anything else. But there's one more thing to do, and that's add a comma and then specify the value, because we're saying set this to some value, and all we're going to do is say PDO : ERR mode underscore warning. There you go, I can use that. So we're setting the attribute error mode property to the error mode warning value. It just means it's going to output any errors for us and maybe continue with the rest of the script depending on what the code is. But like I said, don't worry about that if that doesn't mean anything to you. You really don't need to understand this fully to continue with the course. And I'll tell you something, in fact, every single time I come to write this stuff, I always look it up. You will not remember this because you usually just write it out the one time and then you don't come back to it. I've done this in every single course I've done and I still don't remember the convention for all this. So kind of just forget this is there, come back to it when we need to use it again. And then the very last thing to do is catch any exceptions, which would happen if any of this fails, okay? So maybe you connect to a database which doesn't exist, or the username and password is wrong, you will hit this catch block. So all we're going to do is say exit, and then inside there we're going to put the error message which will be displayed. So we're going to say connection failed, and then colon, and then after the double quote we're going to say dot, which allows us to append a string to this. We're going to say arrow get message, like that, okay? So what we've just done is we're saying that if it fails to connect to the database, exit, which means stop running any PHP code and then output this message to the user, which is going to be connection failed along with the error message, okay? We're accessing the error object and we're calling the get message function, and I'll show you what that does in just a second. So that should allow us to connect to the database now. To test it out, we can go back to register.php, and then right at the top here, I'm going to copy this code where we include the form sanitizer function, class, and add that below, and just change the path. I'm going to do it on the top one. We're going to say includes and then config.php, because that's where we saved it to, in the includes folder. Give it a save, and if you refresh the page now, you can do that, it doesn't matter. But if you refresh the page, you should see no error message if it's worked. It's worked, so it suggests that we've connected fine. To test that out even further, if I go back to my config.php file and change this to some database name which doesn't exist, so if I just say ABCDFG, there's no database with this name, so it should fail to connect. Okay, so if I refresh this now, you'll see it says connection failed along with the message, and you can see right now the unknown database with the name, so that would help us to find out why it's failed to connect. Okay, so make sure you move that back if you've tried to show that error message. So if you're seeing nothing but your code on the page, it means it's connected fine, okay? Any problems at all, just let me know. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we wrote this code which allows us to connect to the database, and we also included that on our page, so that means that any code that executes on this page can use this conv variable and connect to the database through it. So what we're going to do now is create our account class, which will allow us to do things like validate the user's input and also insert their data into the database table. So we're going to close this config.php down. We're actually done with this. We won't need to change anything else in here for the rest of the course. So close that down. And then what we'll do is create our new class. So give that a save. And we're going to save it in the includes and then classes folder. And we'll save it as account.php with an uppercase A, remember. So give that a save. And then we'll open up our PHP block like that. And then close it down. And inside there, we'll just say class and then account like this with curly brackets. So this is our account class, and what I'm going to do first is pass in the connection variable to this class, because like I said, this class is going to be communicating with the database. So in order to do that, it needs the con variable that we just created in this config.php class. Okay, this one right here, this con variable. Okay, so the way we do that is we create a constructor. So if you've never worked with classes before, a constructor is just the first bit of code which is executed whenever you create a new object of this type. But that'll make sense to you real soon. But basically, we just need to say public and then function and then underscore construct like that. Okay, I was terrible at spelling that then. Construct, okay, and there are 2 underscores here. Make sure you don't do 1 underscore. Just to be clear, this is 2 underscores. I'm emphasizing that more because I get a lot of problems from students where they have only 1 underscore, and then this code is not executed when the object is created. So make sure there are 2 underscores here. That's underscore construct. This is our constructor. And then inside there is going to be the variable we're going to pass in. So we're going to pass in our con variable, okay? And then what we're going to do here is assign it to some variable in this class. So right at the top here, we're going to say private con like this. So we've said there's going to be a variable called con on this class, and what we're going to do is assign this variable to this value. So it's real simple to do. We just need to say this, that's a $sign there, $sign this con, and I'll explain this in a second, and just say equals con like that. So what we're doing is we're saying the con property on this class, which would be this one right here, is going to be set to this variable right here, which we get from the constructor we've passed this in. Okay, so this just means it's accessing this instance of the class. So let's just make sure that worked now, and we'll also create an instance of this class so I can just show you what I meant just then. So what we'll do is add this class first, so copy this line, in which we include the form sanitizer class, and then use the account.php class instead, and then change this to account.php instead, like that. And that means we can now use the account class. And then just before this if block right here, we're going to create our account variable. So we'll say account equals new account with an uppercase A, and make sure you spell account correctly. Okay, so what we're doing right now is creating an instance of our account class, but we need to pass in our connection variable because we've said that it's going to take one variable right here. So we have to pass in our con variable, which is coming from our config class right here. So we can use this variable here because we have included this class right here, or this file I should say, not a class. So we've created an instance of the class. This is what it is to create an instance. You create an object of that type, and we've just passed in this connection string, and it's going to go to here, and then it's going to assign this connection string to this variable right here. And that means any function on this in the rest of this class can use this connection variable right here. Okay, I know that's quite confusing, especially if you've never done classes before, but if any of that didn't make sense, please just let me know. I'm not explaining it in more detail than that because a lot of people do know what this is, and it will get quite tedious for them to hear it all again. And like I've said, this isn't an introduction to PHP class, so we're not supposed to go over the basics in that much detail. But as always, if you need anything or have any questions, just let me know. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created this account class, and we created a constructor, which I said last time is called when you create an object of this type, which we are doing on the register page right here. And we're passing in this connection variable, which allows us to connect to the database, which is assigning it to this property here. Now, if you haven't already, it's worth refreshing this register page in case any of the stuff we did in the last video causes an error. You should see that when you refresh the page. But If that's okay, we'll move on, and what we're going to do now is the validation functions. Now, the validation functions are how we're going to check that the data they enter here meets our standards. For example, we're going to check that the first name and last name are greater than 2 characters but less than 25 characters, okay? So we'll do other validation on these, so we'll do other validation on the rest of the fields, but we'll just start with the first and last name, in which we just check the length of it. Now, the way it's going to work is if the first name or last name is the wrong length, okay, we're going to put an error into an error array, which I'll show you very shortly, and then we will output that error message on the register page if it's in the array. Now, that won't make much sense to you now, I know, but just bear with me, it will all become clear very soon. Now, on the account.php page, under the constructor, we're going to say public function, and this function is going to be called validate first name, like this, and it's going to take one parameter, which is just the first name, so I'll just call the variable fn. Now, put your curly brackets on, and then in there, we're just going to do one if statement, which is going to check the length of the string. So we're going to say if, and then inside there, we're going to call a PHP function called string length, so strlen string length, and you need to pass in the variable you want to check the length of. So we want to do fn, so this will return the length of the string. So if there's 5 characters, it will return 5, and then we're going to say if the length of this string is less than 2, okay, then you can also say or by doing the double pipe symbol. If you haven't done that before, look for the vertical line on your keyboard. This is how you do or in many of the popular programming languages. And then after that, we're just going to do another strlen, okay, and pass in fn like this, and then we're going to say is greater than 25, like that, okay. So this if statement is saying that if the length of the fn string is less than 2, or if the length of the fn string is greater than 25, then we want to put some error into the error array. Now, we don't have that error array yet, so let's go and create that. Underneath the private con part, what we're going to do is say private and then error array, like this, and then just say equals array. Now, this array part right here is how you create an empty array in PHP. So we've just created a private variable called error array, and we've set it to an empty array. So in here, like I said, all we're going to do is push an error onto that array. We're going to say array underscore push, like this, and we'll say this arrow error array, that array we just created. So we have to say this because we're accessing the this instance of the class, and then the second parameter is just the string you want to put on, or the object I should say, the value you want to push onto this array. So we're going to push a string onto there for now, but don't worry, we are going to come back and change this and move this into a constant file, which will allow us to reuse it. We're not going to push an actual string on, but just for testing purposes, for now, we are just going to push a string on. But like I said, we'll come back and change this in the next video maybe. But in one of the upcoming videos, we'll change this. So bear with me for a second, and we'll just say first name wrong length. Now, this isn't the error message we're going to use. Eventually, I'm just putting this there just to test with. So, and then what we'll do next is actually output this string if it exists in the array. So, like I said, we are just using a string like this temporarily. We will come back and refactor this very soon. And yeah, next we will actually output this error. But it's also probably worth giving your page a refresh to make sure there are no errors from what we've just done. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created this validation function which will check the length of the first name that the user enters when they register. What we're going to do now is write a function which will allow us to check if this error exists in the array, and if it does, we will actually output that error to the user. So what we're going to do is underneath that, right at the bottom, we're going to say public function, and then this will be called get error. Okay, now in there we're going to take an error like that, and then all we're going to do is write an if statement which checks to see if that error is in this error array. Okay, so in there we're going to say if and then in underscore array, which is a built-in PHP function which checks if something is in an array. Now what we want to check for is this error, okay, this one that's passed into the function. We're saying check if this is inside of this array. Now the array we want to check is this error array, which we of course declared it right here. So we can say if this error is in this array, then we want to return that. We can say return, and then we're going to return the error like this, okay? Now, go back to the register page, and we'll actually work on showing this to the user now. So scroll down, and where we're going to call that is right above the first name field, because we want to show the error for each field right above where that field is, okay? So if there's a bunch of errors, they'll see the relevant error next to the field which has the error. So above the first name field, we're going to actually output that error if it exists, and that's real simple. We're going to open a PHP block because we're going to call some PHP code now, that PHP code we just wrote to be specific. We're going to say echo, and then account arrow get error like this. Now we have to put an error string in there, but just before we do that, put a semicolon there so you don't forget. Now, what do we want to check for? Now, if you remember, this get error function takes an error like this, and then it checks to see if that is in the array. Now, here we've pushed a string onto the array, so what we're going to do is copy this string exactly. So go back to here and copy this string, okay? Then go back to register page and put that in there. Like I said, we're going to come back and replace this string later on, so we won't be using a string all the time. So don't worry about the fact that we're duplicating this string for now. Give that a save. And just to remind you, this account variable is what we have up here, okay? This one right here. So what this is going to do is call this get error function, and it's going to echo the result of it. Echo, of course, means print in PHP, just print something to the page. Now, in this function, if this error is not in the array, it will do nothing. It won't return anything, so this echo will not return anything. But if it is in the array, it's going to actually return that error string, and then what will happen here is it will show that error string to the user. So, like I said, the very last thing to do is to actually call that function. And we're going to do that right at the top. So we'll do it here temporarily. We'll move this very soon. It won't stay here. But just for the purpose of testing, we're going to do it here. So we'll just say account arrow, and then the name of the function was validate first name. So copy that name if you want to, rather than typing it out again. So paste it in there. And then the string we want to check is the first name string. So copy that and put that in there. Okay, and that should be enough. What I'm going to do now is submit the form, and we'll hopefully see something. So I don't see any errors on the page, which is great. So we need to fill this out now. I'm going to actually do something which will make the error go into the array. So I have to make sure it's too short. Remember, I'm checking for 2 characters, so I need to make sure that the string that I enter is 1 character to make sure the error shows. Now the rest of it doesn't matter, just put that in there, but of course this needs to be an email for the form to submit. Okay, and I'll just put something in the password fields as well. Press enter and press submit, and hopefully we're going to see an error echoed, and we do right there. First name wrong length. So what it's done is this has made the call to check the first name. The first name has been the wrong length for us, so it's pushed this error onto the array. Okay, and then on the register page right down here, we've checked to see if this error, this string right here, exists in the error array, and if it does, we've returned it. And then you can see that right here. So just to show you that it will work fine if the username is the correct length. So like this, you should not see this error anymore. So if I press submit, you won't see it. And the same if I click on the URL bar and actually refresh the page, and which means I haven't submitted any form, you still don't see it either. So you will only see that error if it exists in the array. So that's it, a quick introduction on how we're going to actually output error messages to the user. What we can do now is continue and write the rest of our validation functions. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time I showed you how we're going to show error messages to the user, but what we're going to do in this video is change this part here in which we've used a string and also used the same string here. So we're going to use a constant here, which will mean we don't have to repeat the same string twice, because at the moment, if you use a string like this, and then maybe you change the string later on, maybe reword it or something like that, you'd have to remember to go and do it here, otherwise the whole thing wouldn't work. So let's fix that. We're going to go and create a new file. I'm going to save this in the classes folder, so it includes classes, and just call it constants.php like this. Okay. Now let's open up our PHP block, just like we've done before, and say class constants like that, and put your curly brackets on. And then all we're going to do is create a public static, and then the name of the variable is going to be first name characters first name characters, and then we're going to set that to the actual string we want. So this class is going to contain a bunch of these for every single error message that we want to output. Now, whatever you put in here is what's going to be shown to the user. So we're going to say your first name must be between 2 and 25 characters. Wow, I spelled that wrong. Just like that. So your first name must be between 2 and 25 characters. Okay, give that a save. And now what we're going to do is use this when we add to the array and also when we check the array to see if the error is there. So just before we do that, we need to actually include this file. So in the register page, scroll to the top and then copy and paste one of these lines here. So I'll copy and paste the form sanitizer one. And then in there, I'm going to just add constants.php. Now we can use the constants class we just created. So go back to constants.php and copy this variable name that you just created. Then go back to account.php, and instead of using this here with this string, we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to say constants like this, and then colon, and then the variable name. So if you remember a little bit earlier on in the course, we went through static properties right here. When we created the config file, I went over this very briefly, but basically we're saying access the static property in the constants class called first name characters. Now it's static so that we don't need to create an instance of this class, okay? And then all we're going to do is copy this whole part right here, and then go back to register.php and then do the same thing where we've added the string right here. So replace this string with that. And that's it. This should now do the exact same thing. So I'm going to go and refresh the page. I don't see any errors, which is great. Then I'm going to go fill out the form. In fact, I need to make this just one character so that it will fail the validation and it will add an error message. And inside there, I'll just put some email so it passes the form check. Okay. That'll do, and then like that. So I've just added some values just so we can actually submit the form. And now you can see it outputs our error message. Great. So now that we've done that, it means that if we want to reword this string at any point, all we need to do is go to constants.php and you can change this to whatever you want, but this part here that we're using to reference it will still be the same, so it's all good. So that's it for that. Now we're ready to start doing the same thing for the other fields. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now we've done the validation for our first name field. What we're going to do is move on to the rest of the fields now. So we'll do last name next. It's going to be very similar to this. The only thing different is that we're going to add a different error to the error array. So copy that validate first name function and we're going to paste it below. And then what we're going to do is change this to validate last name. Okay, change this fn variable to ln, and then the same for this one and the same for this one. And then, of course, all we need to do now is use a different constant here. So in the constants.php file, I'm going to copy and paste this whole line below and change this to last name characters. And then I'm going to change the error message to your last name must be between 2 and 25 characters. Okay. So go back to account.php and then update this now to be last name characters like that. So that's done. We've done the validation. Yes, we could have reworked this probably to use the same function, but because we're using a different error message there, just to keep it simple, I've used two different functions, and it also means you can do different validation for each of them. At the moment, they're exactly the same, but you might want to do different validation for the first name than you would on the last name. Okay. But anyway, all we need to do is call that function now. So in register.php, I'm going to copy this line here where we called the first name one, or sorry, where we check for the first name error, I should say, and then paste it below, right above the last name field, and change this to your new constant, which is last name characters. And that's it. That's the last name validation done. And all we need to do to test it is just call this and change it to last name. Okay, but this isn't where we're going to actually call these from. So I'm going to update that now. We're not going to call this from there. So I'm going to take this. Okay, I've copied it. I've got rid of it. And then we're going to call this from account.php. We're going to call it from a register function. So when the user registers, we're going to call the register function, which will handle the validation and also the inserting of the user's details if the user's details are valid. So right above the validate first name function, right underneath the constructor, I'm going to create a new function, public function register, like this. Okay, so there's my register function. And then this is going to take some parameters. It's going to take all the fields from this page. So first name, last name, username, both the emails and both the passwords. So that was FN for first name, LN for last name, UN for username, and then EM for email, EM2 for email 2, PW for password, and then finally PW2 for password 2. So these are all the fields this function is going to take as a parameter, and then all we need to do is call the validation functions now. So we're going to say this arrow validate first name like that. Okay, the reason we're using this is because we're accessing this instance of this class, and then all we're going to do is pass in the fn variable like that. So we're calling the first name validation function and we're passing in the first name right there. Copy and paste that below and do the same for this last name function we just created, like that. Okay, so now these will be called when we call this register function. So real quick, just to end the video, we're going to go back to the register page and we'll just call that function from here. So in this if statement, we're just going to say account arrow register like this, and then pass in these variables, which are first name, last name, username, email. If you haven't noticed by now, I'm just going through all of these variables right here. So the next one's email 2, email 2, and then finally password and password 2, like that. Okay, great, give that a save, and we will come back later and actually this will return true or false based on whether this works. So we'll do something with the result of this, but for now you can just leave that as is. We'll come back to it later. So yeah, that's it. We're calling the register function and then we're calling these validation functions from there. Now the very last thing is just to change these publics to private. This really doesn't matter that much in terms of how the code works. It just means that these functions will only be able to be called from inside this class. So we made them public so that we could test them. Remember, we called the functions from outside this class, right from here. But because we've now changed these to be called from inside the class, we can change these to private. It just means that you wouldn't be able to call this function from here anymore. For example, you could not do this anymore. You couldn't say account arrow validate first name, you know, from here, just like we did to test it out, because these are now private. It's just a way of securing your code and making sure that you don't accidentally call some function which does something you shouldn't be doing from outside the class. Okay, so like I said, that changing this from public to private won't modify the behavior at all, other than the fact that should you try and call this from outside the class, you won't be able to. If that doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about it. You really don't need to understand that fully in order to move on with this course. But as always, just let me know if you want me to explain it further. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're going to move on to validating the username field, because we've done the first name, we've done the last name. Let's do the username because that's the next one down. And we are going to do a similar length check, just like we did in the first name and last name validation functions. But we're also going to do one other thing, and that's to make sure that the username they're trying to use hasn't already been used before. So because we're doing the same sort of length check, we're just going to copy and paste this last name validation function, paste it below. And let's change this to validate username instead of validate last name. Ooh, username. Okay, and you can change LN to UN, and we need to do the same thing here, and then the same thing here. Okay, and then of course we do need to update this error message, because this would show an error message saying that your last name isn't right, but we want to do username. So change this constants part to username characters, and then the last thing we need to do is actually go and create that constant right here. So copy and paste one of those below and then change it to username characters, and then we can say your username. Now you can use whatever length you want here. I'm just going to keep it as 225 characters, but you guys can of course change these two values to do whatever you want. If you want to do, let's say you want them to use a minimum of 5 characters in their username, okay, that's completely up to you, but I won't spend time changing that. And that's it then now. And then of course, before we forget, let's go back to the register page and actually output that error. So copy and paste one of these lines, and then right above the username field, I'm going to paste that there and change this constant string to username characters. So that's it. That should now give us the
the validation on the username for the length. And actually it won't at the moment because we haven't called that function. So in the register function right at the top of account.php, just copy and paste that below, and then call this validate username function that we just created. Okay. So there we go, we're calling that function now, so let's continue with that. So we've done the length check, great. What we'll do then now is check to see if the username already exists in the database. So we're going to do our first SQL query of this course. So for some of you, this might be your first ever SQL query, especially using PHP to do it. So it's a big moment for some of you, I know. Let's make a start. We'll just say query equals, and then we need to create the query using the connection variable that we have up here, this con variable. So we can say query equals, and then this arrow con, because we need to use this in order to access it because it's a variable on this instance of the class. And then we'll just say arrow prepare. We're going to prepare our query now, and the query is just going to be a simple select query. We're going to say select all from users. That's the name of our table we created in one of the very first videos, and then we'll say where username equals, and then in here we're going to actually put a placeholder, so a colon and then some string, and we're just going to call it UN. So what we're doing, put a semicolon at the end as well, but what this is doing, we're saying select all the rows from the table where the username is this. Okay, so we're going to pass a value into this very soon, but basically, the way we're checking if the username exists is we just need to see if someone already has that username. So see if any rows exist where this username is used. All right. So this is what's called a prepared statement. We're preparing the SQL statement right here, and then underneath we need to bind the parameter value to this parameter. So this is a more secure way of writing queries than some procedural MySQL you might have seen, particularly if you've seen my social network course or my Spotify clone course. So we use prepared statements in there. They're a bit more of a basic syntax, so a lot of times they're easier for beginners to pick up, but this is a better way of writing queries. It's more secure. You're less at risk to SQL injection, which is when people can inject values into your queries. But so all we need to do is bind a value to this parameter. So we just need to say query arrow bind value. All right. And we're going to bind to this username parameter, and then put a comma, and then the value you want to bind it to, which is UN, like this. Now you could use the bind param function instead of bind value. It doesn't really matter. They do the same thing as far as you're concerned. The only difference is bind value allows you to actually put a value in here, such as some number or some string. Okay, but bind param means you have to put a variable in there. It doesn't matter for us at the moment. It would do the same thing in this specific scenario, but later on in the course you would see how we would need to do another line of code in order to use a bind param. But that's fine, don't worry about that. And then last thing we need to do is actually execute the query. So we can just say query arrow execute, like that. Okay, so we've executed our query, great. All we need to do is check to see how many rows we return from that. So we can say if query arrow row count is not equal to 0, it means the username has been used by somebody else, so we can just push an error onto the array. So I'll just copy this error array push line up here, and then change the constant to username, I don't know, username taken, let's call it that, username taken. And then let's go ahead and create that in our constants file. So copy and paste that line below, and then change this to username taken, and then we can just write any error, username already in use, or something like that. Okay, it's up to you. And then the last thing is just to go back and actually output that error. So right underneath where we've done the username characters error check, we can just say the same thing again, but change this to username taken. So we'll check, it will check to see if that error is in there. And that's it. What we can also do though, one last thing, is just go back to account.php. We can just stick a return after this line right here, right at the top, so that if this fails, so if the username is the wrong length, we can just return, and we won't even bother to do the query, because if the username is the wrong length, it doesn't matter if about this check down here. So we can just return. All right, and that is it. Go ahead and give that a try if you want to, but obviously we don't have any users in the users table yet, so you won't see that error. But yeah, we can see that once we've actually got users signed up. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is create the validate emails function, but just before we do that, I did realise right at the top here, I did forget to pass in the correct values to each of these functions that we created. So I'm sure many of you spotted this as I wrote these out, but notice how they all have the fn variable passed into them, which means they're all going to have the first name passed in. So all we need to do is update these to the correct values. The first one, of course, can stay as fn because we do want to pass the first name into that. This one, the second one can be ln, this last name variable, and the next one, of course, can be un. So yeah, just do that, and I'll try and remember to add the correct values here next time. But anyway, let's go ahead and create that validate emails function now. So right underneath the validate username function, we'll do the same thing. We'll say private function, and then validate emails like this. Okay. And this will take two parameters. We're going to take em for email and then em2 for the second email, because remember they have to confirm the email, so there'll be two of them that we need to process. So the very first check that we want to do is just that both of these emails match. So when they fill out an email address and they then confirm it, we need to make sure that both of those match. Okay, so that's real simple. We can just say if em is not equal to em2, like that. And that will check and say if they're not the same, then do something. And we're going to, of course, push an error onto the error array. So copy one of the lines where we do that above and just paste it in there. And of course, we're just going to change to a different constant. We will use emails don't match, like that. Okay, so we of course have to go and create this constant now because it doesn't exist yet. So in the constants.php file, let's copy and paste one of those lines there and then change this to, what did I call it? I already forgotten. Emails don't match. Okay, and paste that in there. And then the actual string is just going to be, well, whatever you want really, but I'll just say your emails don't match. All right, give that a save. And then, of course, let's go back to the register page and let's actually output this error, or I should say write the code to output the error if it's there. So right above the email field, I'm going to paste that in there and then update this with whatever your constant was called. And mine was called emails don't match. So I'm going to copy that name and just paste it in there. And that's it. We're done with that. Go back to account.php and let's just scroll up to here and actually call this function real quick so I don't forget to do that. So I'll paste that below and change this to validate emails, and I'll make sure to pass in the correct value this time, so em and then finally em2, like that. Scroll down and that should be it for that check. You can go ahead and test that out if you want to, so give that a try. In fact, I may as well do it real quick. I'll just write some values in there and I'll do an email like this, and then do another one which doesn't match. I don't know why it's all in all caps. I was just mashing the keyboard a bit too much, and you can see your emails don't match. Great. So the next thing we want to check is that the email is actually a valid email, because you'll notice, you may not have noticed yet, but if you want to submit this form, let me just write some values in there, and you'll notice, of course, if I don't press anything, it's going to say it needs a value. If I type a value in there, it's going to tell me to add an @ in there, okay? But if I just put an @ and then some text afterwards, this would be valid. So this would class this as a valid string because it's got some text followed by an @ and then some more text. Now we want to make sure it has some extension like .com or something like that afterwards. So the reason it's saying that this is a valid email address is because you don't need an extension for it to be a valid email. Localhost is a valid domain, so you could do something at localhost and that is a valid email. So we need to make sure that it's got the .com or whatever the extension is manually, just to make sure that it's a valid email as far as we're concerned. So it's actually quite simple to do. We'll do another if statement and we'll say if not, and then filter underscore var. By the way, if you don't know, the exclamation point in most programming languages means not. So we're saying if not, then we're going to do this filter var call. And I'll explain this in just a second. It takes two parameters. We're going to pass in the value you want to check, so which is going to be em for us, and then finally the filter, which is going to be in all caps, filter underscore validate underscore email. Okay, and then put your curly brackets on. So what this is doing is it's calling this filter var function, which is a built-in PHP function which performs a filter on a value. Now the value we want to filter is this email or em variable, and we're saying filter it with a validate email filter. Now all you need to know is that this will return false if this em does not match this filter and it's not a valid email. If it is a valid email, this won't return false. It will return some value which is evaluated to true, and it'll be good to go. So as with a lot of things I've said so far, if this doesn't make much sense to you, don't worry about it. In fact, I've only ever used this filter var function one time, in one scenario, I should say, and that's always to check a valid email, okay? So you really don't need to know about this too much. But let's go ahead and create an error, or output an error to them if they hit this if statement. So I've copied and pasted that array push line. I'm going to create a new constant now. Let's call it email invalid, like that. All right, go back to constants.php and then let's copy one of those and paste it below, and this was email invalid. And then finally we'll just change the string to invalid email. Okay, and the very last thing to do is to actually output this on the register page. So I've copied that emails don't match line and pasted it below, and this is just email invalid, like that. Okay, go back to account.php, and I did forget to return from in here, so make sure you put a return under this line like that. So underneath the first error, that means that if we hit this first error, just return and don't bother doing any of the checks, because we know that the value is not right. And then the very last thing is just to check that the email has not already been used, and we can scroll up to the username function and take this code from there, because we're going to be doing exactly the same thing just for the username. So paste that below. Notice I've just copied all the query stuff and that if statement, and we'll change the query to select all from users where email equals em. All right, and then change the placeholder to em, and then the variable name is just em as well. And then underneath that, we're just going to change this constant to a different error, and it's going to be email taken. Create the constant in constants.php. This was email taken. And then we can just change the string to, oh, I got that wrong. We can just change the string to email already in use, and make sure you spell already wrong. All right, give that a save, and then finally go back to register.php and paste that below. Change this to, I already forgot what I call it. Email taken, that's what I called it. And paste that in there. And that's good. Let me just go back to account.php, because I just realized I didn't add a return under here either. So underneath that second error, array push line, put a return in there. And that's it, we are good. If you're wondering why we're only checking EM1 down here and for this one and not EM2, it's because at this point we know that EM1 and EM2 are the same thing, so we don't need to check them both, we only need to check one of them, and we'll just check EM. Okay, so once again, at this point here, we know that the two emails are the same, so it doesn't matter which one we need to check, we definitely don't need to check both of them. Okay, we're just going to check the one. Hey everyone, welcome back. So the last fields we need to validate are the password fields, so let's go ahead and do that. So underneath the validate emails function that we wrote last time, I'm going to create a new function, private function, make sure we spell that right, and then the function is going to be called validate passwords. Okay, and this is going to take two parameters just like the email function did, but this is going to be pw and pw2. Alright, so password and password2 are both going to be passed into this function. So the very first thing we're going to do is just check that the two passwords are the same. So go up to the validate emails function and just copy this if statement that we added right there, which checks if the emails are the same. And I'll just paste that in there, and let's change em to pw and then em2 to pw2. So it's saying that if these two variables are not the same, we know the passwords don't match, and we can just add some error. So we can say passwords don't match. Alright, let's go and add that in constants.php. Alright, so copy one of those lines, paste it below, and I'm just going to copy the name that I used, so passwords don't match, paste it in there, and then let's update this string to passwords don't match. Alright, and then finally go back to register.php and let's actually output that error. So just go ahead and copy any one of these lines in which we
output one of the other errors, and then paste it above the password field like that. And then, man, I already forgot what it's called. I'm so terrible at remembering these. So passwords don't match. So I'm gonna copy that name and then paste it in here. Okay, give it a save, and that's that check done. We have to do one more check now, and that's just to check the length of the password. So go back to account.php, and if you remember, we actually did this same thing with the first and last names. So in the first name function, or last name one, it doesn't matter, just go ahead and copy this if statement which checks the length. Scroll down to the password function again, and let's paste it underneath there. Alright, so of course we don't want to check FN, we want to check PW, and the same here, PW. And just like with the email function, we know that if we reach this point, the two variables here, PW and PW2, are the same, so we only need to check one of them. Okay, so we'll just check the PW one. So we want the password to be a minimum of 5 characters, and we can just say a maximum of 25. That's fine too. Feel free to change that as you like. But we'll just update this error now to password length. Alright, go to constants.php and then paste that constant below and change this to password length, and then update the string. I'll just copy one of these strings, I don't want to write all that out, and then paste that in there, and then we'll just change it to your password must be between, and it was 5 and 25 I think I used. And then finally we will do the same thing on register.php page. We will output that error, and then let's copy the name of that and then paste it in here. We've done this a million times now, I'm sure you're very sick of it, but that's the last of it. We've validated all of the fields. The very last thing we need to do before we can try this out is just to call the validate passwords function in account.php. So scroll up to the register function and say this arrow validate passwords, and then pass in PW, and then finally PW2 like that. Alright, let's go ahead and give that a try. So I'm going to actually go back to here, I'm just going to refresh the page. I'm going to write some values in there. Okay, I need some email, so like this, and then finally like this. And I'll make it so these passwords do not match, so they clearly don't match, and I've also noticed I need to put some letters after the at symbol. So when I submit this, I should see the passwords don't match error, which I do. So you can go ahead and try this out for all the other error messages we've added, and just make sure they work. I'm not going to do that on camera because it takes up a bunch of time, and you don't really need to see me do that. The next thing we're probably going to do is actually style this, just add one line of CSS to the error message. Hey everyone, welcome back. So we've finished validating the user's input. What we're going to do before we move on and insert the data is just to style these error messages, because at the moment they're kind of unstyled for the most part, so they don't look great. We're just going to add a little bit of CSS to it, but in order to do that, we're going to add this or add these error messages to actual HTML elements. So go back to your account.php and scroll right to the bottom where we have this get error function, and instead of returning just error like this, alright, we're going to return it inside of an HTML element, and that will be a span. So we're going to say span, and we'll give this the class of and then use single quotes there, and we'll call this error message like this. Close off your span like that, and then in between those two just put your error variable. Okay, so all we've done is take this error variable and put it inside of a span like this. Alright, so give that a save, and then go to style.css and scroll to the bottom, and we'll add some style for that new element we just created, error message like this. And there's not much style, we're just going to say color, which is the text color of course, and we're going to make it red, so $F00, which is the hex code for the color red. And then we'll say font size is going to be 14 pixels. Font weight, so the thickness of the font, just say 400. And finally, just say text align is going to be center like that. Give that a save now. And you may need to clear the browser cache because it's been a while since we actually changed any CSS. But you can try it first and see if it works without clearing the cache. So we have some errors on the page from the last time I submitted the form. So I'm just going to hit the refresh button, and it will resubmit the form with the same data I just added. And we can see there's no style applied to this, so I'm willing to bet that I need to clear the browser cache. You can see that it's got the error message span there, which is great. But if I go to style.css, you'll see the error message code is not there. So all I need to do is just clear the browser cache. Okay, and now you can see the style applied to those error messages. All right, and that's it. Hey everyone, welcome back. So we've validated all of our input and our error messages look absolutely beautiful now. We're going to go ahead and just insert the user's data. That's all that's left to do for the register process. So scroll up to the register function right here, and you'll see we've called all these functions. Now, after all of these functions have been called, one of two things is going to happen. Either the error array is going to have all the errors in, containing all the things that were wrong with their input, or it's going to be completely empty, which means there were no errors from any of this stuff, and it means that the user's input is completely valid. So if the error array is empty, we know that the input was okay, and we can go ahead and insert that into the database. So now we're going to create a separate function for inserting the user's data. So underneath the register function, I'm going to create a new function called private function insert user details. Okay, this function is going to take in some similar parameters. It's going to take in fn for first name. It's going to take a last name, so ln, username, so un. Then we want em for email, but we don't want em2. Then we just want password, and again we don't want password 2. The reason we don't want em2 or pw2 for password 2 is because we only pass those in to make sure that they're the same as the first ones they use. So pw2 is only there to make sure it's the same as pw, you know? So we don't actually need to insert the second version of those two variables, so we can just use em and pw on their own. Okay, so underneath there, we're going to actually insert the data. So we'll start by hashing the password. So we're going to say pw equals, and for this I'm just going to use a very simple hashing function, which is going to say hash. And inside there, we need to specify the type of function we want to actually use to hash it. So we'll say SHA-512, okay, and then specify the actual value that you want to hash, and it's going to be just PW. So we're saying hash the password and store it in the password variable. So what hashing is, for those who don't know, it's when you take a password, for example, maybe your password is just the string password, which it shouldn't be, but maybe it is. What's going to happen when you hash that like this is it's going to convert that to a big long string full of numbers and letters and uppercase and lowercase, just so that when you're reading over that, you wouldn't be able to tell what the original version of the password actually was. So you'll see that when we actually insert the data. I'll point that out to you. We'll go and have a look in the users table. And like I said, there are loads and loads of different hashing functions. Some are more secure than others, some are faster than others, some are slower than others. But we're just going to use a real simple one called SHA-512. It's not the best, not the most secure, but it's just a very simple one to use. This isn't a security course, so we're not going to spend much time on this. We're just going to hash it real simply so that you can get the concept. You guys can go and change this hashing algorithm if you want to use something else, okay? But anyway, that's the password hashed, and like I said, I'll show you what that means in a second once we've actually inserted the data. So to insert the data, we're going to do our query. So we'll say query equals this arrow con arrow prepare. Remember, we need to prepare our MySQL statement. So it's going to be an insert statement. So it's going to be insert into, and the table we want to insert into is users. Okay, so insert into users. And then we're going to specify the actual column we want to insert into. So we want to insert into, so inside parentheses, first name. And these, of course, needs to match the names you've given them here. So it needs to match exactly. If you go to your users table, and you can even click on the structure tab, and it'll give you the names right here. So first name, last name. These need to match exactly, okay? So check the uppercase and lowercase letters as well. That catches a lot of people out. So first name, last name. Oh, I've just made a mistake. Last name with an uppercase N. Username, and there's no uppercase N on that. Username is one word. And then finally, email, and then password. Okay, so we're inserting into these columns. Okay, so after that closing parentheses here in the string, we're going to actually specify the values. Now, if you press enter inside the string like this, it allows you to go on to the next line below, just to make things easier rather than this text running all the way off the screen. You can just do it right here, okay? So we're going to say values, and then inside parentheses again, we're going to put the placeholders, so fn for first name, ln, comma, un for username, em, and then finally we want to do pw for password. Alright, and that is the query done. What we need to do now is just bind values to these parameters, these placeholders I should say. So on a new line, I'm going to actually add these values. So I'll say query arrow bind value, and then the placeholder I want to bind to first is colon fn for the first name placeholder, and this is going to be, of course, the fn variable which was passed into this function up here. Okay, and then just do the same for the others. So I'll copy that line below. In fact, I'll do it a bunch of times. So we need last name, we need email, username and password. So now we should have 5 of those. This one's going to be ln, and the variable is also called ln. Then we have un, and this is also called un. Then we have em, and this is also called em. And then finally this is pw, and then this one's pw. So that's it. We've bound the values to their placeholders, and the very last thing to do is to actually execute this query. But we're not just going to execute it, we're going to return the value of it. So we can just say return and then query arrow execute like this. Okay, so returning the value, and then underneath here in the register function, what we're going to do is check to see if the error array is empty, and if it is, we're going to try and insert the details. If it's not, we'll just return false. So let's do that now. And just real quick, I'll explain why we're returning the value of this probably in the next video. Okay, so bear with me. I'll explain why we're returning this very soon. So yeah, like I said, in the register function, let's go ahead and create an arrow statement. We'll say if and then empty, which is a built-in PHP function which checks if an array is empty. The array we're checking is this arrow error array. Okay, so put your curly brackets on. So if this error array is empty, we know there are no errors inserted in any of these functions, so we can go ahead and try and insert the user details. So we're just going to return this arrow insert user details. Okay, and we need to pass in these values. So in fact, you can just copy those because we've named the variables the same as we have up here, so we can just paste them in there and it will have all the correct values. Okay, after the if statement, you can just say return false, because if it doesn't match this, it will return false. If it does go in there, it will just return here and it won't even get to this. Okay, so you can just return right there. If it's successful, it won't ever get to this part. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to explain this flow again in the next video, and then we'll also test this out and make sure it works. Hey everyone, welcome back. So last time we wrote this function which will insert the user's details. I mentioned that I'll explain the flow of this in this video, so I'll start with that because we've returned it here, and up here we've returned false, but in here we've returned the value of this function, and you might be pretty confused right now, so I'll explain that for you. So what's going on is, once again, we're validating all the user's input, and after we've done this part, there will either be errors in the array or not. Now, if there's no errors in the array, we know that the input was valid, so we can go ahead and try and insert the user's details, all right? Which means we'll be in this part right here. If there were errors in there, it won't get into this if block, and it'll just return false, okay? So, going back to here, if there were no errors in there, we're going to return the result of this insert user details function. Now, the reason we're returning the result of that function is because in this function here, we are returning the result of the query execution. So we're saying return query execute. Now, in PHP, a MySQL query execution will return true or false based on whether it worked. So if this query executes successfully and inserts the user's details, it will return true. If there's a problem, maybe you've named one of the columns wrong or something like that, or there's an error in your query, it will return false. So we will know based on what this returns whether the query was executed successfully or not. That's why we're returning this. So in the register page, where we call this register function right here, we want to actually store the result of this, because like I said, this is going to return true or false as to whether the query inserted the user's details or not. So all we need to do is say success equals that. So all I've done is add this part onto the front of that. It used to be like this. I just added on success equals that. Okay, so we're storing the result. Success now will either contain true or false based on whether it worked or not. And then underneath there, we can just do an if statement to see if it worked. We can say if success, which means if success is true, it's exactly the same as if we said equals true like this. If it's a Boolean, you can just use it like this. So if success, we know it worked, and then we can just redirect the user. So we'll just say header location like this. I'll explain this in a second. Index.php and put a semicolon. So what we're doing is we're saying update the header, change the location to index.php. This is basically another way of saying go to this page. All right, header with location and then a file name is the same as saying go to this file. And yeah, so if it was successful, it's going to move the user there. Now there's one more thing to do, but we won't do that in this video. It's just to actually store the session variable. So store session, we'll come back to that, but this part will essentially keep track of whether the user's logged in or not. All right, so what's going to happen when we try this out is if the input was successful, it's going to try and insert the user's details. If it inserts the details successfully, it will hit this if statement, and it's going to take us to the index page. All right, if we don't go to that page, we know there's something wrong. So go back to here, refresh your PHP page, and let's insert some user details. So I'm going to insert my details. So Reese Kenny, my username is going to be Reese-Kenny like that, and then my email, I'll just say Reese at gmail.com. Not actually my email, so don't try and email me with that. I'll paste that in there, and then I'll create my password. I'll just set it to password, and the same again, password. So when I press submit, it may work. If we go to the index page, it worked, and we've gone to the index page. So that means when I refresh this user's page by clicking on this, I should see a user's details, and I do. So I see all the details I submitted. This sign up date was populated automatically because we set a default value to be current timestamp. So although we didn't specify a value when we were inserting it, it's taken the default time. It's taken the default as a time right now. And this is what I was talking about with the password. So my password was just the string password in all lowercase, and after we hashed it, it's produced this long string here, and we don't know what this means by looking at this, so it's meant to be more secure. Now if you change even one letter in that string, it will create a completely different hash. So if you have two very similar looking strings in English, they won't produce anything close to the same hashing strings. Okay, so that's it. That worked for me. So if that didn't work for you and it didn't insert, watch the next video where I'll show you how you can debug this and find out why it didn't work. Hey everyone, welcome back. So last time we tested the queries out, and for me it worked. It inserted the user's details as it should, but for some of you it might not have worked, and you might have some problems and you might not know where to turn. So I'm going to show you how you can debug those problems and find out why your query might not have worked. If your query worked fine and it inserted as it should, you can go ahead and skip this lecture and move on to the next video. There will be no new content in this video other than showing you how to debug this error. But if you want to learn how to debug errors anyway, you can still watch along. But like I said, if you want to skip this, you can. There'll be nothing new that you need for the course. So in the insert user details function in account.php, I'm just going to comment that line out and just return false underneath, just while we're doing some testing, because remember it's expecting a value, a true or false value, to be returned from this function. So I'll just return false because it didn't work anyway. So above that now, I'm going to call this query execute function. So I'm copying that part, but without the return. But then underneath that, I'm going to say var underscore dump, and I'm going to just dump the contents of the query arrow error info array. Now, error info just returns an array of all the information about the error, if you couldn't tell from the name, and var dump just takes an array and just dumps all the content to your screen, essentially just printing it out. Okay,
Now, the problem we have at the moment, or not a problem, the problem in terms of getting an error to show is the fact that my query is valid, so there is no error. So what I'll do is make this have an error. So instead of first name, I'm going to change this to first names or something like that. Something subtle that you might have done by mistake. So just to be clear, my query is no longer valid, so it won't work. So there should be an error. So what I'm going to do is go back to my register page, and I'm going to try and sign up again. So I'll say Reese and then Kenny. It doesn't matter what you put in here really, because this won't actually insert. Make sure these two emails are the same though, and of course make sure your passwords are the same. Alright, I'll press enter or submit, and we should see an error output to the screen. And we don't, my passwords don't match. That's annoying. I've got to type all this out again. My bad, I'll take some more care. So the emails, I'll still have that copied, and I'll say password, make sure I get this right. And I'll press submit. And now we see an error, great. So column not found, unknown column first name. So I can see that and I can realize, wait, that's not what it's called. I can go back to my users table and see what it was called. I can see that it's first name, not first names, and I can go ahead and fix that. So this will tell you what's wrong with it. So there you go. That's a quick way to fix this. What I'll do is go ahead and change this back how it was. But obviously what you would do is fix your query. So I would change this to one that's fine. And then you could then try and insert this again. So I'll revert this to how it was. So just return this part and then get rid of those two lines that we added as well. So try that again and check that it works. There could be another error, in which case you might need to do that again, but with a bit of luck that should work for you. Okay, so that's just how you can debug SQL queries. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that the user can create an account and their details are stored in the database, what we're going to do now is work on the login form. Now there's one more thing to do on the register page, but we won't do that yet. That's just to actually store the session. Remember, we added a comment for this last time. But we're going to use the session when we log in, so I'll explain that to you very shortly, and then we'll just come back and add this to here once we're done with that. It's just one line of code, so it's really nothing to worry about. So the login page, if you remember, we already created this. If I click on this link at the bottom here, it takes us to login.php, and we have this, and let me just open that file. So login.php, and if you're using Visual Studio Code, I should probably mention, you can press Control P or Command P and you can do a quick search for file names, so you can search for the file, or you can click on this button at the side here and you got all your files there, and you can click on login.php that way. It doesn't matter, okay? So yeah, this is our login page. Now we have this from when we implemented this page to start with, just a little test if statement to see if the form was submitted. What we're going to do though is do something very similar to what we do in the register form. We're going to sanitize some input, and then we're going to call a login function on the account object, just like this, okay? And then based on whether that was a success or not, we're going to take them to the login page. So because so much of this code is similar, I'm going to start by copying this code from the register page, okay? Just copy it all for now. We won't need it all, but copy all of it and go to login.php, and let's paste it inside this if statement. All right, so I pasted it in there. Now, if you remember, on the login form, we only have a username field and a password, so those are the only two inputs we have. So we can get rid of first and last name. We don't have those. Okay, we can get rid of both of the emails. We don't have those. And we also only want one password. We don't have a password too when they're logging in, only when they're registering. So we just want both of these. Now, I think the names should be exactly the same. I can't see why I would have done it differently. Yeah, so username and password, so those two can stay exactly the same. I'm going to reuse these functions as well, so you can keep those as they are too. Alright, we're nearly there. There's not a whole lot left to do. We just need to write the login function. Of course, we are calling the register function right here with all these values that we don't have anymore, but we'll come back and just fix this once we've wrote the login function. So go back to account.php, and underneath the register function, let's create our login function. So I will say public. It needs to be public because we're going to call this function from the login page, which is outside of the account class. So we need to be public. And then function, and then login like this, and then it's going to take two parameters. It's going to take a username, so UN, and a password, which we can just call PW. Put your curly brackets on, all right, and then I will copy this password hash line from the insert user details function, paste that in there because we still want to hash the password,
Because what we're going to do with the password is hash it and see if that hash matches the database. So if you remember the users table, we stored the password as the hash. So this password right here was generated when I used the password of just password. So my password string is just password. And when you hash the word password, it gives you this hash, okay? So if I type in the string password as I'm logging in, it will hash it again, and the hash should match exactly the same as this. If it doesn't match the same as this, it means the string that was hashed was different, which means that I wasn't logging in with the correct password, okay? So one more time, the user enters a password in plain English, and then we hash it, and then we compare the hash with the hash that's in the table that was entered when they signed in, okay? So one more time, the user will type their password in English, for example, the string password, and then we will hash that, and then compare the hash with this hash, which was there when the user signed up, and the two should match. If they do match, the password was correct. If they don't match, the password was not correct. And underneath that line, we're going to do a query to check the username and password. So what I would do is copy, just copy all of this for now actually. We'll change it. So copying all of that from the insert user details function, okay. Go back up to here, paste it. Now we only want the username and password, so get rid of the first and last name parameters from there. Alright. And then we need to change the query because we're not doing an insert query anymore, we're doing a select query. So we'll say select all from users. Oh, make sure you spell select correctly. Select all from users where username equals, and then put a placeholder, so :un, and then say and password equals, and then put a password placeholder in, so :pw. Alright, that's our query. We're binding the parameters exactly the same as we did before. Now we don't want to return query execute, we just want to execute it, so get rid of the return from there. Alright, and then underneath that we're ready to check if the login was successful, and the way we're going to know is we can say if query arrow row count equals 1, then we're just going to return true because the login was successful. And underneath that we can just say return false, because we know at this point if the code gets to here it didn't return in this if statement, so we know the login was not successful. And the very last thing to do is actually push an error because otherwise the user won't know that something's gone wrong. So we have to push some error message saying username and password doesn't match. So we do that in the exact same way as we did before, array underscore push, and the array we want to push onto is just this arrow error array, just like we've done all over this page so far, just like this. And then the error we want to push is constants : and then some name, so $, login failed, for example, and then we need to go and create that error. Oh, make sure you put a semicolon at the end of that. Now of course we need to go and create that constant, so in the constants.php file, go ahead and copy one of these, paste it below, and this was, I already forgot what I called it, login failed. I'm so terrible at that. Login failed, and let's just replace this string. Your username or password was incorrect. Alright, and that will do us. Okay, so that's the login function finished. All we need to do now is actually call that from the login page, because at the moment we're calling this register function, but I'll run you through that in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created this login function, and we're actually done with this function, but there is a couple of things we need to do still. One of which is to output this error message, because at the moment we're pushing it onto the array, but we haven't actually output that on the login page yet. So let's do that now. On the login.php page, scroll down to your I don't know, your username field, for example. That's probably where we're going to put it. So we're going to do that in the exact same way as we did on the register page. So we may as well just copy that line from the register.php page. So scroll down to any one of these lines here, copy that, or type it out again, it's completely up to you, but I will just copy it and I will paste it above this username field, like that. Okay, so there's our error, but we do need to replace this one to match our new one that we just used, and it was called login failed. So this string right here, I'm copying that from constants.php. I'll go back to the login page and I'll replace that, like that. Okay, so give that a save, and that's it. The error should now be output if it's there. Now, what we also need to do is replace this register function call with our login call, because obviously we don't want to call this function on the login page. So let's replace register with login, okay? And then this function, of course, only takes two parameters, a username and a password. So we only need to keep those two variables. So username, and then finally, let's do password as well, like that, and get rid of password too. So that's it. It's calling that. Success should be true or false based on whether the login was successful or not. If it finds a row in the table matching this username and password, it will return true. If it doesn't, it will get to this point and it will push an error onto the array and return false. And then if this is false, it won't send us to the index page. So let's give that a try. Of course, we do still need to store the session, but we will get to that probably in the next video, I think. But if I go back to my login page, give it a refresh, and I've got an undefined variable. That's okay, I think I just haven't included the class. So if I go back to register.php and scroll up to the top, you'll see we have these. I just totally forgot we need to add these page require once statements. All right, so copy all of those lines, go back to the login page, and let's paste it at the very top underneath the opening PHP block like that. Give it a save. Now if I refresh this page, it should be okay. It's still not. That's because we haven't created the actual account variable itself. So again, go back to register.php and you'll see we have this line here. Just copy that as well. So this one right here, and then paste it there. If you really wanted, you could put these two in a separate file and just include that one file on both of the register page and the login page, but it really doesn't matter that much. So now if I refresh the page, no error is great. I was worried there'd be another error then, but no, we're okay. So I'll try and sign in with my username and password. So my username is Reese-Kenny, and my password I said was just the word password. So Reese-Kenny. In fact, I'll log in with the incorrect password. So I'll type some random password in, and I should see the error message. And I do, great, and it's all styled, looking beautiful. Now I'll try and log in with the correct password, and it should take me to the index page. So password, if I press submit and it takes us to the index page, we know it worked. And it does, I'm on the index page. So that's great, it worked. So if this didn't work for you, you may want to look at one of the previous videos where I've shown you how to debug these queries. I think it's like 2 videos back now, and then you can see what was wrong with your query. Any problems at all though, just let me know. In the next video, I'll probably show you sessions and show you how to actually keep track of whether the user's logged in or not. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now the user can log in using the login form, and they can register using the register form, but there's one thing that's left to do still, and that's to actually store the session, which is basically a way for us to check if the user's logged in or not. So on any other page on our website, we can check the session and it will tell us whether the user is logged in or not, and if they're not logged in, we'll just send them back to the login page. Okay, so it's real simple to do. It's just one line. Now, if you remember, we added a line in the config file which started the session. If I just show you it, just to remind you, this line here, session start, and by having that line, it means we can use sessions on this page. Okay, we've included the config file up here, so we have that line of code on this page essentially. So all we need to do is set the session right here. So above this header location part, we're going to actually store the session. So all we need to do is say $_ and then session in uppercase, and then square brackets, and then the name of the session you want to set. So let's just say user logged in, like that. Okay, and just set that to the username, so the user's username. All right, so what we've done is we're storing something in the session variable object. And this basically keeps track of all of our session variables, and the variable we're setting is the user logged in value to be the username. So on any page on our website, we can just check this right here, and it will give us the username of the person that's logged in. If we check this and it's not set, it means the user is not logged in. So that's it. Now we do need to copy that line of code and put it in the register page too, because when the user registers, we want to send them to the index page. So basically, as soon as they register, they're also logged in. They don't have to log in again after they've registered. So that now will do exactly the same thing as it done before, but when they log in or register, it will set this session variable. Okay, now we can check that on the index page. So I'll go to my index.php file, and we're going to delete this hello string. We don't need that anymore. That was just to test something.
So what we'll do is just check to see if that session's set. Now, we can't check the session here because we haven't started the session yet. We need to include that session start line again. So we could just say session underscore start again, just like we did before on the config file, but we don't want to do that like that. We may as well just include the config file itself because we're going to need everything on that in that file anyway. First thing I need to do is open my PHP block. Let's start with that. And instead of starting the session here, we're just going to include the config file, and that will start the session for us because that file has session start in it. So we'll say require underscore once, and then the file we want to include or require is just in the includes folder, and it's config.php. And what I would do to make sure that's worked, I'll go to the index page. So rather than going to login page, I'll just go to index.php manually. And we don't see any errors, great, so we know it's included it. And then underneath that, we're ready to actually check the session. So I'll say if, and inside there, we need to say is set, and then the thing we're checking is $_session, and then in square brackets, put double quotes, and then the value we need to check is the one that you set here, this user logged in part. So copy that, paste it in there. And then what we're also going to do is add an exclamation point to the start of this, like this. So we'll say if it's not set, then we're going to just take the user to the register page. So location register.php, like that. Okay, so once again, this is saying if this session variable is not set, that's what the exclamation point means, then take the user to the register page. If I refresh the page now, you should not see it take me back there. And it has taken me back here, but that's actually correct because I just remembered that since we added this line in login.php, we haven't logged in again yet, so it never executed this line, so the session was never set. So after we log in this time, it should take us there, but at least now we checked it without the session being set, and we know that it's taken us back to the register page. And the same thing again, if you try and access the index.php page again, go back to it, it'll just bring you straight back here. So let's try and log in again now. So I'll say Reese, Kenny, and then password. Now, if I get this correct, my username and password, and I press submit, it will take me to the index page and it will let me see it. So you can see now I'm on the index page. I haven't been taken back to the register page, which means I am logged in. And so this session variable was set and this code was never executed. So we know that we're still logged in. And sessions stay between pages as well. So even if I go to another page right now, .php, I can then come back to the index page because the session is still set. It will remain set until you destroy the session manually. That's what we'll do when we create a logout page, or until the browser's closed by default. But I think you can change it so you can make it stay longer than when the browser's closed. But by default, sessions will also terminate once you close your browser. But yeah, anyway, that's how we're checking if the user's logged in. We don't have to change anything on the register page or anything like that. That's it now, we are good. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now the user can log in and register to our site, and we also save the session so that we can tell at any point whether they are logged in or not. There's one thing left to do, and then we're done with the whole login registration process. And all we're going to do is remember the last data that was entered. So if I type in the wrong username and password, at the moment it just disappears. What we'll do is save the value so they can just fix whatever was wrong. It's more of a benefit on the register page when you've got all of these fields, because imagine if you enter all of these fields correct, but the passwords just don't match. At the moment they'd have to resubmit everything or re-enter all this data. Whereas after we've done this, everything will still be there and they can just fix the fields that were wrong, okay? So it's really simple to do. If you remember, I said that the login and registration forms use post data to submit the data. So we submit the data via the post method, which means that all the data that was submitted is stored in the post object like this, the post array. So we just need to check if this is set. If this is set, then use the value of it and put it into the field. If it's not set, do nothing and just leave the field empty. So
we're going to do this in a separate function underneath here, right underneath the if statement, just before the last closing PHP tag. We could put this into its own class, but it's a real small function, and I don't want to spend too much time on that. I think we're ready to move on with the actual Netflix related parts of the site now. So just to keep it simple, I'll just do it here. We'll say function, and we'll call this get input value. Okay, and it'll take one parameter, which will just be the name we're going to look for, and I'll explain how this works once we've wrote it out. Just bear with me. So we'll do just one if statement, and it's just going to say if is set, inside parentheses we're going to say $_post, and in square brackets just put name like this. Alright, because when we call this function, we're going to pass in the string that goes in these double quotes. So for example, if we could see if the username set, we'll pass in the string username to this function, and it will just check if the username exists in the post data. If it does exist, we're just going to simply echo it. So echo this, all right, like that. Give it a save, and that's it. If it's not set, we don't want to do anything. So there's nothing else to do after this if statement. Okay. So yeah, let's just call that function now. So scroll down to our username field right here, and what I'm going to do just before this required name, I'm going to say value equals, now value is just the text that should be in the text box to start with. Different than the placeholder. These are placeholders, they disappear when you start typing. Value is you know, the actual text that is inside, and you'll see how it works in just a second. But all we're going to do is call that function we just wrote. So open PHP brackets like that, or PHP tags I should say. Close them off as well, so don't forget to do that, and just call that function get input value. In parentheses we just need to put the name. Now the name for this input is username, so we're going to check that. Okay, so in double quotes just pass in username and put a semicolon after that function call as well, and that is it. That should work now. If I refresh the page, okay, they're both empty, but if I get the username and password wrong, you'll see that it's got the last input that was entered. Okay, again, if I write something and then do something else, okay, it remembers what was in there. And then again, if I refresh the page without submitting the form, so if I click on the URL bar, press enter, you'll see the form was not submitted, so there's no value in there because there was nothing to remember. So it will only do that if the form was just submitted. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to actually add these to the register fields, and then we're done. Hey guys, how's it going? So last time we made it so that we saved the last input that was entered on the login page like this. So we're going to do exactly the same thing now on the register page, and then we're done with this, and we're finally ready to start working on the Netflix related features of our site. So it's going to be real simple, exactly the same as what we did before in the login page. So what I'm going to do in fact is just copy this function and just paste it on the register page. So copy the get input value function, go to the register page, and just paste that here. Like I said, you could refactor this and put it into its own class or something and reuse the same code, but in the interest of keeping this short and sweet, I'm going to just stick it there again because I do think we're ready to move on now. So then all we have to do is call that function. Now again, we'll go back to the login page, and I'll just copy that line of code in which I do that from the login, from the username field. I'm copying that part right there with the value, going back to the register page, and I'll scroll down to the fields that we want to actually do that. So we want to do it on everything other than the password fields. So I'll say value, and this is going to be first name, needs to match this name, remember. So first name, all right, and then I'll do the same thing on last name. So paste it in there again. This will be last name. Make sure you spell these again exactly the same as they're spelled here. Uppercase and lowercase characters do matter. So I'll paste it in there. This one's username, so keep this the same. Then we just need to do both the emails, and then we're done. So the name of this one is email, and then finally email 2 on this one. So paste that in there, and then email 2. And like I said, we're not doing it on the passwords. We're just going to keep that as they are. So if I refresh the register page, okay, no difference yet, of course, but once I submit the form, so I'll say Reese, and I'll also let's say I get the username, the last name too short, and then the username can be something like that. and the username can be anything. An email can be hi@gmail.com, and something else. The emails don't match, so we'll see an error there, and just put anything in the password. So if I submit the form now, you'll see it's remembered these values. So then what I would do is just fix the relevant fields, and then do it again, and then I'll refresh the page. This error's gone away, but I can see my emails don't match, so I would eventually fix this one and then type in again, and then wait, my password still don't match. But you can see how this would benefit the user. They can just fix the issues that they have, rather than having to type everything out again. Alright, that's the register and login feature done. Users can sign in and log in all they want. We're finally ready to start moving on with the rest of the course now. Congrats on making it this far. Like I said before, any questions at all, just let me know. But yeah, let's get down to the good stuff now. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now we're ready to get started with the main parts of our site, that is the Netflix related features, such as a video player and things like that. So in order to do that though, we're going to be actually installing some sample data first, and that's just some sample TV shows I've created, an episode and things like that, just so you have something to work with. So this is kind of what the site's going to look like. You'll have a bunch of shows at the bottom here, and you'll have a video player, like a preview thing at the top here. So this is the kind of thing you'll have. And I'm going to give you this data purely because it will speed things up. If you have to enter all these shows one by one, it's going to take you a very long time. I know, because it took me a long time. So let me give you the data for this, and then you guys can just run the script and it will import the data for you, and you will have a starting point with a bunch of shows to work with. Right now, make it a lot easier for you to actually create your site. So let me just explain a little bit about how our site is going to work. Each one of these things you see here are entities. Now these will exist in an entities table. So an entity will be a TV show, for example, which has seasons underneath it and episodes. So these things are entities, okay? Like I said, we'll have an entities table for that. We'll also have a videos table. Now the videos will be the actual episodes you see underneath these things. So episodes of Friends, for example, would be in the videos table. And then we're also going to have another table for categories, and that will just be all the categories you see here, and you can click on the category and you can see all the TV shows that exist inside that category. So that's the structure. We need 3 tables, and usually I would create these on camera for you right here, but because I want to give you all this data to import to start with, I'm going to give you the scripts that will create those tables and insert the data for you. The reason I'm not going to let you create the tables first and then give you the script is because it happens all the time. Many people make little mistakes with the naming of the columns or something that don't match up with what I'm doing exactly. So that means when you come to run the script which will import all this data, there's going to be problems. So in the interest of making sure you don't make any accidental mistakes, I'm just going to give you the script that will create the tables and insert the data for you. But don't worry, I'm going to run you through the columns that exist in that table as well, so you'll still understand what's going on. But I've been thinking about this for a long time. I've been trying to figure out the best way to do this. At first, I was thinking about creating the 3 tables we need on camera for you, and then I can give you the scripts to import the data. But like I said, it means if you make any mistakes when creating the tables, there's going to be problems. So I think it's just easier if I give you the scripts to create the tables and insert the data. So attached to this lecture, you're going to find 3 files. You're going to find categories.sql, entities.sql, and videos.sql. So we're going to run each one of these things one by one, and it's really simple to do. Go back to your database, so in your local host, PHP MyAdmin, you're going to go and find your database. So I will go to my Reflex one, and then all you're going to do is click on the database name, and you get this screen here, which lists all your tables. We just have the one table at the moment, and then what we're going to do is just click the import button right here. So click on import, and then what you're going to do is click choose file and select the files that you've downloaded, okay? So we're going to start with the categories one, all right? Do that one first, because there's going to be foreign keys in this table which make it easier to insert, but I'll explain that to you in just a sec. But anyway, go and find the files and start with categories.sql, all right? So I'll click on that, all right? It's in there, and then all I'll do is click go. All right, done. Now we have a categories table, and it's got all these categories. Feel free to add to these or remove them if you don't like any. These are the kind of top level categories taken from Netflix, so that's where I've got these from. But you can change these how you like. And we're going to do the same thing again. So I'll click on this Reflex part right here, the database name, click import one more time, and then I'm going to go and choose the entities file. So entities.sql. and just go ahead and click open and then click go. You can see now I have an entities table with all these entities, and they've got links to thumbnail files. You don't have these files yet. I'll give you these probably in the next video. I'll show you how to get set up with these. And they also have links to preview videos, which are what you saw when the video was playing. So again, I'll explain the structure in the next video, and I'll give you these files too. But for now, let's just go and insert that last we'll create that last table and insert the data. So click on import and then choose file one more time and select the videos.sql, and then go ahead and click go, and you should have the videos table too. And there you go, and you'll see there's quite a lot of videos in here. There's 1,917. So by doing this, each one of these entities is going to have a bunch of seasons, and inside those seasons there'll be a bunch of episodes. So just some sample data to work with, okay? Okay, so there's our sample data imported, and we've got those 3 tables that we needed. In the next video, I'm going to give you these files here that you're seeing these rows linked to, and I'll explain the structure to you then. So those tables we've just created, I'll explain how they work in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we got these 3 tables set up, the categories, entities and videos table, and they also have some sample data in that we can work with. Once again, the reason I gave you the data and the table creation script is just to make things easier for you so that you actually have some content to work with while you're making this site, because I found that it was quite challenging making this site. Because I started out with just a couple of episodes or entities, and it really made it challenging because I couldn't visualize it very well. And then it took me so long to create all these extra shows and episodes and insert all this data. So it doesn't seem like it, but I've saved you so much time by giving you this. I can't explain how much I underestimated how long it took. But that being said, this is sample data. When it comes to the time when you actually want to add actual data, you can just remove the data from these tables and start over. So this is just good to help you when you're developing. Once you're done with the development and you actually use real content, you can just remove these. So yeah, anyway, what I will do is explain the structure of these tables, because that's something I didn't do in the last video. But what I'm going to do first is give you the actual data that this stuff is pointing to. So for example, the rows in these tables link to certain files like the previews, MP4 files, and then they also link to like thumbnail images. So you don't have these yet. So I'm going to give you these files, and then I'll explain the structure of these tables for you and kind of how it works. All right. So attached to this lecture, you'll find a sample data zip file. What you're going to do is download that, and then once you unzip that, all you're going to do is take this entities folder and put that into your site. So if I go to my site, so right here, I'll go to the root of my folder. So in the same folder that the index page and login page and register page are in, I'm just going to take this entities folder that I just unzipped and just put it in there. Alright. So now we've taken this folder and put it into the root of our site, and that folder contains a bunch of other folders. So this previews one is where you put your preview videos. I'll explain what that is in a second. You've got thumbnails, which is just the images you see right here. Okay. And then you've got another thumbnails one, which I'll explain that in just a second. And you've also got videos, and this will be the actual videos. So each episode that you have will be a video inside here. But at the moment, I've just added 6 videos for you. They're just sample data videos. And because there's only 6, it means that loads of the episodes in my database currently are pointing to the same show. You'll see here, you got previews 4 to MP4. They're all kind of pointing to the same ones many times. So the reason we're doing that is because I've added 1,000, for example, in the videos, I've added 1,917 rows in this table. If I added 1,917 different videos, this zip file would be humongous. So because this is just to help you with development, I've just added 6 videos, 6 different sample videos, and many of the episodes are pointing to the same one, okay? But you just have to understand that when it comes to the time that you're doing this for real, you would obviously use an actual video there. So the actual video which corresponds to that episode, Again, that'll make more sense to you very soon. But anyway, like I said, the reason I've got 2 folders for thumbnails, one of them contains all these like sample videos which kind of don't mean anything, and these one, and then the one underneath, the thumbnails or real images, contains actual real movie and TV show images. So if you want to work with real looking images like this, all you need to do is delete this first folder with the fake images, and then just rename this one to thumbnails like that. Okay, so delete the first one and just rename this one to thumbnails. All the files inside are named the same way, so the data in the table will point to the same thing. So yeah, I've given you both because your choice. In the course, I'm going to use the fake images for copyright reasons. But what you can do, like I said, is you can use this one if you want. Just rename this folder here to thumbnails and you'll be good to go. So mine is actually going to, in this course, is actually going to look like this. If I just clear my cache real quick, you'll see with the fake data, it's going to look like this. Okay, so I suddenly have no more like actual TV shows. You just have to use imagination, pretend that these are real TV shows. Okay, great. So we've got the sample data now, we've got the images and the preview videos. What I'm going to do now is explain the structure of the tables to you just real quick, and then we'll get started with the actual programming part of the course. So just real quick, we've got a categories table, which is quite straightforward. It's got an ID column, and then it's got a name, which is the name of the category. Real simple. It's just the int column for the ID, and the name is just a varchar. That one's real straightforward. Okay, like I said, these are the categories that you see here: drama, sci-fi, and fantasy, thrillers. Okay, the next table we have is entities. Like I said, entities are each one of these things that you see here. Each, I don't know, Game of Thrones is an entity, Suits is an entity, so The Simpsons would be an entity, for example, Friends is an entity, and I've also given you some sample entity data. You can see there we've got 48 different entities. And each one of these entities has a name. Of course, name is straightforward. It's got a thumbnail, which is the thumbnail image you see here. All right. And it's also got a preview video. Now, preview is this video that you're seeing when I refresh the page. This one right here. So this would be the preview for that TV show or movie, for example. So if you've used Netflix before, you'll know that when you click on something, let's say you click on The Simpsons, you would see a preview video from one of the episodes or something to get you, get you interested. So it doesn't always have to be a trailer. Sometimes they just put clips from the TV shows of a particular scene, which is quite interesting, and hopefully it'll make you want to watch that show. So previews is just a little video that you can use, and that'll be what shows here at the top. And then after the video ends, it will just show the thumbnail. Okay. And then category ID is just the ID. It just links to the ID right here. Okay. All right, and then the last table is videos, and videos is quite straightforward. It's got an ID column, a title, which is the title of the video. If I just click on one of these, I don't know what this is, click on that. You'll see you got your preview video, and if I scroll down, you'll see it's got season 1, and then all these videos, season 2, it's got these videos here. And if I click on one of these, it will take you to the actual video itself. This is where we're going to watch it. So yeah, the title is just the title of the video you're seeing right here. You got a description underneath. I've just put obviously some sample lorem ipsum descriptions. File path is the actual path to the video file itself. So that'll be the actual TV show you're watching. And it is movie, so yes or no as to whether it's a movie or not. You've got uploaded date, which is quite straightforward. Release date, so if you want to add the date that the show was released, these are just sample dates, of course. Views, how many views it's had, quite straightforward. You got duration, so it's the duration of the video, what season it is, what episode it is, and then of course the link to the entity. So you can see here, if I just go forward another couple of pages, you'll see that these entity IDs link to a particular entity. So these all showing one at the moment. If I skip forward a bit more, you'll see these all linked to a different entity. So these all point to entity number 99. So if I click on that, you'll see that that is the entity District 9. All right. So entity ID is what links the video to the entity itself. So that's how we know which videos to show here when you're clicking on the, for example, Top Gun entity. All right. And when the time comes that you want to add more videos here, you just click on the videos table, for example, click insert, and then you can just type in the title of your new video, the description here, the link to the file itself or the file path, whether it's a movie or not. That would be a 1 or 0. You can leave this as is. It defaults to the current time. Release date, just whenever that was released. Views can stay at 0. You put the duration in here, maybe it's a 20-minute show, all right, you do it like that. What season it is, this might be season 4, episode 5, for example, and then just link to what entity it is. So let's say I'm adding a Pokemon episode right here, I'd change that to Pokemon, all right? and click go, and it would insert that video for you. So that's it. It's quite straightforward, and it's fairly difficult to explain without us having used it yet, but it will make sense to you as we come to work with this more. Any questions at all, just let me know. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have the sample data set up and we have those rows in the table, we're ready to start actually writing some code now. And we'll start with this video preview feature because I think it's quite a nice feature for us to start with. What we'll do is write this in its own class so that we can reuse this code whenever we want. You'll see that if we go to another page, we have the same sort of video preview on those pages, so we reuse this across a couple of places in the site. So let's get started on that. Go back to your text editor and let's create a new file, and it's going to be a class, so we'll save it in the includes classes folder, and let's call it previewprovider.php. Previewprovider.php. Okay, great, that's our class. So we'll start by opening our PHP tag like that and closing it off, and then we'll just say class and then preview provider like this and put your curly brackets on. Alright, great, there's our class. So what we'll do then is do what we've done before, which is quite similar. If you look at the account class, you scroll up, you see we have this constructor right here. We'll create a constructor and then we'll pass in the connection variable just like we did in the account class. So public function and then underscore construct. Remember, that's 2 underscores there, not 1. Okay, one more time, make sure you have 2 underscores here. You'll be very surprised about how many people actually just do 1 and the code won't work. Okay, so underscore construct, and we're going to pass in a connection variable like this, and then we're going to save this connection variable to one of the properties in our class. So up here, let's just create a property. We'll say private con like this, and underneath that, let's create another variable too, private username. Now if you really wanted, you could do this on the same line. Instead of having 2 lines like that, you could just do that. It would do exactly the same thing. Doesn't really matter, it's whatever you want. This will declare 2 private variables, one called con, one called username, and we'll also pass in the username to this class as well. So we're passing in 2 variables to this class, and then let's just go and assign those values. So this arrow con equals con like this. Copy and paste that line below and do the same thing for username. This arrow username equals username. Okay, great. So now those 2 variables that we pass into this instance of the class will be saved to these private variables up here. Perfect. And then the function we're going to call to create our preview is just going to be called create preview video. So public function create preview video like this. And great. Let's just echo something for now, and we'll call this function to make sure it's all working correctly. So in index.php, I'm going to go ahead and include this class, and don't worry, we will be moving this stuff to a header file very soon, so it won't stay on the index page, but let's just put it there for now so that we can actually do something with it. So require once and just include that class, so it will save the includes classes, and then the file was called previewprovider.php. Alright, so there's our class, and let's just call that to make sure it works. First, we're going to say preview equals new preview like this. Okay, and we need to pass in the connection variable, which comes from the config file, and then we'll also pass in the username, which we know is session, this username right here. Okay, but I don't really want to use the session variable like this and pass it in that way because it's quite not really a nice syntax. So what I'll do, underneath this if statement, I'm going to create a user logged in variable and just set it to be this session. We know at this point this session is definitely set because otherwise it would have taken us to the register page in this line and it wouldn't have even got to here. Okay, so there's our username right there, so we'll just pass it into that, and we're going to be reusing that across all our pages, that user logged in variable, but you'll see how we do that very shortly. Great, so there's our preview object, our preview provider object. I've just noticed it's not called preview, it's preview provider. That's my mistake. I'm sure some of you noticed that. So the class is called preview provider, so we need to make sure we call it preview provider there. Okay, that was pretty careless of me, but underneath that, let's just call that function to make sure we see our echo. So we can just say echo preview like this, and then arrow, and then whatever that function was called, create preview video. And I can see that I've already echoed it here, so we didn't actually need to add the echo in here, but don't worry about that. We're going to be getting rid of that echo very soon, so we will keep the echo right here, and just do that. Give it a save, refresh the page and see what you see then now. So on the index page like this, so So I'm on the index page of my site. I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see hello, so we know it's worked, and there are no other errors. So just make sure you don't see any other errors. If you do see errors and you don't know how to fix them, just let me know and I'll help you. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're going to continue with our video preview that we're creating right now, and we've started it last time very briefly. We just created a function which echoes hello at the moment and just made sure it works. So what we'll do in this video, just continue with that. So what's going to happen is when you refresh the index page, it's going to get a random entity from the table and just show the preview for that. So every time you refresh, it'll be a random one. So when you go to a page though, for example, maybe action and adventure, you'll see only ones related to that category. So I'm on the category of action and adventure, so I'm only seeing action and adventure entity previews right here. So yeah, but on the index page, they'll just be completely random every time you refresh the page, okay? Maybe you want to go down the route of ordering this by showing the most popular or something like that, but for now, we're just going to do a random entity. So let's go back to our preview provider and let's write the code which will get us a random entity. Now, we won't always want to create a random entity though, because remember, like I said, sometimes there will be an entity. So if I click on this, for example, this video, you'll see that Never Back Down is the entity. So as soon as I refresh the page, it's always going to be the same preview. Okay, so in this case, we are passing in an entity to this preview function, and it's showing the preview for that entity that we've specified. So we won't always want to do a random one. Sometimes we'll call this same function, but we'll pass an entity to it, and we should show that entity instead. So because of that, this function is going to take an entity parameter, so entity like this, although at the moment that will be null because we just want to generate a random one. So what we'll do as the very first line in this function, we're just going to do an if statement which checks to see if entity is null. So if entity is null, then we want to create a random one. If not, we can just proceed. So what we'll do is just say entity equals this arrow get random entity like this. All right, so this is a function that we're going to create now. So underneath the create preview video, we're going to say private. So it's private because we're calling it from inside this class. We won't ever need to call this from outside the class. We'll say private function, and then that same name you've used there, get random entity, and this will return some entity ID or some entity class eventually. All right, so that's what we'll do next. But because we've just specified this parameter right here, make sure you go back to your index page and just pass in a value. We're going to do null because, like I said before, we want to use a random entity, so we're not passing an entity ID in there. Alright, great. So let's write the code which is going to get a random entity, and it's literally going to go to the table, find an entity at random, give it back to us, and we'll just create an entity class instance of that. We haven't created the entity class yet, but we'll do that next. Alright, so first we'll write the code which will actually get the random entity from the table though. So we can just say this arrow con arrow prepare. Now it's worth mentioning we are going to move this to a separate class as well very soon, because we're going to use this get random entity code in a couple of places. So this code that we're writing inside this function, we're going to move this to a static class very soon, but I will show you that in the future. But for now, we're just going to write it here to keep things simple. Okay, so the query is just going to be select all from entities, that's our table name, entities, order by rand, like this. It's a MySQL function which will give you a random one, limit, and it's going to be 1 because we only want to select 1. Remember, we're only going to have one entity for this preview video, so it doesn't make sense to select any more than 1. So select all from entities, order by random, and limit to 1. So this will select one row from the table at random. So there's no parameters to bind to this, so we can simply execute the query, but I've just realized I didn't actually assign that to a variable. So let's just say query equals that. Sorry about that. So query equals, and then what we just had, and then we can simply say query arrow execute like this. All right, put your semicolon, and then all we need to do is use the data returned from this query to create an instance of the entity class. But just before we do that, let's just test that this worked, and we'll just echo some value from the entities table. So what we'll do is I'll just say row equals query arrow fetch like this, and this is how you get the data from a SQL query in PHP. So PDO : fetch underscore, sock like this, associative. So this is just this is saying get the data and store it into an associative array, and that's just a key value pair, basically, key value object. So underneath that, let's just echo some value. So row, and then the column you want to output. So let's just go back. What columns do we have in the entities table? We've got a name. Let's just echo the name. So like that, and we should hopefully see a name. So are we calling this? Did I remember to do it? Yeah, we're doing it there, and we should be good now. So when I refresh the page, we might see the name of a random entity, which we do, elf. Now if I refresh it again, we're seeing different ones every time. So it's working. We have the data returned from us at random, and now we have the data in this row object, and we're ready to actually create an entity class that we can work with going forward. Okay, so we'll do that next. Hey everyone, welcome back. So last time we wrote this code which will get us a random entity from the table, and we just output the name to test that it worked. What I said we're going to do now is, instead of just echoing the name like this, we're going to actually take this data that was returned from the table and put it into an entity object. So we need to write an entity class for that. So let's do that now. It's going to be real simple. We're just going to give it a save on a new file, save it in the classes folder, and just call it entity.php. Alright, so this is going to be our entity class that we'll use throughout our project. Open your PHP tags and just write class entity like this. And then underneath that, just like we did in our other class, our preview provider class, we're going to write a constructor. So public function underscore construct, and that's 2 underscores. I know you're getting sick of me saying it, but you will be very surprised how often I have problems with this and how many times students ask me for help. That's 2 underscores there. So there's our constructor. It's going to take a connection variable so that we can actually talk to the database, but it's also going to take an input variable. Now I'll explain what that is in just a second, but for now, let's go and create 2 private variables, one for the connection variable and one for the input parameter, alright? And then of course, you know the drill by now, let's just assign those values. So this arrow con equals con, and then we'll do the same thing for the input parameter right here. So right now we've just created an entity class which takes 2 parameters and then assigns those 2 parameters to 2 private variables, alright? Now, what is this input variable? Now, this input variable could be one of 2 things. It could either be data from the database, or it's going to be an entity ID. So the reason it could be 2 things is because we want to allow us to create entity objects using an ID or using data from the table. So by that, I mean that you can create a new instance of this class by passing in an ID, and it will go and get all the data from the table for that entity, or we can do what we have here, where we have all the data already, so we want to just pass that in without having to go and get the data again. So like I said, this input is either going to be the entity ID, which we'll use to go and get the data, or it's going to be all the data for that entity already. So underneath that, above this line, what we're going to do is create an if statement, and we're going to say if, and then is underscore array, and then put input there. Okay, so it's saying that if the input is an array, just take this line and put it inside the if statement like that. We're just going to assign the input to our input variable up here. All right, so once again, this is because it's already an array, so that means we're passing in the data already, and we'll use that very soon. But what we're going to do though is underneath that, we're going to write an else block. Okay, so if the input is not an array, we know we've passed in an entity ID, and then we need to go and get the data from the table. So let's just write the query that does it now. Although we're not going to use this else block for this specific example because we already have the data here, it's good for us to write it now, save us doing it later. So we'll say query equals this arrow con arrow prepare, and we'll say select all from entities where ID equals, and then put an ID placeholder like that. So select all from entities where ID equals ID, and then underneath that I'm simply going to say query arrow bind value, and then inside there we want to bind to the colon ID placeholder, this one right here, and then we want to bind that to the value which is this input, so just say input like that. Alright, and then finally execute the query, execute execute like that. So now we've executed the query, we have the data, but we actually need to fetch it from the query object first. So the very last thing to do is to say this arrow input equals query arrow fetch like this, and then the way we want to fetch is PDO : fetch underscore associative like that in an uppercase. So it's the same thing we did in here, this part we got right there. So it just tells us to store the data in a key value array. All right. So what's just happened? Well, I'll explain one more time. We've said that if the input is an array, we're assuming that it's the SQL data that we already have. For example, like this, we've already done the query. We have the data already. We don't need to make a query to the database to get the data anymore. If it's not an array, so this part right here, we are going to assume that input is an entity ID, and then what we'll do is just simply go to the table and get all the data for the entity which has that ID, and then save it in this input variable. Now, I don't like the name input for this variable up here because it's not really input, it's only input here. So what I'll do is rename this one to SQL data like that, all right? And then of course I need to copy that and rename this part here, and then this part here. Don't rename the variable here or here though, just keep that exactly the same. So just rename it the class variable like this, all right? So now we have this entity class, and we can use it by passing in the entity ID or by passing in the data itself. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created this entity class. What we're going to do now is actually create an instance of that class in the preview provider. So we're going to actually use that class right here, but before we do that we need to actually include it first. So go back to the index page and let's include the class here. Remember I said we'd be moving this to the to another file very shortly, but for now I'm just going to stick it all on the index page to keep it simple. So entity.php. So now we have the entity class and we can use it. What we're going to do is go back to our preview provider, and instead of echoing the name like this, we're going to just delete that and then return new entity, all right? And then we need to pass in our connection variable, so this arrow con, and then the second parameter is the actual data we want to use for this, so we'll pass in this row part right here, just like that. And I guess we no longer need this row variable here. We could just use this directly inside here like that, but it does the same thing, so I'll just leave it like that for now. All right. So now our getRandomEntity function is going to actually return us a random entity, or an entity object, I should say. So scroll up to where we called that function right here. Underneath that, we now know that entity is going to contain an entity object. So either we'll have passed it in here and then we won't have executed any of this code, or entity here would be null, so we'll create a new entity here. So either way, by the time we get to this part right here, entity will contain an entity object. So what we're going to do here is get some values from that entity object. So we want the name, the thumbnail, the actual preview video, for example. So we need to write some functions which do that in the entity class, and they're real simple functions. We're just going to say public function. First we'll do one to get the ID. So we'll just say get ID like this. And we can just return this arrow SQL data. So this variable up here. This arrow SQL data, and then pass in the name of the column, because remember this is going to be data from the table. So the column you want to return in this example is ID, and then copy and paste that below. And we'll do the same thing for name. So this will be get name, and then the column, I'm pretty sure it's just called name. Let me just double check. So in the entities table, you can see that we have the name column right there. So change that to name, and then we'll do the same thing again below, and we'll do the thumbnail part right here. So we can call this get thumbnail. Okay, and then this part is going to be thumbnail. That's the column. And then one more time, let's just get the preview video. So we'll just call this get preview, and this column is called preview. All right, so inside there, change name to preview. Now we have 4 functions which will give us some data. So let's go ahead and call those just to make sure it works. So to start with, I'll just call the getName function to make sure you can actually see something. So I'll just say name equals entity arrow get name like this, and I'll refresh the page and we should see
well, we should see the same thing really. I'll refresh the page and I don't see anything yet, and I just realized I'm not echoing that. I've created the name, but I haven't actually echoed it. So just to see it works, I'll just echo name underneath that, give it a save and make sure that works. And we still see a random name. Great. So we know that's working. We're calling this getName function on our entity class, and we actually have a value. So let's just call the other three functions we made. We'll do the ID one right at the top. So ID equals entity arrow get ID. So that'll give us the ID. And then I'll copy and paste this line below 2 more times because we want to call the other two. So we have the preview, and then this will be get preview, and this one's going to be thumbnail, and then the name of the function was just get thumbnail, like that. Okay, so now these 4 variables should contain the values, and we're ready to actually do something with them. So the thumbnail and preview are file paths. So for example, let me just show you. You don't have to copy this out. Let me just show you real quick. If I just echo an image real quick, so image, and the source is going to be just thumbnail, like this. If I just refresh the page, you should see an image on the page, and you don't. And I just realized I forgot an equal sign there, so let me just refresh that. And you can see an image now, and every time I refresh the page, it's a random image. So that's how the thumbnail is going to work, and the preview is going to work in the same way, in the sense that you put the preview variable inside a video tag, and you should see the video. So there you go. There's 4 basic functions that we need from our entity class. Now what we're going to do is move on and echo some actual HTML now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we have all the data we need here to actually output some HTML. So we're going to make a start and actually output some preview video. So let's just say return, because we're going to return a big string here of HTML. Now we're going to return a div, so let's create our div. So div right there, and put a closing one on as well. So div, and this div will have a class of, and put single quotes in there. So because we use double quotes here, we have to use single quotes inside the string. So the class will be preview container, like this, and then underneath there we'll start by putting our image, so img, and then src equals, and then put single quotes, and the src of the image is just going to be this thumbnail variable. So copy that variable there and just put it in there. So because we use double quotes to create our string, we can just inject these variables directly into the string like this. And then this image will have a class of preview image, and then close that image tag off. So if I save that and then go and refresh the page, we still see an image, which is great. I output an image last time just to show you how it worked, but you might not have followed that along. But now if you refresh the page, you should have an image there. So one thing to know though is that we don't want to show the image straight away. We only want to show the image after the video has finished loading. So when this preview video finishes loading, finishes playing, I should say, then we're going to show the image for that entity. So we don't want to show that image straight away, so let's just change that to hidden. So just add the word hidden at the end of that image tag, and now if I refresh the page, you shouldn't see this image there. And great, you don't, but it is there on the page, it's just hidden. So let's actually create the video now. So we're going to create an HTML video tag like this, and I'll close it off as well. So video this way. All right, now we want to auto play this image, this video. We want this video to start playing as soon as the page loads. We'll say muted because we don't want any sound to start with, and then we want to add a class of preview video like this. And that's it. All we have to do is add a source inside there. So we're going to say source, and then src equals, and put single quotes there, and the src is just going to be this preview variable. So paste that in there, and then let's just add type equals single quotes video dash mp4 like this, because it's an mp4 video, and when you specify the source of a video in HTML, you should specify the type of that video too, so it knows which is which. So we use an MP4 videos because they're the most widely supported video types. They work in most browsers. In fact, I don't really know of any browsers they don't work in. So you should definitely be using MP4 in here just to make things easier for you. So the videos, previews you use should be MP4s. Well, every video on our site that we use should be MP4s. But anyway, let's refresh this, and you should see the video on the page. It's been muted, it's auto-played, just as we expect. but the size isn't great. So what we'll do before we continue with the overlay, which is this part right here and these buttons, we'll just style this and make sure it fits on the page nicely. So you can see that the video's finished playing, so it's just stopped. But yeah, next we'll style this to make sure it fits nicely on the page, and then we'll continue with the rest of this HTML output. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we output this video right here, and I said we'd add a little bit of style to it to make sure it's not so big before we move on and add the title and the buttons right here. So let's do that now. Before we add the style though, we need to actually add a reference to the style sheet, because if you look at the index page, we're coding with this stuff, but we haven't actually added any style sheet or anything anywhere. So we're going to do that in a header file, and like I said, we'll take this stuff and move this to the header file too. So let's first create the file. So create a new file and give it a save. I'm going to save it in the includes folder and just call it header.php, header.php, like that. This is our header file. This will be included on all the pages. Now go back to your index page and copy this code here. In fact, all this code, even with the use logged in part. Alright, so copy all that. So I'm copying all this stuff here and then paste it in there and put your closing tag on. Alright, and in fact I'm going to delete all this code because I don't need that anymore. But I will add a reference to this header file, so require underscore once, and the file is in the includes folder, and it's called header.php. Put your semicolon. So now all this code will be on this page anyway, because we've included that file. When you include a file, it's just as if you took that code, copied it, and pasted it all here. So all that code will be on this page, just as it was before. So this page won't know any different. So going back to the header file then, what we're going to do is just add some actual HTML code underneath. So what I'm going to do to save me typing this out again, I'm going to go and find my login page, for example, and you'll see we got this code right here. I'm going to take all the HTML code, even this doc type HTML part, so all of this, and scroll down to the bottom, copy all that because I'm lazy and I don't want to type it all out. So I've just pasted all of the login HTML code into my header.php file, and I'll close that login file down so I don't get confused. But what I'm going to do is just change some of this stuff. We're going to keep the style sheet, of course. We do want that style. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to obviously remove all this stuff here, this all these divs. So we should have an empty body tag now, like that. So the style sheet can stay the same, and all this stuff up here that we just pasted can stay the same too. And what we're actually going to do though is actually get rid of these closing HTML and body tags like that. Okay, so we're going to keep the opening tag but get rid of the closing ones. And now if I refresh the page, you won't see any difference on this. It's exactly the same. The only difference is we have some style applied now, and we got rid of that little margin that was there. But it's pretty much exactly the same as it was before. We're going to do one more thing in this header file though, and that's just to create a div and give it the class of wrapper. So this is going to be an element that wraps our whole page, and we can add some style to this in one of the upcoming videos, but just give that a save for now. Don't do the closing one. We're not going to add the closing one. The reason we're not adding closing ones is because we're going to include all this code on our pages like this, right? So up to this point, it's going to be as if you've took this code and just pasted it on there. Imagine if you've done that like that, okay? So we've got an opening tag. We don't want to close it off because that would mean anything we add on the page here wouldn't be included in there because it would have been closed off inside here. So we're not going to close it off. It sounds crazy, but it will automatically be closed by the browser if you don't close it yourself. So we haven't closed off the body or the HTML tag either. These will automatically be closed at the end of the page. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay? Great. So there's our header file. We're ready to start actually writing some style code now. And yeah, we can simply include that header file on any pages we have now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have our header file, which includes our style sheet, we can start adding some style to our page now. Remember I told you that we need to add a little bit of style to this video so that it will fit the width of the screen. At the moment it's too big for it, but we want it to be like this, where it takes 100% of the width and it will kind of grow with the page as it resizes. So let's do that now. Let's right click on the video and click inspect. And if we give this video, so I'll click on the video tag, we give this video a width of 100%, you'll see it now fits to take 100% of the width of the page. So that's the only bit of style we need to add to accomplish this. So go back to our style sheet. In fact, you can close down header.php for now. We don't need that just yet. So I've closed that file down and go to our style sheet. And we're going to add the style down here. Now the element we want to add it to is this video, which has the class preview video. Okay, Now, we're also going to add the same style to preview image, because when the image shows, we also want that to take 100% of the width too. So the preview image and the preview video are both going to have this style we're about to write. So let's say preview image, comma, and then dot preview video. So this style is being applied to both of these, and just say width is going to be 100%. Okay, give that a save, and let's refresh the page now. And has it worked? I don't know if it has. Let me just inspect, and then I'm gonna clear the cache. And yeah, that's worked now. So it's taken 100% of the width, and you can see if I resize the page, it will grow with the page. So it will always take 100% of the width now. So that's exactly what we wanted. What we'll do now is create this overlay right here with the name, and it's got the buttons as well. So let's go back to our preview provider code, and let's create a div underneath this video tag right here. So div with the class of preview overlay, and close that div off so that we don't forget. And if I just put something in there just so we can see it, I'll just write hello like that, and then refresh the page, and you can see my hello right there. So the preview overlay, if I show you at the moment, is just underneath the page right there. But what we'll do is add some style to that so that it will appear over the top of the video. All right, so go to the preview overlay element right here, and what we're going to do is say width is going to be 100% like that. The height is also going to be 100%, and we're going to say background color is going to be like a black color which is slightly transparent. So we're going to say RGBA. Inside the parentheses we're going to write 0, 0, 0 for black, and then we want the alpha value, so do comma, and then 0.3, which will make it slightly transparent. Now if I scroll down, it looks like that for now. It won't look like much right now, but this will go over the top of the video, and you'll be able to see a slight darkness to it. See right here, we've got a little bit of a dark color over the top. Now we're adding that overlay color because we want to be able to see this white text no matter what. So even if the video is white, has a white background at that point, we want to still be able to see the text that's there. So this will help us. Now we want this overlay to appear over the top of the video. So how do we do that? Well, it's actually really simple. We just need to say position absolute. Okay, now you can see that hasn't done anything yet, but what position absolute does is it positions it relative to the next parent, which has a position set. So that means all we need to do is go to the preview container and set a position on this element. So if we just go on the preview container, say position relative, it's being positioned relative to this preview container. So you can see it still hasn't worked, and that's because this preview overlay is inside the preview container, so it's kind of already doing that. So all we need to do is change the display of this, so display flex like that, and you can see now that there's a dark overlay over the top of our video, and you can see hello right there. So display flex makes the element use all of the space it has available to it, and it's not counting the position absolute element, which is why you can see it's not extending past the bottom of the page, and it looks quite good now. And that's it. So just to summarize, all we've added on the preview overlay element, we've added these 4 bits of style, and on the preview container we've added these 2 bits of style. So let's copy those 2 and move them to our style sheet. So I'll start with the preview container style. So I've copied that, go back to my style sheet and say preview container, put your curly brackets and paste that in there, and let's do the same thing with that other bit of style we had. So these 4 lines, copy those, and this is the preview overlay element, so go underneath there, preview overlay like this, paste them in there, give your file a save, and let's just make sure we see that. So I'll clear the cache just to make sure it works. And you can see we have an overlay now, and there's our hello up there. Obviously we're not going to keep that, but yeah, you can see the overlay is there. The video looks slightly darker, but that's okay, because if they want to watch the video without the darkness, they'll just click on it. But this is just to, it's a preview, okay? So this is kind of the same thing that Netflix does as well. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have this overlay showing, and what we're going to do now is actually add some content to it. So we're going to add the title of the entity, and we'll work on adding these buttons too. So let's go back to our page, our preview provider page, and let's change this hello string that we just used to test something last video. Let's get rid of that, and let's create a new div in there. So inside there, we're going to create a new div because this preview overlay div is the element which provides the dark overlay, but inside that we want to create a new element which will have all the entity details. So create a new div and close it off, and this div will have the class of main details. So class equals and then main details. It's going to be the main details of the entity. So inside there, we'll simply add an h3 element and also close it off, because I do have a habit of forgetting to close my divs off if I don't do it straight away. So there's our title element, and we're going to put the name variable in there, like that. And now if I refresh the page, you should see the entity name. Not styled yet, I know, so it's difficult to see, but you can see we have it right there. If I refresh the page, we get a different name. So that's working, great. So before we do the rest of it, let's just go ahead and style that so it's positioned in the correct place and the color's right. So let's right click on the name. So let's start with the h3 element, just so we can actually see it, because at the moment it's quite difficult to see. Let's start by changing the color of the text to white. So color FFF, like that, and you can see it's gone to a white color text now. And then we're also going to say font size is going to be 40 pixels, so it's nice and large. And then the very last thing to do for the h3 is just the margin is going to be 15 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 0 on the left and right. So you can see if I hover over that h3, you see the orange part above the element is the margin. So we've just modified the default margin that an h3 element would have. So copy those 3 lines right there. Go back to your style sheet, and let's say it's going to be the preview overlay and then main details and then h3, because the main details element is inside the preview overlay element. And paste those in there and give this a save. Save the file and refresh the page, and you can see that the style is still applied. Great. Now let's work on getting this in the middle, like this page has. So now we'll style the main details element. So what I'll do first is say position is going to be relative, and then top is going to be 35%, like that. And you can see, because we've done position relative, it's going to position this item relative to the element it's in. So we're saying go 35% from the top. Okay, so you can see this is 35%. Of the top of the page. So let me bring that inspect back up. So yeah, we've added where is it? I can't find the other one now. Here, main details. We've added position relative and then top 35%, so that it's like fairly near the middle of this element, you see. So if I said, for example, 50%, it will be in the middle of that element, but we want 35%. Feel free to change it as you like, though. If you want to use some of the value, you can. We then want to move it away from the side of the page a little bit. So let's just say margin left. Margin left is going to be 50 px. All right, so it's moved it a little bit away from the edge. And then what we want to do is say display flex, like this, and then flex direction is going to be column. Now you won't see any change with that yet. That's going to allow us to actually position these things like the buttons and this subtitles. It'll allow us to position that as we like. So just add those two display flex and flex direction lines now, but like I said, you won't see any change with that yet. So anyway, copy those style lines that we just wrote, and this is going on the main details element. So in our style sheet, we can say preview overlay and then main details, put your curly brackets on and paste our style in there. So give that a save now and refresh the page, and you can see that it's still kept that same style applied. Great. And that is it for the style of those elements. What we're going to do now is add some more elements into that in that main details div for the subtitle and the buttons, and we'll style those as well. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're making good progress on this video preview we have right here. We've got the overlay right there with the title. We are going to add the a subtitle and 2 buttons as well. That one of them will unmute the video, because at the moment when the page is refreshed and the video starts playing, we play it muted. And this button will allow them to actually hear the audio, and play will actually take them to the watch page where they can start watching that video. But we're going to come back and do this this subtitle in a later part of the course, because this is going to keep track of the user's progress on that video. So if we're showing them something they've already seen, maybe they're on season 2 episode 5, and we would want to show that in there. So before we output this subtitle, we're going to be checking what their progress is. So in order to do that, we need to actually save the progress, which of course is something we haven't done yet. So this subtitle will be something we'll come back to. So we're not going to do that yet, but I will go back to preview provider and just leave a comment underneath those 4 lines and just say to do add subtitle. Okay, so just a little reminder that we are going to come back and add the subtitle in a later video. But anyway, what we will do at the moment is add these 2 buttons. So let's go back to our preview provider and scroll down to our main details div, because this is where it's going to go, and underneath the name we're going to add another div. So div, and close it off as well. Oh, I've gone over too many tabs, so just close the div off. So that's it, I've just added a blank div like that. We're going to give this div a class, and the class is going to be just buttons like that. Okay, so class buttons. And you may have guessed this is where the button's going to go. So inside that div, let's create a button. So button, and then I'm going to close that button off as well. Button like that. And for now, this button is just going to say play like that, okay? But it will say continue watching later on. Once we've got the progress working, which is what I was talking about with the subtitle, if they are on something else like season 1 episode 5 or something, this will say continue watching, all right? So we'll be changing the text of this button based on whether they've started watching this video or not. But for now, we're just going to write play in there. And then, like I said, when we've done that, we'll come back and change that later on, all right? And we're also going to add an icon in there, but we won't do that yet. We'll probably do that in the next video. But for now, I'm going to copy that button. I'm going to paste it below. Okay, and this will be the volume button. And for now, I'll just say volume, just so we can see something. You'll see that this video does end up just having only an icon in there. But for now, we should see 2 buttons, play and volume. Okay, and they do nothing, of course, yet, but we'll get to their behavior very soon. So let's go ahead and style these now. So I'm going to right click on one of the buttons, and I'm going to click inspect, and let's just add some style to this. So I'll click on any one of the buttons. I'll just do the play button for now. I'm going to change the background color first. So background color like this, and the background color is going to be an RGBA color so that we can have some transparency. So RGBA, so red, green, blue, alpha. I think I've already mentioned that in an earlier video though. But inside the parentheses, we're going to say 51, 51, 51, and then a comma again, and this is going to be 0.4. All right. So press enter on that, and you'll see the color that's gone to. It's like a dark color, but it's quite transparent. You'll see this is what it's going to look like. I'm wondering if I need to make this text bigger for you. Maybe it's difficult to see. Let me try and increase the size of this. That might be easier for you guys to see. Anyway, just realised that the text might have been too small. Apologies if you haven't been able to read it, but this will hopefully make it a little bit easier. But anyway, background colour is that. And next we'll do the colour, which is the text colour. And we'll just make this white. So FFF for white. Oh, make sure you remember your pound sign in front of that. So FFF for white. There's going to be no border, so we'll say border none. And then we want a minimum width on this, and the minimum width is going to be 150 pixels. Okay. We're going to have no padding on the top, so padding 0, and then we're going to put some padding on the left and right. So padding 0, space, and then 38 pixels. So we want 38 pixels on the left and right. You can see right there, if I hover over the element, the green part is the padding. We want height to be 50 px, but we're also going to specify a max height of 50 px. So this is for another bit of style we're going to use later on in the course, in which we're going to override something and let the element be able to increase the size of the button. But more on that in a future video. We won't come to that for quite a while, but just add max height there. Just know this because we're going to be reusing some of this code in a later video. All right. So the next thing is just some font size of 18 pixels. Okay, so this, the text is a little bit bigger now. And then we want a border radius of just 2 pixels, so a slight rounded border on those. And then finally we're going to say margin bottom is going to be 15 pixels, so pretty self-explanatory, just a 15 pixel space on the bottom. And then finally a margin right of 5 pixels, and this will be the space we have on the right side of the button, just to give a little bit of a gap between the buttons like that. Okay, so that's all the style we want for that. So copy all of that, and remember this is on the button, so go back to the style.css file, and we can just say main details and then button like that. Now this isn't the button element, it's not a class, so you don't need a dot there. We're just targeting the button element within the main details section. All right, so give that a save. And let's refresh the page, and we should see that applied to both of them. We don't, so let me just go ahead and clear my cache. Oh, I missed the button. And now we see those two buttons styled nicely. All right, might be quite difficult to see at the moment when they're over the top of the videos. You can make it out, but the point of it is supposed to be not too intrusive, so it's supposed to allow the person to be able to see the video too. So that's why they're quite as transparent as they are. But when the picture changes after the video is finished, you'll see it's quite a lot more visible. All right, so those buttons are looking quite good. Next thing to do probably is to add these icons, I think. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we've got these two buttons now, and they're styled quite nicely. What we're going to do is work on the icons next. So you see that this one has a volume icon only with no text, and this one has a play icon as well as the text. So let's work on that. So what we'll do is get the library we're using for these icons. We're going to use icons called Font Awesome. Now, many of you have probably heard of this. We use it in one of my other courses, a social network course. And the reason these are good is because these Font Awesome icons are font icons, so they will change color as your font color changes. So, for example, I could use an image instead and not have to do this Font Awesome library, but that would mean, let's say I take this this image right here for the volume. It would mean that if I ever change the font of this, the color of this button to, let's say, green or something, I don't know why I would use green, but let's just say I'm using green, I'd then need to go and get another picture, another icon to use there. So imagine if I had 50 icons on my site that I need to do that with. It'd be quite irritating. So this is better because it just uses the CSS color, the text color of the button, to change the icon. And you can see here when I hover over it, it's changing the color right there. Whereas if I was using an actual icon itself, like an image file, I'd need to then change it to a different image when I hover over it. Okay, so this just makes things a bit easier to work with. So it's real simple. If you just go to Font Awesome in Google, just type in Font Awesome, you'll see it on the first link that appears. So go to fontawesome.com and then just click Get Started for free, or Start for free, the button says. All right. Now, to get the library, you have to type in your email address. All right. And then you'll get access to it. So it's real simple. I've done it before. Just type in your email address there, and then they'll send you the code to your email address. I've already done this before, so I'm just going to go and click on already have an account. I've already entered my email before, and I'll just go ahead and sign in. So once you've signed in, or once you've entered your email and then clicked confirm on the email that you received, you should get a page similar to this, which has a script tag on it. You just need to take that script tag and copy it and then paste it onto your page. So take this whole tag right here, or just click copy kit code right here, and then go to your header. So open the header file, header.php, and I'm just going to paste it underneath here like that. Okay, paste it in there, give your file a save, and now we're ready to start using Font Awesome. So what I'm going to do is just search for an icon. So we know we want a play button like this, so I'm going to go ahead and search for play. Alright, so I've searched for play, and I can see a bunch of them. Some of them are only available for pro accounts, which you have to pay for, but some of them, like this one, is just a basic one that you can use. So let's go ahead and use that one. So click on this one right here, or anyone that you like. And don't worry about the color, because like I said, we're going to change the color with our CSS. So don't worry about the color. You just want this part right here. Click on this icon tag, and it will copy it to your clipboard. Okay, copied. Then all you need to do is go back to your button. So in previewprovider.php, go back to the button and paste the I tag that you just copied inside the button like that. Now you can see this is using double quotes, so I need to actually change these double quotes to single quotes, because we're using double quotes for our string. So just paste that in there, change the double quotes to single quotes, and then we should be good. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and see what we have. So you can see we have an icon right there. It's difficult to see at the moment because the font color's not right. So that's fine. We're going to write some code to deal with that. But just before we do that, we may as well go and get our other volume icon. So just go to here and then just search for mute, because we want to use the muted icon, which has a little X there. And then when they press it to unmute it, we're going to change the icon to one with the volume. All right. So this first one will do. So click on that. And again, we're going to click on the I tag, this one, okay, and we've copied it to the clipboard, and then just do the same thing. Go back to your button and paste it in there and change these double quotes to single quotes. Give it a save and refresh the page, and we should hopefully see another icon, which we do. We see another icon. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove the volume text as well, because we don't want the volume text on this button. We just want to show an icon, and I'm also going to add a space after the icon, because you can see it's right up against the letter. So after my play icon, I'm going to put a space just so there's a little bit of a gap, and then I'm also going to remove the volume text from there, so the second button only has the I tag inside. So give that a save, refresh the page now, and you can see this one's just got an icon, and this one's got the play icon and the word play. So it's real simple to change the color of this. Let's inspect. So I've right clicked on the button, I've clicked inspect, and if I open up this little arrow right here, you'll see our I tag. And if you were to change the color of this, like color, I don't know, something like red or something, you can change the color like that. It responds to any hex code you use, like FFF for example. That would work too. But there's an even simpler way that will prevent us having to set the color on this element as well as the button. We can just say color and then inherit like that, and this will take the same color as the parent has. So because this I is inside the button, it will take the color that the button has set on it, and because we've set the button to have color white, it will use that. So all we need to do is set color inherit on that. So go back to our CSS file, scroll down, and we can just say button I like that, so the I tag inside the button, and just paste color inherit. Now let's go ahead and refresh that, and we should see the icon color. Great. So using the Font Awesome library, we're now using these great icons on our buttons. Hey guys, how's it going? So one thing left to do as far as styling on these buttons goes is to add the hover state. And the moment we hover over these buttons, nothing happens. But what we want to happen is that the background will change color and the text will also change color like this. Okay, and it's real simple to do. There'll just be 2 lines of CSS. So let's go back to here. So in our style sheet, we'll just say main details and then button like that, and then colon hover. So this will be applied when you hover over any button that's inside the main details div. Okay. So the only thing we need to do is say background color. Now we want it to be an almost white color, but I'm not using exactly white. I'm using E6, 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 and this is a color I took from Netflix. They use that same color, so I thought I'd do the same. So color is going to be 000. That's the text color. So all we've done is say when you hover over the button, change the background color to this and the color to that. And because we have color inherit on the icon, it will use this color too. So if I save that now and refresh the page, you can see the magic that is the hover state. So when we hover over it, the text changes color, but so does the icon. And then when you come off it again, it goes back to normal. Pretty cool. One thing left to do that you might want to do is change the mouse pointer. So go back to here, I just forgot to do this. Inside the main details button part, just change this to cursor and then pointer like that. Give it a save, and now you'll see when you hover over it, you get this pointer which lets the user know they can click on it. Okay, the mouse changes. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on the muted button right here. So we'll make it so that when the video is playing and they press the muted button, it will unmute the video, and if they press it again, it will re-mute it, okay? So it's actually quite simple to do, but we're going to use some JavaScript for that, and we're also going to use jQuery, and we don't have the jQuery library yet in our project, so let's go ahead and start with that. So open a new tab and type in jQuery CDN. So a CDN is just where the code is hosted, and we can use a link to that, but you'll see that in a second if you don't know what that is. So click on the first link, code.jquery.com, and you should see a page like this. So what I'm going to do is just take the latest version of jQuery 3.x. At the time of recording this video anyway, this is the latest, but the chances are if you're watching this video in the future, this won't be the latest version, so just take whatever the latest version is. And what I'm going to do is take the minified version. So don't take the uncompressed or slim minified, just take the minified version, alright? It's a full version of jQuery and the code's been minified, which means it's all been compacted, all the white space has been removed just to try and save some space. So anyway, this right here is what we need, so copy that, or click on this button here to copy it to the clipboard, and then just go back to your header file, and let's just paste it in here. So I'm going to paste it, I don't know, above the font awesome script, it doesn't really matter. I'm also going to move this onto one line. I don't like the look of that when it's all on multiple lines. So I've moved that onto one line, okay, but you don't have to do that part if you don't want to. And then what we're going to do is create our own JavaScript file now. So let's go ahead and create a new file and give that a save. And I'm going to save it in the assets folder, and then we're going to create a new folder in there called JS for JavaScript. And this is where our JavaScript files will go. So assets and then JS, and this will just be called script.js. So script.js, give it a save, and then in our header we just need to link to that file. So underneath this last script that we have, the font awesome one, let's just create a new script. So script like this, and I'll just say src equals, and it's going to be the link to our script.js file, which we know is assets/js/script.js. Script.js like that. Close that script tag off, and then put the closing script tag on as well. Give that a save, and that should be enough. So if I go back to here, on my page, and hit refresh, I'm gonna open the console, make sure I don't see any errors, just because if there's a problem with my file, or this path is wrong or something like that, there would be an error in this console. So I'm going to just check that, and there's not, so it's great. This here is just a warning, that's why it's yellow, so just forget about that, just ignore it. This is coming from something font awesome, I think, but it doesn't matter. I see this all the time on different websites, so you can just ignore this one. But everything else is good. So what we're going to do now then is actually write some code in our JavaScript file. So like I said, we're going to be working on the function which mutes and unmutes this this video. So go back to here, and we'll start by just changing the icon. So go back to your file, the script.js file. We're going to create a function. So I'll say function. It's a JavaScript function. I'll just say volume toggle is the name of the function. All right, and it's going to take one parameter, and that's just going to be the button itself. So I will just say var muted equals, and then use some jQuery $, and then in double quotes do dot preview video, because if you remember, preview video is the class of the actual video tag itself. Okay, so we're getting the actual video, and we're going to say dot prop like this, which gets a property, and then just say muted, and that's it. So what we're then going to do is copy this video selector right here, this preview video part, so I don't want to type that out again, and then just say dot prop, and then inside there we're just going to say muted, and then set the value of that to the opposite of this. So it's real simple, just do a comma, and then do not, so a $, and then muted. So what this is doing is it's getting the value of the muted property. If it's set, it will be true. If it's not set, it will be false. And all it's doing is saying set the muted property to be whatever it's not right now. So if it's muted right now, it'll make it unmuted. If it's unmuted, it'll make it muted. So let me save that, and let's go ahead and call this function, and we should be good to go. We should see it working. So go back to our preview provider and find the mute button right here, this second button down, and all we're going to do is add an onClick attribute to that. onClick equals, inside there, just say volume toggle, which is the name of the function we just wrote,
and it's going to take one parameter, which is the button, so I'll just say this. Now this in JavaScript, when an event is called, is refers to the object that the event was called on. So in this case, on an on-click event, this is the element that was clicked. In our case, it's the button. Okay, so we're just passing the button through. We need to do that so that we can actually change the icon of this button. So when they've muted it, we'll show this icon. When it's unmuted, we'll show a different icon. But we haven't done that yet. We'll come back to that. But for now, it should hopefully unmute. So you can hear the volume. If I press it again, it's muted, unmuted, muted. So every time I click on it, it's going to mute and unmute it. So it's working. All we have to do is change that icon now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we wrote the code, which is called when you press this mute button. At the moment it will toggle the volume, so if you want to hear the video you can press it, you'll hear the volume, and if you press it again it'll mute again. What we need to do is actually change the icon now like this. When you click on it, it changes. So that's real simple to do. What we're going to do is go back to here. Let's see, where are we at? Go back to the script file, and underneath those two lines of code, we're going to say $, and then put the button in there. So this is the button element that was passed in. It's just the button that was pressed. So we can say find, and we want to look for the I tag, the icon tag. Because if you remember, in our code, we have this I tag right here, and this is the one which has the font awesome icon. And all we're going to do is change the class of that. So we can just say toggle class. And inside there we're going to toggle, and let's go back to our file, this class right here, this FA volume mute. Now what this does is this decides which icon it is. So if you want to use a different icon, you would change this part. You'll see here this one's got FA play. So when you want to use a different icon, this is the part you change. So if we took this class out, the icon wouldn't be there. So if I can just show you that right now, if I toggle that, put a semicolon on there, and let's go and refresh the page, you'll see the icon will disappear like that. If I click it, it brings it back again because we're toggling that class. And what toggle does is if the class is there, it will remove it. If the class is not there, it will add it. That's what that does. Okay. So at the moment we're just getting rid of the icon, which is kind of fine. We do want to do that, but what we also want to do is replace it with another one. So copy and paste that line again below, and we're toggling this class, but we're also going to toggle another class, and this is going to be the class of the icon that we want to show. So if I go back to font awesome, okay, if you got off the page, just type in fontawesome.com again, and let's search for volume up like this, and we get this icon right here. Go ahead and take that one. So click on that, and I can see this is the class. I can select that or just click to copy the whole thing, but basically this is the part I need. So I'll copy that class right there, this FA volume up. In fact, you can even just rename this part to up. You don't really need to search it really, but either way, just make sure you have FA volume up. Now to start with, obviously our button does have this. That's why you see the mute button. So what's going to happen when it hits this code is it's going to get rid of that class, so the mute button will disappear. Then what it's going to do is immediately execute this line afterwards, which is saying toggle this class. Now because our button doesn't start with this class, it's not going to find it, and then it's going to go and add it. Okay, so it's essentially getting rid of one and adding the next. So if I refresh the page now, you should see it working. So I go back to here, refresh the page, click on that, and you see it changes, and if I click it again, it changes back. So that's quite cool. It's a quite neat trick to toggle icons, and yeah, it's quite simple, I think. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now that we have this toggle button working, and it mutes and unmutes the volume, and it also changes the icon when we click it, all this have to do really, or at least for this part, is to change the video to an image once it's finished playing. So just like here, you can see the video was playing, and then when it finished, it changed to this image, the entity image, which happens to be a dabbing unicorn in this example. I don't know why, but yeah, we're going to do that, and it's actually really, really simple. You might think it'd be non-trivial, but it's really simple. We're going to create a function underneath here in our JavaScript file called preview ended, like this. Preview ended, put your curly brackets on, and it's just going to be 2 lines of code. We're going to take the preview video. In fact, I'm copying this. I don't even want to type it out again. I'm lazy like that. So I'll put preview video dot toggle like that, and I'm going to copy and paste that line below.
and change this class to the image. Now, if you remember, in the preview provider, if I scroll up, we have this image right here, which is currently hidden. So it's got the class preview image. So that's what we're going to use to target this image. So paste preview image in there. So that's it. We're done. We're done with this function. We're just toggling the preview video, and then we're toggling the preview image. Now, because this is showing when the page loads, it will hide it. And because this is hidden when the page loads, it will show it. So toggle just inverts the hidden, non-hidden of that element. All right. So the only thing we have to do is to actually call this function because we wrote it, but we haven't actually called it yet. So go back to preview provider, find the video, and just put on ended equals, and in single quotes, just paste our function, and that is it. So if I refresh the page now, we should see, I think this is a long video. Let me try and find a short video. I don't know if we have a short one. I don't know which one is the short video. Oh well, let's just see this. So hopefully when this video ends, it will change to an image. Fingers crossed. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, it did it. So that's it. When the video ends, it changes. If it didn't work for you, try clearing your cache, because JavaScript files are often cached as well as CSS files, so make sure to clear your cache if you didn't see it, okay? Before freaking out, clear the cache. After that, then you can freak out. And just let me know and I'll help you if you can't figure it out. But that should be it. Pretty cool, right? Hey guys, how's it going? So now we have this preview video working. Like I said, there's still a couple of things to do, like for example this play button currently does nothing, and also we're going to add a subtitle which tells them what season they're currently on. But I said we'd do that when we actually come to implement the saving of video progress. So that is keeping track of a user's progress in a video so they can continue watching where they left off. Yeah, we'll come back and do that subtitle a bit later. For now though, we're going to move on and output these parts you're seeing down here, these entity and the categories. These entities and the categories. So let's make a start on that. So what I'm going to do is go back to my text editor. And the very first thing I'm going to do is add some style to the wrapper. If you remember in the header, we added this element called wrapper, which basically surrounds all the elements on the page. So what we're going to do is add a bit of style to that. So scroll, I don't know, let's do it near the top because it's kind of a main element. Underneath this all style, I'm going to say dot wrapper, okay? And in there, we're going to say min width is going to be 10,050 pixels. That's just a value I've kind of liked. So you can change that as much as you want, but I'm going to leave that like that. And that's going to be the minimum size that we want the page to resize to before it allows the user to scroll. So for example, 10,050 looks like this, but you see if it gets big enough, the whole page grows. But as soon as we get down to that 10,050, you'll see it stops shrinking anymore. All right. So just the minimum size that we want to allow the user to make the screen. And then we're going to say min height is going to be 100%, because by default the page won't take up all the height on the page. It will just take up as much height as it needs to show its content. So we're saying always use full height of the browser. And the very last thing is the background color, and we want to use this like a black background color you're seeing here. So let's just say background color is going to be 141414, like that. And that's the same one that Netflix uses. So if I refresh the page now, you see nothing. Let me just clear the cache because it's most likely cached. So I'll right click on the refresh button, click empty cache, and now you see this this black background on the page. Great. Okay, so there's our wrapper style. What we're going to do next is actually make a start on outputting those categories that you'll see in there. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now is make a start on this code which outputs the categories. Now we're going to do it in its own class because you're going to see throughout the course that these categories are going to pop up on different pages. So yeah, it's good if we do it in its own class. So go back to your text editor and let's create a new file, click save, and I'm going to save it in the includes classes folder. And I'm going to save it as category containers.php, all right? Category containers.php, and then what I'm going to do is go back to the preview provider code, and I'm going to take this whole top part, so right from the constructor all the way up to the top, because I don't want to type that all out again. It's going to be very similar to what we're doing now. Paste it in there, and I'm going to close off the last curly bracket, and then also close off the PHP tag, and then finally I'm going to rename this to the actual name of this class, which is category containers. All right, and that is it. We're good to go with that. So this part is all going to stay the same. And yeah, what we have to do next is just add this file in our header.php file. So just like we've done with this preview provider, paste it below and rename this to category containers like that. All right, great. Now we have that code and we're ready to use it. So we're going to write a function in here, public function, and this is going to be called show all categories like that. Okay. So show all categories, and this is going to be called on the index page, and it'll just output every category that has an entity. All right. So to do that, we're going to write a simple query. Query equals this arrow con arrow prepare. We're going to prepare our query, and the query itself is going to be real simple. Just select all from categories like that. Select all from categories, so no parameters to bind to, so we're fine. We can just go ahead and execute that query. So query arrow execute. Oh, I've spelled that wrong. Execute. Okay. And then all we're going to do now is just output those categories. So we're going to do that in its own div. Now, this function is going to return some HTML code. So we're going to start by creating an HTML variable, HTML equals, and set it to a div with the class preview categories like that. Okay, close that div off, and then put a semicolon. Don't close the div off yet. We're going to do that right at the end. So for now, you've opened up this div, but you don't have a closing div on there yet. Okay, and then underneath, what you're going to do is say return, and then HTML, and then dot, which joins strings together, and in here, this is where the closing div is going to go. Now I'll explain why just now. So in between those two is where we're going to add the HTML to this element. So you'll see we're going to go through each one of these and add this HTML for each one of these categories before we close off the div. Okay, so at the end it's going to return all the HTML we have so far joined with this closing div. So just to check it works, let's just output the name of the category real quick. We'll just say while, and then row equals query arrow fetch like this, and then we want to specify how we want to get the result. So we'll say PDO : just like we've done before, and then fetch underscore a sock for associative. All right, and then finally let's just say HTML dot equals, and we can just say row square brackets name, because I think the column is called name if I remember correctly. Let me just go back to the table, go to the categories table, and you can see here it's called name. So this should output all of the names, but there I just realized there won't be any spacing, but let's just check it worked. So I've refreshed the page, and of course it won't work. We haven't actually called the function yet. We've wrote it, but we haven't actually called it. So on the index page we have to call it first. So I'm going to open the index page. That's my bad. And I'm going to copy these two. We're going to do something very similar. So copy those two lines, paste them below, and this isn't going to be preview provided. It's going to be category containers, and spelled that wrong. Category containers. Okay, and then the function is called show all categories. So copy that function name and then paste it there. And then this can just be containers, and then of course update the variable name here to containers as well. And this doesn't take a parameter, so get rid of the null part right there, and we should be good to go. So refresh the page, and you can see a bunch of categories. Obviously there's no spacing, but you can just about make out that it works. So action and adventure, you got classic, next, comedies. So anyway, you can see this works. So the next thing we want to do is actually create some proper HTML there so that we can style it. Hey guys, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is actually work on outputting some actual content here at the bottom for the categories. At the moment we just output some name just to make sure that it works. So what we'll do is go back to here, and the only line that's going to change in this function is this part here. We're going to call a function that we're going to write down below, which will just create the HTML for each of the categories. So it will contain the HTML for this title and also each of these items too. So let's write that now. We'll come back and change that line after we're done with this. But underneath there, let's say private function
get category HTML. Alright, get category, oh, spell that wrong again. Get category HTML. Now, this is going to take a couple of parameters. Well, it's going to take 4 parameters. The first one is going to be the SQL data, okay? And this is going to be the data of the category itself. Okay, so it'll be, because remember, this is being called for each row. If you look up over here, you'll see we're first selecting everything from categories, and then for each row that's returned, we're going to execute this. So this will contain the SQL data for each row. It will contain the ID and the name, okay? So the next parameter is going to be the title. This is going to be the title that you see here, the title of the category. Now we're not always going to pass this value in. If we don't pass a value in for this to this function, or if we pass it null, I should say, then we'll just use the name of the category. But if we do specify a name, then we'll use that name there. So this just allows us to override the text that shows there, because there are times when we won't want to show the name of the category. For example, if you click on a TV show, you'll see that we've got this season 1, season 2. Now this is going to use the same function, but we're going to modify it later on. But this is an example of when we're going to want to change the title and not show the category title, okay? So the title parameter is just that. And the next one is called TV shows, and then finally movies. Now these will both be Boolean, so true or false values, whether we want to include TV shows in our query, and also include movies in our query. So basically the function we're writing is going to go and get all the entities, but we may want to only get TV shows, or only get movies, or get both TV shows and movies. For example, if I go to the TV shows, you'll see examples of when we do want to get only TV shows, but on the home page, for example, we want to get both of them. So these 2 flags allow us to just control that behavior, all right? But you'll see more on that very soon. So that's kind of an explanation of how these are going to work. We may as well call this function up here now, just to save us having to come back and do it later. So instead of saying dot equals row name, I'm going to say dot equals this arrow and the name of the function we just wrote. And the SQL data is just going to be row, this value right here. And I can't remember if I explained this earlier, but when you say row equals query fetch like this, row will contain the next row in the data every time it iterates. So every time this while loop goes round, row is going to contain the next row of data from this query, okay? So we know that row contains all the data for that particular row. So the next one is the title, which I said we're going to ignore for now. We're going to use null so that it will use the category title. And then the next one is going to be TV shows, and we're going to set that to true. And then movies, we're going to be true as well, because we do want to select TV shows and movies. So that's it. This function is actually done now. All we have to do is write this function. We're going to start by getting the category ID. So category ID equals SQL data at ID, because the column in the categories table is called ID. And then underneath that, we're going to set the title. So we're going to say title equals, and I'm going to do a conditional statement here. We're going to say title equals null, put a question mark, and then say SQL data like this, and then take the name column, and then do a colon, and then say title like that. So what have we just done? Well, we're saying set the title variable to be based on whether this is true or not. So if title is null, okay, if there's a null value passed in, use this value, otherwise use this value. So it's basically saying that if there's no title passed in, use the name of the category, otherwise use the name that was passed into the function. Because if it gets to this part, if there is a value on title, we're obviously trying to override the value, so just let them use that, okay? If I was to just return title right now, title, in fact I'll return title with a line break like that, you should see all the titles echoed. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see all these titles like that. So the function is obviously being called, and it's obviously working for each row. Hey everyone, welcome back. What we're going to do in this video is continue writing our get category HTML function, which, remember, like I said, is going to output all the HTML for every category, so all of the entities inside that category as well. So here we have the category, right? We know it's, for example, action and adventure.
What we're going to do now then is write the code which will retrieve all the entities for this category, because we know this is the, for example, action adventure category by the time we get to this function, but we need to get all of the entities within this category. So we're going to write this in its own class, and this class is going to be used anytime we want to retrieve a group of entities. For example, when we want to get all the TV shows, all the movies, when we search and we want to get all the entities that match your search, this class will be used for that. So let's create a new file, give it a save, and we're going to save it in the classes folder. So save it as entity provider.php. Go ahead and click save, and open up your PHP block and close it, and inside there put class entity provider, put your curly brackets on, and that's it. There are only going to be static functions in this class, so we don't need to create a constructor or anything like that. We will never create an instance of this class, only use static functions. So if you're still a bit hazy on what static functions are, don't worry about it, follow along, and it'll make a lot more sense to you when we start calling these functions. But just to remind you, static functions are functions which you can call without having to create an instance of this class. So without having to say entity provider equals new entity provider, for example. And real quick, because I always forget to do this, we may as well go and add the file right now in the header.php. So this is going to be entity provider, like that. Okay, so there's the entity provider class added. Now we can start using it. So go back to your entity provider file, and let's create a function, public static function get entities. Alright, get entities, and it will take 3 parameters. The first one's going to be a connection variable to the database. The next one's going to be the category ID, and the next one's going to be a limit. Now you'll see how these work very shortly, so I'll explain these as we go. So what's this function going to do? Well, it's going to get all the entities up to a certain amount. So if we pass 5 in for this limit, it will get 5 entities for us, okay? If we pass a category ID in there, it will get all the entities of that category. So for example, if we pass in action and adventure, it will get all the action and adventure categories, okay? If we don't pass in a category ID, or I should say we pass in null, it will just get all the entities regardless of what category they are. So again, you'll see how this works as we write this. So we're going to write our query in a slightly different way. First, we're going to actually build the query string. So SQL equals select all from categories. Okay, and then add a space at the end of this. You'll see why in just a second, but we're building the string up right now, okay? So we're going to join on the where clause with this in a second, but make sure you add a space after the categories table name, all right? So underneath that, we're going to do an if statement. We're going to say if category ID is not equal to null, okay? So if they have passed the category ID into this function, it obviously means they want to get all the entities for that category. So what we're going to do is join a where clause onto this query. We're going to say SQL dot equals, which remember is how we join a string on with another string, and we're going to join on with a where clause. So where category ID equals, and then do a placeholder for category ID. All right, and then add a space at the end as well, because we're going to join on with a limit in a second. So remember to add a space right there, okay? And then underneath that, we're just going to do the same sort of thing, SQL dot equals, and it's going to be order by rand, like this, and then limit is going to be a placeholder for limits, like that. All right, so just think about what this is doing. We're starting off by saying select all from categories. If there's a category ID passed into this function, we're saying join it on with a where clause. So select all from categories where category ID equals category ID. And then afterwards, it will just say order by random and limit based on the limit they've specified. So if they didn't pass a category ID in there, it will just say select all from categories, order by rand, limit, okay? And then underneath there, we can just say query equals con arrow prepare, and then just pass in our SQL variable, which contains our query, okay? And now, If we've hit this point, we will want to bind a parameter for category ID, okay? So underneath that, we can just say if, again, category ID is not equal to null, then we want to say query arrow bind value, and the value you want to bind to is this category ID placeholder, okay? And the value we want to bind to it is the category ID variable. So category ID like that. So basically, if there is a category ID passed into this function, it will bind this value to the category ID placeholder. If it is null, it will just ignore this. And then underneath there, we also want to bind the limit placeholder right there. So underneath there, just paste that bind value part again and change limit to the limit placeholder, and then the name of the variable is just limit. Now this is an integer, and depending on your settings, you may have problems binding integers. So what I'm going to do is say PDO : param underscore int, which basically tells you that this is an integer value it's binding, okay? Underneath that, we can just execute the query by saying query arrow execute. Alright, so now we should have all of our results in that query object. So we can just go ahead and loop over them and then create an entity object for them. If you remember, in the preview provider, we created an entity object. Here we did a similar sort of thing. We selected an entity, just one, and then we created an entity object. We're going to do the same thing, but for every single row that was returned, and stick them into an array. So underneath that query execute, I'm going to first declare an array that we can use. So result equals array, which declares an empty array, and then in there we're going to say while row equals query arrow fetch, and inside there we say PDO : fetch underscore associative, okay? And then inside the curly brackets we're simply going to say result, and with an empty square brackets, equals new entity, like that. And now the entity object takes two parameters. It takes the connection variable, and it also takes the SQL data, which we know is in this row variable, okay, because that's what was returned from the query up here. And I just realized that's actually the wrong table name we're using there. That should be entities. Some of you may have spotted that, some of you may not have, but this shouldn't be selectable from categories, it should be selectable from entities. Sorry, I got a bit confused there. So selectable from entities is a query we want. Remember to keep that space at the end, just in case you might have removed it just then, but change that name to entities. I'm sorry about that. And then, yeah, anyway, row is going to contain the entities data. So put row in there. And that's it. The very last thing to do is just return the result array. Okay, so for those who don't know, when you use an empty brackets like this, when assigning in an array, it will just say put this item in the next available space in the array. Okay, so using empty brackets basically says use the next available space. And that's it. That function is done. So of course we're going to put this in our category containers function, but one place we're also going to put it is in this preview provider part, right? We wrote this code here that gets a random entity. Now, we don't need that anymore. We can use that code we just wrote, which will do the same sort of thing. So keep in mind, here we're not selecting any entities from a particular category, and we're also limiting to one, because this is just a random entity which is shown when the page reloads right here. Every time you refresh it, it's a different entity you'll see, okay? So get rid of all of this, all right? And what I'm going to do is say entity equals, and let's just call that function we wrote. So entity provider : and then the name of the function was get entities. So remember, it takes three parameters: connection variable, category ID, and limit. So let's put those. So get entities, and then we want to put this arrow con, the connection variable. And because we don't want to select from a particular category, we're just going to put null in there. And then finally, the limit is going to be 1. Now, if I return entity position 0, because although we only selected 1, this is still an array, so we have to select the first item in the array. And then go ahead and click save. If I refresh this, it should do the same thing, and it's still got the same behavior, so we know it worked. What we'll do next then is just call that same function, but in this function. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're going to continue writing our getCategoryHTML function now, and if you remember, what this is going to do is output each category as well as the entities within that category. So we wrote the code last time that gives us the entities, this getEntities function in our entity provider class. Now we're just going to call this from here, and then we can actually perform some action with those entities. So now if you remember, there's 3 scenarios I mentioned we're going to handle. We're going to handle showing both TV shows and movies, we'll handle showing only TV shows, and finally we'll handle only showing movies. That will be used when we have this TV shows and this movies page, but for now we want to show obviously both TV shows and movies, and then we'll get to the other 2 scenarios later on in the course. But because of that, we're going to do an if statement, and we'll just say if TV shows and movies. So if TV shows and movies are both true, then we want to say entities equals, and we can just call that function we wrote, entity provider, colon, and it was get entities, okay? So just call that function, and it took 3 parameters. It took a connection variable, which we know is this arrow con. It took a category ID and a limit. So category ID we have right here. So take that variable name and put it in there. And then the limit, we just want to limit to 30 or something like that. That can be any limit you want. Just basically the limit, the maximum number of entities you want to show here in one line, okay? So I'll just put 30 in there. You can use more or less if you want to. So that's it. We should have our entities now. But what we're also going to do is just write an else block. Else if, we'll say if TV shows is true, then we will say get TV show entities. Alright, I'm going to copy that, paste it below, but I'm just going to get rid of this if block right there. So it's just else, and this can just be get movie entities. So we'll come back and do these later, but basically what we're saying is if TV shows and movies are both true, it means we want to get both of these things, so we'll do what we did here. If they're not both true and TV shows is false, it means that movies must be true, so we know we want to get the movies, okay? Alright, then what we'll do underneath there is just a quick check to make sure that there are actually entities in there. We'll say if size of, and then you put an array in there, and our array is just entities. So if size of entities equals 0, so if the size of the entities array is 0, we just want to return like that and do nothing. Otherwise, what we're going to do is loop over the entities and actually output them. So we're going to go through these one by one and output this square you're seeing right here with the image in it. So we'll do something similar to what we do up here, where we start with some HTML, we then use a while loop to append to that HTML, and then we return the HTML. So we'll do that same sort of thing here. So underneath this if statement, we're going to say entities HTML equals just an empty string. And then for now what I'm going to do is just output the name of the entity, just to keep it simple, and then after that we'll come back and actually change it to the proper output. So for now, just the name. So we'll do a for each loop, which is going to loop over every item in the array. So we're going to say for each, and the array you want to loop over is entities, and then we'll say as entity like that. So this is saying loop over every item in this array, and every time it loops over the array, every time this loop iterates, the current item will be in this variable entity, okay? So for now we'll just say entities HTML dot equals, and then we'll say entity arrow get name, I think it was. If you remember, this entity object here is an object of type entity. That is that class we wrote, entity, like this. And you can see we have this get name function right here, okay? So we're just calling that function on it. Alright, so we're appending the name, so give that a save, and then what I'll do, instead of returning title here, I'm going to return entities HTML. This return line will change when we do this for real, but this is just to test it out for now. So if I refresh the page now, we'll hopefully see the names of the entities. So let's have a look. Obviously the spacing is not great, but we can see Mission Impossible, Top Gun, Need for Speed. So yeah, it's working. These are the entities, and on a new line you can see that it's output some more. So it's now outputting every single entity in each category. So we know that's working right now. Great. What we're going to do now is actually work on doing some actual HTML here instead of just outputting the name. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we're looping over every single entity in each category, what we're going to do is actually work on outputting some meaningful HTML. That is the actual image which you're seeing right here. So let's make a start with that. We're going to do this in the preview provider class, and we're just going to call some function on that which will give us that HTML. So we might as well write that function now. In preview provider, go to there and we'll do this function. Let's do it underneath this create preview video function, right underneath there. Let's just do it right here. So I'll say public function and then create entity preview square. I know, a long name, I know, but it's quite descriptive, and descriptive names are good. So create entity preview square. So each one of these is the preview square we're talking about. And it's going to take one parameter, and that's just the entity. So in that, we're going to start by getting the ID, and that we know is going to be entity arrow get ID. That's a function we wrote in the entity class. Copy and paste that below, and we'll do the thumbnail, and that's going to be get thumbnail. Again, these are the functions we wrote on the in the entity class, and then finally name is going to be get name. Okay, so we've got those three things, and all we're going to do now is just output some HTML. So real simple, just an anchor tag. So because we want this to be a link, so that when they click on it, it will take them to some page. So href equals entity.php. Of course, we haven't wrote this page yet, so you get an error if we clicked on it, but we'll come back and do that soon. And we're going to say question mark and then ID equals, and then pass in this ID like that. So we're creating a link to the entity page, and we're passing in the ID as a parameter to that page. Okay, but like I said, we'll handle that when we actually write that page. Close off that anchor tag, and let's put the closing tag on as well, like that. And in there, we're just going to do one div. So div class equals. Now we're going to use this preview container class that we wrote, but we're also going to use another class on it called small. So this element has two classes, preview container and small, and then close that div off. And then in there, last element is just going to be the image, and that's it. So img src equals, all right, and then this can be src, and then we can also say title is so the title of the image is going to be that little pop-up that appears when you hover over it. We can just put name in there. Okay, and that is it. We're done with that, guys. So take the name of this function, I'm copying that, and I'm going to go and call that from here, from category containers.php. So instead of calling this, we need to call this class on the preview provider. So in fact, we don't actually have the object created, so let's create an object here. So preview provider equals new preview provider, like this, and it took two parameters. I think it was two. Let me scroll up to the constructor. Yeah, connection variable and a username. So this arrow con, and then username is also passed into this, so we can call that too. So this arrow username. If you're wondering why we have the username passed into this, it's because we'll use them very soon, but don't worry about that for now. At the moment, we're not doing anything with that. So anyway, we have our preview provider object. Now let's call that function on that object. So preview provider arrow, and then that function we just wrote like that. And it took one parameter, and that was the entity. So let's just pass in entity like that. And that should be it, guys. So let's see what we got. It's not going to look great because obviously we haven't done any styling for it, but we should see images now for each of these. So that's fine. We see an error, and I can tell that I've used the wrong name. So in preview provider, if I scroll down to here, I can tell that I've used src there when it should have been thumbnail. That's my mistake. I don't know why I did that. I guess it's because I read this attribute name instead and just wrote that. But anyway, there's our thumbnail in there. So change src to thumbnail, and let's give this a refresh. And we can see the images now. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but they are there. So you know it's working. We just need to add a bit of style to this now, and we should be good to go. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we're looping over every single entity in each category, what we're going to do is actually work on outputting some meaningful HTML. That is the actual image which you're seeing right here. So let's make a start with that. We're going to do this in the preview provider class, and we're just going to call some function on that which will give us that HTML. So we might as well write that function now. In preview provider, go to there and we'll do this function. Let's do it underneath this create preview video function, right underneath there. Let's just do it right here. So I'll say public function and then create entity preview square. I know, a long name, I know, but it's quite descriptive, and descriptive names are good. So create entity preview square. So each one of these is the preview square we're talking about. And it's going to take one parameter, and that's just the entity. So in that, we're going to start by getting the ID, and that we know is going to be entity arrow get ID. That's a function we wrote in the entity class. Copy and paste that below, and we'll do the thumbnail, and that's going to be get thumbnail. Again, these are the functions we wrote on the in the entity class, and then finally name is going to be get name. Okay, so we've got those three things, and all we're going to do now is just output some HTML. So real simple, just an anchor tag. So because we want this to be a link, so that when they click on it, it will take them to some page. So href equals entity.php. Of course, we haven't wrote this page yet, so you get an error if we clicked on it, but we'll come back and do that soon. And we're going to say question mark and then ID equals, and then pass in this ID like that. So we're creating a link to the entity page, and we're passing in the ID as a parameter to that page. Okay, but like I said, we'll handle that when we actually write that page. Close off that anchor tag, and let's put the closing tag on as well, like that. And in there, we're just going to do one div. So div class equals. Now we're going to use this preview container class that we wrote, but we're also going to use another class on it called small. So this element has two classes, preview container and small, and then close that div off. And then in there, last element is just going to be the image, and that's it. So img src equals, all right, and then this can be src, and then we can also say title is so the title of the image is going to be that little pop-up that appears when you hover over it. We can just put name in there, okay, and that is it. We're done with that, guys. So take the name of this function, I'm copying that, and I'm going to go and call that from here, from category containers.php. So instead of calling this, we need to call this class on the preview provider. So in fact, we don't actually have the object created, so let's create an object here. So preview provider equals new preview provider, like this, and it took two parameters. I think it was two. Let me scroll up to the constructor. Yeah, connection variable and a username. So this arrow con, and then username is also passed into this, so we can call that too. So this arrow username. If you're wondering why we have the username passed into this, it's because we'll use them very soon, but don't worry about that for now. At the moment, we're not doing anything with that. So anyway, we have our preview provider object. Now let's call that function on that object. So preview provider arrow, and then that function we just wrote like that, and it took one parameter, and that was the entity. So let's just pass in entity like that, and that should be it, guys. So let's see what we got. It's not going to look great because obviously we haven't done any styling for it, but we should see images now for each of these. So that's fine. We see an error, and I can tell that I've used the wrong name. So in preview provider, if I scroll down to here, I can tell that I've used src there when it should have been thumbnail. That's my mistake. I don't know why I did that. I guess it's because I read this attribute name instead and just wrote that. But anyway, there's our thumbnail in there. So change src to thumbnail, and let's give this a refresh. And we can see the images now. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but they are there. So you know it's working. We just need to add a bit of style to this now, and we should be good to go. Hey guys, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is style these images so that they appear a bit smaller, you know, something like this, because at the moment they're a bit too big. So what I'll do is right click on one of them and click inspect element. So you want to go to the div with the class preview container and the class small, so we've got both of those classes. So what we're going to do is write some style up here, and we'll say the width of this is going to be 230 pixels, and then the height is going to be 129 pixels. Now these are dimensions I took from Netflix itself, so that's why they're so exact like that. So, but of course, as usual, you can change these as you like. But next we'll do a margin right of 4 pixels. So we want a little bit of space between all of the images that we see. And then finally, we want to say display inline flex. So we want to use flex display, but we also want them to be displayed inline so they're next to each other, okay? So that's the style for that element done. So let's go ahead and copy all that and then go back to our style sheet. I have mine closed, so let me just open it up again. So here's our style sheet, and then find the preview container code that we wrote before, this one right here, and we're going to write another bit of style underneath that, preview container, and then .small. So this is applied to the element with the class preview container, which also has the class small. So make sure there's no space before or after that dot. They have to be joined up because this element needs to have both of these classes. Paste that code that we just wrote in there, and let's go and refresh the page and see what that looks like now. Oh, I clicked on one of them. So I'll refresh the page, and I can see that it hasn't applied my style. Let me just clear the cache. And you can see the images all appearing next to each other. They don't look great right now, but we're going to fix that. So go to, what do we want? In fact, we can do this here. I know what it is. So in the style sheet, underneath that code we just wrote, we're going to say preview container .small. So exactly the same thing as we did before, but then do a space and put img. So this is the image within the element which has both of these classes. And all we're going to do is say width is going to be 100%. 100% like that, and then height is also going to be 100%, and I think that's it for now. So basically it's going to be taking these dimensions that were set in the parent element. So give that a save and refresh the page, and you can see that they take this this size now. So don't worry about the fact that they're overlapping to the line below. That's fine, we will address that, but for now all the images are looking good. They're in the right they are the correct dimensions. I can see that these are a little bit stretched. So what we want to add is object fit cover. Now what that's going to do is keep the size of the image, so without stretching it or anything like that. But it means some of the image will be pushed off this square if it doesn't fit into the square perfectly. But you'll see what that means in a second. So object fit, and then we want cover, and that's on the image element like that. So you can see, for example, this text here, if I uncheck that, you can see it without it. It's there, but the image has been stretched and squashed to fit inside there, which means if the image is a wrong size, it's going to look really weird. But if we use that, it keeps the size of the image, so there's no stretching of the image. It doesn't squash it at all. So it keeps looking good, but it does mean that it will cut some off there if it needs to. Now, this should be a problem because ideally you'd use the correct size image for these previews. So when you do these thumbnails for real, you'll use the correct size image or near enough correct. So don't worry about the text going off there. Yeah, in a real situation you wouldn't have that problem. All right. So copy that object fit cover line, and let's go and put it back in here and just write it out, object fit and then cover like that. So give the page a refresh, and we see, we see all the style looking good. Next thing to do is actually output the category titles and work on this scroll that we see right here, rather than having them go to the line below. Hey everyone, how's it going? So this is what we have at the moment. Our images for each entity are being output. They're styled correctly, but the container that they're in is not styled at all. So rather than having a scroll bar like this, you can see that we have them overlapping onto the line below, and we also don't have this title output either. So let's do that now. So in the category containers.php, scroll down to here, and underneath this for each loop, we're going to get rid of this return line right here, and all we need to do is output some HTML there. So we are going to add a return, but inside there we're going to add a div, and this will have the class of category. Okay, so there's a class of category. Close that div off, and let's add the closing div tag as well. And then in there, we're going to add an anchor tag, so a link, and this is going to go to the category page, because this link is going to be that title you see with the name of the category. So inside the href, we want it to go to category.php. I've spelled that wrong. Category.php. And then we're going to pass in a parameter, and that's just ID equals category ID, like that. So we're going to the category page and passing in the ID of that category as a parameter to that page. So of course that will give you an error if you click on that link at the moment, because we haven't actually created that page yet, but we'll get around to that. And then inside the anchor tag, just put the text that you want to display, and for us it's going to be an H3 tag, and let's just put the title in there and close that H3 tag off. Now title is this element you see right here, so this will either be the title of the category or maybe something we choose to overwrite it with. So in the case of the seasons, when we go to output that, it will say season 1, season 2 or something like that. Okay, great, that's done. Now all we need to do is just output the entities HTML inside another div. So div and then class equals entities. So class equals entities, and then close that div off like that. And then just put this entities HTML element in there. So copy that, paste it in there, and we are done. So paste that in there, and then put a semicolon on the end of that, and that's it. We're done with that. Now we just need to add some style, and there isn't much to add, so it'll be looking good real soon. So if I refresh the page, it won't look great at the moment, I know, but now you see the link with the name of the category. So right there and right there. Okay. So let's add a little bit of style to that. Like I said, there's not much to add, so we may as well do it now. So let's go to the category element. So click on that. And in fact, what we can do is actually do this in this style sheet. So if I click on style.css right here, one of these links, or go to the sources tab and press Control P or Command P and type style.css, I can open my style sheet. And this is an exact duplicate of what you see in your style.css file right here. So let's do it in here. That way we can see all of these change at the same time. So in fact, I'll also pop this thing out. Maybe that will make it easier for you. I'll do in a pop-out window like this, and I'll just make this a little bit larger. Okay, let's try that. Maybe not that large. I'll move this over and see if this makes it any better. Okay, that'll do. Maybe we'll be able to see all the style taking effect this way. But anyway, right at the bottom, I'm going to add some style for the element with the class category. Alright, and all it's going to have is a display flex. Okay, bear with me, doesn't look great, I know. Then we're going to say flex direction is going to be column. Alright, and then finally add some padding to that, and this is the last thing on this bit of style. Temp-x 0. So 10 pixels on top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right. And if I hover over that element now, you can see that little green space above, which is the padding. Alright, so go back to the sources tab, so we're back on our style sheet. So that's that one done, and there's one more element to style, and that's the entities element. Entities, and this is just going to have 3 bits of style. You're going to say overflow x. So overflow x is going to be auto. We want a scroll bar if it needs one. Then we'll also say overflow y. So overflow x is the left and right, you know, the sideways scroll, whereas overflow y is the up and down, the vertical one. So overflow y is going to be hidden. And then finally, this is where the magic happens. White dash space is going to be no wrap. Okay, so what have we got there? So you can see now we have this scroll bar, because we've said on the x-axis, the overflow x is going to be auto, which means if it needs to, it will use a scroll bar. We've then said no overflow on the y-axis, meaning there's no vertical scrolling allowed, and any overflow is hidden. And then we'll say, and then we've just said white space, no wrap. And that basically means it's going to collapse any line break. So anything to push it onto the line below, it's going to get rid of that, so it all appears on one line. Okay. Now there's one more thing to style, and that's just this title right here. It's real simple. Let's scroll up to the top of our style sheet, and somewhere near the top, I'm going to add some style to the H3 element, like this. And all I'm going to do is set the color of this. So the color is going to be E5, 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 which is a kind of almost white but not quite white. And then what I'm also going to do is say any H3s inside of an anchor tag, so a H3 hover. So any H3s that are inside of an anchor tag that are being hovered over, we're going to set the color to just white, so FFF. And what that does is it means that when I hover over it, you can see very subtly it changes to white. So Without hovering, it's like some darker color, slightly darker white, but if I hover over it, it changes to white. That's just a cool little effect that Netflix have on their site that I just thought we'd copy, okay? And you probably also want to get rid of this underline, which is underneath the links. So what I'll do is just say A, and then say text decoration is none, and that will get rid of the underlines like that. So that's good. Copy all that style, go back to our style sheet, and let's replace all that. Like I said, this style sheet you see here is an exact duplicate of what you have in your file right there. So any changes you make, you can just copy the whole page and put it into there rather than having to go and copy all of the changes that you made one by one, okay? So you may as well just copy absolutely everything from there and then replace it all, okay? So let me refresh the page and see what we get. Oh, don't click on that. So I refresh the page now and we get all this style looking good. So we've got our scroll bars now. There are some spacing issues on the side here, but don't worry, we'll fix that. Hey guys, how's it going? So we're pretty much done with the visuals of this part down here that shows all the entities. There's one more thing to add, and that's a little bit of padding around here so that it looks like this, and we have some space around there. Because the moment it's pressed up against the side, it doesn't really look very good. So it's actually really simple. It's just one line of CSS, so we may as well do it straight in our style sheet. I'm going to go to the bottom and just add some style for dot preview categories like this, and then it's just padding 0 and 50 px like that. So preview categories, if you can't remember, is the element which houses all of this stuff. So if I inspect on this page, you'll see preview categories is this part which holds the whole entities container. So all of these are wrapped in one big div called preview categories. Okay, so if I refresh the page now, you should hopefully see some style, which you don't. So let me just clear my cache. And now you do. So you see it's got this spacing on the sides now. We didn't need to add any padding on top because it already takes care of that in the headings like this, so we're all good. So now we're going to go on to the actual entity pages, because at the moment if I click on one of these, you'll see it takes me to this error page because this page doesn't exist. So I think what we're going to do is do the entity page first, and because it's very similar to what we've done here, so it should be really straightforward. And then we'll probably move on to the video player. The reason I don't want to do the video player now is because I want us to be able to click on an entity, for example here, and then be able to click on the videos and play them from here. If we don't have that, this page, it's very difficult to click on videos from here. The only way is really on this button. So yeah, we'll do the entity page first. So go back to your text editor. And let's just go ahead and create a new file. This will be called entity.php, and we'll save it in the root of our site. So in the same folder as the other pages, just save it as entity.php. So already that should make the error go away. If I refresh the page, now you see it's blank page and there's no error. Great. So what we'll do as the very first thing is just include the header file. So if we say require underscore once, and inside there, we're going to put the path to the header file, which we know is includes, and then header.php. Okay, so we've included the header file, so right away you'll see we're going to get this background. We've got the style sheet on the page, we've got all the files that we added in the header as well. So yeah, this is definitely a good file for us to include first, and it also contains our connection variable so that we can talk to the database. And what we're going to do then now is go to the index page, and we're going to copy this part right here, both of these lines, because this is the part that creates the preview for us, and we're going to do the same thing on the entity page. Okay. But instead of doing it like that, we're going to pass in an actual entity in here. So remember on the home page, or not really the home page, you know what I mean, the index page right here, you get this video playing, but it's just a random entity every time. So that's because we set this up so that if we pass null in here, we get a random entity. But we also programmed it at the time to allow us to pass an entity in, and then it'll show the preview video for that entity. So that's what we're going to do now. At the moment, it's just null. So if I go back to here, refresh the page, sorry, go to any entity, I mean, you'll see we do get a video playing. If I refresh the page, you'll see it's different every time because it's just being random. So we're going to change that, and we're going to pass an entity in there. So in order to get the entity, we need to make use of this ID. You see this ID equals 82 part, and that, if you remember, is the ID of the entity that we added when we created these links. So each of these images you're seeing here is a link to the entity page. And if you look down here, bottom of my browser, you'll see ID equals 85. You see that on the link it's changing. So each one of these has a different link where the ID is different, and the ID just links to that entity. So we want to get that entity from the URL, and it's really simple. underneath the line where we include the header, we're going to write the code to do that. So so what we'll do first is just write an if statement, which is going to check that the ID parameter is there in the URL. So we'll say if not, so an exclamation point, so if not is set, and then to get things from the URL, we have to use $_get, because that's what that data is. In URL, that's get data, okay? So in the square brackets, put the name of the parameter you want to get, which we know is just ID, because that's what we called it. If you look at the URL, you can see ID equals 84, so make sure it matches that. So we're saying if this is not set, then all we're going to do, let's just say exit, and then inside there put double quotes and say no ID passed into page, like this. And what that means is if it doesn't find an ID in the URL, it's going to show us an error. So at the moment it's fine, but if I get rid of that real quick just to test this out and press enter, you'll see we get this no ID passed into page. So there's our error message. We're going to do something soon which makes this a bit nicer to look at, but for now that will do for us just to make sure the ID is there. So if it doesn't exit in this if statement, and by the way, exit, I forgot to say, exit means when it hits this, it will stop executing any more of the script. So any PHP code that comes after this exit will not be executed, okay? So exit stops everything. So anyway, like I was saying, if it gets outside this if statement, it means it didn't exit here, which means the ID value is set. So we can just take the get part with the ID, and we can just say entity ID equals that. So there's our entity ID. And now all we're going to do underneath is create an instance of our entity class. So entity equals new entity, okay, and pass in our connection variable, and finally pass in our ID, which we know is right here. This is the ID of the entity we want to use, and put a semicolon there, and then we can simply take this entity and put it in here, and that should be it. We're good to go. So now you'll see, if I refresh the page, assuming I've done this right, it should show us the same video every time, because it's no longer random. It's now using the entity that we've passed in, and it's showing the preview video for this entity. So now it's the same one every time, and it'll work if I click on any of these other ones as well. You'll see it's the same every time, but of course it hasn't changed any of the behavior on the index page. This is all still random. All right, so it's just on the entity page. It will now keep it the same one and show us the same entity preview video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So continuing with our entity page, we're going to circle back to this exit part we have right here. Now this was used to show an error message if the user didn't specify an ID in their title. Maybe they modified the URL or something like that. And at the moment it's not very good because you can barely see it. It'll be even worse when we eventually add the navigation bar, because it'll be like hidden underneath there and it'll just make it difficult to see. So what we're going to do is create a very simple function which will show us an error message that looks like this. If I just get rid of the ID from there, you'll see it pushes it into the middle of the page, and it makes it a bit easier to see, and it's a bit more, bit better looking. There's still a lot we could do with it, but I think this is fine, and that way it also won't get stuck underneath this navigation bar that you see in there when we eventually add it. So anyway, like I said, it's really, really simple. Let's create a new class. I'm going to reuse this class every time I want to output an error message like that. So let's create the class in includes classes, and just call this error message.php. All right, open your PHP tag, close it off, and then say class error message, like that. Put your curly brackets on, and there's going to be no constructor with this, so it's one simple function, just one line in it. We're going to say public, and then static function. Oh, I spelled function wrong. Public static function show. That's it. All right, and put some text in there as a parameter, and then all we're going to do is exit, just like we did before, but we're going to exit with an actual HTML tag. We're going to say span, and it's going to have the class of error banner. Close that span off, and let's put the closing span tag there as well. And then inside there, put the text variable that's passed in as a parameter, and that's it. We're done. So what have we done? Well, this does exactly the same as we've done before, in the sense that we're using exit and passing some text in, but we're also adding this HTML element there. Now, we could have, of course, just added this directly to our exit in this page like that, But that would mean we'd have to redo that every time we want to output an error message, and what if we change its class and things like that. So by doing it in one class, we can just reuse this function anywhere we want to output an error message, okay? So let's just go and replace that in the entity file, but before we do that, we have to go and add that in the header. So let's go and add our new file. So paste it in there, and this is going to be error message like that, and now we're ready to start using it. Now also, let me just say, I know these are building up, but I'm in the interest of keeping things simple, I'm just going to include all the files here in the header file, and then later on, if you feel like it, you can go and refactor these and only include these on the pages that need them, for example, okay? So don't worry about the fact that they're all included there for now. We're just trying to keep it simple so we can move through this in good pace. So anyway, so we're going to call this function now. So all we need to do is go back to entity.php and replace this with, instead of exit, we're just going to say error message, and then colon because it's a static function, and just put show, and that's it. Everything else should be exactly the same. Now it won't look any different at the moment. If I go back to here and refresh the page, it looks exactly the same, right? But if I inspect that, you can see that there's a span there and the class error banner. So that means we can style this nicely. So let's add a bit of style to it. We're going to say color is going to be white, so you can say FFF, $FFF. We're then going to say position is going to be absolute, and you'll see why in just a second. We'll say top is going to be 25%, so it's 25% from the top of the parent element, so in this case the wrapper, and this just allows us to keep it away from the top, so if it won't appear underneath the navigation bar. And then we'll also say width is going to be 100%, okay, and then text align is going to be center, so you can see it's pushed it into the middle. And then finally font size is going to be 18 pixels. Obviously feel free to change any of this as you see fit, but I'm just going to keep it like that. So now we have an error message which appears fairly in the middle of the page, but definitely away from the top, so it won't appear underneath anything. And yeah, I think that's quite a good way to do it. So I'm going to copy all those lines of code we just wrote, go back to my style sheet, so style.css. Right at the bottom, I'm going to add some style for dot error banner, and then paste that style in there. Give it a save, refresh the page, and we don't see any style yet, so I probably need to clear my cache, and you'll see now we see the style, so it's looking good. And like I said, we're going to reuse this anytime we want to output some error just like this in our site. Hey everyone, how's it going? So on this entity page, there are only two things left to do. One of them is to output all the seasons that entity has. So for example, if I click on one of these, you'll see we've got season 1, season 2, and all the videos inside that season. So we have to output the seasons, and then we're also going to output the related videos, or just videos the person might like. So underneath, we're going to suggest some extra videos that person might want to see. So yeah, when you break it down like that, there's only two things left to do. So let's start by trying to output these seasons right here. I think that's the next step for us. We're going to do it by creating a season provider class, just like we've done with this preview provider. It's going to work in a very similar way, but yeah, this is going to be a season provider. So let's go ahead and create that class. So I'm creating a new file. I'm going to give it a save. And I'm going to save it in the include classes, and then I'm going to call it seasonprovider.php. Seasonprovider.php, like that, okay? Give that save, and as usual, we're going to open the PHP block up, and we're going to write class season provider, and you know the drill by now. Now, this will have a constructor, but it's going to be the same constructor as we have in the category containers class. Yeah, this one right here. So go to category containers and take both of these two, alright? So the constructor and the private variables, okay? Just saves us having to type that out again and then paste it in there, okay? So there's our constructor. In fact, I'm going to close some of this stuff down. We're closing this error message tab down. We're done with that class. I'll also close the category containers down, and I'll close the index page down as well. Alright, just to create some extra space up there. So before we can use this season provider class, we of course need to include it. Now this is what I was talking about in the last video when I mentioned about you don't have to include all these in the same file. This season provider code, I think off the top of my head, I think it's only used on this one page. So you could in fact include this on this page. Underneath here you could say require once, and put the season provider declaration right there. But just in the interest of keeping things simple, I'm going to include all of mine on here. So I'm going to put season provider.php. But yeah, just to reiterate, if you did want to get into this, you could only include these in the files that need them. So like I said, I think entity is the only file that uses that. Off the top of my head, I'm just trying to remember the rest of the course code to see if anything uses it. I don't think it does, but like I said, to keep it simple, I'm just going to keep it all there. You guys can feel free to refactor that as you like. It won't affect performance that much because although we're including all the code on the page, it's not going to actually execute anything because we're not creating instances of those classes, so you should be fine. But anyway, so we've included our season provider class right there, so now we're ready to start using it. So let's go to our season provider class. We're going to write a function which will actually create the seasons section for us. So we can just say public, we'll make sure we spell that right, public function, and let's just call this create. And it will take a parameter, which is an entity, so entity, and that's it. So just the one parameter, and we'll go and call this function on the entity page to save us having to do it later. So what I'm going to do is underneath there, I'm going to say season provider equals new season provider. Inside there, I'm going to pass in the connection variable and the user logged in for the username. And then underneath there, I'll just say echo season provider arrow create, and I'll pass in the entity as well. We have this entity up here that we created using the ID that was passed into the page. So that will create the seasons for this entity. So it does nothing at the moment, of course, but yeah, by the time we're finished with this function, it will output all the seasons for that entity. Hey guys, how's it going? So last time we created this season provider class, which is going to help us to output the seasons and the videos for each entity. So let's actually get started on writing this function now. So when we're getting the seasons, so if I'm on this random entity right now, and you can see it's got season 1, season 2, and each one of these has a bunch of videos inside of it. So you know, you can get many videos as part of a season, and each entity can have many seasons. So we need to go and select all the videos and then order them by the season they're in. So, for example, on this entity here, Never Back Down, we want to get every single video that this entity has. And then what we're going to do is order those videos based on the season they're in. So all the season 1 videos will be at the start, and next it'll have all the season 2 videos. So let's write a query that will do that, and it's actually pretty straightforward. We're going to say query equals this arrow con, which of course is our connection variable, and then say prepare. We're going to prepare our statement, which is the same as we've done on all of our queries so far. So then we're going to say select all from videos where entity ID equals, and then put a placeholder for the ID, and then underneath that I'll press enter to move on to the line below so you can see it a bit easier, and then I'll say and is movie equals 0. We don't want to select movies in this, we only want to select series. And then finally, I'm going to say order by, and this is where the magic happens, we're going to say order by season and then ASC. Now, at the moment, what this would do is it would order by season ascending. So it would start with season 1, or the lower the season, the earlier on in the array it goes. So to start with, the season 1 videos will be there, then the season 2 ones, and this would work for the seasons. But where it might not work is the videos within that. Let's say in our database, the videos are out of order for that season. So for example, let's say season 1 episode 5 comes before season 1 episode 3 in the database. We of course want to output these in the correct order to the user, not in the order they appear in the database. So if the episodes are out of order in the database, ordering by just the season is not enough. That would only work if we guarantee that the episodes are in the correct order. So to handle the situation where in the database we've stored the episodes in the wrong order, what we're going to do is order by another property. So we're saying order by season, and then what we're going to do is say comma, and then episode. And what this means, when you order by 2 properties, it will order by the first property, but then if 2 rows have the same value for this property, it will go off this order as well. So if 2 videos have season 1, it will then take the episode and do whichever is lower and put that first, okay? So in this case, all the episodes will be in order as well as all the seasons. So that's a real simple query, and that's an example of how you can order by 2 columns. So underneath that, we have to bind to this one placeholder we've got there, this ID parameter. So I'm going to say query arrow
bind value. And of course, the placeholder I want to bind to is this colon ID, and the value I want to bind to is the entity ID. So in this case, it will be entity arrow get ID, like that. Okay, and then what we're going to do is just execute the query arrow execute like this, and then we should have all of the seasons and episodes returned in order to us in this query. Okay, so there we go. There's all the SQL data that we can use. But what I'm going to do though, I'm thinking about this, and let's move this to a different class. We should probably write a function in the entity class which allows us to get the seasons. So go to your entity.php, which is that class you wrote for the entity. You already have this. Scroll down to the bottom, and what we're going to do is say public function get seasons like this. Now this of course is going to be the function which will get the seasons and all the videos that come with it, so we're going to move this code to that function. I've just figured that a better place to do this is in the entity page, and from here we'll just call that function. So take these lines of code that you just wrote, okay, and I'm going to move it to the entity page like that, and then in season provider we're just going to say seasons equals and then entity arrow get seasons, and then that will give us all the seasons. Now of course we haven't finished with this function yet, but that's how it'll work. So let's finish off writing the code in here. So what we've done so far is we've wrote the query which will go to the database and get us all the videos and order them by season and episode number. Okay, so next what we want to do is put those into an array so that we can actually work with it. Hey everyone, how's it going? So let's continue writing this code which gets the seasons as well as all the videos inside those seasons. Now what I'm going to do to make this a little bit easier to understand hopefully is take this query and I'm going to execute that from PHP-MyAdmin so that you can see what is returned by it. So I'll go back to PHP-MyAdmin and I'll click on the SQL tab at the top there, SQL, and it allows us to execute any code we want. So I'll just paste that code in there, and of course we need to change this ID value because it's not a placeholder anymore, it's the actual entity ID. So let's just take this one, 84, so I'll put 84 in there, just any valid entity ID, click go, and you'll see what it returns. And I can only see this has only got 5 rows, so this one's not a very good example. Let me change the, I'll click edit inline right here and change the ID to a different one. Let's try 82. So I want something with more than one season to try and make it a bit clearer for you. So this one right here, there you go, 77 rows, so there's obviously a lot more than just one season. So if I scroll down, you can see it's ordered this by season 1, and then the episodes are 1, 2, 3, 4. So the episodes are ordered 2, and then we get to season 2, and you can see it goes from 1 again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, so you can see this is what we're dealing with. This query execute right here will give us all of this stuff here. So we're going to start looping over these rows one by one, starting with this one, which will be season 1, episode 1. Then we'll go season 2, episode 2, and 3, and 4, and eventually we'll get to here. Season 1, episode 11, and the next one will be season 2, episode 1. So hopefully that made it a little bit clearer for you, the kind of data that we'll get back from this query. But what we're going to do is separate this now into the seasons by putting them into a seasons array. So let's go ahead and create our seasons array. So this will hold the array of seasons. So array like that. So it's an empty array, and underneath that we're going to do the same thing but for videos equals array. So we've got 2 empty arrays now. We've got 1 empty array for seasons and 1 empty array for videos. Now we also want to keep track of what season we're currently in, and I'll explain why in a second, but for now let's just create a current season variable and set this to null to start with. We don't have a season yet, so set it to null, and then inside here, underneath there, we're going to do a while loop, and this is going to loop over each one of the rows returned from this query. So inside there we're going to put row equals query arrow fetch like this. This is exactly the same as what we've done previously to loop over SQL data. So PDO colon and then fetch underscore associative like that. So this will loop over every single video returned from this query, like I said, starting with season 1 episode 1, season 1 episode 2. So what do we want to do here? Well, we want to keep track of the season we're currently on. Like I said, that will be 1 when we start. And then we want to go over all the season 1 videos and put them into the videos array. And then when we hit the next season, we know we want to stop and put those videos from season 1 into this season class we're about to write. So by the end of this, the seasons array will hold all of the seasons. So let's say there's 5 seasons. It will hold 5 season objects.
and each one of those objects will have a videos property which we can use to get all the videos for that season. So that will be a bit clearer once you see what we do. So what we'll do first is get the current season. So we'll say current season equals, and we can just set this to be row season like that, because we know that the season column keeps track of what number season we're on. All right. Now then what we want to do is add the video to the videos array. So we don't have a video class yet, so let's go ahead and create that. So I'm going to create a new file, and let's save this in the classes folder and just save it as video.php. So this will be the class for the video, and let's open up a PHP block and then close it off, and as usual, class video with the curly brackets. Now this is going to be very similar to our entity class. So if I scroll up to the very top of this, you'll see we've got this constructor here which allows us to create an instance of this class using the SQL data or using an ID, and if we pass in an ID we'll then go and get the SQL data. So we're going to copy that constructor and this these private properties right there. So copy both of them and then go back to the video class and just paste that in there. So we want the same thing. This is exactly the same. What we are going to do though is add one more property to this, and that's going to be an entity property, or make sure you spell that right, entity, because this will allow us to check what entity this video belongs to. So it's if it's a Simpsons video, we can check on that video that it belongs to Simpsons. All right. So all we need to do underneath there, underneath the if else block, we're going to set that. So say this arrow entity equals new entity like this. And inside there, I'm going to pass in the connection variable, and then we'll also pass in this arrow SQL data, and then the column we want to pass in is entity ID, because we're creating an instance of the entity class by passing in the ID of the entity. All right, and that's it for that for now. We'll come back and add more things later on, but for now that should work for us. So going back to the entity.php class, scrolling down to the bottom so we can continue where we left off, we're going to say videos and then empty square brackets, which means put this onto the next item in the array, equals new video, and then we're going to pass in the connection variable, so this arrow con. Then we're also going to pass in the row which contains the SQL data. Okay, so that will do what we just wrote, which sets the SQL data property to whatever we pass into it. All right, so now we'll be able to access the SQL data returned from the table in this property here. So going back to the entity.php class, let me just summarize what we've done. So we've created an empty array for seasons and an empty array for videos. All right, we then also have this empty pointer almost for current season. Okay, so what we're doing underneath is we're looping over every single row returned from this query, which, like I said, is going to be all the videos for that entity, ordered by season and ordered by episode. And the first thing we're doing is setting the current season to be whatever season we're currently on. So in the first case, it would be 1, and then eventually, when we get down to here, for example, the current season would be 2. And then we're also saying add this video to the next item in the array. Now what's going to happen is this videos array will contain all the videos for this season. So it will go, so in this case, it would add, let's see how many there are, 11 videos in the seasons array for season 1. And then the next video, what we're going to do is when we reach the next season, so we get to season 2, we're going to create a new array for this season's videos, and the same for season 3, we'll create a new array for that season's videos. So each season will have one array for their videos, and all the videos in that array will only be for that season, but you'll see how that works in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we started writing this code which is going to loop over all the videos in this entity and organize them into seasons and also into a videos array as well. So like I said, by the end of it, for example, if this entity has 5 seasons, there'll be 5 season objects in this array, and within each one of those objects there'll be a videos property which contains all the videos for that season. So we'll carry on with that now, and if you remember last time I mentioned that when we're looping through these rows one by one, we're going to go over all these and create video objects for every single row, and then when we get to a new season, we're going to take that videos array and save it somewhere else, and then we're going to create a new array for the season 2 videos, and then the same for the season 3 videos. Okay, so let's do that now. So the thing we're watching for is when this season number changes. Remember, we've got this current season property, right, which keeps track of what season we're currently on. So when we start, it'll be 1, 1, 1, and eventually, when this season changes, we know we're on a new season and we can start with a new videos array. So all we need to do is listen for when this current season changes. So we're going to do an if statement, and we're going to say if current season is not equal to null, and we're also going to say and current season is not equal to row in the square brackets put season. Now if you remember, the row season contains the number that it's this season column, so it contains the number of the season we're currently on. So when we're looping over for the first couple of times, it's going to be 1, and eventually this will change to 2. So we're looking at when that changes. Current season will contain the season from the last time we went around, so the row just before we did this one. So if those two aren't the same, we know the season has changed. Okay, so put your curly brackets on. Now this part right here, this current season is not equal to null, is there because right at the start, before we have a season, we're setting it to null. Because if we didn't do this, and if we got rid of this part, for example, then on the very first iteration, current season is null because we haven't done anything yet, and then it also would not match this, so we'd end up splitting the videos array even though there's nothing in it. So we need this check, which basically says, is it the first time we're going over this loop? All right. So the very first time we go over the loop, the current season is not going to match here because the current season is null. We don't want to split the videos array because that wouldn't make sense when there's nothing in it. So we're only going to do this part if it's not the very first time we've gone around the loop, and also if the current season is not the same as the one we just had in the previous iteration, okay? So what do we want to do here? Well, we want to create an instance of a season class, which we haven't wrote yet, but that's what we're about to do. And then we're going to add that to the seasons array, and then we're going to clear the videos array, and then update the current season. Yeah, that'll make sense to you in a second, but for now we're going to create a new class, and this is going to be for the season. So season.php, save it in the classes folder, and as usual, open up your PHP brackets, class, season, and put your curly brackets on. Now we are going to do a constructor in this one, so we'll say public function __ construct. All right, and inside there we're going to do two parameters. We're going to say season number and then comma, and we're also going to do videos. So the videos will be the array of videos for this season, and the season number of course will just be the season number. So put your curly brackets on, and we're going to save these two. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to save it to some private variables. So we'll create those variables now by saying private and pasting that there. So this will create a private variable for this and a private variable for that. And of course, just like we have done in the other classes, we're just going to assign those values. So this, and then season number equals season number, and copy and paste that line below, and do the same for videos. Okay, and that's good. And underneath that, we're going to write two very simple functions which will just return that. We don't need to use those yet, but because they're so simple, I'm going to write them there, and then we'll be done with this class. So public function get season number, and then just return this arrow season number, and then copy and paste that below, and we'll do the same thing for the videos array. So we can just call this get videos, and then just return this videos array from there, and that's it. We're done with this class. You can actually close that down now. What we need to do though is add a reference to that class in the header file. So again, you know the drill by now. Copy and paste that below and change this to season. Give it a save, and then we're going to add 3 lines in here which handle that for us. So like I said, we're going to take the seasons array, and we're going to add something to the next available space. So this array up here, we're going to say add this to the next available space in the array. That's what the empty square brackets do, and we'll say it's equal to a new season like this. We're going to pass in the current season because we know this contains the number that we're currently on, the season number. And then finally we're going to pass in the videos array, which we know at this point will contain all the videos for this season, because every time we've been going around, we've been adding a new video to the videos array, okay? So that's it. This seasons array will now have an object of type season, which will contain the season number and the videos for that season. So then what we're going to do is just clear the videos array. So videos equals array. So the very last thing to do is handle the case where we get to the end of our loop. Because we've exited the loop, because there's no rows to go over, we haven't put the videos we haven't put the season object onto the array like this, so we just need to do that outside the loop. So after the while loop, we're simply going to say if, and then size of videos. So if the size of the videos array is not equal to 0, so that basically says if there are videos in that season, we're just going to take this code right here, this new season part, paste it in there, and we're going to do the exact same thing. And we're going to keep the current season part and keep the videos part as well, so that can stay exactly the same. So this part just handles the very last row, sorry, the very last season where we've exited the loop, so we won't get to execute this part. We're just doing it manually, okay? So we're saying only do this if there are videos in that season, because if there's no videos in the season, we don't want to create a season object for that. And then finally just return seasons. So I know that was a lot of work. That's quite a complex bit of code when you think about it, but well done for getting through it. We did it. If any of that didn't make sense to you, just let me know and I'll be happy to explain it to you some more. What I'm going to do though is just refresh our page just to make sure there's no errors on there. So you won't see anything yet as far as the behavior goes, but I've got some errors, so I'll just fix them. We've got undefined variable entity on line 40, so entity PHP line 40. And of course, because we copied the code across, we need to change this. This won't be entity get ID, it'll just be this get ID, because we are now in the entity class. So that was my mistake from when we moved the code from season provider to entity.php. I forgot to update this part right here. So just give that a save and let's refresh the page. I've got class video not found. That's probably because we forgot to add a reference to that. And we did, so just go back to here and add a reference to the video class as well. Okay, give that a save and refresh the page. And there are no errors now. Great. Obviously you're not seeing anything, but the fact that there are no errors means we're probably good for now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we've wrote this code that gets the seasons for us, as well as the episodes within that season, what we're going to do is actually iterate this seasons array and kind of output the episodes to the users. So what we'll do first is underneath that, on seasonprovider.php, inside the create function, and then underneath this line where we get the seasons, we're going to say if, and inside there we're going to say size of, and then put your seasons array in there. So if size of seasons equals 0, so if there's no items in this seasons array, just return. Now this would happen if there is a movie, for example. Now this would happen if it only finds a movie, for example, and no seasons, or it would happen if you just haven't uploaded any seasons yet or deleted the season or something like that. So if for whatever reason there's no seasons in the array, just return and don't do anything, okay? So after that, we're going to loop over all the seasons and actually output them to the user, okay? So let's just start by saying for each, and in there we'll say seasons as season, like this. So it's looping over the seasons array, and every time we iterate it, season will reference the current season we're in this array. And what we'll do, just to make sure it works, is we'll just echo season, and then if you remember, this is a season class we have. So if you go to your season class, you'll see what properties we have. We have this get season number function, so let's call that. So arrow get season number, like this. All right, so let's do that. And in fact, what I'm going to do is also do a dot with a line break, so it doesn't all appear on the same line. It just makes output look a little bit nicer. So let's just have a look at what we see. So I've got 1, so this particular show only has 1, so I'll go change the entity ID 82 or something like that, and now you can see that this has 7 seasons. So yeah, it seems to be working. Alright, great. So what we'll do now then is output the season number in a nicer way. So rather than just echoing it like this, we'll actually put it in some HTML elements. So what I'll do is above this for each loop, we'll create an element for our HTML. So seasons HTML, and this is what we're going to use to build the HTML string that we're going to return. We've done this kind of thing a bunch of times so far. So yeah, create seasons HTML and set it to an empty string. And then get rid of this part. We don't want that, this line break, but we do want to keep this function call, but then change the echo. We're not going to echo it anymore. We're going to set it to a variable. So we'll say season number, like this, equals, and then set that to season, get season number. So now we have the season number stored in a variable, and underneath that, we're going to come back, and inside here we're going to get the video HTML, but we'll do that probably in the next video or something. But for now, what I'm going to do is just say seasons HTML plus dot equals, sorry, so I'm appending this to another string, and the string I'm going to append to is just some HTML. So I'll say div, make sure it's not in capitals, so div and we'll say class equals season, like that. And then close that div off, and I'll also put the closing div tag as well. So div like that. And inside there, we're going to do an h3 tag. So h3, and then put your closing h3 tag on as well, so we don't forget. And then inside that h3 tag, we're going to say season, a space, and then put your season number in there. So season number, like that. All right, put your semicolon on the end after that. And then what we'll do is just return that after this for each loop. So outside the for each loop, just return seasons HTML. Okay, give it a save, and let's take a look at what we see. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see we want season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it outputs the season count in quite a nice way. All right, so that's a good start. What we're going to do next is actually output the videos inside that, because you'll see if I compare it with this, we've got the season titles now. Obviously, we've got a couple of style things to do, but we'll add that later. But for now, what we're going to do is add the videos and the descriptions. Hey guys, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is move on to actually outputting the videos for each season, because at the moment we're just outputting the titles for each season. What we're going to do now is output the actual videos themselves. So we'll write a new function which will output the video square HTML. So underneath this create function in season provider, we're going to create we'll write a function called private function, and this will be create video square, like this. Now this will have one parameter called video, which will be the actual video we want to output. And the very first thing we're going to do is just get the properties of that video. So we'll get the ID, the thumbnail, the title, the description of the video, but we haven't actually done those yet. If you go back to the video class, you can see that we haven't added anything other than the constructor. So underneath the constructor in the video class, I'm going to create a function, and this will be public function get ID, and this will just return this arrow SQL data, and in square brackets put the name of the column you want to get, which we know is just ID. Okay, so there's the ID function. Now let's do the same thing with title. Now this will be get title. Now we know the column is called title, so that's what we put in there. Okay, same thing below. This will be the description, so this will be get description, and the name of the column is just description. And then we're also going to do the same thing for file path, which will allow us to get the actual file path of the video. So file path, and then the column name is file path. We'll do the same thing with thumbnail, so get thumbnail. Now if we want a thumbnail, we can't get it from this SQL data, because if I go back to the videos table, you'll see that there's no, if I go to the structure real quick, you'll see there's no thumbnail column in here. So we don't store the thumbnail of the entity in the video. So what we need to do is go to the entity that this video belongs to and then get the thumbnail. Now if you scroll to the top, you'll see that we have the entity right here. We created it in the constructor. So what we can do is just say, instead of saying SQL data, we can say this and then entity, and then from there we can say get thumbnail, because we already wrote that function on the entity class which gets us the thumbnail. So that should work for us. And we'll do one more function below, and this will be get episode number, and this will just return episode from the SQL data, because we do keep track of the episode number in one of the columns. So this get episode number function will just return the number episode we're on, maybe on season 1 episode 4, so this would return 4. Okay, so that'll do for now. We're going to come back and write some more functions, but I think for what we're doing at the moment, that will work. If I've missed anything, we'll just come back and write it, but I think that should be good for the moment. So in here, we're going to say ID equals video arrow get ID. Alright, real simple. So let's copy and paste that below. In fact, copy and paste that a couple of times. So I've copied it 3 more times. We'll have the thumbnail equals get thumbnail. Alright, pretty straightforward. Then we'll have the name, and that'll be get name. And then we'll have description as well. And that'll just be get description. Alright, we'll do it one more time actually for the episode number. So paste that below. And this will be episode number. And then this function is called get episode number, like that. Alright, so we've got all these attributes we need, great. So the next thing to do is to actually put this into some HTML and return that from this function. Hey everyone, how's it going? So I think we have all the information we need about the video, so we can go ahead and output that to the user now. So in this create video square function, underneath that code there, I'm going to just say return, and I'm going to build some HTML string like we've done a million times so far. So in there, this is going to be a link because we want each of these things to be clickable and to take the user to the watch page. So we're going to put it inside an anchor tag, and this will have an href, and it'll go to the watch page, which of course we haven't created yet, but we'll do that. So we'll say watch.php with a question mark, and the ID is going to be, just put the ID in there, so it's the ID of the video you want to watch. Okay, put your single quote on the end of that, and then put your closing tag on, your closing angle bracket, and let's close off the anchor tag as well. Okay, that's it. And then inside here we're going to do a div, and this will have the class of episode container. Alright, and I'll close that div off. You're doing great, keep it up. And then underneath that we're going to do another div, and this will have the class of content, and close that one off. Alright, and then inside there what we're going to do is add the actual image itself, so I'll make some space for it. And inside there we're just going to do img, and the src, so the link to the image, the source, is going to be thumbnail, like this. And there's one more div to do with just 2 lines inside of it, so bear with me. So div, and then we're going to say class equals video info. Okay, close that div off, we're nearly done. And inside there we're just going to say h4, close that off. And then inside there we're going to put the title of the video, so we know that is just name. We have this name part right here, and then underneath that we'll do a span, and this is the last thing, and we'll just put the description and close that span off too. And that's it. I know there's a lot to output. It's probably going to look awful if we haven't styled it, but bear with me on that. So there's our HTML for each video that we're going to use. So if I scroll up to the create function above that, this is where we're going to call that function. So we're going to do it in a very similar way to what we do here. We're going to loop over the videos instead of the seasons and output some HTML. So inside of that for each loop, underneath the season number line, this one, we're going to create a variable for the videos HTML. So we'll say videos HTML equals empty string, just like we did up here. And inside there we'll just loop over the videos just like we did out here. So for each, and I'll just say season arrow get videos. Now this is a function on the season class that gets us the videos. We wrote this function before, remember? So this will give us the actual videos, the array of videos I should say, and we'll loop over it, and then each one will be just a video. That's how we reference each element in the array each time we iterate. Okay, and it's just one line in here. We're just going to say videos HTML dot equals, and then just call that function we just wrote. This arrow, what was it called? Man, I'm so terrible at remembering these names. Create video square. So paste that in there. Okay, we need to pass in the video itself, so make sure you put video in there. And that is it for that. There's one more thing to do, and that's just to output this video's HTML. So all we're going to do is put a div in here and then stick the variable in there. So underneath the h3, we're going to do one more div. We've created a lot of divs in this video, so you should be very good at it by now. So class equals videos, and then close that off, and then finally just put the div in there, and we are done. Whew. Okay, give that a save, and let's refresh the page and see the monstrosity, which will be unstyled. Okay, well, that looks terrible too. Call to undefined method video get name. Let's have a little look, shall we? So we're calling get name here. Is the function not called get name? Oh, get title. That's my mistake. I called it get title instead. So just change that to get title, and it should be the same thing. So I'll refresh the page now. Oh yeah, okay. This looks so beautiful. Well, we have the images, we have the names, and we have the description. So it's working. So yeah, we obviously need to style this. So we'll do that in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now then is style these, because at the moment they're not looking great, a little bit too big on the images especially. So let's style it, and hopefully it will look like this by the end of the video. So let's do it in the browser. So I'll right click on the page and I'll click inspect. And then what I'll do is I'll start with, let's start with the season div right here. So click on season and let's give this one some style. So in fact what I'll do, just so we can see it all work together, what I'll do is I'll go to the style page right there. So I'll click on the style link or click on the sources tab and you should have the style sheet open. So style.css, scroll to the bottom and let's add some style for that. So the element had the class season like this, and this will just have 3 pieces of style. It'll just have a display of flex, then we'll say flex direction is going to be column, and then finally we're going to set some padding on that. We'll say padding going to be 10 pixels, space 50 pixels. So 10 pixels on top and bottom, and then 50 pixels on the left and right, and that creates this space you see right here. So already it's looking a little bit better. The next thing with the style is the videos element. So the video style is going to be the same as some other style we've already wrote. Now if you go to your style sheet and find the entities one, so if I search for entities, you'll see this entity style that we wrote before. We're going to do the same thing on that. So if you just do a comma and put .videos, it will apply that same style to this. Alright, so that's good. And what I'm going to do is just copy all that, the whole style sheet, and go and put that back into my style sheet locally. So I've copied all that style and I'll go back to here, just because we might accidentally click on a link and then you lose all your style. So I'll just replace all the style with what we just wrote. So yeah, if you accidentally click on one of these things, it will take you to that link and you'll lose the style you wrote. So I just took my changes and put them into this style sheet. Okay, moving on then. We'll then do the episode container style. So going back to my style sheet in here, what I'm going to do is scroll to the bottom, and this will be .episode container. And for this we're going to say display flex. We're then going to say justify content is going to be center. So this is how we're going to position the contents of this div. So we want to position them in the center. You can do left, right, for example, but we want to do center. We're then going to say margin right is going to be 4 pixels, because we want a slight space after each one. You can see right there that gap. And I'm actually thinking we don't want to use flex here, we want to use inline flex. So change flex to display inline flex, and that should be it, I think. Yeah, that's it for now. So let's scroll down and let's do the contents element. So if you look underneath that, we've got this contents div. That's the next element inside there. So let's style that. This will be episode container, then .contents, like that. I wonder if this is still too small. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger for you. So I've made the font size slightly larger there, so maybe that's easier for you to see. Okay, then inside there, we're going to also do display flex, and then we're also going to say flex direction is going to be column, and then finally width is going to be 230 pixels. Okay, so it's looking better. It's kind of getting more and more like we want it to look, so just bear with us. Alright, let's fix this image because it doesn't look very good. So we'll do the image now. We'll say .episode container and then img, so the image inside the episode container, and we'll say width is going to be 230 pixels. Height is going to be 129 pixels. This is the same dimensions we've used on the other page, on the home page. And then underneath that, because the image is stretched right now, we're going to just say object fit is going to be cover, like that. So it won't stretch the image, it will just kind of cut some off if it needs to outside the container. Alright, so it's looking a lot better now. We're not done yet, but it's looking a lot better. So before we continue, let's take all of our changes. So I've copied everything in there, and I'm going to go back to my style sheet and just replace everything like that. So I think I said this before, but just in case you're wondering why I'm doing that, this style sheet is an exact duplicate of what you have locally. So when you make changes, if you want to take those changes and put them in here, you can just take every single thing from here. So just select all, Control A or Command A or whatever you need to press. Select everything and put it in there. So that's why I'm taking everything. But anyway, let's move on and continue with this. Let's do this H3 tag we're seeing there. I think it's an H3 tag. Did we use H3? Oh no, it's H4. So let's style that. And I think we're going to apply the same style to this span as well, so we can do both of them at once. So I'll go to my style sheet, scroll down to the bottom, and underneath that, we're going to say episode container, and then dot video info, because that's the div that surrounds that. We'll make sure you spell video right. Video info, and then finally h4. Then put a comma, and then copy and paste that whole line and paste it below, and then change h4 to span. So we're going to apply this to both the h4, which is this title, and the span, which is where the description is. We're going to say color is going to be white, so FFF. We're then going to say width is going to be, on the next line, width is going to be 100%. And then finally, white space is going to be normal. So the white space normal means it's going to not take up all that space along outside the container, okay? All right, I think that's it for the most part. So I'm going to take all this code again. So I've selected everything in that style sheet. I'm going to paste it in there. Let's give it a save, and let's refresh the page now. I'll even clear the cache just to make sure. So you can see we still see this the style applied, great. But there's one more thing we're going to do, and it's probably something that you haven't noticed yet. But if I let's say I had a really long description in here, if I just copy and paste this description again, so I've made it extra long now, you'll see it takes up all this space here. So if you had a really long description, it would push the height in a kind of weird way. So let's fix that. Going back to my style sheet, it's really simple to do. We're just going to say dot episode container and then dot video info, which is the div which holds the title and the description. We're just going to say max height is going to be 200 pixels, so don't get any bigger than 200 pixels. But what this has done now is it's cut off the rest of the text, so you just can't see it. But so to fix that, we're just going to say overflow y auto. So this means if you need to add a scroll bar, and you'll be able to see now that we can scroll that. So there's a scroll bar there, but if they need to, there'll also be a scroll bar inside there. But you'll see on ones it doesn't need it, there is no scroll bar. Only when the description is too big will it show that scroll bar. Okay. So that's it for that. We're done with that styling. So copy all that and then replace your style sheet with that. Give it a save, and we should be good to go. I think that's everything now. So it's looking pretty good. Each of these will link to the watch page for that video. So yeah, we're doing a good job so far. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we've output the videos within each season, and they look pretty good, but I did realise we forgot to put the episode number. So if you go back to the season provider, we already got the season number, sorry, the episode number I mean. We already got the episode number there, so you can just take that variable and stick it inside the H4 like that, and then I'm going to do a dot as well, and then do a space after the dot, give it a save, and you should see the episode number now. So if I refresh that, you'll see it's got the episode number, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I forgot to do it last time, but just add that, and there you go, you got the episode numbers. So yeah, what we're going to do now then is move on to showing related videos at the bottom. So if you scroll down on my finished version, you'll see you might also like, and it's got other suggestions. So this won't take much, but we're going to go back to here and implement that. So I'm going to open up the category containers class. So category containers. Oh, you can close down the season provider class now. We're actually done with that. So close down the season provider tab if you still got that open. And yeah, we're going to go to the category containers class, and we're going to add a function in here which will output this section for us. So underneath this show all categories, I'm going to write a function called public function show category, like that. So this will show a category that you give it. So if you give it an action and adventure, for example, it will show you all the entities within that fall under that category. So it's actually pretty simple, but what I'm going to do though is copy all of this code from show all categories, because we're just going to modify that. So copy that code and paste it in this show category function. Now we're going to modify this query slightly. Instead of saying select all from categories, we'll say select all from categories where ID equals, and then put equals, and then put your placeholder, so ID like that. And then underneath that we'll say query arrow bind value. Okay, and then we want to bind to the ID placeholder, and the value we want to bind to is the category ID, but I've just realized we didn't actually pass that in. So this show category should take a parameter called category ID, and it also take another parameter actually called title, but we'll set that to null. So what this is doing is it's saying if they don't specify a title in the parameter, set the value to null. So that means that you can call this function using one parameter if you like, or you can call it using two. So I could call this function like show category, and I could pass in some category ID of 4, and I could also pass in some title like that. Or I could just leave this out completely because this has got a default value, so it means you don't even need to specify this when calling the function. So you could call it just like that. Alright, so basically it's just saying if they pass in a title, use that, otherwise set the value of title to be null. Okay, but anyway, we'll get to that in a second. So this of course is going to be category ID, so category ID, put your semicolon, and scroll down a little bit, and in this get category function, you'll see that the second parameter is a title. Now, when we did it on the show all categories, we set the title as null so that it would use the title of the category. Whereas now we don't want to do that. Now we want to show the title you might also like. So we're going to pass in the title that came from the parameter. And then because of this line right here, if the title has a value, it will use that. Otherwise, it will just use the category name. Okay. So keep these two as true because we do want to show TV shows and we do want to show movies. So just keep them both as true. And that should be it. But I'm going to do one more thing, and that's just to add a class here called no scroll. Okay. Now I'll get to that in a second. But basically, we don't want this container to scroll sideways. But yeah, I'll show you what that means. But that should be it, you know. So if I go back to my entity.php, we're ready to actually call this function now. So just like we've done here with the season provider code, I'm going to copy that, paste it below, and change the name of this to category containers, and then also change the name of this variable. And the function isn't called create, it's called show category, like that. So I'll paste that in there. Now we need to pass in a category ID as a parameter here. So what we can do is just call the get category function on this entity. I'm pretty sure we wrote that. Let me just double check. Entity, did we write get category? So we didn't actually do a get category ID function, so we can just create that now. It's real simple. Just copy and paste one of these functions below and just change this to get category ID. Category ID, and make sure I always spell this word wrong for some reason. Get category ID, and then change that to category ID. Alright, now we're ready to call that function. So instead of passing an entity like this, we'll say entity arrow get category ID. Alright, now the title we want to pass in is this you might also like. Well, that's what I'm passing in. You can change that if you want, but you might also like. Okay, give that a save, and what it's doing basically is just getting all the other videos or entities from that category. So if I refresh the page now, oh, I'm on the wrong tab. Let me just refresh this site and scroll down, and do we see that? Yeah, we see you might also like. Now this has got a scroll bar. Now I said that I didn't want it to scroll. The reason being, if we got tons and tons of videos, what Netflix does is it shows them stacked on top of each other. For example, if I go back to my site, although I've only got 5 videos here, let me just inspect and kind of replicate what that would be like. So if I go back to here, what I'm going to do is just manually copy and paste all those anchor tags. So just watch. You don't have to do this. Just let me, well, I don't think you can do this, but let me just show you. So I'm copying all those anchor tags. I'm going to paste it below, and again and again and again. So I'm adding a ton of these now. So let's say, for example, we had that many things. They would all appear on top of each other like that. Now, this is what Netflix does for some reason. It scrolls some of them, but some of them it stacks on top of each other like this. So that's what I've done. If you don't want to do that, you can just ignore this part that we're about to do, and you can keep it scrolling side to side like that. That would be fine too. But we're also going to use that no scrolling part on the tab. If you go back to the home page and click on one of the categories, you'll see this will be stacked as well. That's not a very good one, I guess. Let me scroll down to here or something. You'll see we got this one there displayed stacked as well. So we'll reuse this later. But if you didn't want to do that, you could just ignore what we're about to do. So we just need to style this no scroll part, because remember I gave this a class of no scroll right here. So it's real simple. I think it's just one line of CSS. All we're going to do is let's go back to here and let's open my style sheet. It's just the one right here. Inspect. Opening my style sheet. And I'll scroll to the bottom. I'm going to say dot preview categories. Preview categories dot no scroll. So the element with both these classes, so make sure that that dot is together. And then we're going to say dot category and then dot videos like this, and just say white space is going to be normal. And wait, no, that's not supposed to be videos, that's supposed to be entities like that. Okay, so yeah, now you can see it's stacked on top, it's no longer scrolling. So yeah, add that if you want to. If you didn't want to, then just ignore it. But anyway, I'm going to copy that code and go back to my style sheet and add it in there. And now anything with the no scroll property will override that scroll, and it will stack it on top of each other like this. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're done with this entity page, we can move on to the actual video player. So the reason I waited till now to do the video player is because we needed a way to actually get to a video easily. Without this, there wasn't really an easy way. We could go back to the home page, but it was like a random video was displayed on the home page. So this way we can click on the same video every time to test with, so we can keep using this same, I don't know, burning something video, for example. So I've clicked on one of those, and you see we get this error page because we haven't got this watch.php page yet. So let's go ahead and create that. So in the text editor, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to save this as watch.php. But I'll save it in the root of my site, so in the same folder as the other pages. So watch.php. Alright, and then already, of course, that error should now go away, but we have a blank page because the page is empty. So let's start by including the header page. So require underscore once, and then inside there I'm going to say includes / header.php, and now we should get the page background color and all the other stuff that's inside the header file. So the very first thing we're going to do is echo an error if there's no ID passed there. So go back to here and we'll say, we'll actually go back to the entity page, and we can copy this line right here. It's the same thing, so copy that if statement and just paste it in there below. So if there's no ID, and the parameter is the same, we called it ID, so you can leave that as is. So we can say if there's no ID, we can just echo no ID, pass into page. So if I refresh that, oh yeah, it's fine without, you won't see it because there's an ID, but if I get rid of the ID, you should now see no ID passed into page. So yeah, that's good. So what we want to do then is create a video object, our video class, using this ID. So I'm going to say video equals new video, and then pass in the connection variable, and then also pass in the ID, which we know is get ID. We know it definitely has an ID at this point, because if it didn't, it would have exited there. So I put a semicolon there, and then what we're going to do to start with is increment the view count for this video. Every time someone clicks on this watch.php page, we want to increment the view count. So we're keeping track of how many times the video has been viewed. So we're going to write a function in the video class to increment the views. It's quite a simple function, so it shouldn't take long. But if I scroll to the bottom, I'm going to add a public function increment views. Okay, put your curly brackets on, and all we're going to do is a simple update query. So query equals this arrow con arrow prepare, and inside there we're going to say update videos set views equal to views plus 1, where ID equals and a placeholder for the ID value. So we're setting the value of the views column to be whatever the views column is now, add 1. So it's just going to increment the view count. So if, for example, we're on 5 views, it will be 6. So underneath that, we're just going to bind to that ID placeholder. So query arrow bind value inside there, put your ID placeholder, and then just say this arrow get ID like that. Alright, and then the very last thing is just to execute that query. So query execute. Alright, give that a save and refresh the page. You won't see anything, of course. In fact, we're not even calling that function yet, so of course you won't see anything. So go back to our watch.php page, and let's just call that. So we can say video arrow increment views like that, and call the function, and just make sure we see no error messages. We don't, but we're on the video with the ID of 1144. So what I'm going to do is go to here. I'm going to click on the SQL tab, which allows me to execute some code. And I'm just going to say select all from videos where ID equals, and just put 1144 in there, just so I can see what is returned. So I can see that this has one view right now, okay? What I'm going to do is refresh that page a couple of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hopefully it would have updated that a bunch more times. So can I refresh this? If I click on this refresh button, it'll let me do that. So I've called the query again, and you can see it's got 6 views now because I incremented it 5 times, so it's now on 6. So we know that works. Great. Hey everyone, welcome back. So we're incrementing the views of the video now. Now it's finally time to actually output the video HTML element. So underneath this PHP block on watch.php, we're going to do that. We'll first create a div, and this is where the video player is going to go. So inside there, we're going to say class equals, and then watch, man, I can't spell today. Watch container, all right, and close that div off. So inside there is where our video player is going to go. Now we're not going to put this into a class like we have done. You know, we in the previous videos we've used classes to create these HTML elements, but because this code here is only going to be called on this page, we're not going to do that. We don't ever need to reuse this video player code, so we may as well just put it on this page. But anyway, I'm going to create a video tag like that, and I'm going to close that off as well. Now in this, we want the controls to show. So we want the you know, the play and the pause button, for example, to show. We want it to auto play, and that's it for that. We then want to add the actual source of the video, so you know, the file that we want to play. So source and src equals, and then inside there we're going to put the link to the file, and we know the file can be found using our video object. We can call the get file path function that we wrote in there. So opening PHP block inside of the single quotes and close it off. And inside there, just say echo video arrow get file path like this. That's that function we wrote. Put a semicolon and then give this a save. Oh, actually, after the last single quote, just before the last angle bracket, let's just put type equals video slash mp4 like that. Alright, just to tell the browser this is an MP4 video. So let's go back and refresh the page. So if I go to here, refresh the page, we see a video player now. We've got the controls, so I can click play, and it works. It's not styled great at the moment, but we'll fix that, so don't worry about that. But yeah, we can play and pause it and stuff, and yeah, it's looking good. So you might be wondering why this isn't auto playing, and the reason for that is because this is in Chrome, and Chrome won't auto play videos unless they are muted, which is why on the index page our previews do auto play. So if I go back to my home page, you'll see that these previews do auto play because the video is muted. It's so that it doesn't get annoying for people. You know, when you go to a website and it auto plays some video that you didn't even want to watch. It's to prevent that really. But it will autoplay if you manually go to that page yourself. So if I refresh the page, it's not working. But if I can click on a link that takes me to that page, like this for example, it will start autoplaying. As soon as I refresh the page though, it won't autoplay. So this is a Chrome thing, I think. It might work with other browsers, but there's nothing you can do to get around that. It's there to prevent the user. So in the worst case, if the user refreshes the page, they'll just have to click the play button manually and it'll work exactly the same, okay? So to fix this style where it's extending past the page width, we're going to just go back to our style sheet and give it one line of style. Underneath that, we'll just say watch container and then video, and then just say width going to be 100% because watch container is the div we put around the video, and we're targeting the video right there. So let's refresh the page, and you can see, or let me just clear the cache then because it didn't work. So clear the cache. And you can see now it's gone to the edge of the page, and if I resize it, it will kind of grow with the page. All right. So yeah, that's fixed the width, and you can see they've got a video player now with all the controls they want, the volume, the full screen if they want to. So yeah, it's pretty good. Hey everyone, how's it going? So in this video, what we're going to do is work on getting the back button to show over the top of our video. So you'll see here on my finished site, we've got this like transparent container at the top with a back button and also the title of the video. And when you move your mouse away, after a couple of seconds, it disappears. So that's what we're going to do in this video. So to start with, underneath this div class watch container element, we're going to go and put something inside there. We're going to go and do a div, and I'll close it off. And this is going to have the class of video controls, and then it's going to have watch nav as another one, okay?
So video controls is one class, and it's got another class called watchNav for watch navigation. So in there we'll do a button. So there's your button, and close that off as well. And this is going to have the class, bear with me, class of transparent. We want to have a transparent background, and this is a class we're going to give to elements that we want to be transparent. And it's also going to have the class icon button like that. So we've got two classes on that, transparent and icon button. And for this, what we're going to need is an arrow left icon like that. So go to our font awesome.com that we've been using before, and let's go and find one. So I'll search for arrow left, and I'll just take this one. This is a good one, so the very first one, and yeah, that will do. So I'll click on this and it'll copy it to my clipboard, and I'll go and paste that in the button like that, and that should be good. Let's go and have a look what we got. So if I refresh my page, we see a back button like that. Obviously the styling is not there yet, but we can see a back button. Great. We'll also add the title of the video, so we'll add an H1, and then inside there we're going to echo some PHP, so PHP like that, and then inside the PHP tags we're going to say echo video arrow get title like that. So the video, of course, is coming from up here. We have this video object, so echo in the title. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see the title of the video. Great. Alright, so let's style this now then. So I'm going to right click on one of the new elements that we added and click inspect, and what we're going to do first is the video controls div. Alright, so click on that and let's add some style to that one. We'll say position is going to be absolute. Alright, so you can see it's being positioned relative to the closest parent with a position set, so it's it's going right at the top there. We'll then say width is going to be 100%. We want to spread across the whole page. We're then going to say Z index is going to be 1, because we want this to appear over the top of all the elements. This should always be in front of anything else, so the Z index is going to be 1 on that. We'll then say display flex. Align items is going to be center, so we want them center aligned vertically. And then finally background color is going to be an RGBA color, because we want some transparency, and we want it to start with black, so 0, 0, 0, and then the alpha, the transparency, is going to be 0.3. So press enter on that, and you can see a slight transparency on that background now. So that's it for that element. So copy that code, and then remember this is the video controls div, so go back to your style.css, scroll to the bottom, and let's do video controls. Okay, paste that in there, give it a save, and if you refresh the page now, you should see this style applied, but if you don't, just give the cache a clear, and you can now see it. Great. We're then going to style this H1 tag you're seeing right here, and it's just to change the text color to white, so we can do that right in here. We can just say dot video controls, and then H1, and then just color is going to be FFF for white. Alright, give the page a refresh, and you should see a white heading now. Great. Let's do the button as well now then. So find your button, and then let's add some style to this. I'm going to say font size is going to be 50px. We want it to be a really large font size. Padding is also going to be 50px. Now this is what Netflix does on their player. They have a giant button and giant text. So if you wonder why we're making it so big, it's because that's what they do. I just thought I'd copy it. So we're then going to change the color to white, so FFF. Now it looks like you can't see it right now, but don't worry about that, we'll fix that in a second, because so copy that code right there, and this is going on the icon, and this is going in the video controls button part. So underneath there I'm going to say video controls, and then button like that, and paste that in there. So what we're going to do is make the background of that transparent, and I was going to do it through the class transparent, so anything with that class would be transparent, but I think we're only going to use this on this page, so I don't think this transparent class would be used anywhere else, so I think I'm going to get rid of that. So let's just go back to here and add a line to this video controls button style that we just added. Let's just change that to background color is going to be transparent, and then what I'm going to do is just remove the transparent class from the watch.php page from here. Get rid of that, and then refresh the page, and you can see there's a transparent background now. And I also forgot to remove the border, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back to here and remove the border from the style, so just say border none, like that, and that should be good. So the reason I didn't use the class of the button that we use to style this is because we want this style to be applied to all of the buttons inside here. You're going to see more buttons when the video player ends and it tries to play the next video. If I go to there, you'll see we've got more buttons here. So we want the same style to be applied to them. So in fact, I don't think we're actually going to need this class at all. So in watch.php, just remove this part. I don't think we need that. If we do, I'll add it again, but I think we don't need that. So it was icon button as a class, just get rid of it. So this button has no class now, okay? I think all the buttons on this page will have the same style. But anyway, if I just refresh that page to make sure that border none is there, it is great, you can see that. So yeah, that's it, we're good to go on that part. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we have this back button now, but it doesn't do anything. So let's hook that up to the correct behavior. So we're going to make it go back to the previous page. So open up your JavaScript file. So we called it script.js. We haven't used this in a little while, but just create a function called go back. All right, function's called go back, and it's simply one, and it'll just be one line, just window.history.back, like that, and that's enough. So that's all we need. But then we do just need to take this function name and hook it up to the button. So I'll say on the button on click equals, in there just put go back, like that. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see that this button should take me back to the previous page, and it doesn't. So I'm thinking the cache needs to be cleared. So I'll clear the cache, and let's see what we got. I'll click on the back button, and we go back. Great. So it seems to work. So if I go back to here, click on the back button again, it goes back to where we were. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on hiding this banner at the top here when the user stops moving the mouse. So to do that, we're going to use some JavaScript. So go back to our JavaScript file. I'm going to write a function called start hide timer, because we're going to do this using a timer. So the first thing we're going to do is declare an empty timer. So we'll say var timeout equals null. Just set it to null. And then we're going to do a bit of jQuery. So we'll say $ parentheses and then document. So attaching this event to the document. So document dot on, and inside there put mouse move. So we're attaching to the mouse move event on the document. And then put a comma, and then we're going to say function. This is an anonymous function, so a function which doesn't have a name. We're just going to declare it right here. So we're basically saying when the person moves the mouse around the document being the page, so when the person moves the mouse on the page, do this code, the code that's inside this function block right here. So the first thing we're going to do is say clear timeout. Now this is a JavaScript function which just clears a timer, so the time we want to clear is just timeout, like that. Okay, so we're resetting the timer whenever they move the mouse, is basically what it's doing. Okay, so we're clearing the timer whenever they move the mouse, because when they move the mouse, that counts as a new movement, and then we want to start the timer again. So first what we're doing is clearing the timer. So we haven't restarted it yet, we just cleared it. And then what we're going to do is say $ parentheses, and inside there say dot watch nav, like that. And watch nav, if you need to remember, is the element right here with the class watch nav. It's got the button and the H1 in, so it's this black border element you see right here. So what we'll do now is just say dot fade in, because they've moved the mouse. We want to show the banner. So if it's disappeared, you'll see right here. If I pause my mouse, so I won't move it, and if I move it again, we want to show it. So there, it fades in. So whenever they move the mouse, we want to fade it in. If it's already showing, the fade in won't do anything. So you only see that happen if it's already if it's not visible. Okay. And then the last thing to do is just to reset that timer. So we're going to say timeout equals set timeout. Again, it's a built-in JavaScript function, and inside there we're going to say function, basically saying do this code, and all we're going to do is the same thing as this line here. So I'm going to take that, paste it there, and then change that to fade out. Okay. And then when you set a timeout, you need to specify the code that you want to execute, but then you also need to specify how long to wait before you do it. So put a comma after that curly bracket and specify the amount of time you want to wait. So we're going to wait 2000 milliseconds, so which is 2 seconds. So basically what it's saying is whenever the person moves the mouse, clear the current timer, so stop it, show the navigation bar thing that you're seeing if it's hidden, and then we're saying start a new timer. So we're setting this one to be a brand new timer where after 2 seconds it will hide the banner. Okay, so great, that function's done. Now how do we call that? Now we want to call that basically right from the start of the page. So whenever the page loads, we want to call this function. Now we could do this on document.ready, which is when the page loads, but that means it would execute on all the pages since we include this JavaScript file on all the pages. So we only want to do this when the watch page loads. So all we're going to do is just manually call that. So right at the very bottom of the page, we're going to open a script block, and what we're going to do is just call a simple function called init video. So initialize video like that, and then we're going to go and create this function now. So in here, underneath that, we'll say function init video. So this is going to be the function which initializes the video, which basically does any setup we want to do when the page loads, and then just take this and put it in there, and that should be it. If I go back to here and refresh the page now, so I'll refresh that. Let me just see if it works. If I don't move the mouse after 2 seconds, it disappears, and if I move again, it should show again. So I move and it comes back in, and you can see as I'm moving the mouse still, it won't disappear after 2 seconds, but as soon as I stop moving after 2 seconds, it disappears again. So we're all good. If you're having problems with that and it's not working, take a look at the console right there. So if you need to open it, right click, click inspect, and then click the console tab, and you might see some errors here. Okay, of course if it doesn't work, try clearing the cache. That's the first thing you should try, but then check the console for any errors. After that, let me know if you have any problems. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on the video progress system, because most of the remaining features on this page need us to have a video progress system in place. So let's go back to phpMyAdmin, and I'm going to create a new table. So I've gone to my database, and what I'm going to do is click the new button, and this table is going to be called video progress, like that. And then I'm going to create an ID column. If I scroll across to the right, I'm going to check the AI checkbox like that. And it's going to add this column as the primary key. So just click OK on that pop-up that appears, and then scroll back, and we're OK. So next column is going to be a username column, and this is going to be of type varchar 50. All right, and then we're going to do a video ID column, and this is going to be type int, so you can leave that as it is. Next one we're going to have is a progress column, and this is also going to be an int. This is going to keep track of the amount of time that you've had, so amount of milliseconds you are into the video. And then the next one we're going to do is a column called finished, which will keep track of whether they have finished this video or not. Now we don't have any more column fields here, so what we're going to do is go to the top here and add 2 more columns. So change that to 2 and click go, and it will give us 2 more spaces here. So remember I said this one's going to be finished, and it'll just be, let's just put it as tiny int. So it's going to be a 0 or 1 based on whether it's finished or not. And what I'll also do is go to this default value here, set as defined, and then put 0 in there. And I'll also do the same for this progress one. I should have done that as well. So as defined and then 0 in both of those, okay? So that means if we don't specify a value when we're inserting to this table, it will just add 0 there, okay? And then the last column is going to be date modified, okay? And then just make this date time. So if I scroll down, we want date time. We don't want date, we want date time. Okay, and the default value on this is going to be current timestamp, which means if you don't specify a value, it will just take whatever the time is now. Go ahead and click save, and that will give us our table. So that's it. What we'll do next is make this video player insert to this table in every couple of seconds that they're watching the video, so it will keep track of the user's progress, so that when they come back to the video at a later date, they can then carry on where they left off.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we've got this video progress table, and if you remember, I said that this is going to keep track of the user's progress in the video, so how far into the video they've watched. And we're doing this so that we can resume playing where they were last time when they click on a video. So we obviously need to insert to this now, and we're going to insert rows into that table as the video goes along. So if I click play, every time this video goes along a bit more, so it progresses a bit more, we're going to insert to this table, just, well, we're actually going to update the row, just so that we keep track of where the last progress is. That means that when they come back to this video, it will carry on where they left off. So let's go back to our text editor and let's do this. You'll see on watch.php we have this function at the bottom called initVideo, and I mentioned before this is just going to do a bunch of setup that we might want to do to kind of get this page here ready. So in order to insert the video progress into the table, we need to know which user is logged in and also what video it is so that we can update the progress for that video. So that means we need to pass in two things to this function, and that's going to be the username of the user logged in and also the video ID of the video they're on right now. So we're going to add two parameters to this function call. One is the video ID and the other is the username. So what we're going to do is, because this is JavaScript, we're going to put this inside double quotes. Okay, so this is the video ID. We're going to do PHP block inside there, and I'll close it off. So we've opened a PHP block inside the double quotes, and we're just going to take the video ID and put it in here. So we can just say echo and then video arrow get ID, which of course is the function we wrote in the video class, which gets the ID of that video. Now the video object is up here. So that will give us the ID, great. Now what we need to do is the same thing but for the username. So I'm opening double quotes, and inside there I'm going to do a PHP block, and I'll close it off as well. And inside the PHP block we'll echo user logged in. Okay. Now use logged in comes from the header file. If I just show you real quick, we've got this use logged in variable here, which we use to keep track of whether the user is logged in or not. So this will contain the username of that user. So let's give that a save. Now this will pass both of those values into this function. Remember your comma between the two of them if you didn't already add that. So great, we've added these two parameters here, but we actually need to go and update the function itself to take these two parameters. So go back to script.js and then scroll down to the function init video, and let's just write video ID as the first variable, and the second one is going to be user logged in, like that. And great, we passed those two values in. Let's give this a try. So what I'm going to do is just log both those values and make sure they're right. So console.log and then do video ID. Okay, and I'll do the second one too. Copy and paste that line below, and let's log the user logged in variable. And I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, so I'm clicking refresh, and I'm going to open the console. So click inspect, right click on the page, click inspect, and I'll click on the console tab, and we don't actually see anything yet. That's probably because my file is cached. So I'll clear the browser cache, and hopefully now I'll see the two values. I see the video ID, which matches the one we have right here in the URL, and also I see my username. Great. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're in the progress of updating the video progress as the video plays. All we've done so far is pass in the video ID and the user logged in variable to the init video function. So let's continue with what we're doing. What we're going to do is call a new function, because we're going to do this functionality in a separate function. We're not going to do it inside this function right here. So delete those two log lines. They were just for us to check that it's all working. And then what we're going to do is call a new function. In fact, we'll create it first. Underneath there, I'm going to say function update progress timer. Okay, this is the function we're going to use. I'm going to copy that and paste it in there, but this will take two parameters. I forgot to add those just now. So let's add the video ID parameter, and then also the username parameter. All right. And in fact, to keep it the same, I'm going to actually rename this one up here to username. So instead of using user logged in, I'm going to use username. But feel free to leave it as it was if you want. It's just so I can keep it the same across all the functions. Okay, I'm going to take those two. I'm going to paste it in here. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're calling this update progress timer function, and we're passing in these two values. So now this function can use those two values. Great. So the first thing we're going to do is actually insert a row into that table if one doesn't already exist for this video. Because like I said before, we're going to update a row in the table. So as this video plays, we're going to update the row in this table for this video with the latest progress. So the only thing that's going to change every couple of seconds when we do the update is the progress column, which will contain the number of seconds they are into the video. So because we're doing an update query, we need to actually make sure there's a row in the table first to actually update. So the very first thing we're going to do is insert a row if one doesn't exist. So in there, we're going to call a function called add duration, which we're actually about to create. So let's go ahead and create that underneath. So function add duration like this. All right, so this is the function. So I'm going to take that and we'll just call it here. And we'll also pass in these two variables to that as well. So pass in the video ID and the username to that. And this is the function which will actually insert the row if it doesn't already exist. So the reason we're doing this in a separate add duration function is because it's going to split the code up. Because inside this update progress timer function, we'll be doing a couple of things, not just adding the duration. So it's good to split our code up into functions. So because this is a JavaScript function and we want to actually use some PHP so that we can do the insert query, we need to actually use an AJAX call, which will go to a PHP file. So an AJAX call is just a way of sending a request to another page, and you can pass values to it, but that will become clearer as we actually do it. So just follow along with me, bear with. If you need me to explain anything else to you after this video, just let me know. But let's make a start, and it might make a bit more sense to you. So what we need to do is create a new file. I'm going to save this in, we're going to create a new folder in the root of our website, and we'll call it Ajax. This is where all of our Ajax files are going to go. And these files are going to be in this Ajax folder. They're just going to be regular PHP files, but they're what we're going to use. But the only way we're going to access them is through an Ajax request. So all we're going to do is give this a name. This is going to be add duration.php. All right. And let's open a PHP block up. And underneath there, I'm going to close off, and all I'm going to do is just echo hello for now, just to make sure it works. All right, so I'm echoing hello, and we're going to go back to here, and we'll make an AJAX request to that add duration file, and we'll just make sure it works. So the way you do an AJAX request using jQuery is like this. We can say $.post, because it's going to be a post request, which just means we'll send the data using the post method, just like we did when we log in or sign up earlier on in the course. And the first parameter to a post request is the file you want to actually send the request to, which we know is just going to be ajax/add duration.php. Now usually the second parameter is going to be any data we want to send, but we're not going to send any just for this example. We will eventually, but for now, just to make sure it works, we won't send any data. So the second parameter for us is just going to be the code that will be executed when the AJAX request returns. So we'll just say function, and this will be an anonymous function, which just means it doesn't have a function name as far as you're concerned. So this is just the code that will execute when it returns. So this is going to take a parameter called data, and this is going to be the value that's returned from this page. So anything output from here will be inside this data variable, and because we're echoing this string, this is what should be in that variable. And all we're going to do is just say alert, and then we'll just put data in there. Okay, give that a save. All right, and we should hopefully see that when we refresh the page. Did I call the function? Yeah, I call it here, and we're calling that there. So yeah, that should be enough. If I refresh the page now, we get this alert, and it's got the code that was on that page, so we know it's working. So now that we know that AJAX request is successful, you know, it's going to the right page and everything like that, we can actually go ahead and write some actual code in here which will handle the insert for us. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we did this simple AJAX request to this add duration page, and we just echoed the word hello just to make sure it worked. What we're going to do now is make a start on adding some actual useful code to this page. So delete this part right here, this echo hello, keep the PHP blocks. Now inside there, we're going to include the config file, because this page right here is going to need to talk to the database. You know, that's how we're going to insert a row to the database. So we need the config file, which contains our connection variable. So we can just do require once, and inside there, put the path to the file, which is going to be .. because we need to go back one folder. We're in the AJAX file. We need to go back one folder. So if I show you in here, we're in the AJAX folder right now. We have to go back one folder and then into the includes and then the config file right here. So to go back one folder, you do .. and then say includes /config.php, config.php, like that. Okay, so there's our file, and what I'm going to do is just save that and just refresh this page right now, which still has the alert data part right there. Keep that, and if there's any error messages, we should see those in the alert. So I've refreshed it, and you'll see nothing. But for example, if you had the wrong class, let's say I spelled something wrong, okay, what you would see is an error like this. You'd see some sort of error. So make sure that when you refresh that page, you see nothing in the alert like that. Okay, that means there's no errors, nothing was output to the page. So great. What we need to do is pass the video ID and username to this add duration file. Now, you remember when we added this part, I said that you can specify data to pass to this file. So what I'm going to do is pass data in there. So after the comma from this path, I'm going to do a curly bracket, okay, and inside there, we specify any objects we want to send. So what I'll do is just say video ID, put a colon, and then just put the video ID value, which is going to be video ID. And I just remembered I didn't actually pass those to this add duration function calls. So take these two right here and just add these there. Some of you probably noticed that we didn't do that earlier, but just make sure you got those two parameter values in these function signature like that. All right, so yeah, at the moment we're passing the video ID in, and we'll do a comma, and we'll pass in one more thing. That's going to be the username. We'll just say username colon, and then just pass in the username value. So put a comma after this closing curly bracket like that, and give it a save. Everything else can stay the same. Now going back to the add duration function, what we're going to do is just check that those two values have been passed in. So underneath the require once line, we're going to say if, and then is set like this, and inside the parentheses we're going to say $_post, because if you remember, we're sending the data using the post method. Okay, so all our data will be in this post array right here. So if is set post, and inside the square brackets put double quotes and put the name of the variable you want to check. So we'll do video ID, because that's what we used right here. So video ID. And then what I'm also going to do is say and, okay, and copy that line again, that is set part, paste it in there, and change this one to username, which is the other variable we're passing in. Okay, and put your curly brackets on, and underneath that what I'm going to do is say else, and in the else block I'm just going to echo no video ID or username passed into file, alright? Give that a save. Now, if you refresh the page and see nothing in the alert, you've done it right. But I'm seeing this error message right here. So this is why we added this, because it's supposed to help us debug this. So I can see there's a problem right now, so I'll go and fix that. So it's just dawned on me that it could be because the file's cached. If you remember, I didn't add these until this video, so maybe it's cached without those. So what I'll do first is refresh the page, clear the cache. So I'll right click, I'll click inspect, and I'll clear the cache first. So make sure you guys do that too. And you can see actually now it's working. So in fact, I did have the code working. It's because it was cached before I added this part, so that's why it wasn't working. But you can see now I'm seeing nothing in there, so it's all working. If you're seeing this, just like I did a second ago, it means there's something wrong. But like I did, try clearing the cache first. Okay, so if you didn't see this string in the alert, it means we're ready to go. We have the video ID and we have the username, and we can start writing some code to actually insert the row now. Now, just real quick, regarding this Ajax implementation, I've broken it up into separate videos quite heavily. That's just so that it becomes quite clear for you. When we come to do other Ajax requests after this later on in the course, we will just blitz through it quite quickly. We won't be breaking it down quite so heavily. So if this is a bit long-winded for you and we're going a bit slow, don't worry about it. It's just for the people that have never done this before. Like I said, when we come to do other Ajax requests, it'll go a lot quicker. We'll basically be copying and pasting a lot of this code as a start point, okay? Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we're passing in these two values to our add duration file, what we're going to do is actually make a start on inserting the row into the table. So like I said, as the video plays, we're going to be performing an update query, not an insert, an update. So in order to do an update, you need to make sure the row is actually there already. So what we're going to do, right here, we're going to check if a row exists in that table, matching this video ID and username. If it does, we'll do nothing. If there is no row already, then what we'll do is actually insert one. So the first thing to do is an insert query. So let's just say query equals, and then con arrow prepare, like this. We're going to prepare our query, and we'll say select all from, and the table's called video progress, and then we'll say where username equals, and put a username placeholder, and then and video ID equals, and put a video ID placeholder. Okay, I'll move this where onto the line below, so it should hopefully be easier for you to see. And then put a semicolon at the end. So we're doing a simple query, just selecting all from this this table, where the username is that and the video ID is that. And we need to actually bind the values here to these placeholders. So underneath that query line, we're going to say query arrow bind value. And then the placeholder we want to bind to is the one up here, so colon username, and the value is going to be, let's just put this post username variable like that. So paste that in there, and then copy and paste that line below, and let's change the placeholder here for video ID like that, and then this is going to be the video ID part right here, so you can just update that name, that string right there, and we should be good. So we've bound the variable values now to their placeholders. All we have to do is to actually execute the query. So query arrow execute, and then we're going to do a simple if statement which will just check if any rows exist in the table. So we'll say query arrow row count equals 0. So if there's no rows in the table, so this row count will be 0, then all we're going to do is an actual insert. But for now, we'll just echo something just so we can see it on our page. We'll just echo dogs or something like that. Give it a save and refresh the page. And I see my string right there, so we know the query executed successfully and there were no rows found. Alright, great. Now let's get rid of that echo dogs, as nice as it is, and let's actually write a proper query now. So what I'll do is say query equals con arrow prepare. I know I'm using the same variable name again. You know, I use query here and I also use it up there, but by this point we're done with this anyway, so we can just override the query variable. It doesn't really matter. So con prepare, and then the query is going to be insert into, and then video progress is the table name. Insert into video progress, and the columns we want to insert into are just the username and the video ID columns. Okay, I'll press enter, go to the line below, and I'll just write the rest of the query out here. And we're just going to say values inside parentheses. We're going to put the placeholders, so username, and then finally colon video ID, like that. And make sure you remember that closing parentheses right there, and then put a semicolon. Now underneath that, let's bind those values. And in fact, let's just copy these two lines from here. They're exactly the same. So copy that. In fact, we'll copy the whole thing, the execute as well. So copying all three of those lines, and that should be it, you know. We should be good. So if I give that a save now and refresh the page again, so I'm going to refresh this, it should have inserted now. So if I go to my table and click on video progress table to refresh it, you'll see a value right here. So you'll see we've got the video ID, we've got the username as well, we've got the progress which defaults to 0, and so does finish, that defaults to 0 too, and date modified is just going to be the date in which this was changed, because when we update it, we're going to keep track of when that was updated so that we can get, I don't know, the most recently watched videos. But the default value, if I just click on structure, comes from here. Remember, we added a default of 0 and then 0 for this, for the progress and the finish columns, okay? So that's it, we know it works. What I will do though is just press OK on that and refresh the page again, and we should not see update again. So sorry, we should not see insert again. If I refresh this table now, we don't see it a second time, because if you remember, we have this check here which will only do it if the row count is 0. So the very last thing to do is just to wrap this alert in an if statement. We don't want to alert every time, because at the moment it's doing a blank alert. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is only do an alert if there's an error message. So instead of doing an alert like that, we're just going to put it around an if statement. So above that, I'll just say if data is not equal to null. So this is saying that if data is not null, notice how there's two equal signs there, not just the one. So I've got exclamation point and then two equal signs, and this is just checking the type as well. So rather than just checking the value, it's going to check the type, because in JavaScript, for example, 1 would be evaluated to the same as 1 like that. So we're saying check the type as well. So if you did 1 equals like that, this would be true because they're both 1. But if you did it with 3 equal signs, it would not be true, because it's saying they have to have the same value and the type needs to be the same. And although they've got the same value, the type is different. One's a string and one's a number. So that's what the type checking is here. So we're saying if data is not equal to null, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll say and last thing, data is not equal to an empty string like that, and then wrap that in a curly brackets and put that alert inside there. So all I've done is take that alert and put it inside this if statement, which checks if data is empty before refreshing. So if I refresh the page now, you don't see any alert, but for example, if I were to go back to here and just change one of these just so it wouldn't work, so we should see this alert now, it will then alert something to me like that. So it'll only alert now if there's an error, so I'll make sure to put that back if you did that as well. So yeah, nice work guys. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now when a user navigates to a video, when they start watching it, we will insert a row into the video progress table if there isn't already one in there. for that username and video ID combination. So what we'll do now is just update the progress column on that as the video plays. So go back to our code right here in script.js. Now we'll write this code inside the update progress timer function. So underneath the add duration part, we're going to make a start. So we'll say var timer. So we're just declaring our timer like that. Okay, so we've just created an undefined variable. What we'll do is we'll do some code on the playing event on the video. So create a jQuery object for the video. Now there's only one video on the page, so we can just access the video element directly. Now we'll say .on, and inside there we'll just do playing like this, and then we'll do a function, an anonymous function, I should say, like that. Now we need to put the event parameter inside this function as well. So what this is saying is do this code in here as the video plays. Now just to show you that works, we can say console.log and just put hello in there, and you should see that logging as the video plays. So if I click inspect element, go to the console tab and refresh the page, or make sure you play the video first, I'll click play, you'll see this hello logs. Okay, great. So we know that's working. We know it's calling that when the video plays. So that will only be called once, of course, so when the video starts playing again. So right now it's paused. If I click play, you'll see it does it again. So if I stop it, when I press play again, you'll see it goes again. You can see that number 3 updating right there. So every time it begins playing, that's when it will do that. So get rid of that console.log now. We don't need that. And we'll say window.clearInterval, which is a function which is going to clear the timers that it has. So we're saying stop the timers, and we're going to start a new one. All right. So then we'll just say timer equals window.setInterval, and inside there we'll just do an anonymous function, and then this is where we'll actually do the update. But for now, we'll just log something. We'll say console.log hi. Okay. And the second parameter after this, so after this closing curly bracket, we have to do comma, and then the duration, so how often you want to do it. We'll say do every 3000 milliseconds, which is just 3 seconds. So every 3 seconds, we should see this happen. So if I go back to here and refresh the page now, and make sure I press play, just let it do its thing. So there's 3 seconds, we see it now. It should go again now. There, you can see it's gone to 2, and it should go again, and 3 like that. So the video is only 9 seconds long, so it's going to stop then. Now you can see that it's still going up. You can see it's still executing. So it's gone to 6, gone to 7. So every 3 seconds it's still doing what it needs to do, and that's because we're not clearing the timer when the video ends. So a very easy way to do that is just to clear the interval on the ended. So underneath this part right here, I'll press enter, and I'll just say .on. Inside there, I'm going to do ended, and I'll do function, and inside there, I'm going to copy and paste this line like that. And I have noticed we haven't specified the timer we want to clear, so we have to actually pass in this timer variable right here. So inside the clear interval, pass in timer, and do the same in this clear interval as well, like that. Okay, so I forgot to do that before. Just make sure you put the timer variable inside the window.clearInterval function call. So let's refresh the page, and I'll play that again. You should see the same sort of thing again. It will go to, it will log it there. It's going to log it again now, and then it goes to 9, and it's logged it again. But now you should see it won't do a number 4. And yeah, I can see it's not doing that. It's been more than 3 seconds. You're not seeing it go to 4, so it's obviously stopped logging it. So it's cleared the timer. So great. Yeah, there's our timer. What we have to do now is just replace that console.log hi with the actual code, which will update the duration. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have this code here, which executes every 3 seconds, we need to replace this console.log line with a call to the function, which will actually update the column in our table, this progress column right here. So I've got rid of that console.log line, and inside there, we're going to make a function call to a function which we haven't actually created yet. So let's do that. I'll scroll down to the bottom and say function, and we can just call it update progress. All right, update progress, and this will take 3 parameters. It's going to take the video ID, the username, and also the actual progress value itself. So progress. All right. let's actually copy that function name and put it inside there where that console.log line used to be. And the video ID value is going to be video ID, which comes from up here. And then we'll also do the same for username. And then we need the progress. Now, the progress is going to come from event.target.current time, like that. So event is the actual event itself, so the playing event in this case. Now the target is the element that the event is based on, which is video, because that's the element it was called on. So event.target is the video, and we're saying take the current time value of the video. Okay, so the progress value passed into this function is going to be the current time property of the video itself. So give that a save and scroll down. And if you really want, you can actually console.log that value right there to make sure it works. Console.log, and then put progress in there. Give it a save, and let's refresh the page and see what's logged when the video plays. So if I play that, you see we got the progress value right here. So roughly every 3 seconds, yeah, this is okay for us. So I'll press pause on that, go back to here, and we'll delete that. We don't need that anymore. So inside this function, we're actually going to do pretty much the same thing as here. So I'm going to take this whole Ajax call we did in the add duration function. I'm copying all that. I'm going to paste it in there. Now these can stay the same, but we do want to add the progress value. Okay, so after the username, put a comma, and then say progress colon progress, like that. Okay, so now we're passing in the progress value, and of course we also want to change this name. We don't want to pass it to the add duration file, so what we're going to do is make the request to an update duration file, which we haven't actually created yet. So let's do that now. I'll create a new file, and I'll save this in the Ajax folder, just like we did with the add duration one, and I'll call this update duration.php. Give that a save. Okay, so just make sure that name there matches up with the name you're using right here. And then this is actually done now. This function's done. We can move on from that. Let's actually write the code for our update function now. So open up a PHP block. And in fact, what I'm going to do is copy from our add duration one, because it's going to be actually a very similar structure. So I'll just copy everything, all right? Copy everything from that add duration file and replace everything in here. So I've pasted it. This else block can stay the same. This part is going to stay the same. We still need that, but we do want to do a check for one more variable. So I'm going to copy all this part right here with the and paste it after there. So now we're just checking for an extra variable as well, and this is going to be the progress one, because remember in here we're passing in the progress value too. So we need to make sure that has a value as well. Give that a save. Now get rid of this whole if statement. We don't need that. We're only going to do one thing in here, and that's just to actually update the column. So we're going to say query equals con arrow prepare, just like that, and replace the whole query. So we're going to say update video progress set, and then we want to set the progress column equal to, and then put a progress placeholder. And I press enter, I'll write the rest of this on the line below. We're also going to update the date modified. So date modified equals, and then just do now, like this. And this is the built-in function for MySQL, which will use the current timestamp. And then finally, we can say where username equals username, like that. And then and video ID equals, and then put the video ID placeholder, video ID. Okay, so let me just summarize that. We're saying update the video progress table, set the progress to be this new progress value we're using, and also put a comma there. I did forget to do that just now, so make sure there's a comma after this progress part right there. Okay, and then also set the date modified column to be the current time right now, and do that where the username equals that and the video ID equals that. Okay, great. These two can stay the same, but I'm going to copy and paste that line one below, like that, and then just bind to the progress placeholder and set the value to be progress, like it is there. And that should be it. We should be good now. So if I refresh this page, okay, I've refreshed it. I'm going to press play and see what it does. So I've just realized, yeah, we're not actually going to see anything there, but what I'm going to do is go back to here now. It should have updated the progress. So at the moment the progress is 0. If I press enter on that to refresh it, you'll see the progress is now 9, which is what we want. And I'll do the same thing again. I'll refresh the page and I'll press play. So after 3 seconds, what I'm going to do, okay, I'm going to give it a pause. So it's on forward, that doesn't matter. So after 3 seconds, I've paused it. And if I refresh it now, we should see it's gone to 4 in this case. Okay, so I'll do it one more time. I'll keep playing. Okay, it's gone to 6. So I'm gonna, or gone to 7. I mean, so I'm gonna refresh that. You can see it's now 8. So yeah, you can see it's kind of keeping up with the progress. The reason it's gone 8 instead of 7 is because the progress contains decimal points. It's like 7 point something. So that's why it's rounded up to 8. Okay. So that's it, it's working. We're updating that while the video is playing. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're updating the progress column in our table with the number of seconds that the user's on as the video plays. This essentially allows us to keep track of where the user is in the video, so keep track of their progress. This means that when they come back to the video, we can eventually play the video from where they left off. What we need to do now though is mark this column here, this finished one, to a 1, essentially meaning true, when the video is finished playing. This allows us to easily check whether the user's watched this video or not. Now, it's really easy to do. Go back to your text editor, and what we're going to do is go back to script.js. Now, we're going to copy and paste this update progress function. Alright, paste it below. It's going to be almost identical. And what I'm going to do is change the name from update progress to set finished, like that. Now, this won't take a progress parameter, so get rid of that one, but keep the video ID and username parameters. And then what we'll do is just change the data we're passing into this. We don't want to pass in the progress, so get rid of that. And then the only thing left to change is the file that we're going to pass to. Now, the file is going to be called setfinish.php. We're about to create that, so we haven't got it yet, but we'll do that in a second. So change this to setfinished.php, okay? Now copy this name, and we'll just paste that when we save it, and create a new file. And I'm going to paste that name I just copied, but I'm going to make sure I save this in the right folder. So make sure you save this in the includes, no, sorry, not the includes, in the Ajax folder, just like we have with the other ones. So save this in the Ajax folder as setfinish.php. So I've just pasted that name right there. Okay. So make sure the name you've saved it there matches what you've set in here. Okay. So all the rest of it can stay the same. We're actually done with that function now. So we're going to write the code here, which will set that finish column to 1, meaning true. Now, this is really easy to do because we've actually done most of the code already. What I'll do is go back to the update duration file, copy all of it, all right, and we'll go back to here and paste it. And we just got to change some things. So we want to get rid of this progress check right here because we're not passing this parameter in anymore. So get rid of that. And then also we don't need this bind param right here. And then also we don't need this bind value part right here because we've got rid of that parameter. These lines here can stay the same, and then we only need to change the function. So we're going to say update video progress, that can stay the same. We're going to say set, and then this will be finished equal to just a 1. We don't need to put a placeholder there because we know we're setting the value to 1, okay? But what we're also going to do is reset the progress. So when they've watched the video, so if I go back to here, when this is set to 1, meaning they've finished this video, we're going to reset the progress to 0. That's because if they come back and watch the video again, we want to start the video back at the beginning again. If we didn't set that to 0, it would try and set the progress of the video right to the end, even though they've already seen it. So what we're going to do is just set the progress to 0 as well. So set finish 1, comma, and then just say progress equals 0, like that. So get rid of this date modified equal now part, we don't need that. And all we need to do is keep this the same, where username is username and video ID is video ID. And we're already binding those parameters right there, so we can keep the rest of it the same too. Give it a save, and that should be it. The only thing left to do is to actually call that function from script.js. So go back to script.js, copy the name of the function, set finished, and if you scroll up to where we did this ended event handler, underneath there, as the first line in that, I'm just going to say set finished. I'm going to pass in the video ID and the username, and then that's it. That should now work. So I'll give that a save, and what I'm going to do is try that out. So I'll go back to my site. I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to press play, and it should, when it's updating right now, so it's going, you'll see it's going to update the progress. So there's the 3. And I'll just wait another couple of seconds. It'll be 6 now. When this is finished, though, it should be 0 for progress and 1 for finished. Let me just refresh this table. We've got 1 for finished and we have 0 for progress, so we know that worked. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're keeping track of the user's progress. We also mark when the user's finished the video, so if they've seen it or not. What we'll do now then is to start the video playing from where the user left off. So what we're going to do is essentially when the video loads, or when the page loads, we're going to go and get this progress value, and then we'll set the video starting from there. So if the progress is 6 seconds in, we'll then start the video from 6 seconds, okay? So it's actually really simple to do. So go back to here, and what we're going to do is copy one of these again. I know I started the last video by telling you to copy and paste this, but we're going to do the same again because we don't have to change much. We're essentially going to do a very simple Ajax call just to get that value. So what I'll do is change the name of this function to set start time. Now it's going to take the same two parameters, so leave those the same. What I'm going to do is change the name of this file right here, and we'll call it getProgress.php because this is what it's going to do. It's essentially going to get the progress, and then keep everything else here the same for now. We are going to change this part right here, but we'll do that in a second. So for now, just rename this to getProgress.php and keep the two values there the same. The video ID and the username do need to be passed in still. Okay, so I'm copying the name getProgress.php, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to save it in the Ajax folder, and I'll call it, I'll just paste that name I just copied, getProgress.php. So here's our file, and what I'll do is go to setFinish.php, copy all of that code, and then paste it in here. Because we're using most of the code from here, we're going to change just the query. So all of this is going to stay the same. We will change this part, but we'll do that after I've wrote the query. So just go to the query, and change everything other than the where part. So all of this part, I'm going to get rid of that, keeping the where, and all I'm going to do is say select all from video progress. Oh, make sure you spell that right. I've wrote video progress. I think the porgs are those little aliens from Star Wars. Video progress. Okay, that would do. Video progress. And then that's it actually. This part can stay the same as well. So make sure you do keep that where clause on there. And in fact, we're not going to select all, we're going to change this and we're going to select just the progress column. So just type select progress.php. Okay, so one more time, select progress from video progress and then keep the where part exactly the same. These two can stay exactly the same as well. And then finally, this part would stay the same, but what we're going to do, since we're only returning one column here, we're just going to return the value of that column directly. Now, there's a very simple way to do it. Well, what we could do is we could save the row into an associative array, just like we've done all the other times in this course when we've wanted to select data. But there's a little trick you can do if you only select one column, and you can just return that directly like this. We can say echo, and notice how we're echoing, not returning, because this is a file that we access using Ajax, and Ajax will pass back anything that's echoed from that page. So that's why we're echoing here and not returning. So we're going to say echo, and then query arrow fetch column like that, and that's it. So what this is doing is it's just return the one value that it returns. You use this when you're only returning one column from your query, and what it does is just returns that directly. Okay, so this will give us the progress value from there. Okay, now give this a save and go back to script.js. And what we're going to do, remember I told you we're going to come back and do this, change this part slightly. So what we'll do is handle the data that's passed back. Now data, as we know, will contain a number from this progress column, okay? So it will contain the number of seconds or whatever that we need to set the progress of the video at. Now, if there's an error in here though, in this file, it won't be a number, it'll be some string with the error message. So what we need to do is check whether it's a number or not. So I'll actually get rid of all of that for now. And underneath there, instead I'm going to say if, and then I'll say is NaN, like that, and put in data inside there. So look at that carefully, you've got is in lowercase, and then NaN, where both of the n's are uppercase. Now this stands for is not a number. So this will return true if the value you pass in is not a number. Now this is relevant to us because, like I said, if it's an error message, it will be a string, so it won't be a number. But if it is a number, we're going to assume that it's right, and we'll just set the video progress as that number. So if we're inside this if statement, we know it's not a number, and we can just say alert, like this, and then just put data, and we'll just show whatever that error message is, and then we'll just return. We don't do anything else. So if it is a number, and we get outside this if statement, we're going to go ahead and set the value of that video. So we'll say $, in parentheses, say video. Like I said, we only have one video on the page, so we're just going to target it directly. And I'll just say .on. And inside there, we're going to say can play, like that. That's all lowercase, can play. And I put a comma after that, and then function. And then here's your anonymous function. And I'll explain this in just a second. Just bear with me. We'll say this dot current time equals data. And then underneath that, one more line. This is the last one. We'll say same thing again. Video dot off. And then inside there, just put can play like that. And that's it. So what have we just done? Well, we've attached to the can play handler of the video. So what we're doing is saying when you can play, execute this code here. Now this code just sets the current time of the video to data, which we know now contains the number because we didn't get inside this if statement. So we know it's a number. And then we're going to detach from this can play handler. Okay. Now this can play event will be called whenever the video is able to be played, so this can happen multiple times, so that's why we're detaching from this. We're using this here because in an event this refers to the object that the event was called on, so we know it's the video in this case. Now it will be the JavaScript object of this video, which is why down here we're not using this, we're using the jQuery object because it's just a lot simpler if we just use the off jQuery function rather than detaching this event using JavaScript. So it's just a little shortcut. But that's it. We're actually done now. So if I give that a save, oh actually sorry, we do need to call this function. We've created it, we haven't called it. So copy the set start time name, scroll up to init video. And what I'm going to do is paste it underneath start hide timer. So in between those two, I'm going to paste that. Inside there, I'm going to put video ID and then finally username. Now it should work. So I'm going to go back to here. And progress is 0 at the moment. So what I'll do is manually change that. I'll double click on that and I'll change this to, I don't know, 4. Okay. So when we refresh the page, it should set the progress to 4. So if I refresh this, we'll see if it does it. So I can see right there, is that 4? No, okay, it's not. So what I'm going to do is clear the cache because it might be cached. So let me just inspect. I'll click empty cache and hard reload. Okay, so this hasn't worked, which means we have an error in our code. So what I'm going to do is right click, click inspect. I'm going to click the console tab to make sure there's no errors, and there's not. So what I'll do is go ahead and set a breakpoint in the file. So I'll open the file by pressing Command P right there. So Command P, and I'll type in script.js. This is the file we want to, this is the file with our code obviously. So this is the exact same script.js that's in our text editor, and I can see our code right here. So what I'm going to do is set a breakpoint here on the if statement. I'm going to refresh the page, and it should hit that right there. So it's hit it. So I'm going to hover over the data variable, and I can see that this is empty, which means it hasn't returned anything from the Ajax page, this Ajax call right here. So I'll press play again. We know the issues in the Ajax file now. So if I go back to my text editor, I'm going to go back to this getProgress.php. I'll just check over this. This all looks good. We didn't change this, so no, that's fine. We didn't change these two. And I know what I did, so I didn't execute the query. We're returning the column, but we haven't actually executed the query yet. So what we need to do is just before we echo, we need to actually execute the query still. So that's my mistake. We shouldn't have deleted that line. So query, arrow, execute. So that line should have stayed the same. And now, if I refresh the page, it should work. So what I'll do is go and add some progress there. I'll refresh the table. Okay, we're still at 4, so I'll refresh the page, and hopefully now it will start from 4 seconds. So refresh the page, and we can see it's now at 4. If I play it, and it updates the progress again, just bear with. So it's at 7. Let me just make sure that updated in the table. It's at 8 right now, which is 7 point something. So if I refresh the page now, it should turn to 8 seconds again. So I've refreshed the page, and you can see the progress is now 8 seconds. If I finish the video like that, the progress should have gone to 0, like this. It has. Finished is 1, but that means if I refresh the page now, it should start from the beginning, which it does. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now what we're going to do is show a video suggestion to the user when the video they're watching ends. So as soon as this video ends, they'll see a up next suggestion that they can click on, and it'll be the next episode. And if there's no more episodes, it'll be a different show. So let's go back to our text editor, and we're going to do this in a new class. So I'll create a new file. I'll give this a save, and save it in the includes and then classes folder, and we'll call this video provider.php. Video provider.php. Open your PHP block and close it off, and then create the class, and then video provider, provider. Put your curly brackets on. So there's only going to be static functions in this class, so we won't need a constructor. So let's go ahead and create the function. So public static function, and we'll call this get up next, like that. And this will be the function which gives us the video which is up next. So because we're not having a constructor, we have to pass in the connection variable to this function because there's no constructor, so we can't save the connection variable anywhere. So we just have to pass it in, and then the other parameter is just going to be the current video, like that. And we need to pass in the current video because we get the next video based on what they're watching. If they're watching an episode, we try and get the next episode. If there's no more episodes, we'll get the next season, for example. So that's why we need this current video parameter. So let's go ahead and write the query. So query equals con arrow prepare, and inside there we'll just do a select all from videos, and then I'll move on to the next line, and I'll just say where entity ID equals, and put a placeholder entity ID, because we want to select the same entity, we want to select a video, sorry, from the same entity, and then we'll also say and video ID is not equal to, and then put a video ID placeholder. So we don't want to select the same video they're already on. And then there's one more thing, one more condition I should say. We need to do an and, but then we'll put some parentheses there, and inside that, what I'm going to do is move this onto a new line, just so it's easier to see, because there's going to be another parentheses inside here. So we've got parentheses like that, and I'm going to open a new set inside there. So that's the only reason I put it to new lines, just so it's easy for you guys to understand. So inside this parentheses, we're going to say season equals, and then put a season placeholder. And don't worry, I'll explain this whole query to you in just a second. And then and episode is greater than, and then put an episode placeholder. And then the very last thing is outside of this parentheses here, we're going to do an or, and then season is greater than, and then put a season placeholder. Okay, so make sure this or part goes inside of this parentheses right here. So take a good look at this. We have these outer parentheses, and inside there we have this one line which has parentheses there, and then we've got the or condition right there. Okay, so why have we had to do it like this? Well, this query is saying select all the videos which are of this entity and that aren't the video we're currently watching, because we don't want to select the video we're currently on, of course. So the only thing left to check is we want to get a video which is part of the current season we're on, and then we want to get the episode that's greater than the episode ID we're on. So if we're on episode 5, we want to get only episodes greater than that, okay? And then underneath that and block, we have to actually order the data. So after this parentheses right there, just before the closing double quotes, we're just going to say order by season, comma, episode, episode, well, I can't spell episode today. So order by season, comma, episode, and then ASC, and then limit is going to be just 1, because we only want to select one video. Okay, so let me explain this whole query to you. So we're selecting from the videos table where the videos are of the same entity we're currently on, and the video ID is not the video we're currently watching, okay? This and block is where the magic really happens, though. We're going to say get all the videos of the current season we're on. So if we're on season 5, we want to get all the season 5 videos where the episode is greater than the one we're on. So if we're on season 5, episode 3, it wouldn't return season 5, episode 2 because the episode needs to be greater. We want to return season 5 to episode 4. That's the target here. So this part here will handle if there's more episodes in this season that we haven't watched yet. So it would essentially get us the next episode in this season. And this one right here basically just says, if there are no more episodes in this season, get the next season, okay? So let's say, for example, we're on season 2, episode 10, and then there is no season 2, episode 11. The next episode is season 3, episode 1. This part will return nothing, in which case this one will return, because this will just return any rows where the season's greater than the one we're on. And then here we order the data. So this part could return a bunch of videos with season 4, 5, 6, but here it's just going to order them by season, and then if anything has the same season, it order by episode, lowest first, okay? If that didn't make sense to you, just let me know and I'll be happy to explain that to you some more. Underneath that, we're going to say query, arrow, and then bind data. Okay, and inside there, we'll just put the placeholder for entity ID, so entity ID, and then put the comma after that, and the value is just going to be current video, arrow, get entity ID. Okay, because current video, of course, is an object of type video, so from the video class, and we're just going to call the function on that to get the ID. And I've noticed I've got $2 there, so I'll get rid of one of those. I'll copy and paste all that to the line below. In fact, I'll do it 3 more times. So now we have 4 of those lines. This one's going to be season, and this one's going to be get season number. I think that's what I called it. Let me just do a quick check. Video.php, and it should be get season number, and we don't actually have that yet. So we actually have to add that, but we can just copy and paste this function and do the exact same thing. So copy the get episode number function from the video.php class, paste it below, and we'll just change that to return this season. So get season number, and then finally change this to season right here. So that will give us the season number. Okay, so just add that function in the video class. Okay, so we've got get season number, great. And then there's only 2 more placeholders to go. We need to do an episode placeholder, and then this will be get episode number. And the very last one is just video ID, so video ID, and this just be get ID. Okay, and then let's go ahead and execute the query. So query arrow execute. Now that will give us the video. Now it will only give us the video if there is another episode in this series that we need to watch. Now, if we get to the end of this series, let's say there's no more episodes to watch, this will still return us nothing. So in that case, we're just going to return a random video, or not random, we're going to order a video ordered by views, but we'll do that in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we wrote this query here in this video provider class, and this query will just return the next video from the entity that we're currently on. So it'll either be the next episode in the current season we're on, or if there's no more episodes in that season, it will return us the next episode in the next season. So there are cases where this will return nothing. For example, if there are no more episodes to watch in the whole entity at all, so let's say they've reached the last episode of the last season, this will return nothing, or no rows I should say. So what we need to do then is just return a different video. So we'll just do a quick check on that. We'll say if query arrow row count equals 0, so if there are no rows returned, then we're going to override that query variable and say query equals con arrow prepare, and inside there we'll do a select all from videos, and on the line below I'm going to write that, well I'll scroll up a little bit for you, there we go, select all from videos where, and then season, where season is less than or equal to 1, and then and episode is less than or equal to 1 as well. Underneath that we'll say and ID is not equal to, and then put a video ID placeholder, video ID, and then finally we'll just order by views descending, so on the highest views first, and then limit is going to be 1. So let me explain that query. So we're saying select all the videos where the season is less than or equal to 1. So we don't want anything from season 2 or 3 or anything like that. It needs to be either season 1 or 0. Now remember, it's 0 if it's a movie. So this is essentially going to select us a season 1 episode 1 of a TV show, or it's going to select us a movie, because these will both be 0, okay? And then this part here, just make sure we don't select the current video that we're watching at the moment. And then we just order by the views, so this will mean that the video with the highest views comes first. And then we need to copy and paste this line right here for video ID. Copy that where we bind to the video ID placeholder, and then paste that in there. We only have the one placeholder in there, so we don't need to do anything else. And then let's just execute the query. So query arrow execute, and that should be it there. And I spelled that wrong, so make sure you spell query right. So query, and then outside the if statement, all we're going to do is say row equals, and then query arrow, and then fetch and inside there do PDO, : and then fetch underscore associative, so for associative array. And the very last thing, just to return, and then new video. We want to return a video object. We're going to pass in the connection variable, and the second parameter to the video object is the data, which we can just pass in as the row like that. Okay, so that's it. So essentially all we've done in this lecture is say that if there are no rows returned from the query above, we're going to do a new query which just selects all the videos. It'll either select a season 1 episode 1, or it'll select a movie, and we'll just order by the view. So select essentially the most popular video, and then what we do is just create a new video object with that data. So there are loads of ways we can make this better. We can make sure the user hasn't already seen this show just by checking the video progress table to see if there's anything in there. If there's a row in the video progress table, we know they've seen it, so maybe you wouldn't want to return that video. Maybe we would want to update this to only use ones that were uploaded in the last month or so. So there are loads of ways we can make this better, but this is just a real simple implementation for us right now. So that's it. We have this video provider class, which will give us the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have this function here which will return the next video, we're going to go back to the watch page and we're going to actually output that to the user. So just to remind you, it's going to look something like this, where we have this overlay and the play button and the restart button and then the information about the video. So I go back to the watch.php page, and then underneath this div right here, the one with the video controls class, we'll create a new div. So div like that, and this will have the class of video controls. So video controls, make sure I get that right. So video controls is the class name, but it's also going to have another class, and that's going to be up next. So it's two classes. Make sure you separate them with a space. Now this will eventually have display none, but just while we're implementing it, we'll leave that out and we'll come back and add that later on. So underneath there, we're going to create a button. So button like that. Now we're not going to give this a class, but we are going to use an icon inside the button. So I'm going to take this icon up here, this one, copy it and paste it in here, so in between the two button tags. And I'm just going to change the class from FA arrow left to just FA redo. Now this is just a redo button which looks like this. I got it from Font Awesome. You guys are free to go and look for a new button from Font Awesome if you want. You guys don't have to do it. You just have to replace the class name with whichever one you choose. But I know this is the icon we want, so we're just going to use that. Okay, just to save us some time. So already, if we refresh the page, we should see that. Oh, and I just noticed I forgot to copy the closing I tag. So copy this closing tag and put it there as well. So just to reiterate, make sure you have this opening I tag, and then remember this one that I also just forgot to copy as well. So give that a save, and if we refresh the page now, we should just see an icon. So I'll refresh this, and do we see a restart icon anywhere? We do, right there. Obviously it doesn't look great right now, but we will get to that very shortly. So there's our button which is going to restart the video. We'll come back and add the actual on-click handler for that shortly as well. Now underneath that we're going to do another div, and this will have the class of up next container. Okay, so up next container is the class name, and in there we're just going to do an h2, so h2 like that, and it's just going to say up next, okay, with a colon, and underneath that we'll do an h3. And inside here is where we're going to output the title of the next video. So I'll open a PHP block inside the h3 tag. I'll close it off as well. And inside the PHP block, this is where we're going to echo the title of the video. So we haven't actually called the function we wrote earlier, which gets us the next video. I just remembered I haven't actually done that yet. So right at the top, underneath this video increment views part, we'll just call that video provider function we wrote. And we'll just say up next video equals, and this is a static function, so it's just video provider colon and the name of the function, which was just get up next. All right, now this function takes two parameters. The first one is the connection variable, which of course is just con, and the second one is the video, so we know that we can just pass in this video right here. Okay, so this now will give us the next video. So let's just go ahead and output the title, and we'll go and check that that worked. So inside the PHP block down here, we're just going to say echo, and then up next video, the variable we just created, which is a video class object. So we can say up next video arrow get title. Okay, so that'll do. Let's give that a save and make sure that worked. So I'll refresh the page now, and we see an error. That's okay, we'll fix that. So class video provider is not found, and that's just because we forgot to include it. So open up the header page, and let's just include that. Scroll up to the top, and just copy and paste one of these lines, and then just change this to video provider like that. Okay, and the error should be gone. Okay, different error. So call to undefined method, bind data. Now I can see that I got that wrong, and that name doesn't even exist. So go back to the video provider. I don't know why I called this bind data. That's not a function. You guys probably noticed that, but this is supposed to be bind value. There are two functions you might want to use, bind value or bind param. Both do very similar things, but bind value allows us to actually pass a function call directly in there as a value, whereas bind param, we need to use a variable. So that's okay. Let's just change all of these to bind value instead of bind data. I have no idea why I did that. So again, there's one here. Click, replace that, and then let's go and refresh the page and be gone. Okay, another one. So get entity ID is undefined method. So that might mean we haven't done that yet, or I've just named it wrong. Let me open up the video class, and I don't think we have that function yet. So let's just go and create that. It's real simple. I'm just going to copy one of these functions here. I thought we would have had that already, but I guess we haven't needed it yet. So this would just be get entity ID like that, and then this of course will be the entity ID column. Alright, give that a save, and now I'm 100% sure it's going to work. Okay, well, we have something different. So what's it saying? So unknown column video ID in the where clause in video provider.php. So go back to video provider.php and the where clause. So I can see that this isn't supposed to be video ID, it's just supposed to be the ID column, okay? So give that a save, and let's refresh the page. And we have no errors. Great. Now we see this details door, but is that the correct one? Let me just check. So this video is Flames of Dreams or something. I don't come up with the names. I don't know where that comes from. So look for Flames of Dreams. I probably should look where that was. I don't know which one it was. I'll tell you what. I'm going to click on this first one, Burning Something, and the next one should be the Dwindling Voyage. So here you can see this just about, you can make it out, the Dwindling Voyage is next. And if I click on, let's just say one of these ones, let's do Name of Elves. These are good names, I know. The next one should be The Dreamer's Flame. So I'll click on that, and we get The Dreamer's Flame. Great. So what we'll do next is output the season and the episode number. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we output the name of the up next video. So here we output the title, and we also did this up next title you can just about make out at the top there, and we also did a restart button as well. What we'll do now is underneath there we'll add the season and episode number, for example season 1 episode 2 or something like that. So we'll do that underneath here, but just before we do that we need to go and write the function which will give us that information, and it's a real simple function, don't worry. Go back to the video.php class and then scroll down to the bottom, and we'll create a new function. So public function, make sure you spell function correctly, function, and this will just be get season and episode. Okay, so the very first thing we'll do is check whether this video is a movie or not, because if it's a movie there's obviously no season and episode number, so we'll just do nothing here. So I don't think we have a function for that yet, so we need to create an isMovie function. So underneath there, we'll just create another function first real quick. It's a real simple function. It's a public function, and then isMovie, and this will just return. And I'll copy this line right here because I don't want to type all that out. So this is the SQL data, and the column is just going to be isMovie. And just to be sure, we can just say equals 1. So if this is 1, we return true. If it's anything other than 1, which should only be 0, it's going to return false. So inside this get season and episode function, we'll go and call that. We'll just say if this arrow is movie, just like that. And then inside the curly brackets, we'll just say return. Now we've got 3 more lines of this function, and they're very simple. The first one's going to be season equals this arrow get season number, because that is a function we wrote up here. If I scroll up, you'll see get season number, and we also want to call this get episode number one right there. So I'll copy that name, and we'll do the same thing below. So we'll just say episode equals this arrow get episode number. Alright, and the very last thing is just to return, and then inside double quotes we'll say season, and then put the season variable in there, do a comma, and we'll then say episode, and then finally put the episode number in there. Give it a save, and that's the function. So going back to the watch.php page, I'm going to copy and paste this h3 So below, now we have two identical lines, but we'll just change this getTitle function to this getSeason and episode function name. So I'm copying that, and I'll just paste that in there. Now if I refresh the page, we should see that. So we got season 4, episode 4. Great, it seems to work. I'll just check it one step further. I'll go back and click on, I don't know, season 2, episode 3. And we can see that the next episode is season 2, episode 4, so we know it worked. Okay, so that's the season and episode number. The only thing left to output, as far as HTML is concerned, is the button to take them to the next page. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're showing the restart button, the up next title, the video title, and the season and episode number of the video that comes up next. The only thing left to do here is to add the button, which when they press it, it will take them to the next video. And then of course you have to style it and hook the buttons up, of course. But as far as the UI goes, the only thing left to add is the button. So inside this up next container, so just underneath the H3 you've added there, we're going to add another button. Okay. And we're going to give this the class of play next. So class equals play next. And in there, we're going to do an icon. And I know what the icon is, so I'll do the same thing as we did earlier. I'll copy this one. And I remember to take the closing I tag this time. Okay, so copy all that. Once again, including the closing I tag. I missed that the first time. And then paste it in there. And the icon I want for the play button is going to be FA play. We've actually used this earlier on in the course when we did the play button on the home page. So FA play is the class, but then also what we're going to do after the closing I tag, we're just going to write play so that it gives us some text as well. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see we've got the play icon and the word play as well. And all that's left to do on this now is to style this so that it looks like this, and then also hook the buttons up so they do something. So we need the restart button and the play button to actually do what they're supposed to do. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is add some style to this because we've got all the elements we need, but the style is not great. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to click inspect so that we open the developer tools. And let's go and find the class, the element with the class up next, I should say. So find the one with the class up next, and then we'll just give it two pieces of style. We'll say height is going to be 100%. And then finally, justify content is just going to be center, so that it pushes this into the center like that. And that's it for that element. So I'm going to copy those two lines that we just added, and this is the up next class. So go back to your style sheet right here, scroll down to the bottom, and let's just say dot up next, up next like that. And I spelled that wrong, and that needs to be in a capital N. So up next, and then paste that in there, give it a save. And let's refresh the page and make sure we still see that style, which I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to clear the cache, and then I see it. So the next thing I'll do is to get rid of the padding around this button here because it's kind of not in line. So we're just going to target the up next container and then button. So go back to your style sheet. I'll just do it right from here. We'll just say dot up next container and then button like that. Okay. And then just say padding is going to be 0. And that's it. Save that. Let's refresh the page now. And there you go. No padding on the button, and it's looking a lot better. So we've got this title right here, which isn't white, so we can't see it at the moment. So let's fix that. So go back to your style sheet, and we'll just say dot up next container, and then H2. And we'll do the same thing for the H3 as well. They're in there. So H3, although this has already got some color applied to it, we'll do it anyway, just so these two always stay the same. And we'll just say color, so the font color is just going to be FFF like that. Alright, give that a save and let's refresh the page. And now we see the up next title as well. So the only thing left to do is something you probably wouldn't have seen right now, and that's the back button right here. I can't click on that at the moment because this video controls container with the up next part is covering it. So what we need to do is bring this button right here to the front. It's real simple to do. We also can't see the title very well because it's covered by the overlay, so it's a bit darker than it should be. So go back to your style sheet, and we're going to target the element with the class watchNav, because if you look at watch.php, this part has the class watchNav up there, and this is the one we want to bring to the front. So in our style sheet, we'll scroll down and we'll just say dot watch nav, and then all we're going to do is just say z index is going to be 2. Okay, because this part right here, if I scroll up a little bit, this video controls class gives it the z index of 1. So by setting it to 2, it will just take more priority and it will appear over the front. We could reorder the HTML elements and put the watch nav element after the up next element, but this works too. So if I refresh the page now, even when this is showing, we see this over the top, and I can click on it. Okay. Now you see it covered there, but that's okay because as soon as I get rid of this DevTools, you'll see that this appears underneath that anyway, so it's fine. Okay. So that's all the style we need to do. Next thing we're going to do is add the functionality to these buttons. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now is hook up the functionality to these two buttons here, the restart one and the play button. So go back to script.js, and these are real simple things to do, so it won't take us long. At the bottom, I'm going to create a new function, so function, and this function is going to be called restart video. So restart video. Okay, it won't take any parameters. And then what I'm going to do is just say $, parentheses, and inside there just put video. So this is the jQuery object for the video. And we actually need to access the JavaScript object of it because we're going to set the current time property and set that to 0. So when you do a square brackets with 0 like this on a jQuery object, it accesses the JavaScript object that it relates to. So we could just use JavaScript directly to get the video rather than use a jQuery object and then get the JavaScript object. But this is just way simpler, and it doesn't matter. There's only one video on the page anyway, so it's really not a big deal. So this just makes it a lot simpler. So once again, we're accessing the JavaScript video object, and then we're just setting the current time property to 0. So current time is 0. And then what we're going to do is play the video. So I'm going to copy both of these two again, paste it below, and then say dot play. This should play the video. And then underneath there, what we're going to do is fade out this up next container, because when they play the video again, sorry, when they restart it, I should say, they want to watch it again, we need to get this thing out of the way. So that's real simple to do. We can just target the element with the class up next, because if you go back to the watch page, you'll see that this element has the class up next. So all we need to do is just say $, parentheses, in double quotes, say dot up next. Don't forget the dot there because you're targeting the element with that class. So dot up next, and we don't need to target the JavaScript object, so we can just say dot fade out like that. All right. So that should be it now. That's all we need to do for this function, but we do need to hook it up to the actual button click. So copy the name of the function, go back to watch.php, and on the restart button right here, we're just going to say on click equals in double quotes. Just paste that in there. Put your parentheses and your semicolon. Give that a save, and then let's refresh the page. So if I click on this now, it might restart the video. So I click on that, nothing's happening. So first I'm going to check the console for errors, and we have an error here saying that the restart video is not defined, and that might just mean I need to clear the cache. So clearing the cache will hopefully solve that for us. So I'm closing that down, and I'll press the button, and it restarts. You can see the up next container faded out and the video restarted. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now then is hook up the play button functionality. So this will take them to the next video. So go back to our script.js file, and this is just going to be a one-line function, so it's really easy. Underneath there, I'll create a new function, and I'll call this, we'll just say watch video, because it's what they press when they want to watch the video. And it will take one parameter, and that's just going to be the video ID. Okay, so the video ID parameter, and then all we're going to do is say window.location.href equals, and we'll say watch.php inside double quotes, and then do a question mark, and then say ID equals, and then this is where we're going to combine it with the video ID. So take that video ID, and let's just paste it there, and then put a semicolon, and that's it. We're done with the function. All we have to do now is call that function. So in watch.php, we'll go and find the button, which is this one right here, this play button, and then we'll add an on click to that. And it's just going to be the function we just created, watch video, okay? And the video ID is going to be, of course, coming from the PHP video object we have from this object. So we need to open a PHP block inside there. So let's just say the opening PHP block with the closing one, and in there we'll just echo, and then this was the up next video object, and then arrow get ID, okay? Give it a save, and that should work now. So if I go back to here, when I press play, it should take us to the season 2 episode 4 video, which it does. This one again. So episode 5, episode 6. This takes us to episode 7. So yeah, it works. You can see that's okay now. Now the last thing to do on this is to work on showing this up next container when the video ends, and then of course removing it when we need to as well. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now then is hook up the play button functionality. So this will take them to the next video. So go back to our script.js file, and this is just me a one-line function, so it's really easy. Underneath there, I'll create a new function, and I'll call this, we'll just say watch video, because it's what they press when they want to watch the video. And it will take one parameter, and that's just going to be the video ID. Okay, so the video ID parameter, and then all we're going to do is say window.location.href equals, and we'll say watch.php inside double quotes, and then do a question mark, and then say ID equals, and then this is where we're going to combine it with the video ID. So take that video ID, and let's just paste it there, and then put a semicolon, and that's it. We're done with the function. All we have to do now is call that function. So in watch.php, we'll go and find the button, which is this one right here, this play button, and then we'll add an on click to that. And it's just going to be the function we just created, watch video, okay? And the video ID is going to be, of course, coming from the PHP video object we have from this object. So we need to open a PHP block inside there. So let's just say the opening PHP block with the closing one, and in there we'll just echo, and then this was the up next video object, and then arrow get ID, okay? Give it a save, and that should work now. So if I go back to here, when I press play, it should take us to the season 2 episode 4 video, which it does. This one again. So episode 5, episode 6. This takes to episode 7. So yeah, it works. You can see that's okay now. Now the last thing to do on this is to work on showing this up next container when the video ends, and then of course removing it when we need to as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now what we need to do is to hide this container when the page loads for the first time, like this, because they obviously want to watch the video, and then we'll show this to them when the video ends. And it's again real simple. Go back to script.js, and we're going to write a one-line function. So function show up next, okay? And in there, we're simply going to say up next.fade in. And we've got this line here, fade out, in the restart video function. So let's just take that and then change it from fade out to fade in. And that should be it. So change that from fade out to fade in, give it a save, and then go back to watch.php. Go and find your video tag, which is near the bottom. And then what we'll do is after this autoplay property, we'll just say on ended, that's all lowercase, on ended equals, and inside there we'll just say show up next, which is of course the function we just wrote. Give that a save, and let's try that out. So, oh, actually I just forgot one thing. We have to hide the overlay by default, so that's real simple as well. Go to this up next div, and then just say style equals, and inside double quotes just say display none, okay? Give that a save, and let's go and refresh the page, and we shouldn't see this when the page loads, which we don't. Great. I'll press play, and when it gets to the end, it should show the overlay again. Now I'm going to turn my sound down. I think it's a bit loud, so I'll play that. So let's see what happens. In fact, I'll skip forward a little bit. And there we go, it works. Now if I press restart, it should go away, which it does, great. And then when it ends again, if I skip forward, it goes to there. When I press that button to go to the next video, you'll see the overlay is not showing by default, but then of course when this will end, it's showing again. And we can still click on this back button because we gave that as index 2, just to show you we're all good. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now what we need to do is to hide this container when the page loads for the first time, like this, because they obviously want to watch the video, and then we'll show this to them when the video ends. And it's again real simple. Go back to script.js, and we're going to write a one-line function. So function show up next, okay? And in there we're simply going to say up next.fade in, and we've got this line here, fade out, in the restart video function. So let's just take that and then change it from fade out to fade in. And that should be it. So change that from fade out to fade in, give it a save, and then go back to watch.php. Go and find your video tag, which is near the bottom. And then what we'll do is after this autoplay property, we'll just say on ended, that's all lowercase, on ended equals, and inside there we'll just say show up next, which is of course the function we just wrote. Give that a save, and let's try that out. So, oh, actually I just forgot one thing. We have to hide the overlay by default, so that's real simple as well. Go to this up next div, and then just say style equals, and inside double quotes just say display none. Okay, give that a save, and let's go refresh the page, and we shouldn't see this when the page loads, which we don't. Great. I'll press play, and when it gets to the end, it should show the overlay again. Now I'm going to turn my sound down. I think it's a bit loud, so I'll play that. So let's see what happens. In fact, I'll skip forward a little bit. And there we go, it works. Now if I press restart, it should go away, which it does, great. And then when it ends again, if I skip forward, it goes to there. When I press that button to go to the next video, you'll see the overlay is not showing by default, but then of course when this will end, it's showing again. And we can still click on this back button because we gave that as index 2, just to show you we're all good. Hey everyone, how's it going? What we're going to do now is come back to this index page real quick, because there's a couple of things I said we needed to do that we couldn't have done when we implemented this originally, and that is to show the season and episode number underneath this title, and then also to make the play button, when they press it, it will take them to the video that they have been watching. So for example, if I've already watched 3 episodes in this show, when I click play, it will take me to that next episode. Whereas if I've never seen this entity before, when I click play, it would obviously take me to the first episode. So there's a couple of things we're going to do. Now, what we'll do is start with the play button. Now, the play button, unfortunately, isn't as simple as just pressing play and taking you to the episode, because like I just mentioned, we can't always guarantee that the user wants to go to the first episode. So if they've already started watching this show, they're going to want to go to wherever they were. So this play button will need to take you to a different link depending on whether they've seen the show or not. So all we need to do is check the video progress table, right, and do a query there and find out which video the user wants to go to. So this right here is an entity, of course. Men in Black in this case is an entity. Let's say there are 5 episodes underneath this. Maybe there's a couple of seasons as well. So what we need to do is check the video progress table to see if they've been watching this entity yet. Now, we've stored the video IDs of the videos the user's been watching, but we don't have the entity. So in our query, we actually need to do an inner join across 2 tables. So we want to select all the rows from video progress where the username is this username, so the user logged in, but then we also want to get the video where the entity matches this one. Now, we don't have the entity on this table. If you look at all the columns we have, there's no entity ID column. The entity ID column is in the videos table. Right here, right at the end, you got this entity ID, and it's the entity this each video corresponds to. So what we need to do is say select the rows from this table where the username is this, and then also the entity ID matches this entity here. So it might sound complicated to you right now. Let's go ahead and write the query, and hopefully it'll make a bit more sense to you. Okay. What we'll do is start by writing the query in here, and then when it works, we'll take it to our code and we'll use it there, okay? So I'm going to go to the SQL tab. In fact, maybe I can do it right here. I'll click Edit Inline right there, and I can write a query just here. So I'll say select all from video progress. Now, actually, we don't want to select all. We just want to select the video ID. So I'm going to change that to video ID, okay? So select the video ID from video progress, which of course is this column right here. And then what we're going to do is do an inner join. So I'm going to say inner join. Now an inner join is just where you select the rows in which a value you specify exists in both tables. So what we're going to do is select all the rows from this this table right here, where the video ID here matches a value in the videos table, okay? Matches the ID value of a video in the videos table. So we're going to say inner join on the videos table, and then I'll also say on, this is the value we want to join on, and what we want to join is the video progress dot video ID. Let me write this out and then I'll explain it to you. Equals video dot ID. So what we're saying here is select the video ID from the video progress table, this one right here, inner join on videos table, where the video ID column of this table, the video progress table, is equal to the ID of the video table. Now, if I run this, you'll just see a bunch of video IDs. It's not because we haven't added any where clause yet, but just to demonstrate, don't copy this. Let me just show you. I'm going to change this to a select all just to show you what it's going to do. If I click go, I have an error. and I can see I'm selecting from the video table. It should be videos table. That's my bad. So make sure you correct this, not video table, the videos table. So anyway, I'm going to click go on this just to show you what will be returned. And you'll see it's returned all the rows from both tables here. We have all these rows here, the video ID. So these ones are all from the video progress table, and it's joined the results on with the videos table. So we now have the columns from both tables here. Okay, but we don't need all these, which is why we're only going to select the video ID column. But this was just to demonstrate to you what a join will do. It will give you the columns from both tables. So what I'm going to do is continue writing that query. So we need to add a where clause onto this. So we're just going to say where videos.entity ID equals, and we just pass in an entity ID here. Now the entity we've been using, I don't actually remember. In the video progress table, I think we have, I think we've used this one. So just to be sure, what I'm going to do is click on one of these videos, just so we definitely have a row in the progress table for this. So there you go. And I can see if I go back to here, the entity ID for this one is 82. So I'm going to use that 82 value right there. So if you don't know what entity ID to use, just click on one of the videos, play it, and then come back to here and take the entity ID from the URL, from the entity.php page. Okay, so I'm going to say entity ID equals 82. And then we're going to do an and. We're nearly done, by the way. Video progress dot username equals, and then in single quotes, I'm going to write my username, which I know is just Reese Kenny. And then under there, we'll just say order by video progress dot date modified. We added this date modified column, so we want to get the most recent one. And underneath there, we'll just say limit 1 like that. So if I press go, we should see it returns us this one row. Now, I did say I was going to change this to return the video ID only like that. So select video ID, press go, and you can see it's just giving us the video ID. So now we can pass that into a video object, and we know that this is the ID of the video the user needs to see next. But I've just noticed I did forget to do an order by. So what we actually want to do is add an order by right here. So underneath the and, we're going to say order by video progress dot date modified, and then desk like that. So this is just saying select the most recently modified video progress row. And what this means is if they've already seen all the episodes, but they go back to season 1, for example, this will still show them the most recently watched video in that entity. Okay. So what we'll do in the next video is take this across and we'll add it to our code. So I know that was pretty confusing. Inner joins are confusing, especially if you're just starting out with this. Believe me, I know. I struggled with them for a long time. But have a think about this and try and wrap your head around what it's actually doing here. Ask me some questions if you want. But yeah, inner joins can definitely be difficult to pick up at first, so if it's really confusing to you, don't worry about it. All you need to know is that inner joins allow you to join two result sets from two different tables based on a matching value. So in our case, where the video ID from the video progress table matches the ID in a videos table. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we went over inner joins briefly, and I kind of demonstrated this inner join query we're going to use, which will select the video that the user wants this button to link to right here. So what we're going to do now is take that query and add it to our code, okay? Because we only did it inside the browser here just to test it out. So what I'm going to do is select all this query, copy it, go back to our code, and we want to add this in the video provider class. Now, I've opened up the video provider class, so if you don't have that open already, go and do that. And then in there, we're going to write a new function. We only have this one function here at the moment, which is the get up next one. So we're going to do it underneath there, and what I'm going to do is just collapse this by clicking on this button here, and it just collapses it, just so it's a bit easier for you guys to see. You know, if you need to see it again, you just uncollapse it like that, just shows and hides it. So what we'll do is add another function here, so public static function, and this function is going to be called get entity video for user. Okay, and this is going to take a connection variable and entity ID. And then finally, it's going to take a username. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is passing in the entity ID and the username, and we'll get the video for this entity that this user wants to see. So let's go ahead and say query equals con arrow prepare like this, and inside there put your double quotes, and what I'm going to do is paste that query I selected. So I've pasted that query that we copied from the PHP MyAdmin, and all we need to do is change the values in here. I think backticks like this are fine in our queries, so don't worry about changing those. If we do need to change those, I'll just come and delete them later, but I think they're fine to leave in there. So video, what we're going to do is select video ID from video progress, inner join videos. This can stay the same. What I'm going to do is move this inner join part onto a new line though, like this. So I like moving my parts of the query onto new lines just so it's easier to see rather than doing it across the page like that. So this can stay the same, inner join videos can stay the same, on video progress dot video ID can stay the same, and this part also stays the same. We do need to change this where though, just by changing the value. Obviously we don't want to hard code it to 82. What we're going to do is add a placeholder. So where videos.entity ID equals, and then an entity ID placeholder. Now we need to do the same thing for video progress.username equals, and of course not hard code it to Reese Kenny, but we're going to put a username placeholder, and then everything else can stay the same. I think that's it. So put a semicolon on the end of that, and let's just bind the parameters. So underneath there we'll say query arrow bind value, and we're going to bind to the entity ID placeholder. And I've just noticed I've called it entity, not entity ID. I mean, you can do that if you want, but I just want to call it entity ID, so I've gone to change that to entity ID now. So I've just changed entity to entity ID right here, okay? So just there. So we're going to bind to the entity ID placeholder, and the value we want to give this is just the entity ID, which is passed in to this function right there. Then copy and paste that line below, and this is going to be for the username placeholder. So I've copied that placeholder name, pasted it in there, and this is going to be the username variable, which is passed into this function too. Go ahead and execute the query. So query arrow execute. So what this is going to do is return us the video ID from the video progress table, where the entity ID for that video matches the entity that the user is currently looking at. Now the problem is, if the user never watched this entity before, so if they've never watched this show, there'll be no row in the video progress table. So this query is going to return nothing. So all we need to do is a quick check to say if query arrow row count equals 0. So if there are no rows returned from this, we know they've never seen this show or movie before, so we can just get the very first episode. So in order to do that, we're just going to select the lowest episode. So it should be season 1, episode 1. But you know, if let's say you haven't uploaded season 1, there's only season 2. It will be, you know, whatever the lowest episode is. So we'll just do a query to say equals con arrow prepare, and this is a real simple query. Select all from videos where entity ID equals, and then put an entity ID placeholder, and I'll move this where clause onto a line below, and I'll scroll down a bit. So select all from videos where entity ID equals the entity ID placeholder, and then what we're going to do is say order by season, comma, episode, ASC for ascending, limit 1. So what this will do is select the lowest episode from the lowest number season, and yeah, just return that one row. So let's go to the line below and bind to this entity ID placeholder, and it'll be exactly the same as this line here. So let's copy that one from up there, and I'll just paste this below. Move this over, click paste, and that should be it. We can just go ahead and execute the query now. So I'll just copy this query execute line because I don't want to type it out again. And that's it. We are done. The only thing left to do is just return the column we selected. So up here we're selecting the video ID, and here we should be selecting the ID as well. I've just noted I've said select all. Just change this to select ID because it's not a video ID column in the videos table. It's just the ID column. So in both scenarios we're only selecting one column, so we can just return whatever that is. So just say return, and then query arrow fetch column, which I explained before is just how you return the one value. So if you select one column, it will just return that one column value. Okay, and that's it. We're done with that. We're going to test that out in the next video and make sure that works, but I think that is all we need. We're done with that. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we went over inner joins briefly, and I kind of demonstrated this inner join query we're going to use, which will select the video that the users wants this button to link to right here. So what we're going to do now is take that query and add it to our code, okay? Because we only did it inside the browser here just to test it out. So what I'm going to do is select all this query, copy it, go back to our code, and we want to add this in the video provider class. Now, I've opened up the video provider class, so if you don't have that open already, go and do that. And then in there, we're going to write a new function. We only have this one function here at the moment, which is the get up next one. So we're going to do it underneath there, and what I'm going to do is just collapse this by clicking on this button here, and it just collapses it, just so it's a bit easier for you guys to see. You know, if you need to see it again, you just uncollapse it like that, just shows and hides it. So what we'll do is add another function here, so public static function, and this function is going to be called get entity video for user. Okay, and this is going to take a connection variable and entity ID. And then finally, it's going to take a username. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is passing in the entity ID and the username, and we'll get the video for this entity that this user wants to see. So let's go ahead and say query equals con arrow prepare like this, and inside there put your double quotes. And what I'm going to do is paste that query I selected. So I've pasted that query that we copied from the PHP MyAdmin. And all we need to do is change the values in here. I think backticks like this are fine in our queries, so don't worry about changing those. If we do need to change those, I'll just come and delete them later. But I think they're fine to leave in there. So video, what we're going to do is select video ID from video progress, inner join videos. This can stay the same. What I'm going to do is move this inner join part onto a new line though, like this. So I like moving my parts of the query onto new lines just so it's easier to see rather than doing it across the page like that. So this can stay the same, inner join videos can stay the same, on video progress dot video ID can stay the same, and this part also stays the same. We do need to change this where though, just by changing the value. Obviously we don't want to hard code it to 82. What we're going to do is add a placeholder, so where videos.entity ID equals, and then an entity ID placeholder. Now we need to do the same thing for video progress.username equals, and of course not hard code it to Reese Kenny, but we're going to put a username placeholder, and then everything else can stay the same. I think that's it. So put a semicolon on the end of that, and let's just bind the parameters. So underneath there we'll say query arrow bind value, and we're going to bind to the entity ID placeholder. And I've just noticed I've called it entity, not entity ID. I mean, you can do that if you want, but I just want to call it entity ID, so I've gone to change that to entity ID now. So I've just changed entity to entity ID right here, okay? So just there. So we're going to bind to the entity ID placeholder, and the value we want to give this is just the entity ID, which is passed in to this function right there. Then copy and paste that line below, and this is going to be for the username placeholder. So I've copied that placeholder name, pasted it in there, and this is going to be the username variable, which is passed into this function too. Go ahead and execute the query. So query arrow execute. So what this is going to do is return us the video ID from the video progress table, where the entity ID for that video matches the entity that the user is currently looking at. Now the problem is, if the user never watched this entity before, so if they've never watched this show, there'll be no row in the video progress table. So this query is going to return nothing. So all we need to do is a quick check to say if query arrow row count equals 0. So if there are no rows returned from this, we know they've never seen this show or movie before, so we can just get the very first episode. So in order to do that, we're just going to select the lowest episode. So it should be season 1, episode 1. But you know, if let's say you haven't uploaded season 1, there's only season 2. It will be, you know, whatever the lowest episode is. So we'll just do a query to say equals con arrow prepare, and this is a real simple query. Select all from videos where entity ID equals, and then put an entity ID placeholder, and I move this where clause onto a line below, and I'll scroll down a bit. So select all from videos where entity ID equals the entity ID placeholder, and then what we're going to do is say order by season, comma, episode, ASC for ascending, limit 1. So what this will do is select the lowest episode from the lowest number season, and yeah, just return that one row. So let's go to the line below and bind to this entity ID placeholder, and it'll be exactly the same as this line here. So let's copy that one from up there, and I'll just paste this below. Move this over, click paste, and that should be it. We can just go ahead and execute the query now. So I'll just copy this query execute line because I don't want to type it out again. And that's it. We are done. The only thing left to do is just return the column we selected. So up here we're selecting the video ID, and here we should be selecting the ID as well. I've just noted I've said select all. Just change this to select ID because it's not a video ID column in the videos table. It's just the ID column. So in both scenarios we're only selecting one column, so we can just return whatever that is. So just say return, and then query arrow fetch column, which I explained before is just how you return the one value. So if you select one column, it will just return that one column value. Okay, and that's it. We're done with that. We're going to test it out in the next video and make sure that works, but I think that is all we need. We're done with that. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have this function which will return us the video that the user wants to watch when they click on this play button, what we need to do is go back to the preview provider class, and you'll see we have this comment here in the create preview video function for adding a subtitle. We'll do this part in probably the next video or two, but for now what we need to do is just add the link to the play button so that it will play the video that this function is selected. Okay, so it's real simple. All we're going to do is underneath that comment, I'll leave that comment there because we are going to come back and do that very soon, but we'll just say video ID equals video provider colon because remember it's a static function, and then the function was called get entity video for user. So I'll paste that there, and then the parameters were the connection variable, which we know is just this arrow con. We then want to pass in the ID because this is the entity right here. This ID variable is the ID of the entity, and then the last one is the username, which we know is just this arrow username, because if I scroll up you'll see we have the username passed in the constructor right here, which is why we passed it in the first place. So let's put a semicolon there. Now this variable right here should contain the ID of the video they want to watch. So let's go and add this to the play button. So if I scroll down, we have this play button right here that currently does nothing. What I'm going to do is say on click equals, and then put in single quotes the name of the JavaScript function we want to call, which is just watch video, which is the same function we used when we did the up next preview when the video ends. So inside there we just need to pass in the video ID, and that should be it. You know, it should work. So well, assuming we've wrote the query right, let me go back to the index page. Okay, and if I click this, it should take me to a video. And it does. Great. So what I'm going to do is go to a video I already have in progress. So I think this one right here, this Never Back Down, I've definitely watched this one before. So let me click on play right here and see what it does. So I click play. So we're on the Dwindling Voyage video right now. If I go back, you'll see that that's not the first video right here. Now that should be correct, assuming that this was the last video I watched, which I don't remember if it is off the top of my head. But what I'll do, just to be sure, is go to season 2, for example, click on, I don't know, the Tails Door, this video right here. So I've played that. Let's give it a second. So this would have added this to the video progress table. So what I'll do now is go back to here. And if I click play now, it should take me to this Tails Door episode. Okay, so I'll click play. And you'll see it works. It's taken me to Tails Door now because that's the video I was on last. So if I click on that again, and what I'm going to do is finish the video and then click the next video. So if I go to here, let this show up, click play. So we're on season 2, episode 3, Obsession in the Spark, right here. When I go back to there, when I go back and press play on this entity, it should take me to here. Now I don't want to press the back button here because that would take me back to the previous video, and then that previous video would be the most recently modified video, so it would take me back to that video. So what I need to do is go back to the page right here, and then go back to the entity, which is right here. And then I'm going to press play, and it should take me to that Obsession Spark video, so we know it works. So what we'll do now is add a subtitle to this video, which will tell them which season and episode they're on. So if I'm on season 1, episode 5, for example, that's what I would see here. If I've never seen this entity before, I would just see season 1, episode 1. And if it was a movie, I wouldn't see a subtitle, I'd just see the title on its own, because there's no seasons or episodes or anything, so we don't need to add that. So go back to your code. In the preview provider class, I'm going to scroll up where we added this comment saying, just reminding us to add the subtitle later on. So we'll do that now. I'll get rid of that comment. But what we're going to do first is create an object with this video ID. So last time where we added this line to get the video ID, what we're going to do is say video equals new video, and just pass in the connection variable, which we know is this con. It shouldn't be con, it should be this arrow con, like that. And then the second parameter in the video class is the video ID, which we know is right here, so we can just pass that in like this. So pass in the video ID. So all of them is create a new video instance with this video ID, okay? And then under there, I'm going to create a subheading variable, and this is going to be if it's a movie, we don't want to do anything. If it's not a movie, we are going to add some text. So I'm going to say equals, and then we'll say video arrow is movie, like that. And I think we added that. Let me just open a video class. I'm pretty sure we did that already. Yeah, we have this is movie function, which returns true or false as to whether it's a movie or not. So if it is a movie, then I'm going to do a question mark and put an empty string there, and then do a colon and then an empty string again. So what it's going to do is say if it's a movie, do an empty string. If it's not a movie, then we're going to add some text in here, and we'll use this instead. So we'll say h4, and I'll close that off as well, like this. And now in there, what we're going to do is just add the season and episode. So just above that line, I'll just create a variable for that. We'll just say season episode equals video arrow, and then the function would just get season episode right here. In the video class, we have this function which returns us season and a number, and an episode and the number as well. So just call that function. So get season and episode, and then take this variable, and let's just put it in there like that. And that should be good. All we have to do now is take the subheading and put it into our string right here. So just once again, we're saying that if it's a movie, do nothing. Well, not do nothing, use an empty string. But if it's not a movie, this part will be false. So we'll go to this part of the expression, and we'll just put the season and episode number inside an h4 tag. Okay. So let's take this subheading, and let's just stick it underneath here. So underneath where we have the h3, just put that in there like that, and give it a save. And let's go ahead and refresh the page, and we can see right here season 1 episode 1. If I go to an entity that I've already seen, so I think this one right here I have, so I can see right here season 2 episode 3, so we know it works. So we can't really see it very well at the moment, so let's just add one line of CSS which will give us that. So I'll go back to my text editor, go back to style.css, and what we're going to do is just search for main details, and we can see we added this code right here for the h3. Now this one is not an h3, it's an h4. So you'll see right here h4. So what we're going to do is copy and paste this code. It's going to be very similar, but it's going to change a couple of values, and change this to h4, and then the color can stay the same. The font size is going to be 20 pixels, and then the margin can also stay the same. So give that a save. Let's go ahead and refresh the page now. I probably need to clear the cache thinking about it. I haven't done that in a while, so I'm going to right click on the page, inspect, and then clear the cache. And then I can see now it's white now, so it's easier to see. So that's it. We have the subtitle. Hey everyone, how's it going? So the last thing to do here is to change the text of the play button to say continue watching if the user has already been watching this. So mine one, for example, in this entity here, I'm on season 2 episode 3, so this isn't going to say play, it's going to say continue watching. Now if I haven't seen this before and it's season 1 episode 1, for example, it would just say continue, it would say play like this, just as it is now. So we just need to write a very simple function which will tell us whether the user's been watching this entity already. So go back to the video class right here, and scroll down to the bottom, and let's just do a function, public function, and we'll just call this is in progress. All right. it'll take a username parameter, because we haven't got this username variable in this class yet. We haven't passed it into the constructor or anything, so we need to pass it into this, because what we're going to do is go to the video progress table and check if this username exists in there for this video. So we'll say query equals this arrow con arrow prepare, and then inside there let's just say select all from video progress, and then I'll move the where onto the line below. I'll say where video ID equals, and put a video ID placeholder like that, and I'll say and username equals username like that, and then we'll do one more. We'll just say and finished equals 0. We don't want to select this if the finished is 1, because remember, if it's 1 it means they've already finished watching it or they've seen it before, so we're just going to leave it as is. So we only want to select ones that haven't finished. Alright, so on the line below, let's just bind the parameters. So query arrow bind value, and then we want to bind to the placeholder for video ID like that, put a comma, and then we can just say this arrow get ID, and then copy and paste that to the line below, and this is going to be the username placeholder, and this is just going to be the username variable which is passed into this function right there. And then just execute the query, and the last thing to do is just return whether this returned 0 rows or not. So return query arrow row count is not equal to 0. Now this is the same as saying if row count is not equal to 0, return true, else return false. Exactly the same thing, okay? Because if there was no rows returned from this, there's nothing in the video progress table, and we know the user has not been watching this yet. Alright, so give that a save, and then we just need to actually call that function from the preview provider. So scroll up to here, where we create the instance of the video class, and then we'll just say in progress equals video, I spelled video wrong, video arrow, I already forgot, was it is in progress? I'm so terrible at remembering these function names. Is in progress like that, is in progress, and just pass in the username variable, which we know is this arrow username, because we have that passed in to this class in the constructor right there. And that is it. We're calling that function. All we need to do now is just make use of this. So we're actually going to just set the text of the button. So underneath that line, I'm just going to say play button text equals, and just in progress question mark, and if it is in progress we'll say continue watching, and then do a colon and just say play like that. So if it is in progress it's going to do this, if it's not in progress and this is false it's going to do this, which is play. So let's take that play button text and just put that into the button. So scroll down to your button right here, and you can see we just hard coded it to say play at the moment, so I'll just replace that. I'm keeping that space at the front, remember that we had it before, so that it separates it from the icon. Give it a save, and that's going to work now. So if I press play, sorry, if I refresh the page I should say, I'm like, how can I stop this thing? Never translate this site, there we go. Okay, so I refresh the page, and it's obviously not worked right now because it still says play, even though we have this, we have started watching it. And thinking about it, we aren't selecting the videos if they've already finished it, which means this has probably already been finished. So if I go to the video progress table and this find the videos from here, I can see a bunch of them have been finished already. So I don't know which video ID this is. I could echo the video ID, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the ones which we've already finished. So what I'll do is just remove that and finish equals 0 from the query and is in progress. I think we're going to leave that off. So let's go back to here and refresh the page. And now it says continue watching. But if I go back to the index page, there'll be a load of them that I haven't watched before, which just say play. So yeah, I think that was it. I think let's just leave the is finished part off the query. The logic was if they've already finished it, we don't want them to continue watching it because they have watched it already. It was going to be playing new, but they could be in progress from watching it again. So it probably still makes sense that we show the continue watching string for them. Okay, but that's entirely up to you. You guys can use that if you want to. But yeah, that works now. We know it's all good. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time what we did is change this text of the play button depending on whether they've seen it or not. So if the user goes to an entity they've already seen, it will say continue watching, whereas if they go to a new one, it will say play. So what we'll do now is show a little check mark next to each of these if the user's seen them or not. So if the user's seen this previously, it'll just have a little tick just so they can keep track of which ones they've seen or not. And it's really, really simple. Let's just go back to our video class and let's say public function has seen like that. So it has seen, and this will just return true or false as to whether they have seen it or not. And it's a very simple query. It's actually very similar to this one up here. So I'm going to take all that from the isInProgress function and paste that below. And I just realized this function should take a username parameter, so add that in there. Okay, so just add has seen with the username parameter right there. And we are going to add the and finished equals 1 part. So in the last video I removed and finished equals 0 from this query, but in this one we are going to keep this. So we're going to check if the row has been seen or not, so if it's finished, okay? Because even if they go back and start watching it again, this will stay as 1, so we'll know they've seen it anyway. Okay, and the rest of it can stay the same. So that's it. Let's give that a save, and let's just go and call that function. We're going to call it in the season provider class. So season provider, and then scroll down to this create video square part right here. And then underneath here, all I'm going to do is say has seen equals video arrow has seen, which of course is the function we literally just created. And then we're going to pass in the username value, which is just going to be this arrow username, because we have this from the constructor right here. So scroll down again. And then we're going to do a question mark, and we'll say if they have seen it. We're going to add some string for the icon in just a second. But if they haven't seen it, just do a colon and then just do an empty double quote. So let's add the icon string in there. Go to fontawesome.com, and let's search for a check circle. We want like a check mark. We want it to be a circle. You guys can use obviously whichever icon you want, but I'm going to take this one right here, this check circle. So click on that and it will take you to this page, and I'm going to click on this part right here and copy the HTML. Go back to here and paste that in there. But of course I need to change these double quotes to single quotes, because we've used double quotes for the string itself. Okay, so I've changed the single quotes to double quotes right there. And then we're going to give it one more class, and that's just scene. So not only are we having these classes that came with that we just copied, we're also going to add the scene class to it as well. And that's it. Let's just take this now, and then let's just stick it under this video info div like that. Give it a save, and now if I refresh this page, I don't think we can see it yet. If I select all, can I see it? No, we can't actually see it yet. Oh, actually, I see it right there. So these ones, yeah, have been, it's added it. So we'll style this now so make it a bit clearer. And it's real simple, so I'll do it right now. I'll right-click, inspect, and we want to target the element with the class scene, remember? So let's just say color. And I'm going to use a nice green color. I have the value for that right now, but of course you guys can use whatever color you want. I'm going to say 2ECC71. All right. So it's a green color like this. But like I said, change that if you want to. The font size is going to be 26 pixels. We're then going to say position is going to be absolute. And what that's done is it's now positioning it based on this container it's in. And then we'll just move it away from the edges a little bit by saying top 5px, and then left is going to be 5px like that. Okay, so that's went up here, which means that the container doesn't have a position set. If I go to the container it's in now, contents in this case, I think it's that one, and then give this a position of relative, you'll see it now moves. Oh, I've just got rid of it. Position, relative, you'll see it now goes inside there. So it just meant that we didn't add a position to its parent container, because one more time, position absolute means it will be positioned based on the next parent, which has or the closest parent, which has a position set. So we need to add two things. We need to add that code we just wrote, and then also add a position relative to the contents element, okay? So let's go and get that code then. So I've gone back to this I tag. I'll copy all of that. And then go back to our CSS file right here, scroll down to the bottom, and let's just add a dot scene So we're targeting the class element with the class scene, paste that in there, and then let's go and scroll up and find out, well actually let's just search for it, episode container, and its content. So this one right here, I'm just going to say position, it's going to be relative, like that. Alright, give that a save, and now if I clear the cache, I probably need to do that, and I'll close this down, we see the check marks next to the ones we've seen. So if we've seen it, we'll see a check mark. So I'll go to the end of this one. Okay. So now this one's been seen. If I go back to here, you'll see it's got the check mark now. Okay. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now what we're going to do is add the navigation bar along the top. If you look at my finished version, you'll see we have this navigation bar, which when we start scrolling, it turns black, but once it's at the top, it's clear because we obviously want to see the preview. So we're going to do that. The reason we haven't done that until now is because by having this at the top like this, if there's any errors on the page, it means they appear behind there, and it just made things a little bit more difficult. So we haven't really needed it for anything until now, so it hasn't been a big deal. So yeah, I think that now's a good time to add it. So go back to our text editor. I'm going to close down some of these files we don't need anymore. I'll keep style.css open because we will need that soon. And I'll open up header.php. Now we're going to add the navigation bar in this class, in this file, but we will be moving it to a separate file very shortly, and I'll explain why soon. But for now, we'll just put it in header.php. So what we're going to do is go down to the very bottom, underneath the wrapper right here. We're going to add it right there. So we'll start by adding a div, okay, and we'll give this the class of top bar. Inside there, we'll do another div. So div, and this will have the class. Ooh, let me scroll up a little bit. I'll give this the class of logo container, and then this will be where the actual image logo of our site will be. So put an anchor tag, so an a tag, and the href can just be index.php, and then inside the anchor tag is where we'll put the image itself. So img, and the src is going to be the source to the image, which we know is in, if I just go to here, I think we had it in assets, images, and we have this logo that we added when we did the login and sign up pages. So logo.php, so assets, images, logo.php. So I'll add that in there. So assets / images / logo.php. No, it's not .php, it's png. I'm going to lose my mind here. Too many PHP files going on. It's logo.png, it's an image. Okay, so assets / images / logo.php. Sorry if I confused anyone there. Yeah, the alt is going to be just logo, you know, the text that's displayed. If this image can't be loaded for whatever reason. And that's it for that. So this is the class which houses the logo of our site. We'll go underneath that and we'll add a UL, so an unordered list. Okay, so this will have the class of nav links. This will be where the links will be. So links to the movie page, the TV shows page, for example. And we'll start by adding an li, a list item. And then inside there, we'll add an anchor tag as well. So inside that li, I'm going to add an anchor tag. Okay, I'll close that off. And this anchor tag is going to be the first link, and it will have the href of, and this would just be index.php. This would be the link to the home page. So inside the anchor tag, I'll just write home like that. Okay, so there's our first link. We've got an li for list item, and inside that we have an anchor tag with the text home. So let's copy and paste that below 2 more times. I'll indent those, so I'll highlight all the LIs and press tab so it moves over a little bit. Okay, so the second link is going to be to shows.php. This will be the TV shows page. So TV shows. Of course, we haven't got these pages yet, so if you click on that, you'll see an error. And then we'll also do one for movies.php, movies.php, like that, and change the text to movies. Okay, so there's our links. Great. So the very last things to add is an icon for the search page and an icon for the account page. Okay, so underneath there, let's just add that. We'll say div, and inside that div, well, first we'll give that div a class. Actually, we'll say class equals right items. Just you know, the items are on the right of the navigation bar. And inside there, we'll just add an anchor tag, and this will have the href of search.php, and of course we haven't created this yet either, so you'd see an error if you clicked on it. Inside that anchor tag, we're going to have the icon for the search button. We don't have that yet, so we'll come back and add that very shortly. What I'll do is copy and paste that anchor tag below, and this will be the link for profile.php. And then of course we'll also need to get that icon too. So let's go and get those. So fontawesome.com, and I'll do a search for the word search because we want a search icon. And then I'll take this first one. This is good. So let's just copy this part, go back to here, paste it in there. Okay, great, pasted that in there, and we'll do the same thing for the profile page. So I'll just search for a user icon because that's what we've used, a user. And we want a single user, so this one right here will do. Let's take that, and then click on that to copy it. Go back to here, and we're done. Paste that in there, and give it a save. And if we refresh the page now, it's going to look so terrible, but you should see everything there. So we can see our logo, we can see the links, and then of course these two icons as well. Alright everyone, so we got this nav bar at the top, but it looks terrible right now. So let's add some style so that it looks, you know, not terrible. Okay, so I'm going to right click on the page and inspect to open up the dev tools. And I'm going to go ahead and find the top bar element. This will be the one we'll style first. It's kind of the main element in our nav bar. Let's say position fixed. Okay, so it looks like everything's disappeared, but don't worry, we'll bring it back. So position fixed, because we want it to stay at the top of the page. You see here, it always stays at the top. Notice it doesn't move, it's always at the very top. So position fixed, we'll then say width is going to be 100%. I think if we had a Z index of 1, it'll bring it back. So Z index 1, okay, there it is, right there, you see it now. So Z index 1 to make sure that appears over the top of everything else. The reason it was below was because since we've added this to the header file, the contents of the page are added afterwards, so it naturally just appears over the top of this. So by saying Z index 1, we make sure it appears over the top. Okay. Let's then say display is going to be flex. Oh, flex. We then want to align items in the center. So what that's done is it's made everything centered vertically. If I disable it, you'll see what it does real quick. See the icons go back up to the top. So we've made it sure it's in the center. We'll add some padding too. So padding is going to be nothing on the top and bottom, but let's just say 60 px on the left and right. So we've got that space either side now. We'll also say height is going to be 70 pixels. And then finally, box sizing is going to be border box. So the width of this element is calculated while also taking into account the padding of it, okay? And that's it for now. So I'm going to take all that code, copy it, and then go back to style.css, scroll to the bottom, and let's just say dot top bar like that. Paste it in there, give it a save, and if you refresh the page now, we should still see it, which we do. Great. So yeah, the next thing to do is style this image, because at the moment it's a bit big, so let's fix that. So I'm going to go to the inside the top bar, I'm going to go to the logo container div right there, and this is just going to have a height of 40 pixels, so height and then 40 px, and then yeah, that's it for that. But then inside there we're going to go to the image itself, and then this is just going to say we're going to give this a height of 100%, like that. So we're saying the image take 100% of whatever size your container is. So now if we ever change the size of the container, the image will grow and shrink automatically, okay? So we have to add two things. We have to add a height 40px to the logo container, and then also height 100% to the image itself. So we'll start adding the height to the logo container element. So in here, say dot logo container, and then we'll just say height is going to be 40 pixels, and then underneath that, in fact I'll copy and paste that below, and this will be logo container space and then img, and change this 40px to 100% like that. So if I refresh the page now, it should look exactly the same, which it does, so we know it worked. Great. So the next thing we want to do is the nav links element. So go to the nav links element right here, and we'll add some style to that. Now all we're going to do is make these appear side by side like that. So we'll say display flex, okay, which already makes them side by side, and then we'll also say list style of none, which will get rid of those dots that you saw, because list items by default, if I uncheck that, you'll see, or you can just about see it. It's a bit hard with this background. You can just about see there's dots next to each list item. So by saying list item style, list style none, it means that there won't be any of those dots. So let's copy those two. That's it for that, by the way. So copy those two lines, go back to here, and let's just say dot nav links. Paste it in there. Let's now style the anchored tags inside there, so the actual A tags. So open the UL up, open the LI, and then find the anchor tag right there. And then we'll just say color is going to be white, so FFF, # FFF. Font size is going to be 14 pixels. And then finally, margin left is going to be 20 pixels, like that. Okay, so let's copy those and then go back to here. And we'll just say dot nav links and then A, like that. So dot nav links space A, paste that in there. And we should be good. So let's refresh the page now. And we can see it's been applied to all of them. So the only thing left to do, or the only real element left to style still, these two icons. So let's go ahead and find the right icon, right items element right here. And all we're going to do is say flex is going to be 1. And then finally, text align is going to be right. Okay, and you can see it's pushed over there. So the flex 1 basically told this right items element to take up all of the remaining space inside this element. So inside this top bar element, we've said right items are going to take up whatever space is left over now after these two things have been rendered. And then the text align right just pushes the text over to the right side. Otherwise, they would appear right over here on the left by default. Okay, so that's it for that. Copy those two. Of course, we are going to style the actual icons themselves in just a second, but for now, we'll just say dot right items and paste that in there. And then go back to here and let's refresh the page and make sure that worked. Okay, it did. You can still see those there. So let's go ahead and style the actual I tags themselves. So inside the right items element, I'm going to say color. Color is going to be white, so FFF. And then we'll also say font size is going to be 20 pixels. And then finally, margin left is going to be 10 pixels. So there you go, we've added that style. So let's copy that and go back to our style sheet and add that. So we'll just say dot right items and then I, and then we'll paste that in there like that. And that's it for the style really. If I refresh the page now, you can see all the style applied still. The only thing left to do here is to make this nav bar turn into a black background when we start scrolling, because it's kind of difficult to see here. So, you know, this effect that we have right here. So when you get to the top, it'll go transparent. And when you're not at the top, it'll go with a black background, okay? Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on the background color of this nav bar when the user scrolls. You'll see on this one, when I start scrolling, it's no longer transparent, it turns to a dark color. Okay, so let's do that. But just before we do that, we're going to add a minimum width to this top bar, because at the moment, although the page itself isn't getting any smaller, the nav bar will, so you'll see it bunches everything up. So we just need to add a min width to this. So scroll up to the top bar style right here and just say min width is going to be 1050px. That's the same min width as our wrapper element around the page has. And now you'll see when the page stops getting smaller, so does the nav bar, so it will never bunch everything up. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the code to do that now. So what we're going to do is open up our JavaScript file, so script.js, and we'll add this right at the top because it's not a function, it's going to be some code attached to the scroll of the page. So we'll say $, and in parentheses just write documents like that. There's no single quotes around that, just document on its own, and then .scroll. And inside parentheses, we're going to say function, and this is an anonymous function, so it doesn't have a name, but it's just a code block we're going to execute. So inside there, we're just going to say $, and then inside the parentheses, inside the double quotes, we'll say .top bar. So it's taking the top bar element, and then we'll just say .toggle class. And the class we want to toggle is scrolled. And then after the double quotes, we'll do one more parameter. And this is going to be a value to determine whether it's going to actually add this class or remove it. So the condition we're going to do is just $, inside parentheses, we're going to target this, which is the document itself, because we're scrolling on the document. So .scroll top, and then we'll say it's greater than, and then we'll just take this nav bar paste it there, and just say dot height. Okay, and that's it. So we're scrolling on this condition. In fact, if you want to, you can even, just to make it a bit easier to understand, I'm going to take this code right here and then move it to a line above. But I'll just say var is scrolled, and I'll set that equal to that condition we just wrote. So then I'll take this is scrolled and put it in there. Just make it a bit easier to see, I guess. So so this will add this class if this is true. If it's false, it won't. So what this code here is doing, it's saying if the top of the page is greater than the top of the top bar element, then this will be true. So the top bar element down here, for example, the top will always be there, but the top of the page in this case is still way up above us right now. If I scroll to the bottom, the top of the top bar is there, but the top of the page is still way up there we're trying to scroll to. So that's what that condition means, okay? So if I give that a save, you should see, if I refresh this now, I made to clear the cache. Let me just check. I may as well just do it right now. So I will clear the cache. And if I start scrolling, we should see this top bar gets a scrolled class, which it does. It's scrolled. Okay, it's still got that class, but if I scroll to the top, it removes it. You see right there? It's gone. If I start scrolling, it comes back. If I go back up to the top, it removes it. So all we have to do is add some style to that. So if I go back to the style sheet, and then underneath this top bar style, I'm going to add some style here. I'm just going to say top bar and then dot scrolled. So this was targeting, of course, the top bar element when it has the class scrolled as well. And we'll just say background color is going to be $141414, which is that dark color I was using on my own site. And that should be it. I think for now this will work. It won't have a nice transition, but if I refresh the page and start scrolling, you see it turns black. As soon as I get back to the top, it goes transparent again. Okay, so it works. We just need to do a nice little fade in, fade out like this one has, and that's actually really simple. It's only CSS, so all we need to do is inside this top bar scroll part, we'll just say transition, and then we'll transition the background color. And we'll say the transition is going to be 200 milliseconds long, and we'll say linear, which means the animation will take the same amount of time from start to finish. I've got this page open right here for you. So if, it's talking about CSS transitions, and the values you can use instead of linear are these ones: ease in, ease out, ease, for example, and they all do different things. So they affect the duration and the speed of the animation. So if I scroll down, you can see it right here on this try yourself button. So this is what we have, linear. You see it's a start. It's the same time from start to finish. Whereas if I go to ease, for example, it starts slow, builds up, and then slows down. Ease in, it changes the speed this way. So you can see how they affect the speed of the transition. So anyway, we're going to use that one. And what we're also going to do is copy that line and paste it above in here as well. So in the top bar one, we'll paste the exact same line there too. So give that a save. And now if I refresh the page, you should see it fade in and out. So it fades in, and now it fades out. And you can change the duration of that transition by changing this 200 milliseconds time right there. So yeah, that's it. It looks pretty cool, I'd say. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're making good progress now. The problem is this nav bar of ours, once we go to the play page, so if I go to this, you'll see it's still there. So although this is the page when they want to watch the video, we can still see the nav bar. It's just in the way. So what we need to do is make a way for us to specify whether we want this nav bar to appear on the page or not. And it's really simple. We're going to go back to our header.php file and scroll down and take all this code we added for the nav bar. So everything until just before the wrapper one. So everything from the underneath the wrapper element, all this stuff. So essentially just the whole top bar element. Okay, I'm taking that. And what I'm going to do is move this into its own file. So I'm going to create a new file, give it a save, and I'm saving this just in the includes folder. So the same folder as a header file, and just save this as navbar.php. So I'm moving it to a separate file, and I'll go ahead and give that a save. And I'll just fix the indentation. You see this part's moved over to the right too much. So I'm going to highlight all that and just press Shift Tab to move it across to the left. Okay, so give that a save. Now that's fine. We're actually done with that. We can close that down. Okay, and then in there, all we're going to do is say PHP. So right at the bottom, we're opening a PHP block. And what I'll do is highlight all that and then move it across to the left. And then inside there, we're just going to say if, and then not, so exclamation point, is set. Inside there, we're going to put a variable name called hide nav, and inside there, all we're going to do is one line. We'll just say include once. Inside there, we'll just put the path to the file. So includes / navbar.php, because that's where we just saved it. All right. So this part is done. So what we're saying here is if this hide nav variable is not set, then we are going to show the navbar. Now, if this variable is set, we won't show the navbar. So that means that any page we don't want the navbar to appear, all we have to do is give some value to this hide nav variable. So I'm going to copy that variable name, and then all I need to do is go to the watch page, so watch.php, and then right at the top, before I include the header file, all I'm going to do is say hide nav and then equals true. Now, it doesn't really matter what you set the value to, because all it's doing is checking if it's set, not if it's set to true. Okay, so just make sure it's got a value, and make sure you do it before this header file, so that by the time it gets to this, it will have the value, and we're good. So now you'll see that on this page, it's no longer there, but on the other pages, it's there as normal. So we can still see the navbar on all the pages except from the watch page, because that's the only page in which we have this value set. So by doing it this way around, by using a not here instead of the other way around, it means that rather than having to add this on every single page we do want to show it, we can just add this on every page that we don't want to show it, which is, in this case, it's only this one page. All the other pages we do want to see it on it. So yeah, that's a real simple way of doing that. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on these two links at the top here for the TV shows page and the movies page. Now these pages will just show you all of the TV shows, for example, that are available, and then the same thing for movies. So let's go back to our text editor. Let's start by creating a new file. This will be the shows.php page, and we're going to save this in the root of our folder. So just make sure this matches whatever you called the link for this one. So if you click on it, you'll see what you called it. So I've just created that page, so now there's no error here. But if you haven't created that page, there you would see an error, of course. But yeah, just make sure it matches this name. So shows.php, and then what we're going to do is just copy and paste the code from index.php, because it's going to be very similar. So go to index.php, take all of this, okay, and then paste it in here and give it a save. And then the other things we're going to change are this function call and this function call, just to call a different one, a different function. So let's first go to the preview provider class, and then we're going to create a new function in here, right at the top, underneath the constructor. Let's just say public function, and call this create TV show preview video, because this is of course the class which gives us that preview video that we see on the entity pages and the index page, and we want to do the same thing on the shows page. So this will create the preview video for the TV shows. So essentially all we're going to do is get a random TV show entity and then pass it into this function here, and then return the HTML from this function. So in order to do that though, we need to create a new function in the entity provider class, because that entity provider class is the class we've created, which gives us entities in a bunch of situations. So let's open up that file. So entity provider.php. I'll close down watch.php. We don't need that for now. I'll close down header to yeah, let's just modify this. In fact, I'll close down the script.js as well. That goes too. And yeah, so let's create a new function in here. Now this function is going to be very similar to this getEntities one. So what I will do is copy and paste this whole function. Yeah, of course we could refactor this and find a way of doing it without copying and pasting so much code, but just to keep things short and sweet for you, I'm going to just copy and paste this function. So essentially all that's going to change is this part. The rest of it I think will stay the same for now. So the first thing we're going to change is this query. So like I said, this function here is going to select a bunch of entities for us that are TV shows, because remember, entities can be TV shows or movies. But in our table, if I go back to here and then go to the entities table, there's no indication here as to whether this entity is a movie or a TV show. Now that is on the videos, that is in the videos table. You can see in the videos table we have this is movie column, and it's a 1 or a 0 based on whether it is a movie or not. So we can't just take all these entities, because we don't know from this table alone whether they are movies or not. We need to actually do another join and say get the entities from here, where the videos for that entity are movies or not movies, depending on what we want to do. So what I'll do first, just so you can visualize it, is write this query in PHP-myadmin, and then we'll copy and paste it across. So in here, I'm just going to edit this, and we'll say select all from entities, and we'll do an inner join. If you remember, inner joins are just ways of selecting from two different tables where two values from that table match. So inner join with the videos table, and then you need to specify the column you want to join on. So we're going to say join the entities.id column. So the ID column of the entities table, join that with the videos.entity ID column. So select all the columns where these two match. And then finally we can just say where videos.isMovie equals 0, because we don't want any movies for this. Okay, if I just run this, you'll see what we get. Now we get a bunch of data here. We get all the ones in which we're only selecting TV shows. Now there'll be no movies in here, but look at all the data we've got from here. Now we can't use all this data as it is, because in our code we pass the data into the entity object. You see right here, we're passing the data returned from the query, which is row, into the entity object, and we're creating an object from that. Now we can't do that with this data because there's too many columns. It's got columns that don't belong to just the entities table. So what we need to do is select the ID from there instead. So if we change this and instead select entities.id, so the ID from the entities table, and then go, you'll see we get all these. Now, why are we getting so many of these? Well, that's because what we've done is we've selected all the videos where the entity ID is this. So this ID column's come from the entities table, and each one of these rows is because it's been joined with the videos table. So each one of these rows is a row in the videos table. So it's a very simple thing we can do is we can just say select distinct. So instead of doing entities.id, I'm going to copy that, or cut it I should say. We can just say select distinct, and then in parentheses I'll just put that in there, and this means that it's going to select a distinct value, so just the one. So you'll notice now we have no duplicate IDs here. The reason there's more appeared now is because there was more on the other pages. So in case you're wondering why we didn't see all these before, it's because they were on the next page. So now that I'm only selecting one of those, there's room for these other ones. So basically this distinct entities.id is saying select this entities.id, but only once. So if it finds another row with this same ID, it won't return it. Okay? So each one of these ID rows is separate now. And that's good because we just want the IDs of the entities. If we have duplicate IDs in this, we'll create the same entity more than once. Okay? So that's good. That's our query. What we'll do in the next video is copy that across to our code, and we'll go from there. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time I ran you through this query here in which we selected the entities which are TV shows. So what we'll do in this video is copy this query, take it back to our code, and we'll implement it there. So I'm going to copy this query that I just wrote. I'll go back to this preview provider class. In fact, no, I won't. I'll go back to the entity provider class. That's where this is. And I'll scroll up to this get entities function we created last time. And what we're going to do is replace this query here with that. So I'll paste that in there. And what I'm going to do is actually just press enter and move some of these things onto the line below. So I'll move the inner join part onto the line below, and then where onto the line below as well. And then the last thing to change here is we're going to add a space at the end of this. So just after the 0, put a space. And the reason we're going to add a space is because we may be appending this where clause on. Because if remember, in this function, if they pass in a category ID, we'll join this where clause onto it where it selects for that category. If they don't, we won't use it though. Okay, so this gives us the option to use this function in multiple ways. So we're adding the space because we may be appending this to it. But either way, we're going to definitely append this limit part to it, okay? Now, because we have a where clause here, we don't want to add a second one here, of course, so we're going to change this where in the if statement just to an and, like that, okay? So it was fine before, if I scroll up here, where our query looked like this, because we didn't have a where clause, so we can add one there. But in our new query, we have a where here, so we'd want to use and in this case. And that's it. The rest of it can stay the same, I believe. Let me think about this. So the only thing that's going to change is this part down here. we're not going to pass in the row to the entity object here. We're going to pass in row and then the ID value, because we passed in row up here when this was the SQL data for the entity. So all the columns from the entity table, whereas now we've just selected an ID column. So we need to just pass in the ID right there. Okay, so that's fine. I'm still seeing red here, and have I spelled something wrong? Yeah, I haven't changed the function name here, so we're going to change the name of this function. Instead of get entities, we're going to call it get TV show entities, like that. Okay, and then let's go and call this function from the preview provider like this. So back in the preview provider code, we're going to say entities array equals entity provider colon, and then this function we created, and then pass in the connection variable, which is this arrow con. And then for the category ID, we don't want to select any particular category of entity, so we'll just put null in there. And because we're doing the preview video, we just want to select one, so just put 1 as the limit, and it'll just select the one of them. Underneath there, we're going to say if size of, and inside there we're going to put the entities array that we just created above. If the size of the entities array is 0, then we're going to show an error message. I'm going to use that error message class we created. So error message colon show, which is the function we created, and just say an error message in there. Say no TV shows to display, like that. Okay, just to remind you, we have this error message class, and it's got a show function, and it just shows an error message to the user. Okay, and the very last thing is just return a call to this create preview video function. So we're going to say return, and then this arrow create preview video, and then pass in the entities array. But because this is an array, even though there's one object in there, it's still an array of one object, so we need to pass in the first item, like that. All right, and this will create the preview for us. So let's take the name of this function and just put it back in the shows.php file. So I'll put that in there, give that a save, and if I refresh this page, shows.php, you should see something. So there you go. If I refresh it, it selects a random entity which has TV shows as the videos. So these ones down here, because we haven't changed that, it's still using this show all categories, but in the next video or so we're going to change this to show only TV show categories, or categories that have TV shows I should say, and it will only show TV shows inside them. Last time we created this shows or TV shows page, and we have a preview video for a TV show entity, but at the moment we're just showing all the categories down here, and there could be some movies in here. So what we need to do is change this part down here, this category containers, to show only TV shows. So go back to here, and we're going to go to the category containers class and change to write a new function instead of calling this function. So I'll open up the category containers class. And what I'll do is just copy and paste this show all categories function, and we could definitely find a way of refactoring this, just like I said in the last video, but again, in the interest of keeping things short and sweet, I'm just going to copy this, and what we're going to do is just add one line in here. We're just going to add an H1, so H1, and this is going to say TV shows, and then I'll close that H1 off as well, and this will just allow us to show the title above for the TV shows. So let's go ahead and change the name of this function. So it's not going to be show all categories. It's going to be show TV show categories. So instead of show all categories, rename that to show TV show categories. Okay. And then all we need to do is change this part in here to pass in some different values here. Now, if I go to the get category HTML function, just to show you, we had these two parameters at the end for TV shows and movies, and these are true or false based on whether we want to select these things or not. So if TV shows is true, it will select TV shows. If it's false, it won't select TV shows, and the same for movies. Okay, so let's scroll up. Because we want to select TV shows, what we're going to do is just pass in true for the TV shows parameter, but then false for the movies one. Okay. Now we could refactor this again even further and pass in the entities directly, but we're just going to do it this way, where we'll pass in true and false here, and then inside the functions where we'll get the entities. So scroll back down to the function, and we have these if statements right here where we'll get the entities. And we've already wrote the function which gives us that. We did in the last video. So what I'll do is copy and paste this line above right there, paste it in place of this one in the if TV shows if statement. And the function, if you go back to entity provider, is this get TV show entities one. So copy that name and let's paste it in there instead of get entities. That can stay the same. This arrow con can stay the same. Category ID can stay the same, and the limit as 30 can also stay the same. So that should be it. I think we're done. So what I'm going to do is go and call this show TV show categories function from shows.php. So instead of show all categories, I'm pasting that, replacing it, and now if I refresh this page, you'll see, well, it looks the same, but you're going to see only TV shows, which is why you're seeing less of these in some of them, because some of them we're not showing the movies, so it works. We do, of course, need to fix this right here. So let's go ahead and add some style to this TV show's title. So if I inspect, and I'll have a look at that, you'll see that it's inside the preview categories and it's H1, so that's real simple. Let's go back to our style sheet. So style.css, scroll down to the bottom, and this is dot preview categories, and then just H1 in there, and the color, so the text color, is just going to be this white, this kind of white, non-white color we've been using. So is E5, 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 like that. Give it a save. Let's refresh the page and make sure we see it. And we don't see it, so I'm going to clear the cache. And we still don't see it, so I've probably got the class wrong. So preview categories is the class here. And I've used the wrong one. It's not preview container, it's preview categories, like that. Make sure you get that right. Preview categories. So if I refresh the page now, you should see it, and you do. Great. So that's it for the TV shows page. We're essentially going to do the same thing for the movies page. Don't worry about the fact that these, have some missing, some spaces there. If there was enough videos on your site, which there probably will be if you're going to do it for real, then this wouldn't be a problem. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we've done the TV shows page. Let's do the same for the movies page. At the moment, if I click on the movies link, you'll see we don't have that page, so we get this error. So let's go ahead and create that page. So let's go back and create a new file, and of course, no prizes for guessing that this is going to be called movies.php. So we'll create this in the root of our site. So the same folder that we created all the other pages in, and I'll just call this movies.php. Alright, and just like that, the error message is gone. So let's go back to here, and we'll copy and paste the code from shows.php because it's going to be almost identical. So I'll paste that in there, and let's go ahead and create a new function in here. And again, no prizes. It's going to be called create movie preview video, or movies preview video. So let's go to the preview provider and create that function. So I'll copy this create TV show preview function and just paste that one below. Again, it's going to be fairly similar to this, almost identical, I'd say. So the other thing that's going to change is we'll call a different function here, and the error message here is going to change. So we may as well do this error message while we're here. Instead of no TV shows, we'll just say no movies to display. And then let's just, firstly change the name of the function. I did forget to do that. So we'll say create movies preview video. And then we'll go to the entity provider and create a new function. So instead of get TV show entities, we're going to create a new function called get movie entities. But we'll copy and paste this whole get TV show entities function first. So copy that, paste it below, and let's change some things, starting with the function name. So get movies entities. And I think all we're going to change is just this 1 to a 0. Now, we can and probably should definitely refactor this code, but because it's, this is almost identical. But I really want to move on from this. I don't want to spend too much time with this, so we're just going to change it to that so that we can get to the next features quite quickly. So just change this to a 1, so we're doing exactly the same as we did with the TV shows, but instead of selecting all the ones that aren't movies, we're going to select the ones that are movies, okay? So give that a save, and then copy the name of the function, and then go back to where were we, preview provider.php, and in this create movies preview video, just replace this function name with that one. So that's great. Let's go back to movies.php. In fact, first I'm going to copy the name of this create movies preview video function, go back to movies.php and just replace that, and give it a save, and let's go ahead and refresh the page, and we see the video now. Now this will just be a preview of movies only, not TV shows. I've just noticed we're passing in null there. We shouldn't actually be passing that in because there's no there's no parameter for this function. I think it's working because it's null. It's no actual value to it, but we will get rid of that. I think it's just PHP being very forgiving, and I'll do the same in the shows one as well. Just remove that parameter, that null parameter from the previews provider function call like that. We don't need that. If I refresh the page, you still see the same thing. Yeah, that's just PHP being quite a forgiving language, I'd say. But yeah, we don't need that. So the only thing left to do on the movies page is just to output the movie categories. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created this preview video on the movies page, which shows us a preview of a movie. What we're going to do now is just change this part underneath to show only categories for movies. So let's go back to here and let's make those changes. So we need to open the category containers file right here, and then what we're going to do is copy and paste this show TV show categories function. So all we're going to change here is this TV show's title is going to change to movies. Oh yeah, we also need to rename the function, so it won't be show TV show categories, it'll be show movie categories. And then of course we just need to change the parameter configuration here. So we're going to do false for the TV shows and then true for the movies value. And then scroll down, and then we just have this part to go. Now we haven't actually created that function yet, so let's do that. So in the entity provider .php file, we just need to call the entity provider function that we created in the last video, which gets us the movies. So let's get rid of that comment, and then I'm going to copy and paste this line here into there, and then the name of the function was get movies entities, like that. And I'm going to paste that in there, and we should be good to go. So if I refresh the page now, we should only see the ones with movies. Now I believe I have a lot less movies. Okay, oh yeah, we didn't actually call the function, that's my bad. So scroll up to the name of the function, which I already forgot. Show movie categories, I'm copying that name, and we're going to replace it in movies.php right here. Okay, now if I refresh the page, you'll see the movies. Now we have a lot less movies, so you'll see a lot less of them, but yeah, you'll see here, these are all the movies we have. You can add more movies, of course, and more will show up here, but yeah, at least this is working, and yeah, that's it, we're good to go. We've got a TV shows page and a movies page now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So one thing I realized we haven't done yet is create this categories page. So if you click on one of the category names, it will take you to the page where you see all of those categories. Now, at the moment we haven't got that page, so if you click on action and adventure, for example, you get this page right here. So let's go ahead and create that page. It's going to be very similar to what we've done in the last two videos, but I'd say a bit more straightforward even. So we'll go ahead and create a new page. So I'll give this a save, and we'll save it in the root of our folder again, just like we have with all the other pages, and we'll save it as category.php. And as we did before, we can just copy from one of the pages we have already. So I'm going to go to the movies page and just copy all that code from there, and then we can take that and just modify it. So we'll keep this the same. So I've pasted all that code in the category.php page, and then underneath there, we're just going to do a check to make sure we have an ID. Because what's going to happen is we're going to pass an ID into this. If you look at my finished version, you'll see that we got an ID passed into the page, and this is the ID of that category. So we're going to make sure we have that ID. So we'll say if, and inside the parentheses we'll say exclamation point for not, and then is set. So if is not set, and inside there we'll just $_get, and in square brackets we'll just say ID, because we want the ID parameter from the URL. And if it's not set, we'll just say error message, : show, and then put some text in there, no ID passed to page. Okay, give that a save, and yeah, that's great. Let's go ahead and change these two now. So in the preview provider class, we're going to create a new function. It's going to be called create category preview video. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go to the preview provider class, and we'll copy and paste one of these. So for example, create TV show preview video. Oh, I forgot to copy it. So I'll copy that, and then I'll paste it there. And like I said, this will be called create category preview video. Now we don't need to create another function in the entity provider class. We're going to reuse a function we already have. So if I go to the entity providers class, what we're going to do is scroll to find where's the function, get entities right here. We have this get entities function, and we're going to make use of this parameter that we gave us the option of passing into it. So we're just going to pass in a category ID, and it'll give us the entities for that ID. So we don't even need to create a new function here. So that was the get entities function. So we're going to change this to entity provider and then get entities, and all we're going to do is pass an entity, a category ID, sorry, into here. So make sure you add a parameter there for category ID, and then copy that and add it here as well. Okay, so I've added that category ID to the function itself and inside this function call. Okay, keep that as 1, that can stay the same, and then everything else can stay the same. So let's just go and call this function now. So copy the name of that and then go back to your category.php page and then replace this function name here with that one, and we want to pass in an ID, and the ID is just going to be this part here, this get right there. So I'll paste that in there. So there you go, we're passing in the category ID because we know this ID passing to the page is the category ID. So we're passing that into here and it'll get us all the entities for that category. So if I refresh the page, yeah, you'll see that it's given us a different entity from that category every time we refresh the page. How's it going? So last time we created this category.php page and we got the preview set up so that it will show you previews of entities for this category. What we need to do now is just fix this part at the bottom so it will show you entities from this category only. And it's real simple. We've actually already done the functions for that. We just need to hook it all up. So the only thing to change is this function name, and all we're going to do is call the show category function and pass in this ID. Okay, just like that, because in the category containers class we have this show category function which does this for us already. We pass in a category ID and it will get the entities for that category. So give that a save, and if I refresh the page now, you'll see it shows us the entities for this category. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do in this video is work on the search feature. So if I show you what it looks like on the finished version of the site, we're going to click on this magnifying glass button, the search icon in the top bar. It'll take you to this page that's just got a text box in, and then when you search for something, when you stop typing, you get filtered results. So that's kind of what we're going to do now. So in terms of style and what we need to add to the page, there isn't much to add. We just need to add this text box really, and then we'll handle the actual searching later on. So let's go ahead and do that. The very first thing we need to do though is create the search.php page because we don't have it at the moment. So if you go to that page, you'll see this error. So let's go back to the text editor. So I'll create a new file and I'll save it as search.php. So I'll save it in the root of my folder, and again the name is search.php. Okay, so here we are. Now that error should go away, and it does. Great. So let's get started then. So we're going to include the header on this file, so I'll go ahead and open up the PHP block and close it off, and inside there we'll just say include underscore once, and in there we'll put the link to the header file. So we'll say includes / header.php. Okay, give that a save, and then right away we should see the header bar now in this black background. Great. So underneath that PHP block, we're going to add a div, and this will have the class of text box container. So text box container, and then in there, all we're going to do is just put an input. Now this input will be type text, just like this, and the class is going to be search input. And then we're going to give it a placeholder as well. And the placeholder is just going to be search for something. Okay, this is the placeholder they'll see, of course, before they've started typing. Let's refresh the page and make sure we see a text box. We do right there. I mean, it's behind this, but we can still see the text box. So go back to here, and then all we're going to do is one more div, and then we're done with the HTML elements. We'll just say div, and all we're going to do is give this a class of results. And that's it. We won't do anything else there. Now, the reason we're not doing anything with this is because this is where the results are going to go. Once we've retrieved them from with an AJAX call, we'll put them inside this div. But for now, you can just leave that as is. We won't actually be manually putting anything in there. So I'll give that a save, and this page should look no different now. Okay, we still just have that text box up there. So let's go ahead and style it. It's real simple to style, so we may as well do it in this video. So at the bottom of our style.css page, we're going to start by styling the text box container element. So text box container, and all we're going to do is say padding is going to be 100 pixels on the top and bottom, and then finally 50 pixels on the left and right. So quite a large bit of padding. So if I refresh this page, you don't see anything, so let me just clear the browser cache. So I'll inspect element and click empty cache and hard reload. And now you see the style applied. So you can see it's put it down here right below the top bar, and we've got the text box we can type into now. Great. So there's only one more element to style, and that's the search input, this one right here. So go back to here, and this is going to be dot search input element. And in there, we're just going to say height is going to be 50 pixels. And in fact, I'm going to do this in the browser so you can see. So I'll copy that, and I'll go back to here, and I'll style it from here for you. Actually, it's nice to be able to see it as I'm typing. So I'm going to go and find the search input one. And remember, we just added height 50 pixels. Okay. We're then going to say width is going to be 600 pixels. Border is going to be 1 pixel wide. It's going to be a solid line. And then we're going to say the color is going to be DE, DE, DE. The background color of this text box is going to be transparent. So we can see the border color, but we can't see the, we don't have a background color on the text box. I'm going to say the color, so the text color is going to be white. So $FFF. And that's the color of the text when you type. And then we're then going to say font size. Font size is going to be 20 pixels, so it's quite a large text inside there. Padding is going to be 5 pixels on the top and bottom, and then finally 10 pixels on the left and right. And the last thing is just going to be border radius, and that's going to be 3 pixels, and it just curves the corners ever so slightly. All right, and that's it. We're done with that. So copy those bits of style right there, go back to here, and let's paste it in there. I'll replace this height 50 pixels that we did before, give it a save, and we are done with that. So you can see I refresh the page, and I still have my text box with all the style in. Okay, great. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on the JavaScript that's going to execute when you start typing, which will actually do the search for us. So what we'll do first is execute some code when the user stops, because like I showed you last time, we're going to do a search, and as soon as the user stops typing, it will then do the search. So it won't do the search every single time they type something, it will just do it when they stop for 500 milliseconds or something, okay? So when we think they're done, or when there's a pause, we'll then go and get the results. We don't want to do it after every letter because we're making a lot of requests, whereas this way, if we wait just a little bit of time, it saves us having to do a ton of requests. So let's go back to our text editor, and I just noticed that I have this extra curly bracket. You guys probably don't have that. I think I probably did that accidentally, but if you have this extra curly bracket at the bottom of your CSS, just get rid of that. But anyway, yeah, go back to our search.php page. And underneath this results part, we're going to write some JavaScript here. We won't do it inside the JavaScript file because we want to execute one piece of PHP to get the username of the user logged in. So we can just write some JavaScript here. So what I've done is I've created a script block which allows us to execute some JavaScript code in here. Now we're going to do some jQuery to be more specific. So what I'm going to do is say $, and then in parentheses, I'm just going to write function like this. So what I've done is I've created an anonymous function right here, which is just basically a little bit of code which you can execute, just a code block basically. And all we're going to do is start by creating the username. So we're going to say var username equals, and inside single quotes, we're going to execute the PHP to get the username of the user logged in. So what we're going to do is inside the single quotes, open up a PHP block, and then close it off. And inside there, we're just going to say echo, and then user logged in, like that, which of course comes from the header file, which just contains a username, and then put a semicolon at the end of that line. So that JavaScript variable will now contain just the string of the user logged in, so the username. What we're then going to do is just declare a timer, but don't set it to anything yet, so just like that. And then underneath there, we're going to add an event handler to the text box. So inside parentheses, so inside $, parentheses, and double quotes, we're then going to say dot search input, which is of course this text box up here, and then we're going to say dot key up. So this is an event on key up, so when you type something, we're going to say function like that, so an anonymous function inside there. And the first thing we'll do is clear the timeout, and this is very similar to what we did on the watch page where we had the video itself, and every time the user stopped moving the mouse for 2 seconds, we hid the top bar with the video title in. So yeah, what we're going to do is clear the timeout first, so pass timer in there. And then underneath there, we're going to set a new timer. So timer equals set timeout, like this. and then function. Okay, so what we're doing is we're clearing the original timer, so the one that's currently set, and then we're creating a new one, or rather setting this variable to be a new timer. And all I'm going to do first, just so it's not too complicated right now, we're just going to say var val equals, and then $, parentheses, double quotes, and then inside there put dot search input, and then just say dot val, which is the value of the text box. So anything, this is the text that's inside the text box. And then all we'll do is just console.log it for now, just so we can see what it is, okay? So that's it. I'll put that there. And then underneath that, we have to do one more thing. After the closing curly brace there, we're going to put a comma and then put the amount of time that you want to pass before it will do this. So we're just going to say 500 milliseconds, so half a second, all right? So give that a save. And then I'll go back to our site and let's try it out. So I'll go back to our site here, and I've refreshed the page. I'm going to click on inspect and open up the browser console by clicking the console tab. And when I stop typing, you can see it adds, it logs what we had in the text box. So when I stop typing for 500 milliseconds, it will, show us what we got. But as I'm typing like this, nothing's being logged. But as soon as I stop typing, there we go. All right. So all that's going to happen is we're going to change it from, instead of logging this, just go and get the search results. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we set up this little search timer right here and made it so that when we stop typing after 500 milliseconds, it will log this for us. Of course, what we're actually going to do is do an AJAX call to get the search results, so we're not going to log this right here. So let's go ahead and do that. In this video, we'll make an AJAX call and probably just output some text, okay? So what I'm going to do is create a new file and give this a save. And I'm going to save it in the AJAX folder, and I'll just save it as get search results.php. Alright, there you go. And what I'll do is copy the contents of getProgress.php, another AJAX file we wrote. So copy all of that code from getProgress.php, and I'll just paste it in there. It's quite a good start point for us. I'll get rid of all the query in the middle. We don't need that. And we do want to keep the username parameter, but then we don't want this video ID parameter. Instead, we're going to have a parameter called term. So all I've done is replace the video ID parameter with a term parameter. And of course, you can update this error message to say no term or username passed into file. And for now, what I'll do is just echo hello like that, just so we can see something. In fact, I'll even append it with the term. So I'll just say dot, and I'll just copy and paste this right here, just so we can see something when we type. Okay. So this obviously will be deleting in probably in the next video, but just put that there so we can see something. And then in here, instead of having console.log, we're going to just make the call to that file via AJAX. So what we'll do first, though, is just say if val is not equal to an empty string, so just empty double quotes, inside there is where we're going to do the AJAX call, but real quick we'll just say else, and then what we'll do is just remove any results from this div, because what's going to happen is when they type something, they're going to get results like this, but then if they get rid of it, so there's nothing in there, we get rid of the results that were there. So we'll do that. So all we need to do is just say $, parentheses, double quotes, and the element class was results like that. So we'll just say dot results, and then we'll just say dot HTML, and inside there we'll just put an empty string, so empty double quotes, and just put a semicolon, and that will essentially just clear that results div and get rid of anything that's in there. So yeah, let's make the AJAX call to here then. It's going to be a real simple one. We'll just say $.post like this. Inside there, we'll do the path to the AJAX file, which we know is just AJAX/get search results.php. Okay, put a comma after that string, and this is going to be the data we'll pass in. So the term, remember that's what we've called it. Remember here, we've called it term. So the term variable is going to be just val, this variable right here. And then we'll say comma, and then we'll just say username is going to be the username variable we also created up here. All right. Put a comma after the curly brackets right there, and then we'll just say function, and this will be the code that will be executed once we return from that AJAX call. And all we're going to do, I'll copy this line, paste it in there, and instead of an empty string right there, we're going to have data. So, I forgot to put a data variable inside this function part. So inside that function tag, just put a data variable like that. And then we'll just put that same variable in here. So the data variable is going to be the output that's returned from this page. All right. So anything that's output when we make a call to this page will be inside this data variable. And we're just saying put it inside there. Let's give that a save and see what we got. So I'll refresh the page. I'm on the wrong site. I'll refresh this page. Okay, and I'll start typing hello. And you can see what it's done. You can just about see it. It's echoed hello followed by the term. And remember, I started with hello right here and just appended it with the term. So hello wasn't the best one to test with. If I just say hi, you'll see it changes. If I do a smiley face or something, you'll see it's appending it as we go. So when I start typing, it's not making a call, but as soon as I stop, it makes the call and then just brings back that. Okay, so there you go, it's working. Obviously, what we need to do is replace this with the actual call to get the search results and echo them here, and then it'll automatically be added. We're actually done with this file, I think. I think that's it. That's all we need to do. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we're making this AJAX request when the user stops typing, it's time to actually add some actual content here. So instead of just echoing this right here, we're going to actually do something meaningful. So we're just going to get the search results, but we're going to do it in its own class so it's a bit more organized. So I'll create a new file and give this a save. I'm going to save it in the classes folder, so includes classes, and this file is going to be called search results provider. So search results provider.php. Give it a save, and we'll open up the PHP block and close it off, and inside there we'll say class search results provider, and put your curly brackets too. Now we'll have two private variables, just like we've done before, so con and username. So there we go, and we'll also do a constructor, so public function underscore underscore. Once again, that's two underscores, and then construct like this, and then put your curly brackets on, and then we'll just take the con variable as a parameter, and then also the username variable as a parameter, and then all that's left to do is to assign these variables to these properties right here. So we'll say this arrow con equals con, and then underneath that we'll just say this arrow username equals username, and that's it. We're done. We've set that up. Great. Now we'll make a call to a function. So public function get results. Okay. Now this is going to take one parameter, which is just the input text. So what's going to happen is we'll create an instance of this class, and then we're just going to call this function here and pass in the search term that the user entered. So in order to use this class, we have to go back to this AJAX file and actually include it. So I'm copying that require once right there, and what I'm going to do is say includes, and instead of config.php, I'm going to write classes slash, and this file search results provider.php. Okay, great. So now we can use that. So let's actually call that function from here. So inside this if statement, we'll just say search results provider. In fact, that's a long name, so if you really want, you can just say search results provider srp equals new search results provider like this. And inside there, we'll just put the connection variable, and then we'll also put in the username, which we know comes from here. So let's take that and put it in there. So the reason I'm using SRP there is because firstly, this is a long thing to type out, and secondly, we're only going to use this in 2 lines on this page, so we don't really need a descriptive variable name. It's only going to be right here, so you always be able to see what type it is. It's quite a common thing to do when you have long name alternatives, but the code isn't really going to be used in many places. So all we're going to do is just say echo, and we'll make a call to that function we just wrote. So SRP, search results provider, arrow, and then get results, and then we need to pass in the search term, which we know just comes from here. So let's take that and pass it into there, and then put a semicolon, and that's it. We're done there. So we're calling that function. All we have to do is to actually implement that function now. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're going to continue with this now, and what we need to do is make a call to get the entities that we want to display. So based on the term that the user's entered, we'll go to the database and get all the entities that match that search term. So we'll do that in the entities provider class, because that's what it's for, getting entities. So go to the entity provider class, open that up, and then let's scroll down to the bottom. And what I'm going to do is just copy one of these functions. So this one will do. I'll copy that whole function, that get movie entities function, paste it below that. All right, and we're going to keep a lot of this, but we'll change a lot of it too. So I'll scroll up to the query itself. It's going to be a real simple function, this. So this is way more complicated than the function we're about to write. So all we're going to do is say select all from entities where name and then like. Inside there, we'll say concat, like this for concatenate. And what this does is it just joins a string up. And what we'll do is join a %, like this, in single quotes, and then put a placeholder for term, so colon term, and then put another comma, and then just do another %. And then finally, we'll just say limit 30, okay? So to explain that, we're saying select all from entities where the name, so that's that name column, so the name of the entity is like, and then what we're doing is taking whatever text the user entered and putting 2% symbols before and after it, okay? And then just saying only retrieve a maximum of 30 results. So if you don't know, like queries in MySQL work in the sense that they will find results that are like something that's entered. So we're saying like this search term. Now, when you put a %, for example, before it, it's saying find anything which has any number of letters and then ends with your search term. So if my search term is panther, is my search term, it will return Black Panther, it will return Pink Panther, because it's searching for any number of letters. And the same if you have a % symbol after it. If you have a % symbol after it, it will return any number of letters after that too. So for example, if your search term was just a % before, it would only return Pink Panther, Black Panther, but it would not return Panther Man. That's now a superhero, I guess, but it wouldn't return something called Panther Man because this is saying, because there's no % afterwards, so it's saying it has to end in this. Whereas if you had a % afterwards, it would return it because it's searching for any number of letters after this too. So that's what the % symbols do. So yeah, that's our query. Now we don't need any of this, so get rid of that if statement. Also get rid of this part here and just keep the prepare right there. And then we're going to get rid of this if statement as well. So get rid of that. Okay. And then we're going to keep this part here, both of these lines, but we're going to change the placeholder, of course, to be term, this one up here. And then we don't need this because it's not an integer, so get rid of that too. Now, we're going to change this, but it won't be limit, of course. It's going to come from the term variable, which I just realized I didn't actually change these. So let's get rid of these two. So category ID and limit are going, and we're going to instead use a term variable, and then just put that term variable inside here like that. Okay, I'll change the function name in just a second, but we're actually nearly done. We're going to take this, leave this as is, and then all we're going to do is instead of putting the row ID in there, just put row like that, and that's it. So let's change the function name now. So we'll change this to get search entities, and then that's it, the function's done. So it's just a real search implementation for us, and then we'll go back to here in search results provider, and we'll just call that function. So we'll say entities equals, and then we'll say entity provider ::, and then get search entities like that. Okay, and this takes two parameters, this arrow con for the connection variable, and then finally input text, which was passed into this function. Okay, but since we're using the entity provider here, we have to go back to here and include it. So because it's using it inside this class, but it doesn't actually have that anywhere in here because we included it before on the header file, but since you don't have the header file on this page, we have to include it again in here. So make sure you remember to include entity provider like that. Okay, but there's another thing we need to include, and that is the entity class because we're using that in there. Okay. So inside the entity provider, we have the entity class, so make sure you remember to include that. So go back to here, get search results.php, and then copy and paste that and include the entity class as well. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we have the entities returned from our search, what we're going to do is just output those. Now, we've already written the code for this actually, so if I open up the category containers file, and then go to get category HTML, and scroll down, we're going to take everything from this last return statement all the way up to this if statement here. So just this code here, the return, all the way up to this if statement, copy that. We're going to paste that, and we'll do it in a new function. So I'll create a new function here, private function, and we'll call this get result, or get result HTML, all right? And I'll just paste that in there. Now we need to add a parameter to this function, and we'll just say entities like that, okay? And it's the same one that's used here. So all it's doing is checking if the entities array has anything in it. If there's nothing, it will then just return without doing anything. But if it does have entities in there, it will then go to the preview provider and create the little preview squares that we've used throughout the course so far, and then just output it in some HTML like that, okay? So there's that function, great. What we're going to do is just call that function from in here. But just before we do that, we're going to wrap it first in some other HTML. So we'll say HTML equals, and I'll create a div inside of a string, so div, and then the class of that is going to be preview categories, okay, and then we're going to give it another class though. So after preview categories, I'm going to say no scroll, then close that div off, okay. Remember to put that closing angle bracket on there, and then put a semicolon, and then we're going to say HTML, and then dot equals to append to this string, and we'll just say this arrow, and then get result HTML, this function we created below, and we'll pass in the entities to that. So this variable right here, just pass that in there. Okay, and to finish off, we'll just return, and we'll put the HTML variable, and then dot, and then just put the closing div for that element above, like that. Okay, so that's the closing div for this element right here. Give that a save, and I think that's all we need to do. We will need to actually include the preview provider though, so go back to get search results and include the preview provider code too. So paste that below and just change this to preview provider.php. Okay, there you go. Give it a save and let's try it out now. So if I refresh the page, I'll search. Okay, and I get some errors. That's okay, but at least we're getting something. And you can see this looks quite nice. So undefined variable category ID in search results provider. So it just sounds like something I haven't deleted yet. So go to search results provider. I think it was line 33 it said. So yeah, category ID right here. I just realized we don't actually need this because we're not using that in this. We're just returning all the search results. So get rid of that. We're not going to have any titles or categories separation. So get rid of those two and give it a save, and it should be good then now. Both of those errors should go away. So I'll type something out. I'd say the, and you can see we got our search results, and if I delete some letters, you'll see it adds more results. And then from there, I can click on these, and it will take me to that entity page. So that's it. Our search results page is working. You can now search for variables. And yeah, if I've searched for the, and I click on any of these, and you'll see that it's got the in the name like that. So that's it. We have quite a simple implementation of a search page, but it allows the users to search for any shows they want. Hey guys, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is work on the profile page. So that will be this page right here. If I show you on the finished version of the site, you can see it's going to have the user details section where they can change their first name, last name, and email address, and then a way for them to update the password too. And it'll also have this part down here which handles the subscription because we will eventually be allowing the user to sign up or subscribe to our site. So for now, of course, we're going to do these two, and we'll come to this subscription part a little bit later on. So let's go ahead and get started. What we'll do first is create the page and then just create this form and that form, and then we'll style it, okay? So go back to your text editor, and this was called profile.php. When we did the navbar, we called it profile.php. So let's create that right now. I'll create a new file, give it a save, and we're going to save it in the root of our folder, of course, because that's where all the pages go, and it would just be called profile.php. Okay, save it, and this is going to have a PHP block at the top, and we're going to include the header as well. So we'll say require _once, and inside there we'll put the path to the header file, which is includes /header.php. All right, there's our header file. So let's just refresh the page and make sure that works, and you can see we have this. Great. Let's go ahead and create that form now. So I'll start by creating a div right here, and this will have the class of settings container. So settings container like that, and we'll also give it a class of column, and this will be used when we come to style this. Inside there we're going to create another div, so div, and this will have the class of form section. So class equals form section, okay, and then inside there we'll actually create the form itself, so a form tag, all right, like this. And then we'll get rid of the action part because we're going to submit this and it's going to go to the page we're on, so we don't even need to specify an action. And then we'll just say method equals post, okay, like that, if I can spell post, that is. All right, so method equals post, like that. And then in there, let's go ahead and add the title tag. So we'll say h2, and this will just be user details. And then what we're going to do underneath that is create 3 input fields, so text boxes. So input, and the type is going to be equal to text, because it's a text input, and then we'll say name equals first name, and this will be the first name text box, of course. So this is what we use when we want to reference the data. When we submit the form, we'll use this name to retrieve the data from inside this text box. The placeholder for this is going to be first name. So placeholder equals first name. This is, of course, what the user sees when they don't have any text in their text box. And then that's it for now. We will put a value in there, but not just yet. So let's take that and we'll copy and paste that below 2 more times. And this one's going to be last name. So change that one to last name. Change the placeholder to last name like that. This one's going to be the email text box. So what we want to do is change this type equals text to be type equals email like that. We'll then change the name to email, and then finally we'll change the placeholder as well to email like that. All right. And then let's go ahead and put a submit button in there. So I'll say input. Input. We're not going to do type equals text. We'll do type equals submit, and then this will have the name of save details button like that, and then the value of this, so the text on the button, is just going to be save like that. Let's go ahead and refresh the page and see what we have. So I'm refreshing that page, and you can see we have this right here. Now a lot of it's been styled from the we did this style on the sign up and login pages. Because we've used the same column style, it's taken the same style, so that's why we still have some style there. But yeah, don't worry, we will fix that. It will be looking like this, so just bear with me. So let's go ahead and copy and paste that form below for the password section. So what we'll do is take not just the form, but this whole div with the class form section. So I'm taking all that, copying it, pasting it just below that. So we're still inside this settings container div, but just underneath this form section div. Paste that in there. And we'll change the header, so h2, to update password. So update password, and then the type isn't going to be text on these; it's going to be password. It's going to be password on all of them actually. So you may as well change all those now. So type equals password, and type equals password. The name is going to be old password. All right, this one's going to be new password, if I can spell password, and this one's going to be new password 2. So new password 2. And then let's just change the placeholders. This one, of course, is going to be old password. This one will be new password, and the last one is going to be confirm password. If I can spell confirm password like that. Okay. In fact, let's even just write confirm new password, just to make it a little bit clearer. And then we'll change the name of the button to save, not save details button. We'll call it save password button, like that. All right, so let's give that a refresh now, and we should see 2 forms. We've got this one for the user details, and this one for the password. So, of course, they won't do anything yet when we submit them, but for now, that's a good start. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we created these 2 forms here, one for the user to update their first name, last name and email, and one for them to update their password. What we're going to do now is fill these text boxes with the current values. So when the page loads, we'll fill the user's first name, their current last name and their current email. But when they want to change it, if there's an error when they submit the form, we'll remember their last entered value. So for example, on this page right here, you'll notice if I refresh the page, I just see my email address there, but let's say I get an email wrong, I make it an invalid email address, and I submit that form. This time it's remembered the last entered value, okay? So there's 2 scenarios. So let's go back and do that now. So going back to your text editor, what we're going to do is take the user's first name, last name, and email, of course, and just put them in here. And to do that, we need to have a user class. I've just noticed we haven't actually created that yet. It hasn't really been a time we've needed it in this course until now. So let's just do that now. So we'll go to... We'll go and create a new file, and I'll save this in the includes and then classes folder, and we'll just call this user.php. This is usually one of the first classes we make in the courses, so it's strange that we haven't needed it until now. So we'll say class user, and then we need private variables, one for the connection variable, and then one for the SQL data. Okay. And then what we'll do underneath there is create the constructor. So I'll say public function underscore underscore construct, like that. And inside there, we of course want to do a connection variable, and the second parameter is going to be the username. This is the username of the user object we want to create. So let's go ahead and set this. We'll say this arrow con equals con, like that. Now we want to get the SQL data from here now, so what we need to do is actually write a query to get that. So it's real simple. We'll just say query equals con arrow prepare. We'll make sure you spell that right. Prepare, and inside there, the query is just going to be select all from users where username equals, and then put a placeholder in there for the username, just like that. And then we just need to bind to that. So I'll say query arrow bind value, and we're going to bind to the username placeholder, and then the value is just going to be the username variable, like that. And then we just need to execute the query. So query arrow execute, like that. And then finally, we're just going to set this arrow SQL data to be query arrow fetch, and inside there put PDO colon colon, and then fetch the associative array, fetch a sock, like that. And that's it. So what we've done is we've done a query, so selecting the row from the table which has this username, and we've just stored the SQL data, so the data returned from that row, and stuck it in there. So underneath there, we're just going to write a couple of functions that we'll need. We of course want to take the first name, last name, and email, so we need to write some functions to get those. We'll say public function get first name, and then we'll just return this arrow, and then SQL data, and inside the square brackets just put first name. That's the column for the first name. We'll copy and paste that function below. So copy that, paste it below, and this will be get last name, and we do the same. I think you can kind of figure this out on your own now. So get last name, and we'll do it one more time for the username. So get username, and the name of the column is just username, and that should be good. So let's go and try that out now. We'll go back to here in the profile.php. We first need to include that. So go to the header file. So header, and then we're going to include that user class. So I'll paste that there and include user.php. There we go. And we can close that header file down now. So yeah, underneath this header, this h2 tag, I'm going to open a PHP block, and I'll close it off as well. And inside there, we're going to create an instance of this user object. So we'll say user equals new user. Pass in the connection variable, and then the username, which we know is user logged in. This comes from the header file, remember. It's the same one that we've been using throughout the course so far. And then what we'll do is create three variables, one for the first name, one for the last name, and one for the email. So we'll say first name equals, now remember there's going to be two scenarios, one in which the user has just submitted the form, in which case we'll take that value that was last entered, and everything else, which is when we would take the current value of their first name. So we want to check if the form was submitted, and we can do that just by saying is set, and inside there we want to check for $_post, square brackets, double quotes, and put the name of the text box, which is first name, in there. Remember, we're using the post variable because our form was submitted with the post method, like that. So after that, we'll do a question mark, and that means if this was set, so if is set returns true, we'll just take that value right there, and then put a colon, and this is where we want to call that get first name function we just wrote. So we'll say user arrow get first name, like that. Now, we have this value now, we may as well just echo it just to see. So I'll just echo first name like that. And let's refresh the page and see if we get the correct value. So I've clicked on that. You can see it's got my value right there. That's not in the text box, of course. I've just echoed it to the page, but I just want to see that that works and make sure there's no errors, and that the function is just working as it should. So that's good. Let's do the same for the other ones now. So I'll delete that echo, and what I'll do is copy and paste that line for the first name below. I'll do it 2 more times. So this one, of course, is going to be last name, and then we'll change this to the same name as the last name text box, which is just last name. Do the same in this one too. And then finally, this is going to be a call to the get last name function. And then let's just do the same thing for the email. So the variable's going to be called email. The name we want to check for is email in there, and then finally this is get email. Okay, so we should have those 3 values now. Let's put them in the text box and then we'll be done with this. So after the placeholder, we're going to say value equals, in double quotes, let's just open a PHP block up and say echo first name, because at this point it will either have the value entered from the form or the user's actual first name. And then what we'll do is we'll just take this again. So take the whole value part, paste it in the last name one, change this to the last name variable, and then do the same thing one more time for the email. So change this variable to email, and then let's go and try this out. So I'm refreshing the page, and we have an error. So we have an undefined method get email. Let me just check what I called it. So why did I do get username? I really don't know why I did that. I mean, I called the function get username name, which doesn't even make sense. So yeah, let's fix that. That's supposed to be get email. I'm sure a lot of you were screaming at the computer thinking, what is he doing? Well, yeah, this is supposed to be get email. This should be email because we're getting the email row. So yeah, I don't know why I did that. Let's just refresh the page and pretend that never happened. So okay, this is working now. But let's also try it out. If I submit the form with some other value, I think that has to be an email address. So let's take away the .com and then click save. And you can see it's now got that value. And the same if I put some values in there. You'll see when I submit the form, it's going to use those values. But then if I click on the URL bar and press enter, they go back to normal. So yeah, it's all working as it should. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do in this video is style these forms. So I'll do it in the browser. So I'm going to right click on the page, click inspect, which will open up the developer tools. And then we're going to go ahead and find the settings container element. So this one right here, so the one with the class settings container. And we'll start by giving that padding on the top. So padding top of 60px. We'll then say the background color is going to be transparent, so it gets rid of that white background you were seeing previously. We'll then say the width is going to be 80%. We want it to be quite a wide form. And then we'll say margin left. So margin left is going to be auto. And then margin right is also going to be auto, which should center this in the page. Just like that. You see we've got an automatic margin on either side. And then if we resize the page, you can see it moves with it. So that's good. Let's copy those styles, those CSS styles, I mean. And we'll go back to our style sheet. And right at the bottom, I'm going to say dot settings container. And then paste that in there. Give it a save, and let's just refresh the page to make sure we still see that. So I don't see it, so I'll clear the browser cache, and now I see it. Great. Let's do this H2 because it's the right color right now. So we'll just make that white, and it's real simple. So I'll do it in here instead of in the browser. We'll just say dot settings container and then H2, and we'll just say color is going to be white. So $FFF. Okay, save that, refresh the page, and you can see that goes white. Great. Okay, let's move on to the form sections. So these elements underneath the settings container. So we'll style this in the browser. So we're going to say display is going to be flex. Flex direction is going to be column. Margin is going to be 20 pixels and then 0 pixels on the left and right. So 20 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. We're then going to say border bottom. And then we'll say 1 pixel thickness, and then a solid line, and then # DE, DE, DE as the color. So you can see it's added this border on the bottom there. And finally, let's just add a little bit of padding on the bottom. So padding bottom like that, and then put 20 pixels. So 20 pixels on the bottom, and then copy those lines of style. Go back to your style sheet, and let's add that in here. We'll say dot settings container, and then dot form section like that. Paste that in there, give it a save, and let's refresh the page now. So do we see it? I think we do. Let me just check. Yeah, I still see it, so we're good. Alright, just 2 more things to do. These text boxes and then the button as well. So let's do the text boxes first. I'll just do any one of these. So click on any of the text boxes, and let's just say the width is going to be 300px. So of course we'll only see this applied to one of them until we put it into our style sheet, but that's okay. So 300 pixel width. We'll then say height is going to be 40 pixels. Font size is going to be 15 pixels. Margin is going to be 5 pixels on the top and bottom, and then nothing on the left and right. We'll get rid of the border, so border is going to be none. The border radius is going to be 3 pixels, so slightly curved on the corners. And then finally, the padding is going to be 0 on the top and bottom, and then 5 pixels left and right, like that. Alright, so that's added some padding inside the text box, and that's good. So let's copy that, and then go back to your style sheet, and right at the bottom, we'll say .settings container form, and then input, and then in square brackets, we'll just say type equals, and then double quotes, text, like this. Alright, and I'll put the curly brackets and paste that in there, but then what I'm going to do is copy this line here. Let's copy that without the curly bracket, and then put a comma, paste it below, and do it again, comma, paste it below, and we'll just change this to type email, and then finally type password, because we want the text box, the email box, and the password boxes to have the same style. So give that a save. Let's refresh the page and make sure we still see it, and we do. All of these fields look the same. Okay, so now we just got to style the button, and you can see it's already got a style, so you can leave it as it is, but on this one I've got a red button, so I'll just show you how to change that to use the same red that I have there. We'll go .settings container, let me just scroll up a little bit for you. So settings container, form, and then input, square brackets, type equals, and then submit, just like that. And then all I'm going to do is say background color. It's going to be # DC1928. That's the color for the red I was using. I also changed the width as well, but like I said, if you want to leave this out, you can. So I said width 100px, and then I also said height was 40px, like that. So let's give that a save and see what that looks like. So I refresh the page, and you can see it's now kind of the same as that. So yeah, if you want to use that, you can. And that's it then, for the most part. I can see I've got quite a lot of space up here, and that's because of the H2. So if you really want, you can go back and get rid of the margin from the H2. So in this line here, you can just say margin 0, like that. Now refresh the page, you'll see this space at the top should be reduced a little bit, like that. Maybe we'll keep the margin on the bottom actually, so I'll just change this to margin top, and then refresh the page. And you'll see we get this now, so it's entirely up to you. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's good enough for what we want. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're ready to handle the actual form submission, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll go back to our text editor, and we'll go back to profile.php, and what we're going to do is right at the top, above this opening div, we'll write the code to handle the form submission, and in fact we'll do it inside this if statement, of course, because we need to execute some PHP code. So inside that if statement, under the require once part, we're going to write some code. We'll say if, and then is set, and inside there we want to check if $_post, so the post variable contains and whatever the name of our button was. So the name of our submit button is save details button. So we know if that's in the post data variable, we know the form was submitted. So we can say if is set, like that. We know that inside there we can go ahead and process the form submission. Now we're going to reuse the account class for this. If you remember when we did the login function and the register functions, we created an account class. If I open it up for you, you'll see it, and it's got the register function, the login function. It's also got these validation functions as well, which validate the first name, the last name. So we're going to reuse this class. So what we'll do is create a new instance of that class. So we'll say account equals new account, and this just takes the one parameter, which is the connection variable to the database. So pass that in there. And then what we'll do is just call a function on this account object, which will update the user's details. But before we do that, we're going to take the first name, last name, and email that were entered and just sanitize them. So again, if you remember, we had this form sanitizer class, which has these functions in. So it sanitizes a string for us, username, passwords, emails. So we're going to reuse that. So I'll go back to profile.php, and what we're going to do is just say first name equals, and then we'll say form sanitizer, okay, colon, and then the name of the function we'll do is just sanitize, sanitize form string, like this. So I'll copy that function name, paste that there, and it takes a string as the parameter, and of course the string we want to use is $_post, and in square brackets, in double quotes, we need to actually say the name, which is just first name here. You can see the name of our first name text box is first name. So take that and paste that in there. Okay, so we're passing the first name that was entered into this sanitizing function. It will sanitize the data and then assign it back to this variable. Let's copy and paste that and do the same for last name. So I'll change this to last name, and the name is also last name as well. We can keep the function name as sanitized form string, and we'll do the same thing for the email. So paste that there. This will be email, and then the function isn't sanitized form string though, it's sanitized form email. So that one right there, I'll take that and paste that in there, and then I'll change this to email as well. Email. Okay, so that's just going to sanitize the data for us, because we don't want to save the user's first name, last name, or email in some format that we don't want to support. So it just kind of cleanses the data for us. And now in there, all we're going to do is call this update details function that we're about to write on the account class. So obviously we haven't done that yet, so let's go back to the account class and let's do that. So I'll close down this form sanitizer class. We're not actually doing anything with that, so we don't need that. And yeah, what we'll do is we'll create a function in here. You can create it wherever you want. I'll just do it at the top just to keep it simple for you guys, but feel free to move it further down the file if you want. We'll say public function, and this function is going to be called update details. Okay, and it will take 4 parameters. We're going to pass in the first name, so we'll say fn. We're going to pass in the last name, so ln. We'll pass in the email, so em, and then finally we'll pass in a username, so we'll just put un there. Okay. So there you go, there's our 4 parameters. And then what we need to do is call the validation functions we've wrote. So if you remember, we have an error array, and what we do is we call these validation functions, and if the data is invalid, it will add an error into this array. So we know that by the time we get to the end of all the validation, if this array is still empty, we know it's valid data. So what we need to do is validate the first name, last name, and email. Now, you can validate the first name and last name using these 2 functions we have right here. In the register function, you'll see we have validate first name and validate last name. We can reuse those. So I'm actually going to copy both of those lines and just put them in there. Great, that's the first name and last name validation handled. We're okay. Now, we want to do the email one, but we can't use the existing email one because in that one we're checking 2 emails to see if they match, and we're not doing that now. So what we need to do is write a slightly different one. So what I'll do is scroll down to the function where we validate the emails, and I'm going to copy this whole function and paste it below. So I'm copying that whole validate emails function, and then I'll paste it underneath. And I'm going to call this function validate new email, just like that. Now, it won't take an em2 variable, but it will take a username variable. Now, I'll explain why in a second, but just to be clear, it's taking an email variable, so em, and then it's also taking a parameter for the username, so un. So no email2 parameter. And what I'm going to do is delete this if statement here. We don't need that. We're going to keep this one, though. That can stay exactly the same. And all we're going to do is modify this query here. We're going to say select all from users where email equals em, and then we're going to say and then we'll say username is not equal to a UN placeholder. So remember, that's username not equal to. So this is all we've added to that, okay? So we need to bind to that, and I'll explain that query in a second, but let's just bind the variable first. So UN, and then bind it to the username variable. Okay, and we can leave this as is, and then we can also leave this as is. So what we're doing is we're saying select all from users where email equals this and username is not equal to this username. Now, the reason we need to check this username as well in this query is because when the page loads, this text box is going to be filled with the current email value, so the current email that we have set. Now, if I was to click save, it's going to take this email that I currently have set, and it's going to go and do a check if anyone's got this email set, and then it will find a row, and that's because I have it set. So it's going to find a row, and it's going to say this email is already taken, and it's going to show me an error saying this email is already taken, but the person who's using it is me. So what we're going to say is select all from users where the email equals that, but also ones that aren't ours. So that's fine, everything else can stay the same, and all we're going to do is go up to the top and call this function now. So just do the same thing below. We'll say this arrow validate new email, and we'll pass in the email variable, and then we'll also pass in the UN for username variable as well. And that's it. The validation is done. All we have to do is actually update the details. Hey everyone, how's it going? So we're in the middle of writing our code which will handle this form submission for the user details, and this is obviously going to update the user's first name, last name, and email. Last time we wrote the code which will validate their first name, last name, and email. So we haven't actually got to the point where we're updating the data yet. But what we'll do before we do that is just check that the error array is empty. So that means that the validation will pass. Because remember, if this error array is empty, it means that all the data was valid and no errors were inserted. Because when it's not valid, we'll insert an error into this array. So what we're going to do is say if and then empty, and then inside there we're going to pass in the array we want to check, and we'll just say this arrow error array. Okay, so we're checking that error array to make sure it's empty. Now if it's empty, we want to update data. Okay, and then if it's not empty, we're just going to return false. And inside the if statement, we're going to return the result of the query. So if it updates successfully, it's going to return true. If it doesn't, it'll return false. But for now, I'm just going to return true, and then we'll replace that when we actually come to write that query. That means that if it's inside here, it won't ever get to this point. Okay. So I'm going to give that a save, and let's go ahead and give that a try. So I'll go back to profile.php, and we need to actually call this function now. So we're going to say if, and then we're going to call that function. We're going to say account arrow, and then update details. Inside there, we're going to pass in the first name, which we know is this first name variable. We need to pass in the last name, so last name. We need to pass in the email, so email. And then finally, we need to pass in the username. And for this, we can just pass in the user logged in variable, which is in the header. So user logged in, and then put the curly brackets on. So this is going to return off true or false based on whether it worked or not. If it returned false, it means something went wrong. If it returned true, it knows it. We know it worked. So we can just we could do something in here like show a success message to the user. I'll just say success for now, and we'll come back to that. And then we can say else, and this means failure. So in fact, I'll actually echo those two words. I'll say echo success just to test it out, and then I'm going to do the same thing underneath, and I'll just echo failure, and just make sure well, we can see what happens. So I'll refresh the page, and I'm going to submit the data, so we can just click save, and it will actually submit this. So we have an error message, and this is exactly why I waited so long before doing the navigation menu. Now you can just about make this stuff out, but it's not quite as simple. What you can do if you want to read this error message, and maybe there's something in the way, just click inspect, and you can actually see the error message right here. You see in the console, I can see it right here. So it's saying account not found, and yeah, that's because when we did the register and login functions, we included the account class right on the page. So let's go and add that. I mean, we could add it to the header, but this is a class that I know for a fact we're only ever going to use on this page, so we may as well just include it here. So in the header.php, we included a bunch of files, just so we didn't have to think about whether we need it on this page and that page. But with the account class, I know for a fact we're only going to use it here. So we can just say includes classes and then account.php. And we're going to need to include the form sanitizer as well, so I'll paste that below. And it's going to be form sanitizer. Now, do we need the constants one? Let me just check the header and see if we've got that. So we don't have the constants file either. And the constants file, just to remind you, is where we're inserting the error messages. You'll see these things right here. So we need to include the constants file too. So I'll copy and paste that below one more time, and this will be constants.php. Alright, let's go and give that a try now. So I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see success in the top right there, just about make it out. So that worked. What I'm going to do is make this email invalid like that, and you should see failure at the top. So I'll press submit, and you can see failure because this wasn't a valid one. So what we need to do now is actually output an error message to the user. So you can see right here, I output this error message if it didn't work. So let's do something like that. But yeah, for now we can see that the valid data is passing, and we're ready to actually insert it. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now this will echo success or failure based on whether this update details function returned true or false. Remember, it will return true if everything worked, but it will return false if the update didn't work for whatever reason. So what we'll do now is, instead of returning true here, we're going to change this and actually update the user's details and then return the result of that. So get rid of both of these lines, and in the if statement we'll write our query. We'll say query equals this arrow con arrow prepare, and then inside there we're going to write our query, and we'll just say update users set first name equal to, and then put a first name placeholder, so we'll just say fn, and then we'll do the same for last name, so comma last name equals, and then ln, put another comma, we'll do email equals, and then do an EM placeholder. And then I'll press enter and go to the line below, and I'll do a where clause here. So I'll say where, and then username equals, and then I'll do a username placeholder too, so UN like that. And that's it, that's our query. We do need to bind to these placeholders now. So we'll say query arrow bind value. And first we'll do the FN, the first name placeholder, and the value of this is of course going to be FN, which is this first name variable up here. Alright, copy and paste that line below. And we'll do the same for LN, so LN instead of FN, same there. And then we'll do it again, it should be EM, and then EM, the variable, which of course comes from there again. And then finally, we'll do that one more time. This will be UN for username, and we'll do the same with the username variable. And then the last thing to do is just return query arrow execute like this. Okay, that's it, we're done with that. So that should work now. If I go back to here, what I'm going to do is press enter and refresh the page. Okay, we don't see that echo on there anymore. Great. What I'll do is press save without changing anything. So this is all valid data, so I should see success because it worked, right? And again, just to be sure, if I delete the .com part from the email, it's no longer valid data, so I should see failure, which I do. What I'll do then is try and actually update this for real. So instead of using reese@gmail.com, I'll use reese123@gmail.com. Okay, press enter. We see success. Let's go check the table to see if it worked. So on the user table, I haven't refreshed this yet, so we're still seeing the old email. If I refresh the table now, we now see the new one. Great. And just to be sure, if I just click on the URL bar and press enter, we haven't submitted the form, so it's used the value from the database, which is reese123. And that's it, it's working now. So you can make sure it works with the names if you want as well. I'll change that to John, for example, and then just make sure in the table when I refresh it, I see the name change there. So yeah, that's it. We are now able to update the user details, and just to be sure that it's not updating on failure, so this hasn't worked, okay, and you're going to see that the email the email won't have changed, and it's still valid, so it only does it on success. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we're able to update first name, last name, and email, but what we need to do is output an actual error message to the user instead of just saying success or failure. So this is really easy. Let's go back to profile.php, and we're going to do the code inside this if and the else block. So we'll start with the if statement. And this one's the more simple scenario because we're just going to output the same thing every time. So we'll just say details message, and we're going to use this variable a bit further down the page, but I'll show you that in just a second. So details message equals, and inside there we'll create a div, and this will have the class of alert success. So we'll close that div off as well. And inside the div, all we're going to do is just say details updated successfully. Alright, great. Give that a semicolon at the end of that line, and that's it for the success part. What we're going to do is go and output that now. So copy this variable, and then scroll down to the form where we do the first name, last name, email, and just above the button is where we're going to put this, and we'll just do a div first. And we'll give that the class of message, and then inside there, all we're going to do is just open a PHP block and say echo, and then that variable, semicolon, and then close the PHP block off, and that's it. So this will now show us that when there's a successful submission of the form. So what I'm going to do is refresh the page, and we get this because we haven't submitted the form yet, so this variable is empty. And I just forgot to set that. So right at the top of profile.php, what we're going to do is underneath here, we'll just say details message equals, and just an empty string like that. So we'll just set it to an empty value so that it will always have some sort of value. And if I press save, obviously the details are valid, so it updates, and you can see the error message there. Of course, we need to style that, but we'll do that very shortly. We'll do the same thing for the failure scenario, but of course we're not going to hard code to this this message. We're going to say what the actual error is. So get rid of those two lines, and what we'll do is call a function on the account.php class which gives us the error. So go back to account.php actually, scroll down to the bottom, and we're going to write a very short query, a very short function I should say, public function, and call this get first error. So we have to say get first error and not just to get error, because there could be multiple errors in here. Each one of these things could have put an error in the array, and we only want to output the first one to the user, so we'll just say get first error. And all we're going to do is say if, and then do a $sign for not, and then empty, and inside there just do $, and this, and then error array. So if the error array is not empty, we'll just return this error array, and then just do square brackets and then 0. So return the first item in the error array, and that's it. So just a little check here to make sure it's not empty before we try and access it, but we should be okay. So there's our get first error function. We'll go ahead and call that now. So we'll just say error message equals account arrow get first error, that function we just wrote. And then underneath that, we'll do the exact same thing as we did here. So copy this part from the if statement, and then change this class from alert success to alert error. And then, of course, we're going to take this error message variable and replace this text in here with that. So I'll tab that over and press save, and that should be it. We're going to keep this the same. So let's go and give that a try now. So if I press save, obviously the data is valid, so you see this one, but if I get rid of the .com to make it invalid, press save, you'll see invalid email. So yeah, that works. We may as well style that now. So go back to style.css. It's a real simple style, so I can do it in here. We'll just say dot alert success, and we'll do a dot alert error as well. This will be the style applied to both of them. It's just one line. We'll just say margin is going to be 10px and then 0, and then underneath that we'll do one for each. So we'll say alert error, and this can just be the red text. So color is going to be, and then I have the red that I used in my finished site. It's just DC1928, but you can use whatever color you want, of course. And then copy that and paste it below, and this will be for the alert success. And then the color of this one, the green that I used, is just 2ECC71. So that's that green right there. Alright, so yeah, that's it. Give that a save. Refresh the page and submit the form. And you don't see it, so what I'm going to do is clear the cache. Okay, and there you go. There's our green color applied, and if I make it invalid like that, you'll see it's red. That's it. Real simple. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we can update the user's first name, last name, and email address. What we're going to do now is the password form. So let's go back to our profile.php page, and we'll start by copying and pasting this whole if statement because we're going to follow the same sort of format as we have here. So copy that and then paste it underneath. And then what we're going to do is change this name, of course. So we won't use save details button. What we're going to do is scroll down and get the name of the password button, which will just save password button. So copy that name and then replace this if statement name there with that. What I'll also do is collapse this one so that I don't get confused. So I'll click on the arrow and it just collapses it. So let's start by creating some variables. Now we need an old password variable, a new one, and then the confirmed new password variable. So what I'll do is start with this line. This one's going to be old password instead. Now we'll use a function on the form sanitizer class just like we have here, but it won't be sanitize form string, it'll be sanitize form password. If you need to remind yourself about that function, just go and have a look in the form sanitizer class. Okay, and this won't be first name, it's going to be the name of the password field, which is just old password right there. Let's copy that name and then go up to here and let's paste it in there. Okay, so there's the password one. And in fact what I'll do actually is copy this one. I'll remove these two, so delete those. And then what I'll do is just paste that there, and I'll paste it again. So this one is going to be old password, this will be new password. This will stay as sanitized form password, but this will be a new password, which is the name of the new password field. And then this one's going to be new password 2. Okay, and the name again is just new password 2. Let me just go and check those. So new password and new password 2. So they should be the names. So new password and new password 2. Great. So we should now have the sanitized password values that were entered. All we need to do is call this update password function, which of course we haven't wrote that yet, but we will. But just real quick, we may as well just change this success message now. All we're going to do is, instead of details updated successfully, we'll say password updated successfully. We're not going to use the details message variable, we're going to use a password message variable. So copy the name of that variable and then paste it here as well in the else block. So replace that, and then all the rest of it can stay the same. So what we'll do is take this password message variable, scroll up a little bit, and we have to declare it as an empty variable like this, just by saying equals empty string, and then finally scroll down and let's actually output that. And what I'll do is copy this line here, or this div right here from the first time we did this, and then scroll down and we'll put it here above the password button, paste it there. Now this won't be details message, it'll be password message, which is of course that variable we just created. So great, that's working for us. What we need to do next is actually write the update password function, because that's what we'll be calling here. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is actually work on the function which will update the user's password. You'll see last time in profile.php we added this if statement which will handle the submission. Now the only thing left to change here is the condition in this if statement. So obviously we're not going to call this update details function, we're going to call it an update password function which we haven't wrote yet. So go back to account.php and right at the bottom I'll just create a function. So public function update password. Okay. Now this will take 4 parameters. It's going to take the old password, so I'll just say old PW, I'll do a comma, and then another parameter is going to be PW for the password they entered, and then we'll have PW2 for the confirmed password, and then we need to pass the username as well. Now the first thing we want to do is validate that the old password they entered is correct. So we'll do that in a separate function, but we've actually already written most of the function, so it'll be really straightforward. We'll just say public function validate old password, like that. So this is the function which will make sure that the old password they entered is correct. So all we need to do is pass in 2 parameters to this. We'll say old PW and then finally UN for username. Now if you scroll up to the login function, so let's go find that. We did it way earlier on in the course. Where is it? Here. What we're going to do is take all of this part here. So take all of that. We're not taking the if statements. So I'll copy that and scroll back down to our function and paste it in the validate old password function. This is all going to stay exactly the same. We're not changing any of that. What we're going to do though is do an if statement here which just checks the number of rows. So query arrow row count equals 0. Then all we're going to do is push an error onto the array, because we're saying select all from users where the username is this and the password is the one they entered, and then if it returns a row, then it means it's correct. If it returns no rows, it means it didn't find anything that matches that, so it's obviously wrong. And in fact, I did see one thing we need to change. This part right here, change that to old PW, and that's it though. That's the only thing. So I did forget that. Just change this one variable here from PW to old PW. All right. Everything else can stay the same. So all we're going to do inside this if statement is just push an error onto the array. So array underscore push. Now the array is just this arrow error array, and then the error we want to push is going to be in constants.php. So open up the constants.php file, okay, and we need to create a new string in here. So copy one of those, paste it below, and we can just call this password incorrect, and we can just put anything we like in here. This will be the text of the error message, but we'll just say your old password is incorrect, and give that a save. And then we're going to take this password incorrect name and just put it in here. We'll say constants : and paste that there. That's it. We're pushing that error onto the array, and we're done with that function now. So let's just go and call that in this update passwords function. We'll say this arrow validate old password, and we'll pass in the old password, and then finally we'll pass in the username. Okay, and then we're going to call one more function, but we've already written this function. We'll just call the current validate passwords function. So validate password, this function here, and it just takes 2 parameters, I'm pretty sure. I can't actually remember. You'll see, yeah, right here we've got this validate passwords function, and it just takes the two passwords. So we'll type in PW and then finally PW2. That's it. All right, it's great. The passwords are validated. Now let's scroll up to the update details function. So where is it? Right here. What do we do? Oh, right at the top. Okay, so scroll up to this one and copy all of this. So the if empty as well as that final return false. I'm copying all that. I'll scroll down, right into our new update password function, paste it in there, and let's just change some of this. The if statement can say exactly the same. The query will change though. We'll keep the where clause and we'll keep the update users part. We're just going to change the column that we're updating. So all we're going to do is say update users set password equal to, and then just put a PW placeholder there. And this can stay the same. If you really want, you can move this where clause onto the same line since it's just quite a short query. So yeah, that's it for that. And of course, we'll change this fn to pw and change the variable to pw. And then get rid of the middle two ones and just keep the username one. So we've got a password placeholder and a username placeholder. And that's it. We're done with that now. Let's try that out. All we have to do is call that function, of course. So in profile.php, we're going to call, instead of update details here, we'll say update password. And it took 4 parameters, but the last one is the same, the use logged in variable. So we're just going to change these first 3. We'll do the old password, comma, the new password, and then comma again, and then the new password too. And that's it. We're done, guys. So let's go and try this out. I'm going to refresh the page. Actually, before we try that out, I've just remembered we didn't actually hash the password. We're using the password here, which was passed in, which will just be the password in plain English. So we actually have to hash it before we put it into the database. So all we need to do is copy this line from here, from the validate old password function. And what I'll do is paste it above this bind value part, right there. And this isn't the old password, it's going to be just the PW variable like that. And yeah, now we're ready to test it out. So I'll refresh the page and I'm going to change my password. So my password is currently just the string password. So password, and I'll change it to hello, and then I'll type hello again, press save, and you see password updated successfully. So now if I try and use my old password, and then type something in there, it won't work because it's no longer my password. My password's been changed. So I'll say hello, which is my current password, and I'll change this back to something. In fact, I'll make the passwords not match. So you can see my first password was correct, but these two don't match. So I'll do it one more time. Hello, my current password, and I'll make them match now. I'll change it back to password. So password, and then password. Ooh. Press save, and it worked. Great. Hey everyone, how's it going? So I just realized we don't actually have a way of logging out yet, so let's go and do that. We're going to add a button in the nav bar which allows you to log out, and it's real simple, so this won't take us long. Let's go back to our text editor and open up the navbar.php file, and then let's go and find the links which are right here in this write items part. What we're going to do, I'll just copy and paste one of these. Now I want mine to appear after the profile page, so I'll just copy that one and paste it underneath, and this will just be a link to logout.php. Of course we haven't created this file yet, but we'll do that very soon. So all we need to do now is change the icon. So if I go to fontawesome.com, let's go find ourselves an icon. Now in there I'm going to search for something. I'll search for, let's try logout, see if there are any icons for that. So yeah, this works. Let's take that. I'll click on that link, and then what I'm going to do is click on that to copy it, and then go back to here, and I'll replace this whole I tag like that. Alright, now if I refresh the, so now if I go and refresh the page, I should see that link in the nav bar, and I do right there. Great, and it takes us to the logout.php page, which we don't have yet, so let's go and create that, and it's going to be a really simple page. There'll only be 3 lines in this, so I'm creating a new file, and I'm going to save it in the root of our folder as just logout.php. Okay, we're going to open a PHP block and then close it off, and like I said, 3 lines in here, session underscore start. So we have to start the session, because remember, sessions are how we've logged in, or how we keep track of where they're logged in. I mean, underneath that we're going to say session underscore destroy, and then finally header, and just redirect them to the login page. So location colon and then login.php, like that. So we have to start the session so that we can destroy it. If we try and destroy the session without starting it, there are no sessions on the page yet, so it can't do it. You know, in order to actually destroy a session, you need to have sessions available to us, and the only way you get sessions on a PHP page is by starting the session. So it sounds counterintuitive, but this is what we have to do. We have to start the session so that we can destroy it, and then we just redirect the user, and that's it. So Let's try that again. What I'll do is go back to here, and I'm going to click on the link to go to the logout page, and it's taking me to the login page. Now, if I try and go to the index page, you'll see it won't let me, and it just brings me back here. And that's it. We're done. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is the PayPal integration here, so that we can take payments and users can subscribe to our site. So the very first thing we're going to do though is do the HTML, because that's kind of the most straightforward part, and it will look something like this. Now there'll be a different message if they aren't subscribed, but if they are subscribed, they'll see this message just telling them they are subscribed, and then if they want to cancel it, they can just do that through PayPal. So yeah, let's work towards that. So go back to our profile.php page and scroll right down to the bottom, and what we're going to do is create another one of these form section divs. So I'll copy that name right there. So div with the class form section, and I'll paste it right at the bottom like that, and I'll close that div off. Okay, so we've got another div at the bottom now with the class form section. Now we'll start by just adding an h2 tag with the text subscription, and then inside there we'll do a real simple PHP block which just checks if the user subscribed, but I've just realized we probably don't have that function yet. So if I open user.php, let me see if we've got an is subscribed function. We don't. So let's do that, and it's real simple. We're just going to copy one of these, let's say get email for example, paste it there, and I'll change this to get is subscribed. Now we have a column in the database in the users table for whether they're subscribed or not, so we can just return that value. We can say is subscribed, like that. Alright, and that's done. Let's go ahead and call that function now. So I'm copying that function name, and in here what we're going to do is say if, and then in there we'll say user arrow get is subscribed, and then like that, and then we'll do an else block as well. And inside here we'll just echo an h3, so h3, and then the text will just be you are subscribed, and then go to PayPal to cancel. Okay, and I'll close that h3 off like that, and I'll put a semicolon too. Okay, and then in the else block we're just going to say echo, and inside there I'm going to do an anchor tag, so a with an href of billing.php. Obviously we haven't created that yet, but we'll do that shortly, and I'll close that off as well. And then the text inside there is just going to be subscribe to Reese Flicks. Alright, now I'll put a semicolon too. Let's see what we get. I'll refresh the page, and you'll see we have this link here which will send us to billing.php if we click on it. Now we need to style this a little bit, so I'm going to right click on that, click inspect, and let's just give it some style now. Now we already have some style for anchor tags on our site, so I'll just add to that. I think I want to do this to all of them. All we need to do is set the color. So color is going to be £. I'm using this blue color, so I'll say 0654BA, like that. Next to the blue I want to use, but like I said before, you guys can use whatever color you want. So I'm going to take that color line right there, and then go back to style.css, scroll up, and I think it was line 22 it said, right here, and just add it in there, give it a save, and let's refresh the page. Oh, I'm on billing, and go back to here, refresh the page, and we still don't see it, so let me clear the cache. Alright, and there we go, there's our color. So there we go, we have a link. So if we were subscribed, this would show the text instead, but just to prove that, we can go right to here, and instead of returning this, I'm just going to return true, like that, and then we see what we get if I refresh the page, and you see we get this text here. We need to style that, so let's just do that now as well. And let's scroll down so we can see it, and we've got this part right here. So I'll add some style. We'll start by saying padding, it's going to be 0, and then color is going to be FFF for white, and that's it. We can make the font a bit smaller actually, so font size is going to be, I don't know, what's 20 pixels look like. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller. So I'm going to take those three, like that, go back to our style sheet, and right at the bottom, I'm just going to say dot form section, and then h3, like that. Paste it in there, and let's refresh the page now. And we see the same style, great. So the next thing to do is to actually start integrating PayPal. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is actually get the PayPal SDK and add it in our project so that we can use it. Now, it's real simple to do. Just go to Google and type in PayPal PHP SDK releases. So PayPal PHP SDK releases, and just click on the first link, this one right here. And if you can't find this for any reason, just copy this URL you're seeing right here. Okay, and what we're going to do is take the latest version. For me, it's 1.14.0. Obviously, if you're watching this in a later date, it's probably going to be a higher number than this. But and then just scroll down, you'll see this link right here. Just go ahead and copy the source code zip. So I'm copying this one right here, PayPal PHP SDK and the zip. So it's downloaded. I'm going to open that up. And I'm in my downloads folder now, and you can see it's downloaded this this folder right here with these folders as well. So what I'm going to do is take that to my project. So I'll open the folder of my site, which is right here. You can see ReseFlix. I'm in the root of my site. What I'll do is copy this, this one right here. I'm going to copy that and then paste it in here. So all I've done is paste that file we downloaded, or that folder, sorry, and moved it to the root of my website. And that's it. We're now ready to start using the PayPal SDK. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we'll do now is make a start with our PayPal SDK. Now, what we'll do first is actually connect to it, or rather add the credentials for it. So go back to your text editor, but just before we do that, I did remember that in user.php, I forgot to change this back from return true, because remember we hard-coded it just so we could see what it looks like when we are subscribed. So if you did that as well, make sure you remember to get rid of this return true and just get rid of that so you haven't commented it out anymore, okay? But anyway, close down that user.php class. We don't need that for now. And you can close the style sheet down too. So we'll create a new file and give this a save. And I'll save this in the includes folder. And this is just going to be called PayPal config.php. Alright, PayPal config.php. We'll open and close a PHP block. And then in there, we need to say require underscore once. And in there, we're going to go into the PayPal folder and take the autoload.php. So if I show you my folder structure, you'll see we saved, where is it? Right here, we saved this PayPal PHP SDK folder in the root of our website. We did that last time. It's got this autoload file in, so we're going to include that one. And this one just includes a bunch of things that it needs to work with, like classes and stuff. So we'll just include that file. So it's in the PayPal PHP SDK. So I've literally just copied that as it is, and then slash autoload.php, and that's it. So let's go ahead and add the file in which we'll be using this PayPal config.php. So create a new file, give it a save, and this will be the billing.php file. So in the root of our site, we're going to save this as billing.php, because if you remember, in profile.php, down here we have this link and it takes the user to billing.php, and this is where they'll go to actually sign up to our site. So we'll include this PayPal config file we just added. So I'll open and close a PHP block and then just say require underscore once, like that, and inside there we'll say includes slash PayPal config.php. Alright, so let's go to that billing page and make sure we don't see an error. So if I refresh the page, you'll see our link. I click on that and there's no error. Forget the fact that it's just a white page. There's no error, so that's good. So the next thing we need to do is add some credentials to actually connect to our PayPal app, if you want to call it that. Now, of course, we haven't created one, so we'll do that now. If you go to Google and just type in developer PayPal, and then click on this first one, developer.paypal.com, and then click on the login to dashboard button in the top right. And then go ahead and log into this with your PayPal account. Now, obviously, if you don't have a PayPal account, you have to create one. So you can do that by clicking on the sign up button. But once you have one, go ahead and log into your PayPal account here. So once you've logged in, you should be on this page, under the My Apps and Credentials part. Go ahead and click Create App. And give your app a name. I'll just say ReseFlix. And then leave this the same and click Create App. Okay, we have an app. Great. Now, what we need to use is this client ID as well as the secret. Now, you want to keep these a secret. You don't want people to know these. I'm doing it on camera, so obviously I'm going to delete this app later on, so no one else. So you wouldn't be able to reuse mine, for example. But you will have these and these are what we're going to use to authenticate against this ReseFlix app. So yours will be different to mine. So we'll come back and use these in just a second, but go back to here. So what we're going to do now is write the code which will allow us to authenticate against this app. So we can actually copy and paste the code which authenticates. If I just go to Google and type in PHP, PayPal, and then API context, I'll be able to click on the first link on Google, which is making first call. And then what I'm going to do is scroll down a bit and just copy this code here, like that. Just copy that, go back to here, and just paste it in there. So these two things here need to change. We just need to replace this with our client ID and this with our client secret. So go back to our PayPal site, and you'll see here the client ID. So I'm going to copy all of this. Okay, copy that. Go back to here and replace this part here with that. So I'm replacing it with our one, and then we're going to do the same thing with the client secret. So go back to here. Now the client secret, if you didn't already know, is under this part. So click on show, and then you'll see it right here. So copy all of that too. Go back to here and then replace this one with your client secret. And that's it. Give it a save. Let's refresh this page and make sure we don't see any errors. And we don't. Great. So this is the code which will allow us to authenticate against our app. And I've actually just realized I pasted this into the wrong file. So move this into the PayPal config file. So this part right here, take that and then put it in the PayPal config file instead. That's my mistake. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, just to be sure, I'll refresh the page again and there's no errors. Great. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is create a billing plan. Now, PayPal billing plans are just transactions basically. They contain all the information about a certain transaction. They contain the names, descriptions, how often the transaction should happen. You know, maybe it's a one-time transaction, or maybe you want to do it like we're going to do, and it's going to be a recurring transaction every month or so. You specify the price and things like that. So that's what a PayPal billing plan is. So after that, after we have our billing plan, what we need to do is create a billing agreement, which is what the users of our site will use to actually make the transaction based on this billing plan. Okay, so the first thing to do is create a billing plan, and we'll get to the billing agreement very shortly. But for now, what we're going to do is go to a certain PayPal site and just copy and paste pretty much all the code from there. So I'll go to a new tab and I'll type in PayPal PHP SDK billing plan. And just to remind you, all this code will be attached to the course contents as well in the zip file. So yeah, go to create billing plans, this top link, and it gives you some information about what billing plans are. But what we're going to do is go down to this first section, define the billing plan object, and we're going to take all of this code here. If you click on this button right here, you'll copy it all. So just take all of that. All right, then go back to here, and we can create a new file for this. And I'll just save this as billingplan.php. So I'll open a PHP block and then close it off, and then inside there I'm just going to paste all that code that we just copied. So I've just copied it all exactly as is, and there's one more thing I'm going to do though, and that's just to include that PayPal config file. So from the billing.php page, I'm just going to take this as well, this line, and include that right at the top like that. Alright, so this is our billing plan. Now it's got information about the plan itself, the name, description, what type it is, you know, how regular the payment should happen, the actual cost as well, and the currency. So we're going to change some of these values. Let's start with this one. We're not going to call it T-shirt of the month club plan. Well, I'm not going to. You're welcome to. But we're going to call it something like ReseFlix monthly subscription, like that. Okay, you can add a description if you want. Gets you all the features of our site. Okay, now we're going to change the type to infinite. This is all in uppercase, infinite, like that, so that it will keep going forever until the user cancels it. Okay, then I'm going to scroll down to here. I'll keep most of this the same, but I'm going to change 2 to 1 so that it will occur every month. Set cycles, I'm going to get rid of that. That's obviously if you want to do it for, I don't know, 12 months or something like that. It's 12 cycles, but we're going to get rid of that. We want to just keep going until the user cancels. Let's change some information about the actual currency. So currently it's set to $100. You can use whatever price you want. I'll just say $9.99. And currency, I'm going to use GBP. which is the currency of Great Britain. But if you want to find your currency, PayPal have this currency codes site. So if you just Google PayPal SDK currency codes, you'll get to this page right here, and you can see all these different currency codes. So you just use whichever one you want. Okay, so there's loads of them on here. So next, we're going to get rid of this section here, this charge models one. Now, charge models is how you can charge for shipping or tax, and we're not going to do that, so I'm going to get rid of this whole section right here. Nearly done. We're going to change some things in this section. So we need to set a return URL, and this is where this page is going to go once it all works. Now, you could hardcode this URL to whichever page you want. Maybe there's going to be a success page or something like that, but what I'm going to do is just get the URL with PHP code. So I'll say current URL equals, inside double quotes, I'm going to say http : and then $_ server, and square brackets, we're going to say http _ host. So this will give us the host of the URL. And now the host is just the domain name, for example, of a website, or in our case, it would be localhost. And then straight after that, so no spaces after the square bracket, we're going to say $_ server and square brackets, and inside there we'll say request _URI, like that. Okay, so this part right here will give us the rest of the URL. So in our case, it will give us the reesflix/billing.php part, and we've just joined it together, so it'll actually give us the whole URL. Okay, and then what we're going to do is just replace billing.php from the URL with profile.php. So we'll send them back to the profile page once they're done. So we'll say return URL equals str _ replace. All right, and inside there we'll say billing.php. So we're replacing billing.php with the string profile.php. Okay, and the string we want to do this replacement on is the current URL string. Okay, so it's going to go into this URL and look for billing.php and then replace it with profile.php. All right, so this is our return URL. All right, so let's just update this. So inside the set return URL, I'll delete all that, and then in there we're going to put the current URL, and I'll say a dot, and then double quotes. I'll then say success equals true. All right. Now we'll use this value later on to know whether the transaction was successful or not. And then we'll do a very similar thing below. So I'll copy this part here and paste it inside the cancel URL. We'll still go back to the profile page. So we'll keep current URL the same, but we'll change success equals true to success equals false. Now, if you want to have a separate page for success and cancel, you can. So if they signed up successfully, maybe you want to do a different page. And if they cancel, maybe you want to do a different page as well. Now, just to be clear, this is cancelling the transaction, not cancelling their membership. So this is when they've gone to pay for it, they've seen the PayPal screen, but then they've clicked cancel. Okay, that's what that is. Keep this the same, keep this the same, keep this the same, and we'll also get rid of this line here. We don't need that. This is a setup fee. We're not going to charge any setup fees because we're nice like that. And then give it a save. So that creates a billing plan for us. So if you refresh the page, you won't actually see anything. So there's nothing there. It's created the billing plan for us though. So by default, billing plans are not active. So we actually need to activate this first. And go back to our PayPal site. We have all the code to activate it. If you scroll down past that section we just saw and we copied the code from, you'll see another section and it's got more code for us. We're going to take all of that as is and just copy and paste that into here. So I've copied that code. I'll go back to billingplan.php, and just before the closing PHP block, I'm just going to paste all that in there. All right. Now this will just activate the plan for us, so we won't change any of that. So let's go try that out now. So I'll go back to our site, and we need to go to billingplan.php. So billingplan.php, PHP. Let's give it a sec. So it's doing its thing. It's loading. Just bear with. And you can see a code here. Now this is the ID of the billing plan. So what we need to do next is create a billing agreement, which is how the user actually purchases our product. And we pass in this billing plan to the agreement so they know which one to use. Okay? Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we know this code on billingplan.php will give us a billing plan ID. It's going to create a billing plan for us and give us the ID. So what we're going to do is go back to here in billing.php, and we're going to just include that billing plan file on this page. So copy and paste this line below like that. and we'll include that file. Now it's not in the includes folder, it's just in the root of our site. So just write billing plan.php like that. And now this file is on this billing page. So just to show that to you, if I go back to here and go to billing.php, you'll see, well, you should see an ID. You can see it's generating something, so I'm sure it will give us an ID in a second. Yep, it does. That's a different ID, so we know it works. So what I'm going to do is store this ID in a variable. So go back to here, and you can see in billingplan.php we have this line here which outputs the ID. It's right near the bottom. If you scroll down in this try catch statement here, you got this echo plan ID. So we know that this, if I take this code here, I'm copying that, in billing.php, we can say ID equals, and just put that in there. And if you really want, I'll even echo that again just to show you. But yeah, this will give us the ID. So although that code's in that file, we can access that that object right there. So I've echoed it. So you can see it's longer now. That's because it's echoing it twice. But yeah, you can see there's one and there's the same thing there. So we are echoing it, and the ID variable now stores that ID. Okay, so get rid of that echo. I was just showing you. So let's go and create the billing agreement now. So if I go back to the PayPal site, I'm still on that page about creating a billing plan. If you've got away from this, you can just Google PayPal PHP SDK create billing plan or something, and it will take you back to this page. At the bottom, there's this link for creating billing agreement. So I'm clicking on that, and I'll go to that page, and this will give us all the code we need to create a billing agreement. So what I'm going to do is scroll to this first code block, and copy that. So click on that button there, which copies it to my clipboard, and I'll just paste it underneath. You could move this to a separate file if you really want, but just to keep things simple, I'll just paste it all here for you. And then we're going to change some things. So we'll start by changing the name of the agreement. This will just be subscription to Reesflix. Okay, the description can be anything you want, but I'll just say recurring payments to Reesflix. And then we need to specify a date. So the PayPal SDK requires this date and time that we pass in here to be in the future. That means we can't use the current date time at this very second, because by the time the user gets around to actually paying for this, it means that this time that we've passed in will no longer be in the future. So what we're going to do is just give them a little trial. We'll give them a 7-day trial, or you can change that to a 30-day trial if you want, or a 1-day trial. And then after that period of time, then we'll take the first payment. So just copy what I'm writing. I'm going to say gm date, okay, and gm date in PHP is the same function as date, the date in PHP, but gm date gives you the time in UTC. And in double quotes, we have to put the format. Now, PayPal require a very specific format. It was the same format as the date and time we just deleted. So just copy what I write. I'll say uppercase Y dash lowercase m dash lowercase d backslash uppercase T, uppercase H, colon, lowercase I, colon, lowercase s, backslash, and then uppercase Z. So it looks terrible, I know, but basically it's just year, month, and day with the time right there. And you can kind of ignore the T and the Z. This is just a literal to separate the date and the time. That's what the T stands for. And the Z just stands for Zulu. It's basically UTC time as far as you're concerned, okay? So after the double quotes, we're going to do a comma. And I'll say str to time, which converts a string to time. In double quotes, we'll say plus 7 days, like this. And then after the double quotes, I'll say a comma again, and then time, like this. And that'll just give us a current time, add on 7 days to it, and it'll pass that into this gm date one like this, okay? And that should be good. So this will give us a current date time plus 7 days. Now, we, of course, don't want to pass in this ID here. What we want to do is use our ID variable that we got over here. So copy that, and then let's put that in there like that. So this is the ID of the plan. We see we created a plan object, and then we're just setting it on the agreement. And then what we're going to do is delete this shipping address part, because we're not shipping a product, so we don't need to add that. Let's get rid of that part. And then we're also going to copy one more code block from this page here. If I scroll down a bit further, you'll see this create billing agreement part. Copy that. All right, and I'll go back to here and paste it underneath like that. And then this is the approval URL. So this is the URL we want to go to right now. So what I'm going to do is underneath there is say header like this. Inside there, put location, colon, and then put that variable in there. approval URL and give it a save. So what's going to happen when we execute this is it's going to create a billing plan for us. It's then going to pass that plan into a billing agreement and then create the agreement and then open the PayPal page for us to pay. So let's try it out. Go back to here. Let's refresh the page and it should load for a little bit because it's creating the plan, creating the agreement, and then you should see the PayPal page open. Which we do. In the next video, what I'll do is show you how you can test this out using sandbox PayPal accounts. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is use dummy PayPal accounts or sandbox accounts to test out our transaction. So sandbox accounts are just like fake accounts you can create. So go back to developer.paypal.com and then log in. And once you've logged in, you should see this screen. And if you look on the left, you'll see a sandbox section. Go ahead and click on the accounts button. And then from there, you have the sandbox accounts. So we'll create a new sandbox account by clicking this create account button. We'll create a personal account, a buyer account, and I'll change the region to my region where I am right now, but you can change that to wherever you want. And I'll click create. And it's created an account for us. So you can see if I click on the three dots and then click view edit account, you'll see it's got the email address for this user account and also a password that it's given us. You can change that password if you want to. But what we'll do is use this email address and password to log in. So copy that, go back to here, and then paste that email address in there and do the same thing with the password. And then click login. So you can see here we're presented with information about the billing agreement. So basically it's telling us what we're getting into, and then we can approve, we can agree or cancel by clicking this cancel button down here. So you'll notice there's no price on here. So what you probably want to do if you want to demonstrate a price is just to go back to where we added this text here. So in billing.php, if you scroll up right near the top, we got this part here. What you probably want to do is maybe change the description to say recurring payments of $9.99 or something, whatever your price is, just so it's a bit clearer for the user. But by the time they get to this point, they probably know. Maybe you're going to demonstrate it on, maybe you're going to give the information to the user on our site before they even get to this point. But yeah, that's just how you'd want to show some price information. But anyway, what we're going to do is click agree and continue. Alright, so I had a problem where when I clicked agree, it would just go around in a circle and bring me back to this page. It wouldn't take me back to the profile page like it's supposed to. So I stopped this recording and went to look for the problem, and it's because I have the wrong variable in this billingplan.php page. Some of you might have spotted this, but we created this return URL, but we haven't actually used it. We used the current URL there. So make sure you replace current URL with this return one, like this. So I'm just getting rid of the current URL down here and using that. So we only want the current URL there, and then we pass that into here, and then we get the return URL. So we want to use that instead, okay? Let's give that a save. And then what we're going to do is go back to our site and execute that again. So localhost /reesflix/profile.php. Alright, and then go back to here. I'll click on that button again, subscribe to ReesFlix, and it's now taking me to the billing.php page. You can see it's doing its thing. So we're here. I skipped the login page this time because I was already logged in. And while we're here, you can even see this updated information. And what I'll do is I'll click agree and continue. And now, once this works, it should take us back to the profile page, which it does. So yeah, that was my mistake. Just make sure you use the return URL variable right there. So that's it. It's actually working. You'll see we've got success equals true in there, and we've also got a token, and this token is the information about the transaction. I'll show you what we're going to do with that shortly. We'll actually store that somewhere for us, for our benefit. What you can also do though with these fake accounts or these sandbox accounts is go to sandbox.paypal.com, and it gives you a kind of fake play around version of PayPal, which is exactly the same as the real version, obviously. But the difference being, of course, that this is fake money they've given you. So you can actually send money to other fake accounts. It behaves exactly the same as a real account, but you just don't have all this money in your account. So there's nothing in here yet because the transaction hasn't happened yet. Remember, we have that 7-day trial, but But yeah, you would see all your transactions in here just like you would a real PayPal account. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now we've set up our subscription and we've sent it off to PayPal, but we haven't actually finished yet. What we need to do is when they get back to this point here, and we got this token, we need to actually execute the agreement. So far the user has agreed to our agreement. You know, they said, yeah, I'll pay that every month. But we haven't said, okay, we'll put it in place yet. So that's one thing we need to do. We do that on this page. So let's go back to our text editor let's go back to profile.php. Okay, so I'm on the profile.php page. I'm going to scroll up to the top. And just like we did if statements that handle these form submissions, we'll do another one for this PayPal subscription submission. So what I'll do is just collapse this if statement just so it's out of the way. And underneath there, we're going to paste some code. Now, if you go back to the developer.paypal.com website right here, so I'm on this documentation that I was using before. If you've got off this page, just go back to developer.paypal.com and then scroll down on the left and you get this create billing agreements part right here. Yeah, if you scroll down, you'll see this execute billing agreement section. And what we're going to do is just take all of that. So copy all that and go back to here and I'll just paste it in there. Now this code right here will execute it when this success option is in the parameter. You'll see when we got back to here, we had this success part in the URL right there. So this is true or false based on whether it's successful or not. When you cancel, when something goes wrong or you click cancel on that page, success will be false. When it goes through successfully, it will be true. So this line right here is what actually executes the agreement. So underneath there, we have to do one thing. I'll leave a comment. We won't do that just yet. But what we're going to do is just say update users account status. So this is where we'll change their is subscribed column in the users table to be 1, meaning true. But yeah, this is all we need really. What I'm going to do though is change this else block, because at the moment this else block will execute whenever this is not in the URL, and that means if they just go to the profile page directly, they'll see this even though they didn't cancel anything. So all we're going to do is take this whole if line right here. Alright, so take all that and then replace this else block like that. I'm going to say else and then paste that if block in there. So all I've done is replace the else with an else if, and I'll change this is success to true to is success to false. Okay, so it'll only do this part if this is in the parameter, the success option, and also if it's false. We won't keep this part where it just echoes a message. We will come back to this shortly and do an actual error message. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. Let's try that out. So what I'm going to do is just get rid of all this from the URL and just go back to profile.php, press enter. Okay, so we're here. I'll click on subscribe. Just give it a second, it's loading. And then I need to log in again, so I'll go to my sandbox account. So I'll do this one right here. And then I'll copy this and then paste it in there. And I'll get the password as well. And I'll paste it in there. Alright, so I'll click agree and continue just like we did before. And I can see an error message and it's just saying we don't have the PayPal classes. That's because I forgot to include the PayPal config file. So I'm going to include that on the profile.php page right there. So includes and then PayPal config. Give that a save. And I think I can just refresh this page. If I click on the URL bar and press enter, it might process that just like it did before. So I think that worked. You can try and resubmit it if you want to, just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure that worked because we're not seeing anything echoed there, and this is in the parameter. So you'll notice that we don't echo anything in this part unless there's an error. I mean, so if there was something wrong, it would have hit this part and it wouldn't have worked. So yeah, that's okay. Now it's worth noting that the user hasn't been charged at this point. Remember, we have a 7-day trial where they won't be charged until that point. That means if you go to sandbox.paypal.com, you'll notice there's no charge in this account. I can't see anything here saying that they've been charged. That's because they have 7 days yet before they get charged. So, but maybe you don't want to give them a free trial. Maybe you want to charge them straight away. I'll show you how to do that in the next video. Hey everyone, how's it going? So last time we executed our billing agreements, so technically the transaction is complete now. The user is signed up. But of course, we still have some things to do, such as updating the is subscribed column in the database, and also showing them a message to say your subscription was successful. But we'll come back to that very shortly. But in the meantime, I just wanted to show you how you can make a charge straight away, because currently the user hasn't been charged yet. Although they completed the transaction, they won't get their first charge until 7 days later, because we have that 7-day period where the user won't be charged. So if you wanted to do away with that, let's say you didn't want to give them a free trial, you could charge them straight away. What you can do, and this is what PayPal recommend you do, is you charge them a setup fee, which is equivalent to 1 month of your subscription, and then you make the subscription itself start after 1 month. So they're paying for 1 month up front, pretty much. So that's really easy to do. If you go back to the developer.paypal.com documentation we've been using right here, and then if you go back to the create billing plans part, and if I scroll down, you'll see this line that we actually removed earlier on, this one right here, set setup fee. Copy that line, and let's go back to billing plan.php, and we'll paste it underneath here. So go and find set max fail attempts, get rid of that semicolon at the end, and then paste that on the line below. And this is the setup fee. So I'm going to make this the same price as my monthly one, so $9.99. And I'll also change the currency to GBP like that. But you could charge whatever you want here. Maybe you want to do a half price for the first month or something like that. So there you go. The user will now get a $9.99 fee up front. And then if we go back to billing.php and scroll up, we need to change this part because we're telling the subscription to start after 7 days. But since they're paying for 1 month up front, we don't want to do that. We'll change this to plus 1 month like that. So the subscription itself will start after 1 month because they're paying for 1 month up front. And maybe you want to update this description to reflect that too. You might want to say $9.99 setup fee and then recurring payments of $9.99. Okay? So let's go give that a try and I'll show you how that looks. So I'll click subscribe to ReeseFlix. It's now asking me to log in, so I'll go ahead and do that. I'll click on my, where is it, right here, my account, view and edit account, and just get the login details. And I'll copy this email address and log in like that. And then I'll also copy this part right here, the password, paste that in there, click login. And you can see our updated description now. And I'll also click agree and continue. Okay, so it worked. We have success equals true. So what I'll do to verify that is I'll go to sandbox.paypal.com and just verify that that charge actually happened. And it's actually auto-logged me in as the account I just purchased with. So when I logged in here, when I subscribed, it's automatically logged me into there. And you can see the charge of $9.99 has come out of my account. So after a month, you'll start getting actual monthly fees on here, but this is the setup fee we charged. So that's it. We verified that it works, but I'll also show you one more thing, and that's just how you can log in as the person who owns the account, so the person that you've paid this money to. So if I click log out right here, so I'm logging out of this because this is the person who purchased it. What I'll do is go back to here, my developer.paypal.com, and if you go back to my apps and credentials, you'll see all your apps, which is the home screen you saw when you logged into this developer.paypal.com site. And I'll click on the app that I created, this ReeseFlix one. And you can see the account that owns it. So this right here is the Sandbox account that owns my account. So I'll copy that email address because this is the one we want to log in with. Alright, and I'll paste it in here when I go to log in. So in sandbox.paypal.com, I'm now going to log in as this one. And I need to get the password. Now, I've previously changed that password, so I know what the password is. But if you don't know what it is, you can just go back to here, just like you did before. Go to Sandbox and then Accounts right here. And then and then I can just find the account from here. And now if I just do a Control F and paste in the email address I copied, I can see this is the one right here. So I can just click View and Edit Account. And it brings me this screen. I can just copy the password. Now, Now, I've had trouble logging in with this system generated password before. Just go ahead and change your password to something else and then log in with that. Now, it's worth noting that once you change your password, you will still see this one here. It won't show you a new password. So it's down to you to remember it. So it just like this note here says, once you change your password, this system generated password part will still be here, although this is no longer your password, okay? So make sure you use whatever password you have changed it to log in. So I know what it is, so I'll go ahead and log in. And you can see I've received the payment. So this right here, you can see the $9.99 that the user paid, but that PayPal take a little fee on top of that, which is why it only comes out to £9.45. So yeah, you can see that the money's gone into this account, but you know there was a little fee. But that's just a way you can verify that all your transactions are working. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we know our subscription system is working, we're going to output the messages to the user, so the success message or the failure message, because at the moment when they subscribe, it just brings you back to here and there's no indication whether it worked or not. So let's do that now. Let's go back to profile.php, and what I'll do is scroll up to one of the if statements we had above. I'll open one of those and I'll just take this whole part where we did the output message. So I'll take that whole variable, and then what I'll do is scroll down again. And what we're going to do is scroll down to the else block and get rid of that. Alright, so I'll get rid of this part and I'll tab that across. And we're going to change this to alert error. And this is going to be user cancelled or something went wrong. Okay, and change this from password message to subscription message. And then we also need to set that variable to an empty string right at the top, like we did here, to prevent any errors when the page loads, like that. And then scroll down and we'll just output that to the user. So scroll right down to the bottom. You'll see in the password part we use this message div. So I'll do the same thing. I'm copying all of that and I'll scroll down, and underneath this H2, I'll paste that in there. I'll just tab these to the left a bit. And it's not password message we want, it's subscription message. So great, there's our cancel message. So now if the user cancels, they should see that. Let's just give that a try. So I've clicked on subscribe to ReeseFlix. And I'm not even going to log in, I'm just going to click cancel and return to merchant. And you can see, user cancelled or something went wrong. So we'll do the same thing with the success message, but first we need to actually update the user account. Hey everyone, how's it going? So what we're going to do now is insert the details of the transaction into our database just for our record. Now to do that we need to create a new table, and it's a real simple table. So we'll go to our PHP MyAdmin and click new, and we'll call this table billing details. We'll give it an ID column, and this will have an auto increment property on it. So check the AI checkbox and then click go on that pop-up that appears. Then we'll have an agreement ID column, and we can just make this varchar 200 just to be sure there's enough characters for it. We'll then say next billing date. Now although this is a date, I'm going to use varchar because I don't know for sure that the date that PayPal give us is compatible with date time. So I'll just use varchar in there and I'll make it 50 characters. We'll then add a token as well, and this will be varchar 50. And then we'll add one more column. So at the top there, I'm going to click go on this part, and it adds one more column for us. And then we'll add a username column as well. And this will be varchar 50 as well. Go ahead and click save on that, and we have our table. So let's go ahead and insert into that. So we'll go back to our profile page, and inside here we have this comment here where we're going to update the user's account status. But just before we do that, we're going to insert into this billing details table. So I'll create a new file, and this will be a billing details class that we use just to insert this data. It'll just have the one function, so it's nothing too bad. We'll go and save it in the includes classes, and the name's going to be billing details, details.php. Alright, click save, and here's our class. We'll go ahead and open that up and close it off, and then we'll say class billing details, and it's just going to have one function. It's a static function as well, so public static function. We'll say insert details. This will have 4 parameters. One of them is going to be the connection variable. One of them is going to be the agreement. One of them will be a token, and one of them will be a username. Now I'm going to call this function and pass these values into it first, just so you can see where these are coming from, and then I'll come back and write the rest of this function. So in profile.php, we have to first include this class, so scroll up to the top, and let's go ahead and copy one of those, paste it below, and change this to billing details.php. Okay, so now we're ready to use that class. So I'll then scroll back down to where we just were. And we're going to return true or false based on whether this insert was successful. So we'll say result equals, and then we'll call this function billing details colon because it's a static function, insert details. And we'll pass in the connection variable as the first one. The second one is the agreement, and you can see we have that here. This was given to us by PayPal. We created an instance of their class. And then this agreement object gets its properties when we run this part, when we execute the agreement. So just pass the agreement into there. We then need to pass in the token, and token is given to us from the URL. You'll see here we have this token parameter in the URL, so we're just going to pass that in. So token, we can see it gets its value right here. And then the last parameter is just a username, and we can pass in user logged in like that. So great, let's go ahead and write this query now. So we'll say query equals con arrow prepare, and the query itself is going to be insert into billing details, and then put your parentheses, and inside the parentheses we'll then say agreement ID, next billing date, the token, and then finally the username. So we've got 4 values there. Okay, I press enter, go to the line below, and I'll actually add the placeholders for these. So we'll say values, and then in parentheses we'll add the placeholders. So we want one for agreement ID. I'll copy that and paste it there. We want one for next billing date, so we'll say colon, and I'll paste that in there. Then we want one for token, and we want one for username as well. Okay, so there's our placeholders. Let's just go ahead and bind to those values now. But just before we do that, we're going to get an agreement details object. So we'll say agreement details equals agreement arrow get agreement details. So it's a function on that agreement object that PayPal give us. It just returns the agreement details object. We're going to use that in a second to get the next billing date. Okay, so under there, let's actually bind to those placeholders now. So I'll say query arrow bind value, and we're going to start with the agreement ID. So I'm going to copy that placeholder name, paste it in there, and the agreement ID value is going to come from agreement arrow get ID. Okay, there's that one. We'll then do the next billing date. So I'm copying that name, paste it in there, and we're going to take this variable here. This is where we're going to use it. So I'll paste that there, and we'll say arrow get next billing date. So this will give us the next billing date. So let's copy and paste that below, and we'll do the token now. And this is just the token variable, pretty straightforward. And then paste that below one more time, and this is the username, and then this right here is username, like that. And then let's just return query arrow execute. Alright, give that a save, and that should be it. I think we're done now. So let's go back to here, and since I've already got these in the URL, what I'm going to do is press enter just to refresh the page that way. Okay, and it's worked. There's no errors or anything. So let me just check the table by refreshing the billing details table, and we see the transaction details in there. Great. So this is a table where we have all the details about transactions. We've got the tokens and the user they correspond to. Just for our records, we won't actually do anything with this data at the moment. But yeah, that's it. The only thing left to do now is to actually update the user's account to show that they are subscribed. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that we're inserting the billing details, what we need to do next is actually update the user's account to show that they are subscribed. So in this part right here, I left a comment before. I'll get rid of that comment, and underneath the billing details line, we'll actually do that. So we're going to do this in the user class. So I'll open up the user class, and then I'll scroll to the bottom and I'll create a new function which will actually update that column in the users table. So public function, and then the name's going to be set is subscribed. Now we'll take a parameter, so we'll just say value, and this will be the value we're going to set the column to, and then we'll just write a query. We'll say query equals this arrow con arrow prepare, and the query is just going to be update users set is subscribed equal to, and then put a placeholder there for is subscribed. And then on the line below, I'm going to add my where clause, where username equals, and then put a placeholder for the username too. I'll add my semicolon, and then on the line below, I'm going to actually bind to those placeholders. So query arrow bind value, and we'll start by binding to the is subscribed placeholder. So I'll copy that and paste it in there, and the value is just going to be value. Quite simple. This is the one that was passed into the this function, because when we call this function, we'll either pass in 1 or 0, which will set it to be subscribed or not. And then we'll copy and paste that line below, and we'll do the same thing for the username placeholder. So I just called it UN, and I'll just set the value to be this arrow get username. And if you scroll up, we should see that function, and we don't actually have that function yet. I've just realized we don't actually have it. So let's just create a function like that real quick. So I'm copying one of those functions, and I'll paste it below, and this will be the get username function. Can't believe we haven't needed that yet. So get username, and this will just be the username field as well. So there's our get username function as well now, and we're calling that to bind to the username placeholder. We'll then say if, and then query arrow execute. So what this is saying is if the query executes successfully, because query execute will return true if it worked. If it didn't work, it's going to return false. So we're saying if it was successful, we need to then update the SQL data. So this SQL data is subscribed equals, and then say value like that, and then just return true, and then underneath that we'll just return false. So let me just explain what we've done. So we've said that if the update query worked, we're going to return true. If it didn't work, we'll return false. So this part right here is updating the array that we've stored up here, which contains all the data from the table, to reflect this new change, because we have this data right here and we set it when the user object is created. That means if we then do an update query later on, this data that we have right here still contains the old value before we did the update. So the value's out of date. So what we're doing is just updating this so that our SQL data array contains the up-to-date value, and that's it. So that's great. Let's just go and call this function now. So copy the name, set is subscribed, and we'll say result equals, and what we're going to do is just make sure that this part executes successfully too. So we'll say result and then we'll say user arrow set is subscribed, and then put 1 in there. So why have we done that? Well, we want this result variable to contain true if these both worked. So this one right here will contain true if this one worked, but if it didn't work, it will contain false. So we're setting this result variable to be the value of this, as long as this is also true right here, okay? Because remember, this is going to return true or false based on whether the update worked or not. Now, I just realized we probably don't have this user object. I know we have it further down the page, but if I scroll up, we don't actually have it anywhere. So what I'm going to do is scroll down to where we created it right here, and I'm going to take that, so I'm cutting that, and I'm going to scroll up to the top, and I'll just create it in here anywhere you want. Let's just do it at the top here, like that. Okay, so now we can actually use that user object. So what we'll do finally is just say if, and then result. So we're checking that this actually worked, because remember it's false if it didn't work. So if it worked, what we'll do is set the subscription message. So if you scroll down, we did it in this else block right here. So I'll take that, I'll scroll up and paste it in there. Subscription message equals, and it won't be alert error as the class, it'll be alert success. And this won't say user cancelled, it's going to say you're all signed up. Okay, so that should work now, but there's one more thing to do just to be safe. It's copy that that subscription message part, scroll it to the top, and let's right from here set it as something went wrong. So something went wrong, and then change this to alert error. So why have we done that? So this try block means that we're going to try and execute the code in here, but if something in here fails for whatever reason and it doesn't get to this, it means something went wrong because it would have hit the catch block. So what we're going to do is just set this to be something went wrong. So by setting it to that right at the start, it means that if it gets to this part, it will just override it and it will be set to you're all signed up. But if it doesn't make it to this part, but it tried to, let's say it failed in one of these lines, then it's going to jump to the catch block, and then it's still going to have the original value, which is something went wrong. So that should be it now. We're already outputting that message further down the page, so we don't need to do anything else. That should be good. So what I'm going to do is just press enter on this, because we've still got all the values we want in the URL, and we should hopefully see something now. And we see you're all signed up. And you can also see this link here has changed. It's now no longer a link that lets us pay. It now says you're subscribed. Go to PayPal to cancel, because our users will cancel through PayPal if they want, because they've entered into a PayPal agreement, and that's not something we're controlling from our site. This is something they will cancel directly on PayPal, and then we can listen to an event on that and then update their account if they cancel. So that's it. You'll see, again, if you try and access profile.php now, it says you're subscribed. So let's say, for example, you wanted to still play around with the PayPal thing. All you need to do is go back to the table, go to the users table, and manually update this is subscribed to 0. So if I change that back to 0, you'll see it goes back now to the link. So if you ever wanted to get that link again, just go back to there and change this value here. Okay, but I'll put it back because we know our user is subscribed, and yeah, that's it. Hey everyone, how's it going? So our users can now sign up to our site, but when they cancel, they have to do that through PayPal. They go to their subscriptions in PayPal and cancel from there. Now, if they do that at the moment, there's no reflection on our site that they've cancelled. It would still show that they're signed up in the subscribed column. So in theory, they could sign up to our site and then cancel, and it would still show that they have subscribed. So what we need to do then is obviously listen for a cancellation and then update their account to show that they've cancelled. Now, there's a problem with that. We can't do that on localhost, because the way it works is you use a PayPal webhook which listens for changes on accounts and then executes some code. So basically, a webhook would listen for when the user cancels their account, and when it knows they've cancelled it, it would then send an event to our site, and our site would run some code. The reason we can't test that locally is because the PayPal site that's listening for the event can't talk to our local host, because localhost is local for us, whereas the PayPal site is not local. So in order to build this feature, you have to first host your site online so that the webhook you create in PayPal can point to your actual site, because like I said, it can't point to your local host. Now, there are ways you can expose your local host to a live server for testing purposes, but they're not very straightforward, and it's a lot of hoops to jump through just for the sake of testing this out. A well-used convention is for people to have two versions of their site, a test version and a live version, but both of them are on a live server, and then you could kind of test this feature out on your test version of the site, and then when it's ready, you just move the code across to your live version. So I will follow up and do a tutorial on this, but first I actually need to host this site and then put the video together. Now, webhooks aren't too complicated, so if you get to this point before I actually manage to put this video out, you may want to look into it yourself, but like I say, I'm going to follow up with a video showing how to do this very soon. Hey everyone, how's it going? So now that users can subscribe to our site, we're going to make it so they can't watch videos unless they're subscribed. At the moment, even if they're not subscribed, they can click on a video and watch it, whereas what we're going to do now is make so if they don't have a subscription, they can do everything on this site except from watch a video. So this will allow them to look around and see what videos we have to offer before they decide on purchasing a subscription. So let's go back to watch.php, and this is actually really easy. What we're going to do is underneath there, we need to create a user object. So user equals new user. We need to pass in the connection variable and then the username, which is just user logged in. And then we'll just do an if statement underneath there. We'll say if, then do an exclamation point for not, and then user arrow is subscribed. So this is the function in the user class which tells us whether they're subscribed or not. So we're saying if they're not subscribed, notice the exclamation point, all we're going to do is say error message ::, show, and then we'll just say you must be subscribed to see this. And then what I'll actually do as well is I'll press enter, and underneath there I'll just say, I'll put an anchor tag and then say href equals, and then do a link to the profile.php page, and I'll say click here to subscribe. Okay, like that. So I'll go try that out. I'll click on continue watching, and we have an error. Let me just see what that says. So undefined method is subscribed. I thought we had that. Let me just open the user class, and I can see it's called get is subscribed. So that's my fault. I got the name wrong. So instead of calling the is subscribed function, call get is subscribed, and then refresh this page. So yeah, if they're subscribed, they will see no different. They can still watch the videos and everything. But if they're not subscribed, they won't be able to see this. So let me just open up PHPMyAdmin. And I'll go to the users table, and I'll change that is subscribed to a 0, meaning he's no longer subscribed. And now when I try and access that, so I'll refresh the page, you'll see we get this. You must be subscribed to see this. Click here to subscribe. And when you press that, it goes to the profile page. So once again, if I go to any of these videos and try and watch it, I get this message. So now the user can do everything on our site other than watch videos when they're not subscribed.